Li Xiangnan, as a time traveler, arrived in the world of armored warriors, only to find himself at odds with the laws of fate, cursed and plagued by misfortune. His once blissful family was shattered by his presence, as the curse spread like wildfire. His parents tragically perished in a car accident during an outing, leaving 5-year-old Li Xiangnan to care for his younger sister, Nuo Lan, as they were sent to an orphanage. Before long, his sister was diagnosed with a congenital heart disease. Li Xiangnan, however, understood that she was not truly ill, it was the world that conspired against them. Moreover, the children in the orphanage either isolated him or bullied both him and his sister. Even the simple act of crossing the street became perilous, as speeding cars posed a constant threat to their lives. Years of suffering alongside his sister left them both enduring the world's rejection. Eventually, the orphanage could no longer accommodate the siblings, forcing Li Xiangnan to embark on a life of begging with his ailing sister. Though fate sought to extinguish his life, he resolved to persevere with unwavering determination. At the age of 7, he stumbled upon an object amidst the refuse that would alter his destiny: the sealing box. The shadow guardian spoke, "Little ghost, if you release us, we shall grant you any wish." Li Xiangnan opened the sealing box and declared, "The injustices I have suffered shall be returned to this world 1,000-fold." Chapter 1. Reborn to be targeted? In the world of armored warriors, the city of D lay under dark clouds, where thunder roared and torrential rain fell relentlessly. Daylight was swallowed by the oppressive gloom, casting the surroundings into an almost nocturnal darkness, with only the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the scene. The downpour persisted for hours, overwhelming the inadequate drainage system of the old city, causing water levels to rise alarmingly. Few braved the storm, wading through knee-deep water, while most sought refuge indoors, watching the tempest from their windows. Under the bridge, the water surged, threatening to submerge even the concrete pillars. "You wish to drown me in this deluge?" Li Xiangnan muttered defiantly. Beside him, huddled for warmth, were two diminutive begarse, a boy of 7 and a girl of 5. "Brother," the girl spoke softly. "Yes, I'm cold." "You're not cold," he replied, holding her tightly. Yet, despite his efforts, the rain soaked them to the bone. Though it was not winter, the autumn rains in D City felt bitterly cold. "That I cannot protect you," Li Xiangnan lamented, his youthful face etched with sorrow and guilt. He was an outsider in this world, thrust into a life of hardship from the moment he was born. Tragedy seemed to follow him relentlessly, and he began to notice the strange coincidences that plagued his existence. As a reborn traveler, he felt a palpable sense of alienation, evident not only among people, but also in animals that recoiled from him. The other children avoided him, and adults regarded him with disdain. Even stray cats and dogs snarled and barked at him. After his parents' fatal accident when he was 5, he and his sister were whisked away to the orphanage, where they became orphans. It was then that his sister's supposed congenital heart disease was revealed, a cruel twist of fate that shattered his world. He felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. With the realization that the rejection stemmed from the very forces of fate, he understood that as a time traveler, he was unwelcome. Thus, he made the decisive choice to flee the orphanage, embarking on a journey of survival. 2 years passed, and he found a semblance of freedom in his wandering life, though he still faced the threat of violence from others. Despite the hardships, he clung to the hope of keeping his innocent sister safe, for their parents were gone, and she was blameless. As the rain continued to pour, Li Xiangnan and his sister sought refuge on the highest steps they could find, yet the water still lapped at their feet. "Brother, I'm hungry," she lamented, her small stomach growling louder than the storm. "Just a little longer," he reassured her, his voice hoarse. "When the rain stops, I will find us something to eat." Leaving her alone in such a storm was unthinkable, and venturing out in such weather could be fatal. Fortunately, the downpour eventually subsided. Li Xiangnan led his sister out from under the bridge, seeking a dry spot where he could settle her before searching for food. He also needed to find firewood to keep warm, as the chill of the rain threatened to bring illness upon them both. Having lived on the streets for years, he was well acquainted with the city's alleyways and knew where to scavenge for fresh food. However, after the rain, the nearby dumpsters yielded nothing. With no other options, he ventured to the nearest garbage heap, hoping to find something edible before the garbage truck arrived. 10 minutes later, Desperation clawed at him as he rummaged through the refuse. Nothing. Nothing, how can there be nothing? He cried out in frustration, his small frame braving the storm as he searched. After 5 minutes of futile searching, he slumped onto the pile of garbage, drenched and disheartened. Looking up at the darkened sky, he felt as if the clouds mocked him. Ordinarily, he would curse the heavens, but now he lacked the energy for such thoughts that a profound sense of despair enveloped him. How could a mere mortal contend with the forces of fate? Despite being a time traveler, he possessed no system or special abilities, only an identity devoid of power. He was but an ordinary boy. Just one more look, there must be something left, he urged himself, spurred on by the thought of his starving sister. Fortunately, the rain masked the stench of the refuse. Alas, after another thorough search, he found nothing. His hands were scratched and bleeding, but he felt no pain. Finally, fortune smiled upon him. Amidst a large trash bag, he discovered a box of small bread rolls. Though soaked, remained intact. I found it. A smile broke on Li Xiangnan's youthful face as he examined his prize. Expired bread may be forgotten by some after purchase, left to decay. For the brother and sister, such expired food is a delicacy, a rare treat encountered only once every month or two. City D is not as favorable as one might imagine. Beggars are not ubiquitous, yet many locations are dominated by sturdy vagrants. Thus, the siblings Li Xiangnan and his sister find it challenging to scavenge for untainted food. After rummaging through the refuse, they managed to salvage a few usable bags, discarding the decayed cardboard. They counted a dozen or so, the small bags bulging with potential finds. Little did they realize that beneath the heap of garbage, a rusty little box was mysteriously absorbing the bloodstains mixed with rainwater. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged forth. Under the torrential downpour, as Li Xiangnan was about to leave, he was captivated by a beam of golden light emanating from the refuse. Something appeared to be glowing. After a brief flash, the box dimmed again. Curiosity piqued, Li Xiangnan carefully set the bags aside and crawled over to investigate. Finally, within the half-meter deep refuse pit, he discovered the source of the light. What on earth? Upon picking it up, he realized it was an iron box. No, this texture feels more like stainless steel, enveloped in a layer of mud. It seemed as if it had been unearthed from the soil. Clambering out of the trash, he found a low puddle of water to meticulously clean it. With the occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the scene, he finally discerned the box's true nature. At first glance, it seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Upon a second look, he realized it was extraordinary. Its shape and luminous quality indicated that the box was anything but ordinary. That it could fetch a handsome price. Filled with delight, he stood up, ready to retrieve the bags and head home. Suddenly, the box emitted a ghostly green aura, startling Li Xiangnan into dropping it. As it hit the ground, the soil and rainwater were mysteriously repelled. Ha ha ha! A cacophony of sinister laughter echoed from all directions. Li Xiangnan's countenance shifted dramatically. The sound sent shivers down his spine, and he sensed he was in deep trouble. Perhaps this object was deliberately unearthed by fate. The green aura projected 5 ethereal shadows before him, their forms bizarre. Yet upon recognizing their appearance, his heart trembled. These are the Shadow Guardians? Indeed, they were the Shadow Guardians, unmistakably so. He had frequently observed their likeness in his childhood and a past life. Glancing down at the box, he thought, no wonder it looks familiar, it's the Demon Sealing Box. The Demon Sealing Box is designed to imprison supernatural beasts. Thank you, little one, for releasing us. Finally, we see the light of day again. Ha ha ha. Li Xiangnan's blood had inadvertently broken the seal of the box, granting the Shadow Guardians the chance to extend their souls beyond its confines. That, of course, the box's sealing power was still intact. It would not be fully broken in the short term. Upon realizing they were the Shadow Guardians, Li Xiangnan felt less fear and more astonishment. Since his birth, he had never had the opportunity to understand the world around him. He had not anticipated that he was in an armored world. So why was this world hostile toward him? What heinous act had he committed? Or was it that fate had foreseen he would become the villain who would release the Shadow Guardians and sought to eliminate him in his infancy? Regardless of the reason, Li Xiangnan was acutely aware that from the moment of his birth, he had been ostracized by this world. He looked up carefully at the 5 ethereal figures, which represented the evil elements of gold, fire, earth, wood, and water. This boy seems unafraid of us. The only female guardian, Evil Water, upon breaking free from the box, was astonished to find herself released by a young human boy. Moreover, she sensed no panic or fear in his eyes, only hesitation and complexity. Evil Gold retracted his sinister grin and scrutinized the boy closely. Finally, incredulously, he exclaimed, "A child forsaken by heaven." "Yes, indeed," Evilwood responded, hands clasped behind his head. Evil Fire cackled derisively. No wonder he could break the seal. He, like us, has been cast out by the universe. Little one, an opportunity to defy fate has arisen, that if you agree to pay any price, we promise to grant you everything you desire: wealth, status, women. A child expelled by the world, a life of unimaginable suffering. A prime candidate for villainy. Evil Fire believed that uttering these words would prompt the boy to immediately acquiesce. However, Li Xiangnan's response left Evil Fire speechless, astonished in his silence. "Is it truly acceptable for you to deceive a child like me?" Maturity and shrewdness emanated from a mere 7-year-old. And what was with that disdainful gaze? "Child, what do you mean by that look? Do you think I'm trying to deceive you?" Evil Fire's temper flared, and he began to shout at the slightest provocation. Li Xiangnan remained unfazed as a transmigrator. He understood the ways of the Shadow Guardians all too well. As long as he did not agree to their demands, they had no means to harm him in the current situation. He needed to clarify. They were the ones seeking him, not the other way around. "What if I refuse?" Li Xiangnan walked over, silently picking up the demon sealing box from the ground. He carried the bags back, while the Shadow Guardians hovered behind him, their projections slipping through the ripped bags. Evil Gold grew intrigued. It was the first time he had encountered a human child who exhibited no emotional response to their presence, not even a hint of fascination. "He's just a child. You think tempting him with wealth and women will work?" Evil Gold regarded Evil Fire with a look of disbelief. Evil Fire cursed. "Then what do you suggest?" "Child," Evil Gold devised a strategy and enticed. "Your current situation is dire. This world will not accept you, and even in death, your soul shall endure eternal torment. If you agree to our terms, we will ensure your future is free from worry." Li Xiangnan continued to walk forward, silently drenched by the rain. Seeing this, Evil Water interjected, continuing the allure. "Child, do you truly wish to be toyed with by the world? Do you not wish to resist? If you agree to our terms, we shall bestow upon you the power to rebel against the world and make all bow before you." Li Xiangnan paused, lowering his head in contemplation for a long while before wiping the rain from his face. In a calm tone, he replied, "If you were truly as powerful as you claim, you wouldn't be trapped in a box." Evil Gold. Evil Water. For a moment, the 5 guardians were rendered speechless, unable to formulate a response. Li Xiangnan continued, "I may be young, but I am not foolish. If you seek a physical vessel, I advise you to abandon that notion. I refuse to become sacrifice." The air fell into an eerie silence. Aside from the relentless rain and the sporadic sound of passing vehicles, an unsettling quiet enveloped the surroundings. After a long pause, Evil Gold inquired, "You are unlike any human I have encountered. You are intelligent. Speak. What will it take for you to agree? I will consider it." "Child, do not take too long. We lack the patience for that. Let's talk later." The Guardian's ethereal forms vanished, retreating back into the demon sealing box. Li Xiangnan walked back with a complex emotional state. The demon sealing box, to put it bluntly, it was akin to Pandora's box. Once the Guardians were released, not only would he perish, but many others in this world could also meet their demise. Despite being ostracized and bullied by the world, even having lost his parents, he still retained the sense of justice from his past life. Struggling to endure, in truth, there is a yearning to wholeheartedly acquiesce to the Guardian's demands. Whether one lives or not is of little consequence. Let the world bear the brunt of a tempestuous fury for a moment. Ultimately, however, calmness prevails, and one reflects deeply. "Mother, look, there's a young man caught in the rain. Shall we offer him an umbrella for shelter?" This was uttered as they crossed the street. A luxurious Mercedes sedan halted at the traffic light. The rear window was partially lowered, and a little girl, upon seeing the drenched Li Xiangnan, spoke kindly to her mother. "And oh dear, just look at him, so filthy and disheveled. We cannot allow our Enin to befriend someone like that beggar." If she does not strive to study hard, she may end up like him one day. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, muttered Li Xiangnan, with his keen sense of hearing, was taken aback for the first time by a child's willingness to extend kindness. How astonishing that a young one would not recoil from him. Yet, the mother's words fell upon him like the final straw on a weary camel's back. If he were to continue this life of wandering, would his sister survive? The probability seemed grim. Thus, if the world chooses to treat him so, why should he cling to reason? Having been reborn only to face such disdain, who would still uphold righteousness? Chapter 2. Embracing Darkness. Becoming the dark armor. Li Xiangnan's final vestige of reason crumbled entirely. Damn this world. Let us forge an alliance. Grant me the power I desire, and in return, I shall bestow the world upon you. Before long, the demon sealing box emitted a ghostly glow, and the Guardians' figures materialized one by one. An alliance is merely a transaction. The Guardians were not fools. Cooperation offered them no advantage. Li Xiangnan turned and spoke candidly. Engaging in a transaction with you leads only to a dead end. Understand the situation. I am not begging you. Little brat, are you not afraid of death? The fiery demon scoffed. Li Xiangnan replied with a stoic expression. What does it matter whether I fear or not? I am not someone you can manipulate. Hiss. Such domineering words emanating from the lips of a mere child astonished even the seasoned Guardians. The 5 elemental Guardians exchanged glances, initiating a private discourse. Inside the demon sealing box, the fiery demon remarked, Humph. This brat thinks he can manipulate us. The seal of the demon sealing box has already weakened. Even without his assistance, it won't be long before we break free. We can seek other suitable candidates. The earth demon concurred. The fiery demon is right. When did humanity dare to rise above us? Do not incite chaos. The water demon interjected. This human is a rare find. I am curious about the secret that allows him to be so repelled by the world. The wood demon added, based on my understanding and observations of humanity. This child possesses an extraordinary acuity and depth uncommon for one so young. If he is not crushed, he may achieve great things. Perhaps he could be our sole opportunity to conquer Earth. The fiery demon spat. Bah, what sole opportunity? We can always find another candidate with suitable bloodlines. We can confront that foul armor again. Our previous failure does not guarantee future defeat. Confront, confront, confront. Is that all you can think of? Can't you be more prudent? The gold demon chided. Enough. Let us unify our opinions. The 5 Guardians held steadfast to their beliefs. Logically, they need not establish a contract with Li Xiangnan. They could simply find another suitable candidate. Engaging in a contract and then commandeering a corporeal form to merge into a dark beast to combat the armor seemed a precarious strategy. The last dark beast formed from merging with the Dark Emperor had been utterly defeated by the combined efforts of 5 insipid children in the ultimate Emperor's armor, indicating that such a plan might be futile. However, Li Xiangnan's blood and his rejected identity, coupled with his disdain for the world, led the wood and water demons to contemplate his cultivation. They considered utilizing humanity to combat humanity, reasoning that once they deceived him into merging with a corporeal form, he would likely not be a match for the ultimate Emperor's armor. How do you wish to cooperate? The outcome became evident. They believed that at this moment, cooperation might represent a new path previously untraveled, allowing humanity to confront itself. This could be a misstep, but allowing the intelligent to contend with humanity was a venture worth attempting. The young boy before them was evidently clever. Li Xiangnan was unsurprised by their acquiescence. As I mentioned, grant me the power I seek. In the realm of armor, wealth, power, and women are but ephemeral illusions. Only power is the foundation of existence. Consider it done. The Guardians agreed. Then, the 5 elemental forces of darkness, wood, fire, water, earth, and metal, were successively infused into his body. Zzz. Ah. Li Xiangnan was caught off guard, collapsing to the ground in agony. The 5 dark powers surged through his body, particularly assaulting his abdomen as if he were being roasted over a furnace. A torrential downpour accompanied his anguished cries. Boom. Thunder rumbled incessantly, as if witnessing the birth of a devil destined to annihilate the world. Amidst the torment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. On a microscopic level, the powers of darkness were eroding each cell, altering their original vitality into a new form. Before long, Li Xiangnan's skin seemed to come alive, beginning to writhe as layers of skin protruded and hardened, ultimately forming a tough, armored exterior. His frail body transformed at a perceptible rate, while the thunderclouds above intensified their roiling. It was as if the world was heralding the arrival of a terrifying monster. Minutes later, the five guardians stared in astonishment at the unconscious Li Xiangnan on the ground. Am I seeing things? What is this child? His ability to absorb our five purest powers of darkness without becoming a monster is astonishing. What a delightful surprise. No wonder the world rejects him. Under normal circumstances, they hailed from a five-dimensional dark universe. Their energy source is akin to the demonic spirit stones. When combined with other life forms, bacteria, or viruses on Earth, demonic spirit stones would transform them into malevolent creatures. Yet this boy had not only avoided monstrosity, but had also manifested a suit of armor after absorbing the five dark energies. The gold demon burst into laughter. This is the true essence of dark armor. Ha 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 ha. It feels like discovering a new continent ripe for domination. Soon, Li Xiangnan awoke, relieved to find he had not transformed into a grotesque beast. Instead, he was enveloped in a sturdy armor that was perplexingly alive. The armor, formed from his own skin, was tactile to the touch, indicating that it was not merely an inanimate object but part of him. This signified that his power stemmed from within, rather than relying on external forces like the five elemental armors. Chapter 3. The City's Murder Case. What an anomaly. To absorb and fuse our powers. Evolving into armor. Who would have thought that even in the realm of light, there exists a human like you who yearns for darkness? Ha ha ha. A groundbreaking masterpiece. The evolutionary stage of the demonic beast pales in comparison. I can already envision our victory in ruling the earth. Ha 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 ha. The five guardians circled around Li Xiangnan, unable to believe that someone could perfectly absorb the powers from the dark universe. The young boy had evolved. The power of the demonic spirit stones could enable any creature from the dark universe to evolve. However, this capability did not extend to beings from the universe of light, preventing them from achieving formidable strength. From the fiendish beast to the realm king beast, all were created through the molecular technology of the realm king, combined with demonic spirit stones. Otherwise, transformation into demonic beast would be impossible. Even if successful, none possessed substantial abilities, as most lacked the intelligence or capabilities to withstand defeat at the hands of the foul armors. If dark beings absorbed the powers of demonic spirit stones, they would at least evolve to possess combat prowess on par with the ancient four major demonic beasts directly transported from the dark universe. Li Xiangnan not only fully absorbed the dark powers of the Shadow Guardian, but also manifested them perfectly. His body bore hardened skin, resembling armor. Li Xiangnan looked down to discern his appearance. Amidst the torrential rain, the splashing water surface could not form a reflection, yet he sensed a connection with the water. Following his subconscious, the murky water beneath his feet transformed into a lucid mirror, albeit small. Through this water mirror, he finally comprehended the nature of his transformation. To be precise, he had become an armored beast. Clad in heavy armor, he appeared dark and formidable. Yet it was evident that the armor did not possess a metallic quality. So, this is what I have become. Just as he marveled at his appearance, a sudden headache struck. Splash! The water mirror lost its power, flowing into a puddle around his feet. Hiss! Li Xiangnan felt as though needles were piercing his head. At that moment, the gold demon's voice echoed in his ears. Little brat, your abilities truly astonish me. To manipulate the waters of the luminous universe is indeed a remarkable feat. It appears that the power of the malevolent waters has manifested within you. However, your body has only just begun to accept this newfound strength, and diligent practice is imperative. Indeed, young one, do not overexert yourself and jeopardize your health. The malignant fire and water express their concern. I will spare no effort to nurture you, so that you may grow stronger. Li Xiangnan's transformation has ignited hope among the five guardians for the defeat of the Emperor's armor, making them particularly attentive to his physical condition. The recent overexertion of his abilities has resulted in a headache. Li Xiangnan is akin to a newborn, requiring gradual growth. Currently, his combat prowess may even fall short of that of a malevolent beast, presenting a low starting point but a remarkably high potential. This high ceiling indicates that his growth will demand substantial resources and may be slow. Therefore, the malignant waters have resolved to invest all efforts to ensure the complete maturation of this young one. So it is. Li Xiangnan shook his head, the pain subsiding quickly. Feeling much better now. It seems that overusing his abilities is ill-advised. He raised his hand before him, murmuring to himself to take it slowly. Finally, a new beginning had dawned. Yet, soon, he was beset by a new concern. He looked up and asked the guardian, "How can I revert to my human form?" The malevolent which shook its head, "You are no longer human. In human terms, you are a fish that has come ashore, a person who has ventured into space. A fish that has come ashore, a person who has ascended to the cosmos? What does that mean? If one were truly only 7 years old, they would surely struggle to comprehend this statement. However, with 2 lifetimes behind him, he swiftly arrived at the answer. A fish that has come ashore is no longer a fish. This implies that a fish's survival relies on water. Once it leaves its aquatic habitat, its physiological structure and capacity for existence become constrained, even leading to death. Thus, a fish detached from its native environment cannot exist in its complete form. There is also a deeper meaning. From the moment the first fish crawled onto land, it began to evolve into a species adapted for terrestrial life, severing all ties with its aquatic counterparts. The person who has ascended to space refers to one fully capable of interstellar travel. Humans will evolve rapidly, resulting in a life that is entirely different from their existence on Earth, undergoing monumental transformations. How can I care for my sister in this form? From the perspective of biological evolution, he remains human, but within him, humanity has transformed into something akin to a primitive ancestor, while he has evolved into a modern Homo sapiens. The disparity is vast. Having evolved into a being with extraordinary abilities, he can no longer revert to his human form. Damn, how could this happen? Li Xiangnan could hardly believe he would have to face his sister in this guise. It would likely frighten her to death. Yet, he cannot abandon her care. Do not worry. The malevolent would stroke its chin and remark that someone would tend to your sister. My sister has a heart condition. I cannot trust just anyone to care for her. Ha! You are a forsaken child. Being too close to her could bring her misfortune. Conversely, distancing yourself and returning to the embrace of darkness may indeed allow her to improve gradually. Li Xiangnan was taken aback by these words. He had pondered this issue before, but his sister was far too young, merely 5 years old, just entering school. Without his care, she might have perished long ago. However, circumstances have fundamentally changed. Li Xiangnan wrestled internally for a long time. Finally, he raised his head, sorrowfully stating, I understand. Then he coldly added, regardless of your schemes, I desire only my sister's survival. Our collaboration must not encroach upon her. Rest assured, our interest lies solely with you, and your sister will be well taken care of. One cannot trust the words of the Shadow Guardian. It is precisely for this reason that he warns against any attempts to target his sister, such as using her as leverage against him. Since they have expressed such intentions, there is no need to waste further time. His sister is waiting for him to bring food home. Li Xiangnan picked up the sealing box and, guided by darkness and torrential rain, exited the garbage dump. As for the expired food packed in bags on the ground, he paid them no heed. 10 minutes later. Ah, it's a monster. Call the police. A day later. At the city police department, criminal case division. Section Chief Director Li has arrived. Director Li, you all analyze your findings. I am merely here to observe. However, last night's incident has had a severe impact. Media scrutiny has temporarily subsided. This city is a national model city, and we hope to resolve the case within 3 days. Rest assured, Director Li, we will exert our utmost efforts. Section Chief, he clapped his hands, signaling the team to activate the projector. Everyone, take a look at the screen. These are photographs taken by the forensic team at the crime scene. The first 5 depict the site where 2 current employees of the bakery were murdered. The subsequent 7 show the supermarket owner, Li Beibei's father. A total of 3 lives were lost. Li Beibei's father was the first victim, and within 5 minutes. The 2 bakery employees next door were also killed in succession. Someone raised their hand. Could it be that the murderer is indiscriminately killing? Upon reviewing the materials, there is no connection between the victims, aside from the bakery employees and Li Beibei's father. Another individual queried, while organizing the scene, did we thoroughly investigate what was missing? According to the inventory, numerous snacks, primarily candies, are missing from the supermarket. Additionally, the bakery showed no signs of disturbance, but the murderer took a 3-tier birthday cake. Was the murderer captured on surveillance? The assailant disabled the surveillance cameras beforehand, and our colleagues could only trace the perpetrator through the cameras of other stores. Curiously, the assailant was entirely wrapped in rags, obscuring their true appearance. It is speculated that the murderer stands close to 2 meters tall, moving with remarkable swiftness, as if the act was premeditated. Standing nearly 2 meters tall is a notable characteristic. Xiaowang, use the system to check how many individuals in our city are over 9 meters tall. You two should follow the street and review the surveillance footage to determine where the murderer ultimately went. Report back with any findings. Yes, Section Chief. A police investigation is underway, yet it is destined to be in vain. That night, a torrential downpour rendered visibility poor, and the surveillance footage was not clear. In the event that the murderer actively evaded capture, tracing their exact whereabouts proved impossible. As for the other lead, concerning the height of nearly 2 meters, they extracted all individuals meeting the height requirement for interviews and inquiries. Ultimately, they discovered that every individual who fit the criteria had been otherwise occupied during the time of the crime or possessed a solid alibi. However, the higher-ups were anxious to resolve the case. In the end, someone came forward to confess, hastily concluding the investigation. Chapter 4. The most terrifying villain is one who studies frenziedly. Returning to the night of the incident, by the campfire, his sister was still burning with fever. She was so dazed that she could barely keep her eyes open, almost drifting into unconsciousness. Li Xiangnan rushed to the clinic to procure cold medicine and administered it to her. After taking the medicine, her fever subsided significantly, and she quickly fell asleep. Li Xiangnan held her close, sitting beside the fire pit, remaining still for several hours. Then, a young woman with a stern expression approached and complained, "I have sacrificed greatly for you, little one. Do not let us down. Enough talk, take good care of her." Li Xiangnan did not respond kindly, primarily because this person was the new vessel for the malevolent water guardian. After being possessed by the shadow guardian, she retained her consciousness, but only when the guardian was not in control of the body. Li Xiangnan handed his sister over to her and said solemnly, "You know what to do and how to communicate. It is best not to distract me. Little one, do not speak in such a commanding tone. Your strength is also a gift from me." The malevolent water cherished Li Xiangnan greatly, yet its tone was undeniably irksome. Li Xiangnan, having embraced the powers of the dark 5 elements, has undergone a transformation. His physique is no longer that of a frail 7-year-old, but rather boasts a towering height of nearly 2 meters, enveloped in formidable armor. Previously, Li Nuo found it uncomfortable to sleep in his embrace. Yet in the arms of the formidable Ishui, she felt markedly more at ease. She slumbered soundly until dawn broke the following day. Upon awakening, the 5-year-old Li Nuo, who also battled a heart condition, jolted upright, bewildered. Was this a dream? The luxurious, immaculate ceiling, the pristine white walls, the plush bedding, surely such beauty could not exist in her reality. "You are awake," Nuo, a young woman entered, her demeanor warm and inviting. Li Runan, a mixture of fear and anxiety coursing through her, listened intently. "This is your home. I am Liao Shui, your aunt. Your father, Li Jianya, is my brother. You have suffered greatly over the years, but fear not, dear child, for I am here now, and no one shall dare to bully you." Ishui, having interacted with humans for years, played her role convincingly, though it was beyond the comprehension of a mere 5-year-old. Confused, Li Nuo pondered, "Aunt, I have never seen you before." Sensing her bewilderment, Ishui smiled gently. "I held you in my arms when you were a child. Do you not remember?" After a moment's thought, Li Nuo shook her head, her memories of the past hazy due to her young age. She had been merely 3 when her parents had perished in an accident. "Do not worry, you were just a child," Ishui reassured her. "I have been abroad for business, but unforeseen circumstances have brought me back. Rest assured, you shall not return to your former life." With a timid nod, Li Nuo then whispered, "What about my brother?" "I anticipated you would ask," Ishui remarked, gently untangling the knots in her hair. "Your brother is striving to achieve greatness, ensuring a better life for you. He left for abroad with your uncle last night." Upon hearing this, Li Nuo felt a wave of unease wash over her, her eyes welling with tears. Ishui, observing her distress, produced a small wooden panda toy, glimmering with a radiant light, and placed it in her hands. "Your brother said that upon your becoming the top student in the college entrance examination, he shall return. Is that true?" Li Nuo asked, her eyes glistening with hope. "Indeed. The top student refers to achieving the highest score on a significant examination," Ishui explained. "What is an examination?" "It is a means of assessing knowledge through study and evaluation. You too shall learn." "Really?" "Of course. Study diligently, and you will reunite with your brother once you excel." From that day forth, Li Nuo's life underwent a profound transformation. Initially apprehensive about attending school without her brother's protection, fearing the cruelty of others, she resolved to endure the trials in pursuit of academic excellence. Contrary to her fears, she found herself surrounded by many friends at each educational stage, her life taking a fortunate turn. In the depths of the mountains, 2 figures engaged in an intense battle. Eshuo and Li Xiangnan exchanged blows, unleashing energy blasts and fireballs at one another. Eshuo, noting Li Xiangnan's lack of combat awareness, anticipated his impending defeat. The four guardians, Eojin, Ashui, Iemu, and Iatu, stood vigil in the corners, ensuring the conflict did not disturb the surrounding environment. Should this escalate, it may attract the attention of aerial combat satellites, Iatu cautioned. Although they had the means to conceal their presence, delaying the laboratory's awareness would be beneficial for Li Xiangnan's growth. As predicted, Li Xiangnan soon found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to Eshuo's relentless onslaught. Your combat awareness is nearly non-existent, Eshuo taunted. Li Xiangnan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, without harnessing his latent potential, he struggled against Eshuo, who represented a formidable opponent. Today's training concludes here. We shall provide you with energy each month to ensure your evolution continues, Eshuo declared. Ashui entered, waving her hand to summon a swirl of dark energy, which materialized as a deluge of books, thousands of them cascading to the ground like a torrential rain. What do you intend to do with all these learning materials? Eojin inquired, perplexed. Shouldn't you focus on enhancing your own strength? Li Xiangnan, rising to his feet and brushing himself off, replied nonchalantly, have you never heard the saying? Knowledge is power. Strength without knowledge merely breeds a brute. Eshuo raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of implication in his words. Thus, Li Xiangnan commenced organizing the myriad books by category, beginning with first-grade textbooks. Why pursue learning when he possessed power? Because knowledge often proved vital when confronting similar adversaries. He had already devised a preliminary plan for the future, with the first step being a return to education. After acquiring extraordinary abilities, his cognitive faculties became exceptionally agile. He could retain the majority of knowledge upon a single reading, draw inferences, and even identify errors in formulas. On his first day, Li Xiangnan absorbed most of the first-grade curriculum. The following day, he completed the second-grade material. In just 7 days, he had comprehended the entirety of middle school content and began tackling exercises. Within a month, he had mastered the subjects from high school to university, delving into quantum physics, microbiology, virology, mathematics, biology, chemistry, and beyond. In subsequent days, his routine solidified, morning combat with the Guardians to elevate his fighting prowess, followed by afternoon study sessions. Eventually, the textbook material became insufficient, as the majority of knowledge required independent exploration, dissection, control, and replication. His combat skills advanced rapidly. He progressed from being able to defeat Eshuo alone to facing all 5 Guardians simultaneously without being overpowered. By the second year, Li Xiangnan's prowess had eclipsed that of the Guardians. Even their combined efforts could not contend with him. Henceforth, they could no longer offer him combat experience. Recognizing his true potential, they began to operate according to his directives. As they could not revert to human forms, Li Xiangnan strategized for them to seek hosts. Identifying suitable candidates. Eojin possessed an elderly man who owned a prosperous technology company, thus establishing a foundation for Li Xiangnan to devise various schemes, including pyramid schemes, to generate revenue. Today, one sleeps on the floor, and tomorrow, one becomes the boss. This strategy proves particularly effective in the realm of armored beings. Perhaps because the inhabitants here have never encountered the deceit of pyramid schemes. Li Xiangnan does not merely deceive ordinary individuals. He soon sets his sights on the affluent, utilizing the guise of investment funds to amass capital. With newfound wealth, Li Xiangnan begins to strategize his business ventures. He harnesses the popularity of a blockbuster game to attract a multitude of players, all of whom must use their chat accounts to engage with the game. As the game's popularity surges, the number of chat users skyrockets. Meanwhile, other envious or astute capitalists who attempt to follow suit inexplicably meet their demise. A tempest is brewing across the entire realm of armored beings. 5 years later, at the Greenfield Biopharmaceutical Company, which sprawls over hundreds of acres, lies a subterranean laboratory consisting of 3 expansive floors. Inside this vast laboratory, thousands of researchers clad in white lab coats diligently complete their tasks. In a secret section of the lab, a young and handsome man, bespectacled and meticulously focused, adds nutrient solutions into a large petri dish connected to imposing machinery. The walls behind him are lined with an array of glass vials, each containing various liquids. Before him are numerous large biological culture dishes interconnected by transparent tubes. A broader glance reveals that within each vertical culture dish, peculiar creatures are submerged. Larger containers in the background hold sleeping mutant beasts. One particularly resembles a malevolent creature, albeit with skin that is grotesquely decayed, oozing a thick liquid from its wounds. The young man approaches the container labeled 0458, which houses the creature reminiscent of the malevolent beast. It is time to collect combat data. Mere data simulations cannot provide absolute accuracy. You will suffice. Specimen 458. He muses with a chilling smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, though his gaze exudes malevolence. This individual is none other than Li Xiangnan. After 5 years of meticulous planning and personal growth, his power has escalated dramatically. He has acquired the ability to freely alter his appearance and form, seamlessly transitioning between human and mutant visages. As for his combat prowess, preliminary assessments suggest he surpasses ancient mutant beasts by a significant margin, yet this remains insufficient. 4 formidable adversaries await, including the even more powerful Imperial armor, which has thoroughly defeated even the formidable Black Demon Beast. Nevertheless, experimentation is imperative. Without it, how can he ascertain the necessary enhancements for the mutant beasts? The specimen 458 was achieved only after the previous 457 prototypes were deemed failures and discarded. At last, the data from the 458th specimen aligns with his envisioned expectations. This mutant beast is an amalgamation of the malevolent creature's form and the characteristics of a pus-producing beast. If all goes according to plan, its combat capabilities will vastly exceed those of any ordinary mutant beast. The pus emitted from its body possesses volatile properties, eliminating the previously required method of administering the liquid into a human's mouth to erase their genetic memories. In a confined space, prolonged exposure to the gaseous pus will blur the clarity of one's inherited memories. Suddenly, a knock echoes at the door of the secret laboratory. It is his assistant. "Come in," he permits. The assistant, a woman appearing to be in her early 20s, is ambitious and perceptive, revering the strong while looking down upon the foolish masses. Having served Li Xiangnan for over a year, she has become profoundly enamored with this man, recognizing him as a true paragon of superiority, far beyond the ordinary. Dressed in a secretary's outfit complemented by sheer stockings that accentuate her alluring figure, she immediately reports the situation. A group of individuals from a special task force is outside, demanding access to investigate the disappearance of employees. "Do not concern yourself. They are mere trifles," Li Xiangnan dismisses. They are adamant about their investigation, suspecting that the missing employees are connected to our company. "Fools, must I teach you how to handle such matters? Contact their superiors and apply pressure. You know what to do afterward." "Understood," she replies, bowing respectfully before departing the secret laboratory. Li Xiangnan then proceeds to another laboratory room. Within this chamber, individuals lie within glass enclosures, identifiable by their attire as employees of the Greenfield Biopharmaceutical Company, genuine internal staff. Greenfield Pharmaceuticals, wholly owned by Greenfield Capital, dominates half of the market in drug production and research. Employees are categorized into external and internal staff. Outsiders are primarily responsible for the production and sale of standard medications, while internal staff operate exclusively within underground laboratories, each having undergone brainwashing akin to former members of the Shadow Realm. Their loyalty to Li Xiangnan is unwavering. Only those with such loyalty gain access. However, although the drugs they develop are illicit, they remain unaware of the true core of operations. The core knowledge is confined to a select few close to Li Xiangnan, with these substances intended for the modification of mutant beasts. Consequently, internal employees remain oblivious to the full extent of their work. Yet, some inadvertently uncover secrets best left undiscovered, necessitating their elimination. This is why the task force has come knocking, as employees consistently vanish each month, leading to the discovery of connections to the pharmaceutical company. Those who have disappeared now rest quietly within their glass enclosures. None have perished yet, but each harbors parasitic mutant beast eggs within their bodies. Once hatched, these eggs will devour their internal organs, ultimately reducing the individual to a mere skeleton. However, these parasitic mutant beasts do not meet Li Xiangnan's standards of strength, resulting in the disposal of any that fall short. Chapter 6. The Terror of Greenfield Group, the Emergence of Badu. That night, a torrential downpour envelopes the vicinity of Greenfield Biopharmaceutical Company. In an old street nearby, a man, unadorned by a raincoat and merely wearing a hooded jacket, searches for something. Hey, over here, hurry." Suddenly, a young man clad in a trench coat beckons him from beneath an awning. The trench-coated man grips a long umbrella in his right hand while clutching a briefcase under his left arm, with a slightly damp file folder in hand. The hooded man glances over and approaches, inquiring bluntly, "Did you bring the money?" "I did," responds the trench-coated man, handing over the file. The hooded man inspects it, finding nothing written on the exterior, and asks, "So, based on our phone conversation, You want me to cripple this company's website and data system, correct? Exactly. The trench-coated man nods vigorously, gritting his teeth. The more devastation, the better for this blood-sucking company. How dare they fire me? How dare they fire me? His voice escalates with indignation, even removing his glasses to reveal a frenzied expression. All right, where's the money? Here, the other replies. I can only give you half up front. If you fail, I need to be cautious. Honestly, this company is not easy to deal with. I prefer to receive payment before executing the task. Come on, brother. It's our first collaboration. The two men begin to haggle over the payment. Meanwhile, on the same old street, a Santana vehicle carries 4 members of the special task force. Slowly cruising along. They were the very individuals who had, during the day, pursued the investigation of missing persons at Li Xiangnan's company. I said, Boss, do you think it would be inappropriate for us to conduct our own investigation? Indeed, today the director issued a strict order prohibiting us from meddling with the pharmaceutical company. If the director learns that we consented on one hand but defied orders on the other, we may well find ourselves dismissed. What is there to fear? That company surely harbors secrets. We cannot speak so lightly. Greenland Pharmaceuticals is wholly owned by Greenland Capital, Greenland Media, and Greenland Group. Over the years, the Greenland Foundation, under the auspices of Greenland Group, has established hundreds of various relief funds across the nation, actively responding to policies aimed at poverty alleviation and aiding those in need within society. They are unlikely to be the perpetrators behind the missing employees. I surmised that there was likely another party at play, possibly other companies attempting to frame them. After all, Greenland Group has experienced rapid growth, ballooning to an enormous scale of 5 trillion in a mere 5 years, disrupting the interests of many corporations. Boss, perhaps we should just turn back? The individual in the passenger seat, the boss, closed his eyes to rest, seemingly unaffected by these voices. This man was over 40 years old, with over a decade of experience in this field. He believed in one principle: where there is smoke, there is fire. With so many employees going missing each year at Greenland Pharmaceuticals, each case unresolved, it was hard to believe there were no sinister undertones. Of course, he understood why the other 3 might want to retreat. The reason was simple. Greenland Pharmaceuticals is not to be trifled with, not to mention its parent company, Greenland Group. Its sheer size alone places it among the top 10 in the nation, contributing significantly to municipal revenues and propelling rapid growth. According to last year's financial report, the various companies under Greenland Group and Greenland Capital accounted for 52% of the city's economy. From any perspective, the higher-ups do not wish for any issues to arise with Greenland Group. If a connection were established between Greenland Pharmaceuticals and the missing employees, the resulting scandal could shake the entire city. Moreover, over the years, Greenland Group has forged deep ties with city administrators, resulting in noticeable improvements in their treatment, directly linked to the generosity of Greenland Group. This is why the higher-ups called, urging them not to pursue matters with Greenland Pharmaceuticals. However, as an experienced officer, he had a keen instinct for identifying culprits. It was undeniable that Greenland Pharmaceuticals was linked to the missing employees, perhaps even directly responsible for their disappearances. To uphold his sense of justice, he felt compelled to turn back. For if he waited until tomorrow, it was likely the higher-ups would dissolve the special investigation team, and this case of missing employees would once again fade into obscurity. Time was of the essence. Boss, are we really going? Xiao Wang, if you are afraid, you may exit the vehicle now. I will conduct the investigation alone. No, boss, please don't act recklessly. The orders from above are clear. Can't we just follow them? No. I have a feeling that the recently emerged chairman of Greenland Pharmaceuticals is not clean. He must be a murderer. If I can confront him, I will uncover the truth of his actions. Have you lost your mind? You wish to investigate Li Xiangnan of Greenland Group? Don't you find it strange? How could a 25-year-old possibly become the chairman of Greenland Pharmaceuticals? There must be a secret, one that is certainly connected to the missing employees. That's irrelevant. Who knows how old he is? He could very well have powerful connections. If you continue this line of inquiry, the director will surely reassign you to guard a reservoir tomorrow. Indeed, boss, your actions frighten me. The influence of Greenland Group may be imperceptible to ordinary people, but they were well aware. Once you offend the chairman of Greenland Group, the consequences could be dire, with the least of which being the loss of one's job. Suddenly, as they approached an intersection, a speeding dump truck barreled through without slowing down, colliding violently with the side of the Santana vehicle. It did not stop, but instead drove the Santana forcefully into a nearby shop. What on earth just happened? The scene unfolded before a man engaged in a transaction. A car accident. How tragic. Is there anyone still alive? Look away, brother. Those are people from Greenland construction. We should leave quickly. The man in the trench coat had initially intended to approach the scene, but as a figure emerged from the cab of the dump truck, clad in Greenland construction attire. His face paled, and his lips quivered. What's wrong? The hoodie-clad man asked, puzzled. The trench coat man stammered, don't ask too much. If you don't want to attract their attention, we should leave now. Also, I can only pay half of the money up front. I'll give you the rest once you finish the job. Without further ado, he dashed away from the scene, braving the rain without an umbrella. The hoodie-clad man hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to leave as well. Regardless of the circumstances, the transaction partner would not act without reason. There must have been something significant at play. His name was Baudot, an exceptional coder who had graduated with a degree in computer science but was currently struggling to find a decent job, resorting to illicit work to make ends meet. The so-called illicit work involved being paid to infect a company's website with viruses, rendering it inoperable. It must be said that his hacking skills were commendable. He had never failed in his endeavors. However, hacking was not as glamorous as many might imagine. It was merely a means of survival. Thus, he preferred to avoid attracting trouble in societal matters. Chapter 7. The Emergence of the Toxic Evil Ginseng Beast. Li Xiangnan strikes back. Avoiding trouble was indeed wise. Just half a minute after Baudot departed, a long Maybach glided past the accident scene. Inside the rear seat sat Li Xiangnan, accompanied by his assistant. The assistant took out his phone and dialed. Moments later, the dump truck driver, who had been surveying the scene, received a call. After a brief exchange, the driver replied with certainty, rest assured, all four are lifeless. I know what to do. The call ended, and the dump truck driver removed the SIM card, snapping it in half and tossing it into a drain. He then used another prepared phone to dial the police, before crouching down at the scene, silently awaiting their arrival. As a driver for Greenland Construction, he had recently been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Coincidentally, someone from above had approached him, offering a hefty sum to run down a few people, promising his family would receive substantial compensation, and that his child could attend the best local school. He made up his mind to go through with it. After all, he was going to die anyway, so he might as well make his end worthwhile. Meanwhile, the long Maybach began to move away from the scene. It's done. There are no survivors. After hanging up, the assistant reported back to Li Xiangnan. Gazing out at the pouring rain, Li Xiangnan's thoughts drifted back 5 years. After a moment, he returned to the present, coldly remarking, "You're still not ruthless enough. Who said there were no survivors?" Before long, the scene of the accident was filled with the driver's agonized screams. Amidst the thunder and the dim light, a grotesque creature could be seen feasting on the driver's brain. The assistant did not hear the screams, but she understood their implication. The driver was indeed a survivor, and he too had to die. He could not be left to testify in prison. The compensation would be delivered to his family as usual. Reverse the vehicle and park it in an inconspicuous spot. Under Li Xiangnan's orders, the driver turned the vehicle around. As they passed the accident scene, the assistant finally caught sight of the horrific sight of the driver being devoured by the monster, sending a chill down her spine. Pull over. Turn off the engine and lights. Yes. The driver complied, stopping the vehicle and extinguishing the lights. The creature was none other than the evil ginseng beast. Li Xiangnan released it, naming it the toxic evil ginseng beast. The three of them silently observed the brutal scene of the mutant beast feeding through the car window. Meanwhile, Meijin was savoring her coffee, listening to music with headphones, enjoying a richly flavored life in recent years. Ever since defeating the black demon beast, the city had finally embraced peace. Dongshan, Bei Miao, Shi Zhao, Li Xiangnan, and Kuan Zhang had all been disbanded. The enemy had been eliminated by 99. There was no longer a need for so many summoners to remain on standby at the base. Recently, Li Xiangnan had gone abroad to attend a music conference. Notably, after several years of gradual development, Xiangnan and Min Si had finally come together, with plans to return next month for their wedding. Lovers had finally become partners. Kuan Zhong had also found his other half and built a family, currently serving as a regional manager at a car sales company. Life was also enjoyable for him. Dongshan, however, remained single, resembling a wooden puppet. In his 30s, he had yet to find another. The most troublesome were still Bei Miao and Shi Zhao, who were entangled in a complicated relationship with Bing Air, with both sides at an impasse. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the computer screen. Initially, Meijin did not notice, but upon removing her headphones, she heard the alarm. Having played for too long, The sudden emergence of a mutant energy alert left her momentarily flustered. However, she quickly regained her composure and shifted into work mode. The last mutant beast had finally shown itself. Utilizing the combat satellite, Mei Jin swiftly locked onto the precise location of the energy fluctuation and promptly called Li Xiang. Xiang, the mutant beast has appeared. I have sent you its location and coordinates. Take the Emperor Summoner and head to the scene immediately. On the other end, Li Xiang, who was still exercising in the tunnel, received Mei Jin's call and felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the news. After years of effort, he could finally engage in a real battle. He hung up the satellite phone, packed his belongings, and placed a large suitcase into a modified breakfast van before starting the vehicle and speeding away. After navigating through winding roads, he finally arrived at the scene amidst the pouring rain. By this time, the rain had lessened considerably, and the headlights of the van illuminated a grotesque mutant beast covered in pus, hunched over as it gnawed on a corpse. Mei Jin, I have arrived at the location. There is a mutant beast eating a person. It seems different from what you described. Even in the rain, I can smell a foul seafood odor. Li Xiang had initially thought he would encounter the MO sure, only to find an unfamiliar mutant beast that consumed humans. Consuming humans? An unusual mutant beast with a foul seafood odor? Upon receiving Li Xiang's report, Mei Jin was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her focus. Regardless, we must deal with it first. Understood. Li Xiang opened the car door and approached the toxic, evil ginseng beast with the suitcase. The closer he got, the more intense the putrid odor became, forcing him to hold his breath. The toxic, evil ginseng beast noticed the newcomer and dropped the half-eaten driver, emitting a terrifying roar as it swiftly lunged at Li Xiang. Come on, ugly mutant beast. Li Xiang placed the suitcase on the ground, revealing a finely crafted belt, the Emperor Belt. Emperor Armor, merge. As the belt and key activated, the power of 5 light stones fused into the Emperor's strength. In the darkness, Li Xiang advanced step by step, his body enveloped in the form of armor, energy gradually solidifying. Finally, a magnificent golden Emperor armor materialized before everyone. As the toxic, evil ginseng beast closed in, its spiny arms raised high, it swiped downward. Li Xiang raised his hand to block with the sturdy wrist armor, then delivered a punch to the beast's abdomen. The punch penetrated effortlessly. The toxic, evil ginseng beast, infused with the attributes of the pus beast, had a surprisingly soft abdomen. The beast's abdomen contracted violently, trapping Li Xiang's arm. What? Being a novice, Li Xiang, despite his extensive training, lacked practical combat experience. The sudden turn of events left him unable to make the right decision quickly. Seizing the opportunity, the toxic, evil ginseng beast launched a fierce counterattack. Fortunately, Li Xiang summoned the Emperor armor, which, despite being newly used and not perfectly fused, had an initial potential far exceeding that of ordinary armor. Thus, even with the beast's superior strength, it struggled to gain a significant advantage against the inexperienced Li Xiang. The two exchanged blows, each landing punches and kicks. Inside the extended Maybach, Li Xiangnan intently observed the unfolding events. Based on Li Xiang's displayed combat capabilities, if he joined forces with the Emperor armor, the probability of defeating the toxic, evil ginseng beast stood at 70. However, there was one caveat. The newcomer was initially clumsy, but with each round of combat, he grew increasingly adept at maneuvering the Emperor armor. The toxic, evil ginseng beast, which had started strong, was now at a disadvantage. So, this is the protagonist. His growth rate is extraordinary. Time to leave. The Maybach started and slowly departed from the scene. Although Li Xiang faced challenges at the beginning of the battle, he ultimately secured victory, successfully sealing the toxic, evil ginseng beast. Chapter 8. The Truth? Mei Jin was drenched in sweat. Done. After sealing the toxic, evil ginseng beast, Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. The mutant beast was not as weak as the predecessors had claimed. At least the one he encountered was quite resilient. Mei Jin had mentioned that the fundamental power of the Emperor armor far exceeded that of ordinary light shadow armor, yet his performance had been lacking. It seemed he needed to practice diligently to achieve perfect fusion with the Emperor's strength. As the police sirens drew closer, he quickly deactivated the armor and left the scene in haste. The following day, Li Xiangnan immersed himself in his experiments once more. The toxic, evil ginseng beast was insufficient. He needed to redevelop other mutant beasts, particularly those endowed with innate skills, to have a chance of defeating Li Xiang. However, he did not intend to release a second mutant beast. The purpose of releasing the toxic, evil ginseng beast was to gather combat data on Li Xiang. The data had been acquired, and the objective achieved. There was no need to release another mutant beast. At this time, it was crucial to remain level-headed. As a time traveler, Li Xiangnan understood that armor represented an idealistic bond of justice that must not be severed. Without absolute certainty, you should never corner the protagonist into a dead end, as it could inadvertently make them stronger. Current data indicated that Li Xiang could only tap into the surface of the Emperor armor's power, which was not particularly strong. If another mutant beast were released, or if he personally intervened, it might initially deal a significant blow to Li Xiang, but it might not be able to resolve the situation with the armors. If unable to resolve it, it would ultimately lead to the scenario described in the narrative, where every mutant beast became a stepping stone for the protagonist's strength. Had Ba been entirely altruistic from the start and released all his mutant beasts, Li Xiangnan would have been incapable of resisting. As a villain, it was essential to maintain a clear mind, follow strategic objectives, and progress step by step, rather than engaging in nonsensical displays of bravado. Li Xiangnan had essentially achieved the first phase of his goal. It was time to stabilize his position. I heard that an anomalous beast was released last night. What was the outcome? At that moment, a muscular bald man entered the secret laboratory. He was the embodiment of evil fire, currently regarded as the head of the entire underground network in the city. The Green Land Group would hand over any adversary that could not be subdued or eliminated through legal means to him, opting for violent resolutions instead. Upon learning that Li Xiangnan had finally unleashed an experimental anomalous beast the previous night, he could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire about the results. Li Xiangnan meticulously prepared the dosage, not even casting a glance at evil fire. Surprisingly, evil fire refrained from expressing his anger. The reason was simple: he feared retribution. This was no longer 5 years ago. Li Xiangnan had grown from a sapling into a towering tree, capable of suppressing him with ease. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Xiangnan set down the solvent and removed his white gloves before finally speaking. Is there really a need to ask about the results? Even a pig's brain could deduce them. Was the loathsome armor truly sealed? Wasn't it said that the anomalous beasts you developed were even more formidable than those created by the King of Realms? How could you fail so easily? Evil fire, impatient, pressed for answers. Li Xiangnan leisurely replied, "Fool. Do you think all individuals are as thoughtless as you?" After they collaborated to seal you 5, they became aware of the existence and utilization of the Imperial bloodline. We are not merely facing 5 ordinary armors, but the Imperial armor itself. The Imperial armor! Evil fire exclaimed, realization dawning upon him that such a tactic was indeed treacherous, akin to deploying nuclear weapons. What now? In the face of the Imperial armor, even with all 5 of us plus you, we might not emerge victorious. Not foolish enough, Li Xiangnan shot him a glance. He continued, however, do not be overly fearful of failure. Not every individual with the 5 elements bloodline is a Xiangyang. The summoner of the armor relies on the purity of bloodlines and innate talent. That individual has just begun to wield the armor and lacks substantial combat experience. Had I joined forces with the venomous evil ginseng beast last night, he would have faced a crushing defeat. Evil fire interjected, if you are confident, why not act? Had I been present last night, I would have ensured that he understood the might of our shadow guardians. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Li Xiangnan's eyes instantly transformed crimson, and his brows and eye sockets exhibited a peculiar change. Evil fire immediately felt an unprecedented pressure, his body turning icy cold, involuntarily shuddering. And no, I merely spoke in passing. This impish youth could indeed deliver a severe thrashing. Li Xiangnan commanded sternly, it would be best to behave yourself. Without my permission. Remain content as your underground emperor. Do not reveal your identity prematurely. Why yes, understood, evil fire lamented silently. The little imp he had created could now issue commands to him, and he had no grounds for rebuttal. The power imbalance was undeniable. Get out. Oh. Evil fire, feeling utterly frustrated, turned to leave. Wait. Huh? Evil fire halted to gaze back at him. Do not conduct any unauthorized investigations, particularly regarding the summoner of the Imperial armor. Remember, as long as the Demon 10 does not appear, they will remain unaware that you have escaped the sealing box, and they will not know of my existence. Evil fire was completely perplexed by the convoluted instructions, feeling that using his brain was exhausting. He scratched his pointed head and quietly asked, what if they are unable to locate the Demon 10 and begin to suspect us? Might they abandon the Demon 10 if necessary? Li Xiangnan's voice was devoid of emotion. Evil fire nodded. The Demon 10 held no special significance to them. At most, it was merely a loyal companion. If they felt any reluctance, The demon tin had not yet attained that level of importance in the Guardians' hearts. In the secret base, Meijin, Ziyang is here. Hurry, sit down. Would you prefer water or a beverage? Water, please. One moment. After a brief interval, Meijin returned with a glass of water for Li Xiang. Thank you. Li Xiang took a sip and looked at Meijin, inquiring, have you identified the anomalous beast from last night? Not yet. No leads. Meijin shook her head. Based on your description, that anomalous beast cannot possibly be the demon tin. If only we had a photograph. Oh, right. Li Xiang suddenly remembered something and pulled out a cotton swab and a water bottle from his pocket. Xiang, this is what I collected after sealing the anomalous beast. I had initially left, but then I recalled it. Since it isn't the demon tin, it must be another anomalous beast. I retraced my steps before the police cordoned off the area and discreetly collected a sample of the anomalous beast's liquid with the cotton swab. The bottle contains the foul odor reminiscent of rotting seafood from that night. I thought I would bring it back for analysis. Perhaps it could yield some clues. Xiang, you are incredibly thoughtful, Meijin exclaimed, standing up in excitement. She swiftly took the cotton swab and bottle to the laboratory. Several hours later, the experimental results were in. Meijin stared at the components, lost in deep contemplation. Strange. Why does the liquid from this anomalous beast exhibit a 70% similarity to the liquid from the evil ginseng beast? Moreover, the foul odor in the bottle is astonishingly reminiscent of the evil ginseng beast's mucus. Their functions are strikingly similar. Evil ginseng beast, these three words transported Meijin back a decade. She recalled that the mucus utilized by the evil ginseng beast to attack fishermen was first sampled when Dong Shan had brought it back from the hospital. At that time, it was analyzed and found to contain components that induce memory loss. The earlier analysis results had a 70% similarity to the current anomalous beast liquid analysis. Could the anomalous beast I sealed last night have been the evil ginseng beast? Li Xiang, standing behind her, observed the analysis results on the computer screen, equally pensive. This cannot be. Meijin remained transfixed by the results displayed on the screen. The evil ginseng beast had been sealed by Xiangnan a decade ago, and contemporaneously. The Shadow Overlord and the King of Realms had perished. How could a similar anomalous beast resurface? Logically, only one escaped demon tin anomalous beast remained outside. What could possibly be happening? Her mind began to spiral into chaos, struggling to comprehend the situation. At this moment, Li Xiang asked, are there any photographs of the evil ginseng beast? Yes, Meijin replied. We do have photographs of the evil ginseng beast. The laboratory's database contains images of each anomalous beast, along with their attack methods, weaknesses, and so forth. Her hands danced across the keyboard, quickly retrieving the data on the evil ginseng beast. Li Xiang scrutinized it closely. Such a familiar sensation. It seems that the anomalous beast I encountered last night bears a striking resemblance to it. At first glance, the resemblance was uncanny. However, the skin of the evil ginseng beast appeared different from the one he had witnessed. Moreover, the description indicated that the evil ginseng beast was rather weak and could produce a harmful substance that caused memory loss. Yet, the one he encountered was considerably stronger, with a soft, rotting abdomen that seemed to pulsate, generating a suction effect that had caught him off guard. Rotting abdomen, pulsating? Meijin suddenly recalled another anomalous beast. Without hesitation, she summoned the data for another anomalous beast. Pus beast, Li Xiang exclaimed. Why does this anomalous beast also seem similar to the one from last night? Is it possible that Meijin pondered a terrifying scenario? Under her guidance, the two images were combined in the software, resulting in a striking representation of the hybrid of the two anomalous beasts. Exactly this feeling. Li Xiang pointed excitedly at the resulting image. I was wondering why both anomalous beasts appeared so alike. It turns out they are a composite entity. The anomalous beast resembled the evil ginseng beast, but its surface was covered in pus-filled blisters, emanating a foul stench reminiscent of seafood long past its prime. That odor could induce dizziness. Meijin gasped in realization. If that is the case, we are in serious trouble. Chapter 9. The armor is the key to traffic. What troubles you, Meijin? Noticing Meijin's serious expression, Li Xiang sensed that something was amiss. Meijin voiced her concerns. According to the laboratory data analysis, the supernatural beast you sealed last night possesses the combined characteristics of both the malevolent ginseng beast and the pus beast. What does this imply? There are two possibilities. One is that the Shadow Guardian has indeed emerged. The other is that the Shadow Guardian remains sealed. Yet someone has been conducting research on supernatural beasts. Regardless of which scenario we face, we must prepare ourselves accordingly. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang focused intently on the data displayed on the screen, lost in profound contemplation. His heart was filled with indignation towards the person behind the supernatural beasts. Yet a flicker of excitement surged within him. If indeed someone capable of creating supernatural beasts had emerged, their role would transcend merely sealing the malevolent tin. Human nature thrives on competition, and Li Xiang was no exception. After the predecessors sealed the dark magical beasts, a malevolent tin supernatural beast was left behind. The reason Dr. Gala chose him to inherit the Emperor armor was merely for the sake of a single malevolent tin. This left him, the summoner of the Emperor armor, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Previously, he had no choice. Now, it seemed an opportunity lay before him. Xiang, what are you thinking? Nothing much. I was contemplating that the former scenario would be preferable, while the latter would be troublesome. Given the capacity to create a hybrid of the malevolent ginseng beast and the pus beast, it is possible that there are other hybrid supernatural beasts in their possession. Regardless of the outcome, it remains the same for us. In fact, I believe a human element would be easier to manage. Meijin, do you have confidence in this? I wouldn't dare claim certainty. I hope for the latter, as there will always be traces left by humans. If it truly is the Shadow Guardian, we are in trouble. Those fellows are quite cunning. Li Xiang nodded, stating that he needed to intensify his training during this period, as the strength of that supernatural beast was not to be underestimated. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. However, remember to balance your efforts and rest. Do not exhaust yourself, understood? Meijin smiled brightly. She admired Li Xiang's character, which combined Li Xiannan's talent, Shi Xiao's diligence, yet lacked Dong Shan's rigidity and Bei Miao's rebelliousness. Frankly, the years without collaborating with Li Xiangnan and the others had been significantly more relaxed. Though she had aged, her daily mood was markedly improved, free from the need to mediate their conflicts. The emergence of the Emperor armor was nothing short of a blessing for her. Of course, the appearance of supernatural beasts was indeed concerning, yet not overwhelmingly so. Having experienced the era of dark magical beasts, she held a relatively clear understanding of the Emperor armor. One could even assert that the supernatural beasts might play a pivotal role in Xiang's growth. I shall take my leave, Li Xiang remarked as he turned to exit the research room. Meijin promptly sent the data and her hypotheses to her brother, Dr. Gallo. After reviewing, her brother advised her to enhance the overall scanning of the city, particularly in the so-called uninhabited zones. These zones refer to the mountainous areas rarely traversed by humans. Although the city is coastal, it is surrounded by numerous high mountains, especially the remnants of the former Dark Shadow Realm, which must be closely monitored, as it may be that someone has uncovered something within the Dark Shadow Realm, resulting in these hybrid supernatural beasts. In the days that followed, the city exhibited no signs of supernatural energy fluctuations, as if everything prior had merely been an illusion. Why did that vehicle pass by the accident site? Could it be related to Greenland biopharmaceuticals? Meijin was not entirely empty-handed. Utilizing her exceptional skills, she hacked into the traffic system and investigated the events surrounding the incident. To her surprise, while tracing the individual behind the supernatural beasts, she also stumbled upon an accident. The driver of the dump truck clearly exhibited intent to kill. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay on the fact that the dump truck driver received a phone call, subsequently dismantled the SIM card, snapped it in half, and discarded it into the sewer. Following this, he reported the incident and awaited the police for sentencing. His actions strongly indicated premeditation. What was unexpected, however, was that a supernatural beast emerged from the shadows, and due to the pouring rain outside, the surveillance footage was not clear. The creature viciously attacked the driver, devouring his corpse in a grotesque display. Meijin watched the horrifying scene with a furrowed brow. The supernatural beasts were becoming increasingly repugnant. Previously, they would only kill humans without consuming them. This was an alarming trend. Additionally, a luxurious sedan slowly passed by. It seemed necessary to conduct an on-site investigation. Meijin felt a more defined direction for her inquiry taking shape in her mind. Her intuition as a woman told her that the individuals inside that car were undoubtedly connected, either to the previous accident or the supernatural beasts. Unfortunately, the police surveillance system captured only half of the scene, necessitating a visit to the location. She hoped to obtain another angle of the surveillance footage from other businesses. The matter of supernatural beasts was no trivial concern. Any slight clue must be promptly and decisively extracted. Meanwhile, news of the emergence of supernatural beasts and the sealing of these beasts by the Emperor armor spread across the internet. Numerous and scrupulous media outlets, driven by the pursuit of traffic, resorted to any means necessary to thrust this event into the headlines of public discourse. Major publications rushed to print grand headlines about the armor warriors, each more outrageous than the last. For instance, initially, oh my, after a decade, supernatural beasts re-emerge in the city. This was relatively tame. Later, headlines proclaimed, Emperor armor defeated by supernatural beasts. What's the story? The entire online discourse was capitalizing on the immense popularity of the Emperor armor. Perhaps the public had been quiet for too long and craved excitement. The recent events had propelled them into the spotlight. Meijin had become apprehensive about appearing on the streets, fearful of being accosted by a swarm of paparazzi. The media cared little for her convenience. They simply sought to unearth exclusive news from her. Various threads discussing the armor and supernatural beasts were exceptionally vibrant online, with people engaging in relentless discussions around the leaked information regarding the Emperor armor. User 1. Does anyone know the accurate answer? User 2. There's no accurate answer. The entire internet is chasing traffic, creating a frenzy. The truth is often obscured. User 3. On the day of the incident, I happened to be getting off work nearby. Unfortunately, I didn't witness it firsthand. Otherwise, I would have recorded a video. User 1. Living nearby, what's your impressive location? User 3. Greenland Biopharmaceuticals. User 1. Wow, impressive. User 4. The person above is truly remarkable. I envy them. User 5. You step aside. Let me take your place at work. User 6. Greenland Group's industries treat their workers and employees exceptionally well. My uncle works at Greenland Construction. He earns several tens of thousands a month. User 4. Your uncle does physical labor. To intern at Greenland Biopharmaceuticals, you must graduate from a top domestic university. There have been posts online showcasing pay slips. Ordinary employees earn $12,000 during the internship period. It's said that management positions start at least at $30,000. User 8. I'm not envious at all, salivating. User 1. This thread has veered off topic. We're here for the armor forum. Across the internet, a mere search yields nothing but discussions about the armor warriors. The term armor has become a key to traffic. Any media outlet must latch onto the armor's popularity. Those cursed supernatural beasts have crawled out from the gutter once more. In another city, a middle-aged man nearing 40 sat on a sofa, holding a newspaper, deep in thought. Chapter 10. Bei Miao's Troubles and Choices. Uncle, Mom mentioned that she has a meeting at the office today and asked you to take me to school. A little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, ran up to the man, tugging at him. Before he could respond, a well-dressed woman emerged from another room, appearing nearly 30, yet maintaining a commendable figure. Unlike many women who tend to gain weight after childbirth, the woman said, Brother, I need to trouble you to take Yaya to school today. Sure. The man affectionately ruffled his niece's hair, readily agreeing. Yay, that's wonderful. Yaya exclaimed, her joy evident as she jumped with excitement, unable to hide the delight on her small face. The reason was simple. When her uncle took her to school, he would invariably buy her delectable treats, such as the snacks her mother typically forbade. The woman noticed the newspaper in the man's hand, its headline boldly proclaiming terms like supernatural beasts and monsters. Having grown up in the city, she was quite sensitive to such phrases. It's nothing, the man replied, shaking his head, clearly reluctant to discuss the matter with his sister. He quickly folded the newspaper and set it aside. His sister, however, persisted. It's not like I haven't seen the news. It's been trending online. The entire nation is aware that supernatural beasts have re-emerged. I heard a driver was attacked. I'm not concerned about these matters, he said as he placed the folded newspaper on the coffee table. His sister pouted, crossing her arms, and remarked, Humph, you better keep your word. Remember, it was the doctor who dismissed you. Don't go running after them like a lovesick puppy. They've already found a new summoner, someone stronger, younger, more obedient, and easier to train than you. Got it. You're so nagging, he replied, as if her words had unearthed a hidden scar. His name was Bei Miao, with Bei representing the north and Miao formed by 3 water characters. He had once been a summoner of the black rhinoceros armor at a research base. Unlike Li Xiangnan, Kuenzhong, Dongshan, and Shi Xiao, who were all different, he had entered the group with funding, his own water shadow stone. Despite some negative occurrences, they ultimately united and defeated the formidable black demon beast. Reflecting on it, it had been a decade since. Initially, the 5 of them stood vigilant, fearing that the unsealed demon-level supernatural beasts would seek the demon sealing box and release the Shadow Guardian once more. However, it seemed some among them were aware of the impending events but chose to remain silent. A year later, Mei Zhan unexpectedly returned with a young man. After rigorous selection and testing, he turned out to be remarkably similar to Xiangnan, possessing 5 bloodlines simultaneously. In this scenario, they were still oblivious to Mei Zhan and the doctor's true intentions. Subsequently, under Mei Zhan's subtle guidance, the 5 foolishly taught this young man their respective armor strengths, weaknesses, combat styles, and winning strategies. That young man was named Li Xiangnan. After a year of training, when his bloodlines and willpower met the standards, he utilized a specialized imperial belt crafted by the doctor to fuse into the esteemed imperial armor. However, an unpleasant incident soon transpired. Not long after, Mei Zhan convened everyone for a meeting under the doctor's name. In essence, the message was clear: budget cuts were necessary. And the second team had already been dismissed last month. Now it was their turn. Mei Zhan euphemistically claimed, "It's for your benefit. The responsibilities of being a summoner have kept you bound for too long, preventing you from pursuing your own desires. With Xiang in charge now, you can venture freely into society, travel, and witness the splendid landscapes of our homeland." Bei Miao finally grasped the implication. The so-called concern for their well-being was merely a euphemism for being dismissed. The adage of teaching disciples leading to the master's downfall resonated deeply with him. His lifelong belief had been to seal every supernatural beast without exception. This conviction had led to conflicts with the less proactive Li Xiangnan. Only one demon-level beast remained. How formidable could it be? If the doctor genuinely cared for them, he could have simply left one person behind to guard the city while the other 4 transitioned. Would that not have been better? Instead, they had inexplicably brought in a newcomer named Li Xiangnan. The intentions were painfully obvious. The 5 of them were aging, and it was time to make way for the new generation. Given the prior precedent of granting summoning rights to the second team, Bei Miao began to see the doctor's true nature. Regardless of the reasoning, he was utilized when needed and cast aside when not. This was the doctor's reality. The other 4 might not share his perspective. Bei Miao held a considerable bias, believing he was not working for the doctor. His water shadow stone belonged to him, not to anyone else. Am I being tedious? His sister, also stubborn, was simply trying to warn him against jumping into the fire. Forget about being a summoner, a champion of justice, or a guardian of humanity. Without the water shadow stone, you are merely an ordinary person. At your age, you should be thinking about finding a wife to continue the family line, not worrying your parents unnecessarily. Do you want to hand over the company they worked so hard to establish to a stranger? Don't say that, Bei Miao replied, feeling disheartened. Xiaoli is doing quite well at the company. Xiaoli was his sister's husband. Their family situation was that their parents had been retired for several years, entrusting the company entirely to the siblings. However, he was adopted, and Xiaoxi was considered a half-sister. Because of this, Bei Miao had always been reluctant to interfere with company matters, believing it rightfully belonged to his sister, and he could not usurp her place. Thus, for years, he had handed over his authority to his brother-in-law. After hearing his words, his sister rolled her eyes in frustration. Yeah, why don't you go inside for a bit? Okay, the little girl said, promptly returning to her breakfast. Only then did Xiaoxi scold her brother with irritation. No matter how well Li Ran performs, he is still an outsider. Strictly speaking, I am also an outsider. A married woman is like water spilled. You are the future master of this family. If you continue to ignore company matters and only aspire to be a hero, you should abandon that thought. At your age, shouldn't you know what you need to do without being taught? Bei Miao sat on the couch, his head lowered, lost in thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to find a wife or take over his parents' company. There were 3 reasons for his hesitation. The first was his adoption. He wasn't biological. The second was his affection for Binger, also known as Xiao Shui. The third reason was his desire to once again become a summoner of the Black Rhinoceros armor, which genuinely intrigued him, rather than engaging in the mundane intrigues of ordinary life and the culture of networking over drinks. Upon seeing the newspaper, he did feel a flicker of interest. Yet, at that moment, his sister had evidently issued a firm command, making it clear that his brother-in-law, Li Ran, could never truly hold power within the company. Despite being the biological child, she too would struggle to maintain control, ultimately fearing the company falling into the hands of her in-laws. Thus, it had to be him. He needed to rally himself, dismiss other thoughts, and manage the company diligently. Find a wife and start a family. After much inner turmoil, Bei Miao sighed, I'll do my best. Considering that the possibility of becoming a summoner of the Black Rhinoceros armor was no longer viable, he questioned the purpose of continuing to cling to that dream. With age came the necessity to face reality. He planned to clarify his feelings with Binger, accepting that if she ultimately chose Xiao, he would have to let go. Chapter 11. Only the informed understand the horrors behind the scenes. As the sole liaison, Mei Jin had begun investigating the luxurious vehicle that appeared at the scene of the supernatural beast incident. The past few days had left her overwhelmed and frazzled. She had great faith in her intuition. That car was certainly not a mere passerby. The occupants were undoubtedly connected to the supernatural beasts. Unfortunately, the image of the vehicle was not very clear, and as a woman alone, it would be impossible for her to ascertain whose car it was in just a few days. While she continued to investigate the target vehicle online, a video call from her brother, Dr. Gallo, suddenly popped up. Mei Jin answered it. On the other side of the video, a disheveled middle-aged man appeared, resembling a bird's nest. This was the reclusive Dr. Gallo. He was the one orchestrating everything behind the scenes, while Mei Jin was merely pushed to the forefront. "Doctor, is there something you need?" Mei Jin addressed him formally, as it was customary in their professional encounters, despite their sibling relationship. Dr. Gallo spoke in a notably aged tone. "The public discourse has been veering off course lately. I believe it is necessary to hold a press conference to clarify some rumors for the media and the citizens. Please prepare accordingly. When is this to take place?" Mei Jin hesitated, instinctively reluctant to face the media. However, she quickly came to terms with it. The circumstances had changed. Ever since they defeated the Dark Beast and saved the city, the government had allocated land and funding, establishing the official office within the building. The citizens were eager for information and could easily search online. Thus, privacy was a thing of the past. Now, they had emerged from the shadows and were operating in the open, supported by official backing. Given the sudden appearance of supernatural beasts and the ensuing negative rumors circulating online, as the public liaison, it was imperative for her to step forward and clarify matters. The sooner, the better. Some unscrupulous media outlets have already started to sensationalize the return of the supernatural beasts. Your task is to assure everyone that we possess the capability, strength, and means to protect their safety. Understood. Prepare yourself. The press conference will be held in the conference room of the building in 2 hours. Only mainstream media will be present. Be mindful of your words. You are representing an organization, not just yourself. You know what to say and what not to say? All right. By the way, I'm still analyzing the supernatural beast samples you sent last time. However, I have some preliminary results. Mei Jin's eyes brightened at the mention of results. Dr. Gallo spoke earnestly. Our adversary is formidable. They seem to have acquired the cells of supernatural beasts from an unknown source. As you mentioned, it is a combination of the evil ginseng beast and the pus beast. However, you are mistaken about one point. According to my initial tests, the primary carrier is still the evil ginseng beast, but the hidden hand has infused it with the pus beast's abilities. Upon hearing this, Mei Jin frowned. What could their intentions be? Have the Shadow Guardians escaped? Or is there someone else seeking revenge on the world? Or perhaps someone wishes to profit from the supernatural beasts? The Shadow Guardians are undoubtedly still trapped within the demon sealing box. The demon tin has yet to make an appearance. From my understanding of the Guardians, they lack the intellect to orchestrate such schemes. It appears more like the work of a mad scientist. Hence, our primary investigative focus should be on humans. Dr. Gallo shared his own insights, but he first ruled out the correct answer, affirming that the Shadow Guardians had not yet escaped. Of course, this speculation is not unfounded. The Shadow Guardians are impulsive and tend to reveal themselves at the slightest opportunity. Throughout the entire incident involving the supernatural beasts, there has been no indication of the Shadow Guardians' involvement. Moreover, the Shadow Realm has long been eradicated. There has not been sufficient time for the Guardians to reorganize a new Dark Realm. I have inspected their old stronghold, and it has been abandoned for quite some time, further eliminating any connection to this matter. Thus, we should focus on the scientists. Mei Jin nodded in agreement with her brother's reasoning. This behavior indeed resembles that of a mad scientist. The emergence of pus beast characteristics in the evil ginseng beast indicates that the individual behind this is conducting fusion experiments. Perhaps releasing the supernatural beast was an attempt to test the integrity of the specimen. Exactly, Dr. Gatta replied. Whether the fusion is successful or not is irrelevant, as long as the Shadow Guardians have not escaped the demon sealing box. Regarding the experiments conducted by the hidden figure, we simply need to monitor the entire city and gradually unravel the truth. There are only a handful of renowned scientists in the city. We will investigate them. I am confident we will uncover the answers swiftly. This belief stems from the precedent set by Karen. The concept of supernatural beasts was first introduced by him. Without his molecular technology, the Shadow Guardians would have been unable to create supernatural beasts on Earth. Well then, I must continue to decipher the secrets of the supernatural beasts. You will be fully responsible for the press conference. I will send you a draft shortly, outlining the questions most invited media reporters are likely to ask and how you should respond. Understood, Doctor. The video call ended. At the National Research Institute, a disheveled middle-aged research doctor was seated before his computer, exclaiming in astonishment, "A genius, truly a genius. There must be an extraordinary individual guiding this. I never anticipated breaking through biological limits could be achieved through such simple yet effective methods. If we do not uncover the individual behind this, the city may very well plunge into another crisis. This technology surpasses the molecular decomposition and recombination techniques developed by Karen decades ago. Were it not for the knowledge of Karen's demise, I might even suspect he was still alive. This remarkable technique nearly eradicates the flaws in Karen's molecular technology. The person behind this is none other than Dr. Gallo, who had just concluded his video call with Meijin. The supernatural beast samples sent by Meijin reminded him of a genius from decades ago, Dr. Karen. Back then, Karen dedicated his entire life to developing molecular technology. However, during a particular experiment, an accident occurred, leaving him severely injured. Even after being rendered disabled, had his molecular technology been published, he would have gained unprecedented prestige and influence. What truly devastated Karen and plunged him into darkness was the appropriation of his work. To speak candidly, Gallo was complicit in fanning the flames of this appropriation. He and Karen were competitors for the highest honors in the scientific community during the same year. Ultimately, Karen triumphed. But the explosion in the laboratory gave Gallo hope of undermining his opponent. Thus, he orchestrated the appropriation. Although the individual who appropriated Karen's work received accolades, Gallo continued to receive recognition for groundbreaking advancements in the scientific realm because the only true competitor had been eliminated. The usurper merely sought power, while Gallo was now on the verge of ascending to an esteemed position in the academy. Hence, justice is not as virtuous as many perceive, and darkness may not be as malevolent as imagined. It is merely that the means to achieve their ends differ between justice and evil. Returning to the topic at hand, Gallo did not reveal the truth to Meijin. The methods of the hidden figure are discernible to the informed, while the untrained only see the spectacle. It is essential to note that the once-lauded genius, Dr. Karen, could only combine a single organism with a magic stone through his molecular technology. Yet the individual behind this supernatural beast confused two entirely different entities, one being a marine organism and the other a virus. If it were merely organisms, Gallo could comprehend it without astonishment. The crux of this matter lies in the fact that this individual has transcended the boundaries of physical understanding. Chapter 12. The Wrath of the Balsam Pear. To be frank, Gallo is eager to meet the person behind this phenomenon, to uncover the true nature of such an individual. Breaking through the confines of physical limitations is only conceivable if one's knowledge surpasses that of the average human on Earth. As a fervent researcher, one finds themselves both exhilarated and apprehensive in such a scenario. The excitement stems from the emergence of yet another genius among humanity, while the concern arises from the foreseeable consequences should this individual remain unchecked. Nevertheless, it is prudent to take one step at a time. As long as Xiang maintains rigorous training, there should be no issues. Gallo dismissed all negative thoughts and immersed himself in the study of the extraordinary beast samples. At 10 a.m., Meijin arrived punctually for the press conference. Given the need to appear on camera, she took special care with her makeup and donned an elegant outfit before presenting herself at the podium. The room was filled with a diverse array of journalists, including paparazzi and independent media representatives. The front row was noticeably more professional, with each individual wielding equipment distinct from those in the back. As soon as Meijin made her entrance, a flurry of flashbulbs erupted. She endeavored to maintain a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, the charming and graceful Miss Meijin has arrived. Please raise your hand to ask questions, and I will call on you. I trust everyone will adhere to the rules and avoid creating chaos." The host, upon seeing Meijin approach, offered a few token remarks before yielding the stage. Once she stood before the throng of media, the sheer number of eyes upon her was inevitably nerve-wracking. After all, the assignment had come rather abruptly. "Miss Meijin, regarding the incident a few nights ago involving the extraordinary beast attacking humans, do you have any comments?" A journalist, unable to contain their eagerness, posed the first question, thus breaching protocol. Yet, it was unavoidable. Everyone desired their moment of inquiry. Noticing the breach of decorum, others soon followed suit, clamoring, "Miss Meijin, will extraordinary beasts proliferate as they did a decade ago?" Miss Meijin, if memory serves, The Dark Shadow Realm has been completely dismantled. Why do extraordinary beasts still exist? Miss Mation, there were previous leaks online regarding internal matters, suggesting that to cut costs, you reduced the number of armor summonings from 5 to 1. Is this true? Miss Mation, would you be able to disclose any personal information about the Emperor Armor Summoner? The moment one individual disregarded the rules, the rest hastened to follow suit, creating a cacophony that rendered the press conference tumultuous. Mation felt overwhelmed. Wasn't it agreed that they would follow the established order? Quiet. One at a time. With so many voices, which question should I address first? She shouted, her voice growing hoarse until, with the aid of a microphone, she managed to silence the unruly crowd. I will answer your questions one by one. Starting with you, she indicated towards the foremost journalist. At this juncture, she truly entered the realm she was accustomed to. Amidst the crowd, a scruffy man with a scraggly beard fixated his intense gaze upon Mation. He was the malevolent Wood Guardian, present to ascertain what information had been gleaned. Alternatively, in the face of adversity, he was prepared to create a diversion. Although puzzled by the methodologies employed by the young Li Xiangnan, he believed there was sound reasoning behind such actions. In the past, upon escaping the demon sealing box, they would have already begun to wreak havoc. Initially, the malevolent would have failed to comprehend Li Xiangnan's restraint. Why, with such formidable power, did he feign ignorance and allow humanity to live undisturbed on Earth? Now, a glimmer of understanding emerged. They were akin to viruses invading healthy cells. Initially weak, they bided their time, waiting for the opportune moment to launch an offensive and seize their host. This, he realized, was the strategy of the astute. By this point, the malevolent would understood that only the cunning inhabitants of Earth could effectively contend with their own kind. Fortunately, throughout the entire press conference, Mation's statements amounted to mere drivel, at least in the eyes of the malevolent Wood. As the event concluded, he departed quietly, refraining from posing any questions or drawing attention to himself. Meanwhile, Mation was pursued by a throng of journalists seeking to capture her and pose further inquiries. After over an hour of relentless speaking and responding, she felt fatigued and disinclined to engage with the reporters trailing her. For every question answered, an endless array awaited her. They showed no regard for her exhaustion or the possibility of her misspeaking. At that moment, a group of armor enthusiasts, stationed outside, converged for autographs and photographs. Mation, it's wonderful to see you. I'm majoring in computer software technology and have some knowledge about computers. I recently discovered that the combat satellite firewall is quite vulnerable. Allow me to assist you in strengthening it. One particularly boisterous young man, laden with a backpack, pushed his way to the front, disparaging the satellite technology as firewall while boasting about his own capabilities. Mation's expression soured upon hearing this, and she firmly replied, I'm sorry, my friend. But joining us is not a matter of mere words. It requires immense willpower, otherwise, one cannot stand against evil. This is no trivial pursuit. Trivial pursuit? What do you mean? The man was taken aback by Mation's response. Sister, I truly possess the skills. I'm not merely playing around like a child. This fervent admirer was none other than Badu. Mation chose to ignore him, viewing him as just another enthusiastic fan of the armor warriors who was speaking nonsensically for attention. Badu, filled with ardor, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Was she dismissing his abilities? No, he felt compelled to prove himself. He began rummaging through his backpack for his laptop, once again pushing towards the front of the crowd. Badu dreamt of joining the cause, contributing his talents to a great endeavor, believing that such a life would be fulfilling, for it was only in this way that he could truly showcase his capabilities. He adored the armor and longed to study it thoroughly. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away, despite security clearing a path ahead. Mation still caught sight of the disheveled man, who had been spouting nonsense, managing to squeeze in. Proudly, he opened his laptop before her and exclaimed in a hurried tone, I have evidence. Look here, your firewall is indeed weak and easily breached, I assent it. Mation, infuriated, retorted, put away your little tricks. You've gone too far. Two security personnel seized Badu, forcefully throwing him to the ground, while simultaneously smashing his laptop. The audacity of this individual forcing his way in had already embarrassed the security tasked with maintaining order, coupled with the fact that Mation, their employer, was now furious. It was clear what needed to be done. Scram. Go as far away as you can. Someone like you thinks they can join us. Dream on. The security not only tossed him aside but also hurled insults. Mation paid no heed to Badu's plight and, with the assistance of other security personnel, quickly boarded a luxury vehicle, speeding away from the chaotic scene. As Badu sat on the ground, clutching his once cherished laptop, which had accompanied him for many years and was now damaged. His heart, once filled with hope, felt shattered. He had never anticipated that his self-recommendation would be met with such a harsh rejection. It felt as though he had been forsaken by the light. He found himself engulfed in a profound numbness, uncertain of how to return to his small rented room. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered he had indeed returned. Gazing at the walls adorned with images of the flame dragon armor and emperor armor, as well as the glass display case holding the emperor hero figurine on his desk, he felt a deep sense of despair. The numbness of emotions suddenly erupted, akin to a volcano that had accumulated pressure for millennia. Ah, bang! With a hoarse scream, I raised my cup and smashed it against the wall, shattering the image of the emperor hero. I destroyed all the figurines, trampling them into fragments. While angrily shouting, the armored warriors, who claimed to be the guardians of Earth, how dare you think I am merely playing house? One day, I shall make you aware of the might of Bado. Chapter 13. The unfortunate encounter of Bado. Bado had finally reached his breaking point. He smashed every item related to the armored warriors in his home into a pulp, yet it did not quell his fury. He ventured outside to procure a pot and incinerated every piece of paper and artwork that could burn. If his encounters in society had already made him acutely aware of its perils and the immense pressure of competition, then the disdainful attitude and contemptuous gazes of Meijin became the final straw that broke the camel's back. After years of struggling in the city without making a name for himself, relying solely on his proud hacking skills to attack the black materials of certain companies for clients, he felt utterly stifled. Nevertheless, he had always looked towards the light, idolizing the armored warriors, aspiring to join their ranks and become a figure like Meijin. His initial dream was to work diligently to contribute to world peace. Yet, Meijin's actions entirely negated his efforts, especially the phrase-playing house, which made it sound as if a mere ordinary person were joking with him. Am I, Bado, someone to be trifled with? Your firewalls were never that strong. I merely spoke the truth. Why do you refuse to listen? Of course, had Meijin adopted a more amiable demeanor from the onset, Bado might not have reacted so vehemently. It was merely unfortunate timing to encounter Meijin in a foul mood. Just wait. There will come a time when you will regret this. Exhausted from wreaking havoc at home, Bado finally collapsed onto the floor, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the fire pit, as if he wished to incinerate it entirely. The seeds of hatred had been firmly sown. However, to exact revenge on Meijin, who looked down upon him, the first step was to spend money to repair his laptop. This further exacerbated Bado's already precarious financial situation. Had he not hacked a company for a client recently, he would now be struggling even to afford meals. Days later, his laptop was finally repaired, having depleted his last remaining funds. Now, he faced the dilemma of affording next month's rent and food. While others may believe hackers to be as glamorous as portrayed in novels and television dramas, the reality was that they were merely a group of unseemly insects, engaging in illegal activities. True, skilled technicians had long since made their way to legitimate jobs, either being hired at high salaries as network software maintenance engineers or developing programs to earn a living. Bado, a hacker who specialized in attacking company websites for clients, could only survive in the narrow gaps of legality. There was no definitive strongest hacker. A single misstep in detail could lead to being traced back by others, resulting in a prison sentence. Thus, Bado dared not take on random jobs and was left financially destitute. This time, he resolved to gamble it all, accepting previously risky jobs in hopes of accumulating enough money to relocate and gradually improve his situation. As he walked home with his laptop in hand, the alluring sound of a powerful engine, at least an 8-cylinder, caught his attention. Indeed, a luxurious convertible sports car slowly cruised past him. Bado gazed enviously at the man inside, who fortuitously met his gaze, and a sense of an impending story hung in the air. The passenger seat was occupied by a stunning woman, her physique captivating and her features elegant, prompting Bado to fantasize about switching places with the man. How wonderful it would be to drive a luxury supercar, reveling in life with a beautiful companion. The driver flashed a charming smile at him before pressing the accelerator, causing the car to roar and dart away like a mouse. Watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, Bado raised his right hand, contemptuously flipping the bird and muttering, "What is there to be so arrogant about?" Just then, a piercing screech of brakes echoed as two BMW 5 Series cars sped past him and came to a halt ahead. 8 imposing figures, each towering over 6 feet, clad in suits that did little to conceal their muscular physiques, emerged from the vehicles, their buzz cuts and fierce gazes striking fear into Bado's heart. In an instant, he thought, they can't be here for me, can they? What have I done? His mind raced through a catalog of misdeeds from his childhood to the present, only to realize he had committed quite a few wrongs. The 8 men stood before him, their hands resting in front of them, gazing down at him with disdain. What have I done to offend you? Bado stammered, trembling like a frightened kitten. The men remained silent, and behind them, 6 or 7 luxurious sedans approached, all gleaming models from Mercedes and Audi. In this city, merely owning a standard Volkswagen already placed one above 95% of the populace. What company had he possibly angered? It shouldn't be the case. Before hacking a particular company's website, he had conducted extensive research, and they were merely small firms, even some startups. No company should possess such power. Suddenly, the familiar 8-cylinder convertible returned, the same young man stepping out. He cast a casual glance at Bado before walking over to an Audi A6 and respectfully opening the rear door. A scruffy-looking man, appearing rather lackluster, emerged from the car. Compared to the sharply dressed individuals around him, he was dressed casually, even in what looked like thrift store attire. From the demeanor of the others, Bado understood that whether he would return home unscathed today depended on this man, evidently their leader. As the man approached, Bado forced a friendly smile, though it appeared rather comical to onlookers. You are Bado? The unkempt man inquired. Bado nodded eagerly. Do you know why we are looking for you? Hearing this, Bado initially nodded, but soon shook his head, indicating he was unaware. How could he possibly admit to knowing? He hoped it wasn't about invading a company or deploying Trojan software. However, the man's words chilled him. I must admit, your skills are impressive. You even hacked into our internal network at Genoa Urban Construction, exposing our bidding documents and 5-year corporate strategy. You have quite the audacity. Bado was stunned. Though he understood that being a hacker was a perilous profession, he never anticipated the consequences would arrive so swiftly. He had only recently succeeded in breaching their defenses. Yet, he was perplexed. That night had been rainy, and the client had indeed been an employee of Genoa Urban Construction. He had researched them thoroughly, finding they were merely a newly established construction company with a registered capital of only 10 million. Logically, such a company should not have a rapid response capability. Kid. The young man with the convertible sneered. Did you even bother to investigate who we are before hacking us? I truly had no idea about your background, Bado stammered, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If compensation is required, I will certainly provide it. His tone was as submissive as it could be, fully aware that showing any bravado could cost him his life. Compensation? Do you have any idea how much those documents are worth? At least 100 billion. 100 billion? Bado's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Was this a joke? Was he being extorted? Did they truly believe he either looked like someone who could conjure 100 billion or could even create such wealth? What? Can't you produce it? I sincerely apologize, brothers. I truly did not foresee such grave consequences. I kneel before you in repentance, yet I realize I have nothing to offer as compensation. Please, strike me. Chapter 14. Li Xiangnan was struck. On the other side, a group of middle school students had just finished their afternoon classes, engaged in lively banter. Zihan, you're utterly useless. Why didn't you fight back when Li Tao hit you? You should hit him too. One exclaimed. Exactly, why not retaliate? Another chimed in. Hey, don't mock us. Li Tao is so tall and strong. Just standing there, he resembles a mountain. How could I possibly stand a chance? Zihan replied. Well, why would I dare? Because you're a girl. Li Tao wouldn't lay a hand on a female. Nonsense. He has clashed with girls from other classes before, came the retort. You all are just too weak, which is why you get bullied. Kind-hearted people are often taken advantage of, just like a gentle horse is ridden. Do you understand this principle? Ah, yes. You're absolutely right, they replied in unison. Nuo Lan, you're younger than all of us. How can you dare to confront Li Tao? Aren't you afraid he'll really hit you? If he hits me, I will hit back, she declared resolutely. Is that all? Otherwise, what should I do? She added defiantly. Li Tao knows you won't fight back, which is precisely why he bullies you. You seem very knowledgeable, one remarked. My brother taught me this lesson. When we were younger, we often faced bullying, but he would always fight back. What you're experiencing now is child's play. Among the group, there were both boys and girls, and one girl stood out prominently due to her petite stature. This was Li Xiangnan, the younger sister of Li Xiangnan, remarkably intelligent. She had completed the entirety of the 6th grade curriculum by the age of 10 and had advanced directly to the first year of middle school this year, making her classmates generally 2 years her senior. As for their discussion, it stemmed from a friend being bullied. prompting Li Xiangnan to stand up for her classmate. Having been bullied herself in the past, she vividly remembered those experiences. Once she gained some ability, witnessing others being bullied compelled her to intervene without hesitation. She detests bullying and has an aversion to weakness. One must dare to confront adversaries, regardless of their size. These qualities, observed in her brother during their childhood, have become her criteria for evaluating true friends. Nuo Lan, you have a brother? Why have I never heard you mention him? A curious classmate asked. A glimmer of sadness crossed Li Xiangnan's eyes, quickly replaced by unwavering determination. My brother has gone abroad. Initially, the absence of her brother's protection instilled fear within her. But her aunt's patient guidance helped shape her into the person she is now, one who despises evil. Yet, her memories of her brother have become increasingly hazy. She can hardly recall what he looks like. Occasionally, she dreams of him, but upon waking, those memories slip away. There are times when she fervently wishes for the day of the college entrance examination to arrive swiftly. This longing fuels her relentless pursuit of knowledge, as she believes that completing her studies sooner will allow her to take the exam earlier. Nuo Lan, there's an exciting scene unfolding. Look, there's a fight over there. Suddenly, a classmate pointed across the street, where several well-dressed men were reprimanding a frail-looking man, despite the latter's pleas for mercy. The brutality of the scene captivated the students, halting their conversations as curiosity took hold. Some timid students began to contemplate leaving. Maybe we should hurry away. Those men look intimidating, one suggested. Cowards. What are you afraid of? We're just kids. Adults won't harm children. Another retorted. But if you're scared, you can leave first. You truly are a coward. I'm not scared. The bold ones watched with keen interest, while the timid felt compelled to stay, fearing ridicule for turning back. Li Xiangnan, however, was engulfed in fury. It was not merely sympathy, but rather the scene before her that triggered memories of her childhood when she and her brother were targeted by the entire welfare institution. That night, as they slept in their dormitory, they too had been surrounded and assaulted, the only difference being that her brother had dared to fight back. Hey, you little brats over there, what are you staring at? Is there anything worth watching? Scram. If you don't leave now, you'll be dealt with too. A young man driving a sports car shouted at the group of students. Zhang, why are you being so harsh with a bunch of kids? The woman in his arms chimed in playfully. Zhang tousled her hair nonchalantly. These matters aren't for them to witness. What's wrong? You look like you're itching for excitement. How annoying. She pouted, lightly tapping his chest, exuding a flirtatious demeanor that made Zhang's heart flutter. Such women are delightful. They understand a man's heart. He playfully pinched her rear before noticing that the group of students had all fled, leaving only one girl standing still. This unexpected sight caused Zhang, who was accustomed to being domineering, to feel a loss of face. Baby, wait for me a moment. He planted a kiss on the woman's cheek before striding across the street. With a belligerent tone, he demanded, Can't you understand human language? Get lost immediately. If you don't leave, you'll face the consequences. He was entirely capable of physically assaulting a child. The lone student who remained was none other than Li Xiangnan. At that moment, she felt a deep internal conflict. True to her nature, she felt compelled to assist anyone being bullied, even if it meant speaking up. However, her maturity also reminded her that unchecked sympathy could lead to trouble, particularly given the intimidating demeanor of the group before her. Why are you bullying him? She finally mustered the courage to ask, unable to quell her conscience. You little girl, so naive and unaware of your limits. Zhang, whose pride was wounded by being questioned by a mere elementary student, was incensed. He raised his hand and struck Li Xiangnan across the face. It hurt significantly. Her cheeks flushed red, yet she held back tears, covering her face and turning away in indignation. These individuals were unreasonable and not worth confronting. She understood that arguing would only lead to further trouble. Li Xiangnan was no fool. She discerned the stark difference between adult altercations and those of children. Today's incident served as a valuable lesson. Certain matters warranted intervention, while others did not. Quite defiant, this little girl. Zhang mused as he watched her walk away without a word, not shedding a tear. This unexpected display surprised him. Having struck her, he anticipated a more dramatic reaction. But her calm departure suggested she was not worth his time. Meanwhile, Bado lay on the ground, bruised and battered, likely having been beaten all over. Stop! A casually dressed, disheveled man shouted, halting the assault on Bado. Crumpled on the ground, Bado lay like a lifeless dog, unable to move for some time. Those surrounding him waited patiently until he finally managed to rise, kneeling as he pleaded, Brothers, I know I was wrong. Please, do not hit me anymore. The disheveled man beckoned, and a nearby burly man promptly retrieved a folding chair for him to sit on. Subsequently, someone brought over a stack of printed papers. The man settled in the chair, crossed his legs, and began to peruse the documents, which only heightened Baudot's anxiety. "Now do you understand why I sought you out, Mr. Baudot?" the man inquired coldly. Chapter 15. The Attack and Reversal of Public Opinion, Baudot's Revenge. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Baudot finally gritted his teeth and replied, "Because I infiltrated your official website, leading to a leak of confidential information." "How foolish." Imu crouched down, patting Baudot's swollen face with his right hand, causing tears to involuntarily stream down the latter's cheeks. "To be frank, your so-called intrusion is trivial to us at Genoa Urban Construction. This situation can escalate or be downplayed. However, there is something about you that piques my interest." Facing Imu's words, Baudot visibly froze. What thing? He thought nervously, fearing that it might be his life at stake. Fortunately, the next statement from Imu instilled a glimmer of hope in him. "Mr. Baudot, you haven't forgotten the press conference about the person in charge of Meijin, have you? How coincidental. It aligns perfectly with my disdain for their usual conduct. The video stated that you discovered vulnerabilities in the technological firewall, which poses a risk of being breached. Is that true?" Baudot nodded vigorously. Imu continued, "Do you possess the hacking skills to incapacitate their firewall?" "Quite easily." Baudot replied honestly, recognizing the firewall before him as fragile as paper. "Excellent. From this point onward, you will do as I say. If you perform well, not only will you evade punishment, but you will also receive what you desire. Conversely, you will learn what cruelty truly means." Baudot shivered, trembling as he nodded. "I understand." "Take him to the car," Imu commanded, waving his hand. Two burly men seized Baudot and tossed him into the back seat of a nearby vehicle. Subsequently, a convoy departed promptly. Upon arrival at their destination, Baudot was taken aback by the opulence before him. Despite being a villain, that person was willing to invest heavily. An entire room was filled with the most advanced electronic equipment, supported by numerous professionals assisting him in the infiltration. It was astonishing. In his entire life, he had never experienced anything like this. He had never even dared to dream of possessing such cutting-edge devices, which far surpassed his old laptop and hard drive. "Mr. Baudot, from now on, these individuals will heed your commands. It is time for you to demonstrate your worth. I have but one request. Breach their system and make their armored data public, causing them to flounder. You may even take control of their armor. If you can accomplish these tasks, you will reap considerable rewards. Do you understand?" Baudot could only nod in agreement. The initial task was manageable, but controlling the armor would be challenging. Unless he infiltrated from within, external attempts would easily be detected. While the firewall was weak, the metamorphosis system of the armor would undoubtedly be heavily protected, with more formidable defenses hidden within the firewall. Understood. At that moment, Baudot dared not voice any objections. As he sat before the computer, the seamless operation of the equipment and the advanced processor temporarily alleviated his pain. This was what a computer should be. He had never been able to afford one, and now he had the opportunity to use such technology. Since the target was a firewall he intended to attack, it aligned perfectly with his original goal of showcasing his prowess to the Emperor's armor. Aside from enduring a beating, the other objectives coincided perfectly. After careful contemplation, Baudot considered it a chance for revenge against those who underestimated him. "Let me show you what I'm capable of," Baudot muttered through clenched teeth. "To dare claim my skills are child's play, huh?" Having researched extensively beforehand, he began the infiltration with ease. Initially, however, he was thwarted by the firewall. "Could someone fetch me a drive?" The drive he intended to use for the attack was meticulously designed by Baudot, serving as a crucial tool in his previous breaches of other companies' websites and the leaking of confidential information. After providing an address, another individual promptly set out to retrieve it. In the meantime, Baudot began browsing the internet for relevant information. To his surprise, 3 out of the top 10 trending topics that afternoon were related to him. For instance, the third trending title read, "An unknown bystander breaches security and is denied entry." Clicking on it revealed the footage of his conversation with Meijin from the morning, captured by the surrounding media. The comments section was filled with ridicule. "Ha ha ha. What a clown. Desperate to join. But look at him. He's delusional. A dream workplace for all of us. Why should Meijin take you in? The funniest part is him claiming the firewall is weak. I'm dying of laughter. What a weirdo. Did no one tell him how strong the firewall is?" See, one should have self-awareness. Ordinary people should just support from the sidelines. If I were allowed to work there, I wouldn't mind being the summoner of the Emperor's armor. What a joke. You want to take without giving anything. You look untrustworthy. If you've read a few books, you wouldn't say the firewall is weak and at risk of being breached. In short, he's gone mad with ambition. He may have succeeded, but it's a different kind of fame. Just a foolish individual. Bado's anger grew with each passing comment. He genuinely desired to join and aid them in fixing the firewall vulnerabilities, only to have his goodwill treated as a joke. Now, he was being ridiculed all over the internet. Furthermore, videos mocking him were being produced for viral content. Just wait, you'll all see that what Bado said was the truth. This time, he resolved to dismantle the firewall at lightning speed, proving to the world whether his claims were false and if the firewall was as weak as he asserted. The following day, after a night of relentless effort, Bado successfully dismantled the firewall just before dawn. He then anonymously leaked all internal documents onto the internet. Mei Zhan was overwhelmed with chaos. She received alerts when the firewall was attacked, but despite her own computing skills, she could not prevent the forced breach. The reason was simple. Attacking the internet is easy, but defense is arduous. Even with Dr. Jie Lu's assistance, the firewall ultimately crumbled, leading to a leak of internal documents. Once the files were made public, some quick-witted netizens rushed in to copy them. Although Mei Zhan promptly removed the virus and implemented a new firewall for protection, the previous data continued to circulate online. Gradually, the entire internet became aware of the secrets of the anomalous beasts. It turned out that the creature was a fusion of the evil ginseng beast and the pus beast. Coupled with Mei Zhan's investigation records, which Bado exposed, it was revealed that she had been tracking a stretch limousine Maybach. On the Armor Warrior forum, these secrets were disseminated to the point where everyone had a copy, and they began discussing the correlation between the anomalous beasts and the extended Maybach. Mei Zhan was consumed by frustration. She suspected that the individual who breached the firewall was undoubtedly the one she had underestimated. First, she had not anticipated the numerous issues with her own firewall. Second, she did not foresee that the adversary would care so much that they would forcibly attack the firewall to prove themselves. The recent investigation materials she conducted have been entirely exposed online. Now, the entire internet is aware that the responsible party, Mei Zhan, is currently investigating the relevant vehicles. It's not as if these details are classified. Had they not leaked, she could have gradually investigated the elongated Maybach, and it would have been easy to ascertain who possesses such vehicles in the city. However, now the adversary must have caught wind of the situation. Continuing the investigation is no longer feasible. The enemy is undoubtedly on high alert, waiting for her. Most critically, the firewall has been breached, leading to a reversal of previous events. The current online public sentiment has turned against her, with a significant number of individuals on the internet using this matter to defame her, resulting in a substantial decline in her reputation among the populace. The doctor is profoundly concerned about this. Half a month later, in the secret underground laboratory of Greenland Biopharmaceuticals, a fierce wolf beast is howling within a high-strength tempered glass enclosure, its cries piercing through the glass, audible even outside. In the stillness, Li Xiangnan issues commands into the microphone. Soon, the wolf beast ceases its howling, its blood-red eyes fixated on him, displaying an understanding of human speech, indicating success. A long-lost smile graces Li Xiangnan's face. This half-month of seclusion in the laboratory was solely for the final push in development. Creating the highly toxic evil ginseng beast is merely a test of his research results, to ascertain if the methodology is correct. The wolf beast before him is the true manifestation of the extraordinary creature he aspires to create. This wolf beast has been birthed from human DNA, integrating a portion of human genes, thereby shattering the conventional boundaries of the typically unintelligent beasts. It has developed its own consciousness, as evidenced by its menacing gaze. Were it not for the high-strength glass barrier, it would undoubtedly rush forth to devour him. This is a clear indication of self-awareness. Unlike the toxic, evil ginseng beast, which is inherently obedient to its creator, this wolf beast is not bound by such constraints. Yet, this is precisely the kind of extraordinary creature Li Xiangnan desires. Chapter 16. The fury of Li Xiangnan. Extraordinary beasts should possess their own thoughts and wisdom akin to humans. Such creatures are truly formidable. This is the extraordinary beast you have always desired, but I feel it is rather disobedient, remarked a bespectacled woman as she stood beside Li Xiangnan. She is the embodiment of the Shadow Guardian. Being an adept protector, she distinctly senses the high aggression of the extraordinary beast contained within the glass. In human terms, it embodies wildness. She fails to comprehend the utility of a disobedient extraordinary beast, It pales in comparison to the obedient evil ginseng beast, which follows commands without complaint. What brings you here? Li Xiangnan, fixated on the newly created wolf beast, does not even glance at the shadow guardian. It is a period of research seclusion, and unless something significant arises, she ought not to intrude. Moreover, discussing his thoughts with the shadow guardians holds no merit. They are merely a group of dim-witted beings, devoid of the intelligence to grasp the complexities of his ideas. Past attempts to explain have proven futile. The shadow guardian crosses her arms, suddenly lowering her head, her gaze drifting as if she wishes to speak, but suppresses her words. Li Xiangnan turns to her, his brows furrowing, his voice low and intense. You seem off. What is the matter? Coughing lightly, the shadow guardian takes a deep breath and tentatively replies, What if I told you that recently, you... No. Nuo Lan had someone slap you? What would you do? What did you say? In an instant, a chilling tone emanates from Li Xiangnan, causing the surrounding air to plummet to freezing temperatures. An invisible aura of authority fills the laboratory. The wolf beast, which moments ago seemed poised to attack Li Xiangnan, retreats to a corner, kneeling in submission. The shadow guardian also feels the oppressive weight of the situation but grits her teeth to withstand it, internally lamenting the caliber of the creature they have produced. When did this happen? Li Xiangnan inquires. The shadow guardian cautiously responds, It was when you announced your seclusion for research half a month ago. I need to know the specifics. Thus, the shadow guardian recounts the events of that fateful day in great detail. As Li Xiangnan listens, his rage intensifies, the fury brewing within him akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Incompetent fools, he exclaims, delivering a forceful kick that sends the shadow guardian sprawling to the ground, cracking the floor beneath. Hearing the commotion, a dozen well-suited men rush in. These individuals are Li Xiangnan's carefully selected subordinates, brainwashed to the point of loyalty, willing to sacrifice their lives for him when necessary. Entry into the secret laboratory requires their permission, and any unusual sounds within prompt them to investigate. Li Xiangnan waves his hand dismissively, barking, This does not concern you. Leave. Yes. The men nod vigorously, quickly exiting the laboratory. The shadow guardian clutches her abdomen, wincing from the pain of the kick. The young one clearly lacks sensitivity. Yet, she understands he held back. Otherwise, she would be incapacitated. Tell me, Li Xiangnan approaches, bending down to grasp the shadow guardian's neck, lifting her to meet his furious gaze. Have I not repeatedly warned you not to cause trouble until I am ready? Why did you not heed my words? The shadow guardian, struggling for breath, desperately explains, It was Evil Mu who acted on his own. It has nothing to do with me. You five are all the same, utterly useless. Li Xiangnan's harsh words cut deep, offering no mercy to the shadow guardians. Each of them, when separated, is a mere shadow of their potential, lacking in both combat prowess and intellect. In the past, he has never shown them kindness. Their constant claims of understanding humanity are but empty boasts. They truly grasp nothing. Return and inform Evil Mu. If this matter is not handled properly and leads to an exposure of your existence, it would be best for you to end it yourselves. Do not implicate me. Useless. Li Xiangnan casts the shadow guardian aside. She scrambles to her feet, rubbing her neck, feeling wronged. You are being too harsh. Evil Mu did not expose himself. He merely sent that person named Bado to take action, seeking a bit of revenge for the previous grievances. Was such anger truly necessary? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan is tempted to kick her again. Fool, when will you comprehend the true essence of winning and losing? Those who quibble over trifles will never achieve greatness. You have lived for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, yet you are outsmarted by mere decades-old humans. Faced with the foolish guardians, Li Xiangnan feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If not for the energy they possess that he needs to enhance his own strength, he would be inclined to eliminate them all. Remember, with enemies, do not provoke them unless you are prepared to deal with the consequences. Once you engage, ensure there is no chance for them to retaliate. The shadow guardian fails to comprehend, merely sensing that the young one is overly cautious. In reality, the guardians do not understand Li Xiangnan's concerns. They are not merely contending with individuals, they are battling fate itself. They are the protagonists while he is the antagonist. The hallmark of a protagonist is clear: what does not kill me only makes me stronger. Thus, this matter should either not be pursued at all, or if it is to be undertaken, it must be done with absolute resolve. One must not impose pressure on the protagonist, allowing him the necessary time to grow. It must be decisively terminated. Go, inform the group led by Evil Wood that a gathering shall be held at my villa this evening, under the pretense of inviting them for dinner. Understood. Evil Water breathed a sigh of relief, while internally praying for Evil Wood, hoping that he would not suffer too harshly tonight. As for the reason behind the impending punishment, it was merely due to the mischievous spirit entrusting him with the care of his younger sister, a responsibility he had failed to uphold. Being bullied by peers was inconsequential, but receiving a slap from an adult, especially from one of his own, was a different matter entirely. One might as well say, this is akin to the floodwaters invading the Dragon King's temple. How could the Dragon King possibly let you off lightly? That midday, at the headquarters of Jianhua City Construction Company, Evilwood reclined in his office chair, leisurely crossing his legs. Of course, he had no real understanding of how the company operated. However, his keen eye had unearthed a talent from the underground, who now managed the development of the construction company on his behalf. To his credit, the results over the past few years had been quite commendable, capturing over half of the market share in the city's construction sector. Numerous small construction firms, along with contractors and subcontractors, had been overwhelmed, leaving Evil Wood with the role of a mere mascot, free from the burden of thought. Protecting the law was one thing. Developing the economy was a far more daunting task. "Chairman, someone is here to see you," announced the secretary, knocking before entering. Evilwood, still relaxed, nodded. "Who is it?" "A woman, claiming to be named Li Xiangnan." "Oh, let her in, and you stand guard at the door." "Yes." Moments later, Evil Water was ushered into the chairman's office. Li Xiangnan had divided the responsibilities of the Shadow Protectors, with Evilwood primarily overseeing construction matters, including the underbelly of the operation. This way, should an incident occur, it would not immediately implicate the other protectors or himself, allowing for a more measured response rather than a panicked retreat. One must not place all eggs in one basket. "What brings you here?" Evilwood teased. "Aren't you supposed to be taking care of that mischievous spirit's child?" Since Li Xiangnan's maturation, the need for their collective energy had diminished significantly. Their last meeting with Evil Water had likely been a year prior. A year, in the grand scheme of the Protector's lengthy existence, was but a fleeting moment, yet in the human realm, it felt like an eternity. Evil Water remained silent, her demeanor frosty. Noticing her mood, Evilwood ceased his casual posture and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unhappy? Let me guess, is it that mischievous spirit's sister?" He chuckled. "I told you, human children are troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to hire a nanny?" In response to Evilwood's jest, Evil Water retorted, "Laugh all you want. The more you chuckle now, the more you'll lament later this evening." "Evil Water, you didn't come to argue with me today, did you? Am I being contentious? Unlike certain individuals who frequently mock me behind my back regarding the mischievous spirit's sister, you think I am unaware?" Evilwood appeared slightly embarrassed. "Well, yes. I have indeed done that on numerous occasions. Mainly, I believed it to be a disgrace for a Shadow Protector to babysit a human child. Couldn't we have just found a nursemaid or something? Perhaps I can manage some minor schemes, but when it comes to human emotions, you are far more adept than I. After all, your previous incarnation was Ice Child, and you gleaned insights into human affection and enmity from her. What once appeared childish now fosters richer expressions and avenues for growth among humans." Chapter 17, The Family Feast, with Bado in attendance. To address the matter at hand, this evening, that mischievous spirit will host a banquet at home for you all. Evil Water, uninterested in further banter, got straight to the point. Observing Evilwood's expression, it was evident that he was taken aback. "A family feast? Inviting us?" "Not us, but you and your entourage," Evil Water emphasized. Evilwood sat up straight, questioning. "I wondered why you seemed so agitated today. This family feast must be significant, no?" His implication was clear. He wanted Evil Water to divulge further details. Speaking of the mischievous spirit, also known as Li Xiangnan, the protectors were all apprehensive. They were fearful, having been thoroughly intimidated. Over the past 5 years, they had exerted every effort to aid in his growth, and he had not disappointed them. His rapid advancement showed promise in defeating the Emperor's armor. However, there was a distinct lack of respect for his seniors. Disobedience was met with force, and dissent was quelled with violence. Their dynamics had entirely reversed. Evil Water cast a cold glance. "Half a month ago, you proactively sought out that human named Bado to attack the firewall. He is aware of it now and is furious. Even more so, your subordinate slapped his sister." Initially, Evilwood regarded the former matter as trivial, merely a means to irritate the opponent. The latter, however, left him bewildered. "What? My subordinate slapped his sister? When did that happen?" Evilwood racked his brain, and fortunately, his memory served him well. "Are you referring to that group of human students who passed by?" His focus had primarily been on Ba Do at the time, so he was unaware of his subordinate's specific actions. Upon hearing Evil Water's words, it seemed there was indeed truth to it. This was problematic. The individual who had struck his sister was none other than the second son of the chief manager he had personally appointed to oversee the Jianhua construction. This was quite a predicament. What a shame. That lad was rather to my liking. Evilwood pinched his chin, deep in thought. I advise you not to entertain any notions that mischievous spirit's red line is his sister. Seeing Evilwood's newfound appreciation for talent, Evil Water quickly cautioned him. The current Li Xiangnan would not show mercy. He had built the group to such a scale, even placing a puppet in the founder's position, merely to obscure his true identity. The attention drawn by Evil Wood's activities was already significant. If it were traced back to him, he would undoubtedly sever ties without hesitation. Who does he require to be present? What do you think? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Evil Wood displayed a bitter expression, realizing that he had been outmaneuvered by a mischievous spirit who was once human. It was quite discomforting. Yet, for the prospect of gaining the entire world, he had to endure. After all, there was no alternative. He could not contend with his opponent. That night, Li Xiangnan's villa was situated atop his own Greenland Group building. Indeed, he had constructed a garden atop the edifice, complete with a lavish villa and a pristine swimming pool. After a fortnight of diligent preparation, Li Xiangnan was now swimming laps in the pool, while 4 imposing men stood watch around the perimeter. The household staff comprised carefully selected young women, though there was a minor flaw when these women donned kipeos. The runes on their bodies were inadvertently exposed. Each one was a genuine rune mage. For any normal individual, harboring resentment towards Li Xiangnan was inevitable. Thus, to become his domestic servant, one's background had to be that of any ne'er-do-well, women who disregarded rules and embraced a life of indulgence. Only these women would not harbor disdain for Li Xiangnan. After meticulous screening and successful indoctrination, they earned the right to serve him. These maids were prepared to sacrifice their lives for Li Xiangnan. After completing his swim, he emerged from the water. The servants draped towels over his shoulders and presented beverages, standing respectfully to the side. As Li Xiangnan made his way to the lounge chair, he flicked his wrist, causing droplets of water to dance as if animated. All was gathered together, and with a gentle chime, it fell into the pool. Li Xiangnan's mastery over the control of water had reached its zenith. This was precisely why the Shadow Protectors perceived the potential to defeat the Emperor's armor within him. He possessed the true essence of the 5 elements of darkness. Those surrounding him, be they female servants or bodyguards, remained remarkably composed. To them, this man was akin to a deity. Is it not entirely normal for a god to perform such feats? It is the inability to do so that would be abnormal. To serve a god, or to sacrifice oneself for one, is to ensure one's soul ascends to paradise. What time is it? Li Xiangnan reclined in his chair. The ever-vigilant bodyguard promptly responded. 2 minutes until 8 o'clock. Make a call to urge them. We mustn't be late. Understood. Meanwhile, at the base of the Greenland Group. Hello. Yes. We won't be late. We're already in the elevator, and will arrive shortly. Emu answered a call hastily, urging those behind him to quicken their pace. Come on. Don't dawdle like you've never seen the world before. Hurry up. The family banquet is ready and just waiting for us. This was Emu's first visit to the Greenland Group. He had heard it had become the leading enterprise in the city. Following him were Tang Shilong and his son, Tang Zhongxiong. Tang Shilong was the public face of the Jinhua City Construction Company, which Emu had helped to manage. His son, Tang Zhongxiong, was the wayward young man who had slapped Li Xiangnan's sister just half a month prior. Known as Brother Zhong, he was a reckless spirit. Few were invited to the family banquet. Emu, the Tang father and son, and Ba Do, making a total of 4. Despite Tang Shilong's prominent role in Jinhua City construction and their frequent collaborations with the Greenland Group, this was the first time they ascended to the top floor via a dedicated elevator. Ba Do was quite taken by the bustling atmosphere and the environment. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to one day possess such wealth, dreaming of establishing a leading company of his own. Old Lu certainly knew how to indulge himself. He had built a villa atop one of the most expensive skyscrapers in the city. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have guessed, remarked Tang Shilong as they entered the elevator. The old Lu he referred to was Lu Qinghua, the founder of the Greenland Group, who was of a similar age to him. Emu had previously introduced him to Lu Qinghua over a few meals. As Jinhua City construction had been established with the support of the Greenland Group, leading to a growing familiarity between them. However, the unexpected invitation to today's family banquet, especially in such a bustling location, left Tang Shilong feeling elated. As the elevator ascended, it felt as though he were standing atop the pinnacle of the city. Those below, laboring for their existence, faded into the masses, while he envisioned himself as a deity wielding control over their fates. Imu remained silent, contemplating the implications of this meeting, fearing he too might face repercussions for the actions of his companions. Ba Do exhibited a sense of unease. It was his first encounter with such grandeur, and he could hardly believe he was accompanying his current boss to meet the founder of the Greenland Group, a titan in the realm of assets. He resolved to be cautious with his words. Chapter 18. It turns out he is the true master behind the Greenland Group. Ba Do's excitement was palpable. Tang Zhongxiang, on the other hand, felt little stirrings of awe, as he regarded his father's status as quite significant. He merely sought to broaden his horizons. Imu was anxious about the possible repercussions of his associate's behavior. Tang Zhongxiang had foolishly struck the sister of someone significant. He doubted he could escape unscathed, hoping only for a lighter punishment. As for Ba Do, his fate depended on fortune. If luck was not on his side, he might vanish after this evening's dinner. The young master was known for his decisiveness and ruthlessness, showing no mercy to those beneath him, let alone to mere humans. Ding! As the elevator signaled its arrival at the final floor, the doors opened slowly to reveal a sky garden, adorned with an array of beautiful flowers and plants. Save for the corridor. Such wealth was astounding. Ba Do swallowed hard as he stepped out and surveyed the surroundings. He was not merely in awe of the opulence, but astonished that someone could construct a villa atop such an expensive building. For an average person in the city, purchasing a home often required depleting 4 wallets, scraping together a down payment, and subsequently enduring a 30-year mortgage. Yet here, within the heart of the city, commonly referred to as the financial district, there existed no such thing as affordable housing. This area was dominated by office buildings, truly a realm where every inch was precious. And yet, someone had the audacity to luxuriate in a villa in such a place. Had the banquet begun? Imu inquired of the bodyguards standing at attention nearby. One of them responded in a deep voice, "We've been waiting for you for quite some time." Imu's heart sank. It was bad news to have kept that young master waiting. Although trepidation coursed through him, his demeanor remained composed. After all, he was one of the shadow protectors. He could not afford to display fear in front of outsiders. Old Lu certainly knew how to enjoy life, Tang Shilong mused, envisioning a similar venue atop his own company's building. Observing the villa, the expansive swimming pool, and the imposing bodyguards alongside the maids, he thought for someone of his standing, constructing a villa was hardly a challenge. Yet, the emotional weight of a villa situated in the heart of the city was an entirely different experience, one that bestowed a profound sense of prestige. Tang Zhongxiang, however, was fixated on the maids tending to the flowers. "My, what splendid legs and figures. They surpass even the companions I have recently entertained," he noted with a sly grin. It seemed that Uncle Lu was quite the connoisseur. He had no idea so many beauties could be hidden within his abode. Perhaps he would request a few for himself later. The heart of this young libertine began to race, particularly at the sight of certain tattoos adorning the maid's fair legs, igniting his imagination with vivid fantasies of dalliances. Guided by the bodyguards, the four entered the villa's grand living room. Upon a spacious marble table inlaid with mahogany sat a remarkably youthful figure. Tang Shilong, observing this, quietly queried Imu, "Who is this young man? Lu's son?" Imu did not answer, instead scrutinizing Li Xiangnan's expression, hoping to glean some insight. However, he found no indication of anger or displeasure. "Please, have a seat," Li Xiangnan instructed as the bodyguards pulled out 4 chairs. Imu, harboring a sense of unease, settled into one, while Tang Shilong stared at the young man, wondering if he were indeed Lu Qinghua's son. After everyone was seated, Li Xiangnan turned to Imu and inquired, "What is this?" From their expressions, "It seems you haven't introduced me to them." Imu, upon hearing this, quickly wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow and stood to introduce everyone. When Tang Shilong learned that Lu Qinghua, that old fellow, was merely a senior employee, he was profoundly astonished. He never expected that someone in the founder's position could be nothing more than a puppet. It felt somewhat surreal. At that moment, Tang Shilong began to comprehend the true nature of capital. The individual before me, who is responsible for the management of Jinhua Construction Company, seems to have been introduced by someone else, just like old Lu. It is no wonder that they are able to construct villas in such a location. Without an introduction, one would never suspect that such a vast entity as Greenland Group is actually under the control of a young person. Tang Shilong began to speculate that this person must hail from a powerful and prestigious family. Once the introductions were complete, Tang Zhangxiang felt an urge to socialize. If he could forge a connection with this individual, it would undoubtedly elevate his father's position further. The beautiful and alluring maids within the villa must also possess amiable personalities. Given my own modest achievements in this realm, I could seize an opportunity to establish rapport with them. Bado, being the lowest in rank, was merely a hacker before, and thus held great admiration for Li Xiangnan before him. He harbored no other unrealistic thoughts and felt an affinity towards the meticulous young man standing before him. As if they were kindred spirits, Li, the young and accomplished figure, had just been introduced by Yimu, and Tang Shilong immediately sought to flatter him. Li Xiangnan raised a hand to halt him, slightly lifting an eyebrow and calmly stating, "Let us not discuss matters during our meal. Let us eat first." "Very well. I shall heed your advice, Mr. Li." Tang Shilong obediently complied. Despite the apparent age difference, he remained eager to please. The chefs in the kitchen began to serve an array of sumptuous dishes. Since Li Xiangnan preferred not to discuss business over meals, the atmosphere was tense, filled only with the sounds of eating. Bado was the most anxious, afraid to take more food, fearing he would seem inexperienced, though in truth, he had never indulged in such delicacies before. Half an hour later, after Li Xiangnan finished his meal, the maid brought towels to wipe their mouths. "Have you all had enough to eat?" "Yes, indeed. Thank you for your hospitality today, Mr. Li. I look forward to hosting you next time." Tang Shilong was the first to respond. Tang Zhangxiang shamelessly added, "Mr. Li, your youth and accomplishments make you a role model for my efforts." While eating, I observed for a long time. These maids must have been carefully selected. I did not expect Mr. Li to have such refined tastes. Perhaps we can exchange thoughts on this matter in the future. Tang Shilong's expression darkened instantly, casting a disapproving glare at his son for his inappropriate comment. Bado, knowing his lower status, chose to remain silent, believing that saying less would lead to fewer mistakes. "Please do not take offense, Mr. Li. My son is rather thoughtless and lacks eloquence. I hope for your understanding." Tang Shilong quickly apologized. Li Xiangnan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to cease, while his gaze fell upon Bado, the one with the least power to speak. Following the original plot, Bado was supposed to be ensnared by the Shadow Guardian, losing 10 years of vitality only to emerge with white hair. This hardship would ultimately drive him to strive harder, leading him unexpectedly to immense fortune and success in business, becoming the richest person in the world. What does this illustrate? It indicates that Bado possesses a keen mind for profit and skill. Recently, there has been considerable chatter online, with many seeking your expertise to breach firewalls. "You have some skills." Li Xiangnan's tone was indifferent, leaving it unclear whether it was praise or sarcasm. "No, I possess no significant skills. I merely make a living. The major firewall versions have their flaws." Bado replied bashfully, feeling increasingly anxious as to why such a person would seek conversation with him, a seemingly inconsequential individual, rather than the others present, all of whom held higher status. "Do you despise the armor?" Li Xiangnan continued, his tone calm and measured. Bado nodded eagerly, "Indeed. From the moment I felt looked down upon, I lost all hope for this world. To earn respect from others, I must strive diligently." "Well said." Li Xiangnan acknowledged with a nod, seemingly appreciating Bado's sentiment. Yimu had remained silent throughout, understanding that the more unassuming one appeared, the more ferocious the storm that might follow. Tang Shilong subtly cast a glance at Bado, feeling an ominous premonition that this inconspicuous, lowly individual was about to be recognized. A fish out of water? Upon returning, I must find an opportunity to dismiss him. I cannot accept the notion of a mere computer geek rising to prominence, even if the certainty of that remains elusive. A businessman must eliminate uncertainties before they can flourish. Tang Zhangxiang also regarded Bado with displeasure, primarily due to a loss of face. Li Xiangnan ignored him, instead choosing to engage Bado. Who is Bado? Merely a small hacker, and having been assigned to work in the newly formed network department of Jinhua Construction was already a stroke of luck. Yet, he dared to overshadow others. What remains unclear is why the superior wishes to speak with him. At that moment, Li Xiangnan suddenly inquired, "Have you all had enough to eat?" "Indeed, your cuisine is nothing short of divine." Tang Shilong was the first to respond, followed by Tang Zhangxiang, and finally Bado and Yimu. "Now that you are satisfied, let us discuss the matter for which I summoned you today." As Li Xiangnan spoke, he rose from his seat. Tang Shilong sat upright, feeling a surge of emotion upon hearing the term business matter. Could it pertain to the future commercial plans of the group? Tang Zhangxiang felt similarly. Bado, though uncertain of how this business matter related to him, felt compelled to present a serious demeanor. Half a month ago, someone slapped my younger sister, Li Xiangnan began slowly. Upon hearing this, Tang Shilong immediately stood, declaring with righteous indignation, "What? Someone dares to strike your sister? They must have lost their mind. We must capture them and teach them a lesson. Yes. Leave this matter to me. I excel in such things," Tang Zhangxiong added. Yimu's lips twitched slightly. These two had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The individual in question was indeed referring to them. Li Xiangnan turned back to ask, "Do you both share this sentiment?" "Yes, they must be punished." "So they understand the consequences of offending your sister," Tang Shilong replied with conviction, seizing the opportunity to showcase himself. "And what about you?" Li Xiangnan inquired. Directing his attention to Tang Zhangxiong, he fervently responded, "I believe we should cut off their hand." Why did he respond this way? He assumed that Li Xiangnan would assign this task to him. The reasoning was clear. Li Xiangnan, due to his position, could not act directly, as he was always under scrutiny and needed to maintain his image. However, he, as a young scion, would find such tasks effortless. But was merely severing a hand sufficient? Li Xiangnan regarded Tang Zhangxiong with an almost amused expression. Tang Zhangxiong paused. "Isn't that not enough? Oh, I understand now. We must eliminate him quietly. I am well versed in such matters. Consider it done." In the next moment, he realized the implications, internally critiquing, "Truly, a person who could reach such a position is outwardly amiable, yet possesses a ruthless heart. They merely struck your sister, and yet you wish for their life." Indeed. Li Xiangnan finally received a satisfactory answer. He beckoned to a maid, who approached with a tray. Li Xiangnan took a photograph from the tray and placed it on the table. Bado glanced at it. The photo depicted a young girl, likely in primary school. Her first impression was quite charming, but that was all. Tang Shilong praised, "This is Mr. Li's sister, truly a vision of beauty." At first glance, Tang Zhangxiong felt a sense of familiarity. However, as he observed her more closely, an unsettling thought struck him. Suddenly, memories jolted him. Half a month prior, he had struck a female student, and her features bore a striking resemblance to the girl in the photograph. No, could it be mere coincidence? A wave of intense unease surged within him. He reached for the photograph, desperate to scrutinize it, and hoping it wasn't as he feared. Yet, Tang Shilong noticed his son's trembling hands. That rascal, unable to maintain composure in a critical moment. Just as Tang Zhangxiong grasped the photograph, a stunning maid in a revealing qipao approached, brandishing a dagger. In the midst of everyone's oblivion, she sidled up to Tang Zhangxiong and with a swift motion, severed his hand. Initially, he was oblivious, only realizing his hand was gone when he saw the blood gushing forth. He screamed in horror, "Ah, my hand, my hand. Mr. Li, what does this mean?" Tang Shilong was equally bewildered. Bado gasped in shock. What had begun as a family banquet had turned gruesome. How could he possibly witness such events? Would he be next? His heart raced, fearing he was the next target. Li Xiangnan sauntered leisurely to Tang Zhangxiong's side, grasped his hair, and stated, "Why did you choose to strike her?" With that, he slammed his head onto the marble table with such force that a lump instantly formed on his forehead, leaving him dazed. Only then did Tang Shilong realize the gravity of the situation and hastily pleaded, "Mr. Li, there must be a misunderstanding. Xiong would never do such a thing. Please spare him. Mu, please speak on our behalf. Xiong has been with you for many years, handling countless matters. He deserves mercy." When he saw Li Xiangnan ignoring him, Tang Shilong quickly turned to seek help from Yimu. Yimu remained silent, though Tang Shilong was cunning and capable. It preferred a peaceful existence. With Li Xiangnan enraged, it had no desire to incur his wrath and instead seized the opportunity to strike Tang Shilong across the face, scolding, "You dare quibble after wrongdoing? Pick up your son's hand, now." Li Xiangnan released Tang Zhangxiong's hair, who immediately collapsed onto the table like a lifeless dog. He approached Bado and patted his shoulder twice. Startled, Bado asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Li, does this involve me as well?" "No need to be anxious." Li Xiangnan replied calmly. "Do you know why I summoned you here today?" Again, Bado felt tears welling up. The last time Mu had questioned him similarly, he had received a beating. How should he respond? With little time to ponder the intentions of those in power, he could only shake his head truthfully. I don't know. You harbor deep resentment, tired of mediocrity, yearning to rise above and make those who once looked down on you regret their judgment. How do you know?" Bado was taken aback. Indeed, Mr. Li had articulated his innermost thoughts. "Come here." Li Xiangnan did not respond further, but summoned the maid with the dagger. She understood and approached respectfully, presenting the dagger with both hands. Li Xiangnan toyed with it briefly before tossing it in front of Bado, saying, "Here is your chance to rise above. Kill him, and you can assume the position of general manager at Genoa. If you eliminate that old fool as well, you will be in charge. If you perform well, entry into Greenland Group is not out of reach." In that instant, Bado was bewildered. Kill? He wants me to kill? Mr. Li, you cannot be serious. Murder is against the law. Tang Shilong, once brimming with confidence, was now engulfed in panic. He never anticipated that his son's reckless action would lead to such dire consequences, potentially costing him his life. Death. Who wishes for death? Especially someone in his position. With untapped wealth and many lives yet to save. Life was just beginning. Enough chatter. For bodyguards approached, restraining both Tang Shilong and Tang Zhangxiang. Their heads firmly pressed against the table. Tang Shilong's cries echoed, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. This has nothing to do with me. It was that scoundrel's doing. If you must kill someone, let it be him. Spare me." Tang Zhangxiang, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Dad, am I not your son? You're a liability, nothing more." In the face of death, Tang Shilong cast aside paternal affection. He had other sons, one much more compliant. Furthermore, he had several illegitimate children. If sacrificing Tang Zhangxiang could save his own life, he would gladly do so, even if it meant leaving Genoa behind. The money he had embezzled over the years would suffice for a worry-free life. Survival was paramount. The two men, once a close father-son duo, now exchanged venomous insults. Bado merely stared at the dagger before him, weighing his options. That dagger represented not just a weapon, but a gateway to wealth and power. Within his mind, two voices clashed, one urging him against such a heinous act, warning of the inevitable consequences of murder. The other coaxing him to seize the dagger and eliminate Tang Shilong and his son, thus claiming their positions for himself. This was an opportunity to attain the power and wealth that others toil for a lifetime to achieve. Only through this act could he confront those who had once belittled him. After experiencing luxury, the temptation of such an opportunity was hard to resist. Yet, the thought of taking a life halted him. Bado, despite his past misdeeds, had always been a fundamentally good person. Now, thrust into a bloody realm. His resolve was not easily forged. Li Xiangnan noticed his hesitation and pressed, "I do not have time to wait for your decision. I will give you 5 more minutes." A maid produced a phone, setting a timer for 5 minutes before Bado. As the seconds slipped away, so did his resolve. Should he kill or not? Educated to be virtuous, the thought of taking a life was a mental barrier he struggled to breach. Yet, each tick of the timer represented not just lost time, but also the fading of his dreams and ambitions. Finally, Bado resolved to act. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping the dagger tightly. Time was short, and he had no luxury for contemplation. But in the face of power and wealth, the darker voice within him prevailed. This was his singular chance to alter his fate. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Mr. Li favored him, regardless of the underlying motives. Today, both Mr. Tang and Brother Zhang were doomed. The distinction lies in whether to compel others to act or to act oneself. After all, it's merely the act of taking a life. What is there to fear? Those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Human life is not so valuable, and the law serves only to restrain the weak. One must aspire to be the architect of the rules. To plunge the knife is to acquire everything one desires in this life. What are you doing, Xiaoba? Please, don't kill me. Look closely. Murder is a crime. Why doesn't Mr. Li act himself? He merely wishes to avoid blood on his hands. No, please. I beg you. Xiaoba, over the past fortnight, I have treated you well, sparing you no kindness. Tang Shilong watched as Bado approached him step by step. His inner turmoil amplifying the fear within him, his face a mask of terror, so frightened that he nearly wet himself. He could only plead, hoping that his pitiful demeanor might elicit a modicum of gratitude or compassion from Bado. After all, he had provided him with a high-paying job for half a month. Bado gazed at the once mighty Tang Shilong and the ruined Tang Zhangxiang, suddenly realizing that those who once stood high above were, in the presence of higher powers, no more than ants. If this were the case, then Bado would use the corpses of Tang Shilong and his son as stepping stones, climbing step by step to the pinnacle. Killing them would bring wealth, and he would show those who once looked down upon him that he, Bado, was no fool. With a thrust, Bado struck. Under the hypnotic allure of wealth and a promising future, he transformed into a bloodthirsty villain. Hey, you fool. Aim better and stab him in the neck. Sever his windpipe. One of the bodyguards holding Tang Shilong cursed, as Bado, initially intending to stab the neck, found his strength faltering and missed. The dagger plunged into the shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth, splattering the two bodyguards. Bado, almost in a frenzy, was oblivious to the surrounding sounds, fixated solely on the task of killing Tang Shilong and his son. You bastard! Damn you, Xiaoba. It hurts like hell. Once I get out, I will hunt you down and dismember you. Tang Shilong screamed in agony. Hunt me down? Bado, who had retained a semblance of rationality, felt his eyes flood with rage upon hearing those words. You want to kill me? In an instant, he withdrew the dagger and plunged it deep into Tang Shilong's neck. Tang Shilong's eyes widened in disbelief as blood streamed uncontrollably from his mouth, while Bado, seemingly possessed, repeatedly withdrew and plunged the dagger. You want to kill me? I shall show you, he shouted hoarsely, his actions relentless. After dealing with this, Bado moved to the other side, this time not waiting for Tang Zhangxiang to plead for mercy, skillfully dispatching him as well. The blood of the Tang father and son splattered the scene. Li Xiangnan waved his hand with satisfaction, and 4 bodyguards swiftly carried the bodies into the kitchen. When they emerged, each bore a basket of flesh, easily identifiable. They proceeded to another pool, dumping all the meat inside. Soon, famished crocodiles emerged from their lairs, feasting heartily on the flesh. The maids, unfazed, brought cleaning equipment to tidy up the blood-soaked area. Take Mr. Bado for a shower to calm him down, they said. Bado was escorted away by 2 bodyguards. In the hall, only Li Xiangnan and Yimu remained. How should I address you? Li Xiangnan finally turned his gaze to Yimu, who felt a wave of discomfort. What? What are you saying? Yimu forced a grin. Li Xiangnan retorted, What do you mean by that? Yimu quickly explained, This incident was purely accidental. I never anticipated your sister would pass by in conflict with Xiaozhang. However, they received their just desserts. I do not mean that, Li Xiangnan emphasized, striking the table for emphasis. I mean why you did not heed my instructions? The plan had only just begun. I have cautioned you repeatedly. Why must you act so foolishly? From this day forth, you 5 are to vacate my sight. Do as you please with the armor, but do not expose me, understood? The matters with Jinhua will be handled entirely by Bado. After Li Xiangnan's declaration, Yimu protested, You underestimate me. Am I not as capable as Bado? You do not listen, you do not understand, you do not act, you act incorrectly. You do not acknowledge your errors, you acknowledge but do not amend. And you do not comply, Li Xiangnan retorted. How am I to proceed? I, Li Xiangnan, possess my own vision and means to seize the world, unlike you 5 fools, who lack absolute power and remain blind. Yimu, infuriated by the reproach, dared not respond. He lacked the strength to confront the opposition. The term blind referred to their prior attempt to enlist beggars, specifically the Black Emperor, to realize their grand ambitions. Chapter 21, Greenland Group, Success. Bado had never been a consideration until Yimu's restlessness alerted Li Xiangnan to the presence of unstable elements within his plan, specifically the 5 guardians. There was no telling when one of them might, in a fit of impulsiveness, ruin the entire scheme. Thus, he resolved to sever ties with the Shadow Guardians. You seek trouble with the armor? Then pursue it. Just do not expose me. I am sealed away in a box, and it is of no consequence to me. It is not I who is sealed. Besides, the initial terms of our collaboration were that you would grant me power, and I would deliver the world to you. The issue lies in the timing of that delivery. I may do so in 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Bado, with his recent fortune, as indicated by the Emperor's grand film and the emergence of the Xingtian armor, is destined for tremendous wealth. The Greenland Group must reach the stature of Bawang Enterprises, at least earning half the world's wealth to proceed with the next phase of the plan. From that day forward, Li Xiangnan entrusted Bado with significant responsibilities, appointing him as the chairman of Jinhua City Construction, empowering him to operate freely. Meanwhile, the 5 Shadow Guardians faded into the background. Initially, Bado struggled, facing numerous setbacks in business. Yet, he possessed a remarkable capacity for learning, especially in commercial matters. Within a year or 2, he gained proficiency, and thereafter, he surged ahead. As the Greenland Group expanded its operations, the absence of the Shadow Guardians proved beneficial. Just as Li Xiangnan anticipated, their impatience led them to act, exposing themselves to the public eye. In the beginning, leveraging the formidable wolf beast developed by Li Xiangnan caught the Guardians off guard, even inducing hallucinations among them. However, the tides shifted when Li Xiang suddenly exhibited a powerful resolve, rising to the occasion. 4 of the 5 Shadow Guardians were sealed, leaving only Yi Shui to flee at the first sign of danger. Thus, the city entered a brief period of peace, at least on the surface. Whether currents of unrest flowed beneath remained unknown. Time passed. 10 years later, at the headquarters of Greenland Group, a throng of reporters gathered at the entrance, awaiting news. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into view, and as the door opened, Baudot, clad in an exquisite suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, emerged from the back seat, radiating confidence. "Here he comes. It's Mr. Baudot." The reporters swarmed like flies to carrion, eager to capture an exclusive story, each vying to thrust their microphones into Baudot's face. Mr. Baudot, according to the financial report released by Greenland Group this year, there has been a 50% increase in revenue compared to last year. Some online analysts suggest that the group will invest heavily in the aviation sector over the next decade. Is this true? Mr. Baudot. I am Xiao Xian from the Daily Express. Could you share how much funding Greenland Group will allocate this year to support students in impoverished mountainous areas? Mr. Baudot. In just 15 years, Greenland Group has ascended to become a global leader. Some claim that this year, it has amassed half of the world's wealth. What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Baudot, there are rumors regarding your relationship with the actress Wu Ye. Is there any truth to this? It has been reported that all female celebrities under Greenland Group's entertainment division have been coerced into entertaining guests. Is this a rumor or a fact? Mr. Baudot, many netizens are curious as to why, at your age, you have not yet married and started a family. Mr. Baudot, regarding the upcoming gene therapy from Greenland Group, it is said that for just 1.5 million, one could potentially rewrite human genes, ensuring that children are born geniuses with high intelligence. Would this not irrevocably widen the chasm between the rich and the poor, leading to an imbalance of wealth? Mr. Baudot, do you have anything to share about the gene therapy? Faced with a throng of reporters, Baudot remained unperturbed, wearing a smile as he adjusted his suit, as if the entire situation were merely a light drizzle. Having endured much, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back a decade to when he was an obscure hacker, struggling to make ends meet while harboring dreams of joining the ranks of the successful, until those dreams shattered, marking a pivotal turn in his life. Joining Genoa Construction. He caught the eye of influential figures, and from that point, his ascent was meteoric. Today, Baudot stands as the sole visible leader of Greenland Group. Those who once looked down on him now find themselves unworthy of even aspiring to his level. Ahem. In response to the reporters' inquiries, Baudot chose to address only positive topics. Regarding funding for impoverished children's education, this year, in addition to a donation of $1 billion from Greenland Group, all affiliated enterprises and supply chain companies will contribute to supporting underprivileged students. Furthermore, Greenland Group's related enterprises will provide an estimated 3 million high-tech, high-salary positions for recent graduates, along with an additional 50 million jobs globally. As for the gene therapy, the group has yet to finalize a specific implementation plan, as altering human genes is a complex matter. Legally, it is not permissible, which has led to delays. However, clear news is expected to emerge this year. Everyone should stay tuned. Baudot graciously responded to the cameras for several minutes before, flanked by bodyguards, he entered the Greenland Group headquarters. Once back in his office, Baudot reclined in his executive chair, propping his feet on the mahogany desk, relishing the comfort. It was hard to believe that he, Baudot, had achieved such success. In the past, he dared only to dream of being a boss, never imagining that one day, his dreams would materialize, and that he would become the largest boss in the world. The rapid growth of Greenland Group is unparalleled in human history. Explosive growth scarcely encapsulates it. The sectors involved encompass nearly every industry one might encounter throughout life, from low-end manufacturing to high-end fields such as aerospace. Everything is now on the right track. Greenland Group possesses all the essential raw materials for every industry chain, minerals. It can be said that, disregarding the might of its armor, Greenland Group controls the essentials of human existence: clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Essentially, whatever one wishes to pursue is inextricably linked to Greenland Group. Moreover, under the guidance of Li Xiangnan, Baudot has shed his previous frivolity, replacing it with a newfound gravitas. Chapter 22. Li Xiangnan and his sister Nuo Lan. Having endured and witnessed much, he has naturally become more composed, especially while working alongside Mr. Li Xiangnan. Baudot considers his decision to follow Mr. Li the wisest choice of his life. Why? In the original storyline, Baudot, seeking to prolong his life, was deceived by Miss Lin and Liu Fa. What did he ultimately gain? Nothing. He became a victim of Liu Fa's resurrection, disappearing without a trace. Now, Greenland Group has evolved into a colossal entity akin to the original Ba Wang, yet it is more comprehensive and stable. Over the past decade, Baudot has not only achieved the goals he once set but has also exceeded them. He now possesses, in theory, an immortal existence. All of this is a gift from Li Xiangnan. Knock, knock, knock. The voice of the secretary echoed outside. Come in. The secretary entered, a true embodiment of professionalism, far surpassing the original Miss Lin. This was a woman of exquisite beauty. However, only those with considerable capability can serve as secretaries to such high-ranking individuals. She and Bado were of the same ilk. Chairman, I have come to inform you that since you have returned, you may commence your actions. Bado's eyes brightened. He lowered his legs and grinned. Finally, I can unleash my potential. The time for the Emperor's armor to face misfortune has arrived. Go. Find a few clever ones to test the waters and see if that young child has matured over the past decade. Understood. The secretary turned to make arrangements. Meanwhile, at the International Plaza. The International Plaza, a product of Greenland Group's subsidiary International Group, has established its presence in bustling districts across the nation. Here, a plethora of goods are available for sale, ranging from affordable to luxurious, including clothing, shoes, bags, cars, and home appliances. Consequently, the International Plaza has become a favored haunt for contemporary young people after work. It can be said that if you do not visit here, you fall behind others. Li Xiangnan stood by the railing of the clothing city on the 5th floor, his handsome visage and suitable height capturing the attention of many young women passing by. However, these onlookers bore an unconscious sentiment. This man is quite striking, yet there is an inexplicable aversion towards him. Indeed, the initial thoughts of these passers-by often lean towards disdain, as if implanted with a mental brand. Li Xiangnan's image among human males is undeniably impeccable. He possesses both charm and physique. Typically, someone of his stature would attract romantic interest wherever he stands. Yet this was not the case for him. Despite the numerous women who glanced his way, not a single ordinary girl approached to greet him. Only those with dyed hair and a carefree attitude dared to approach. Bad individuals attract only like-minded individuals. Thus, amidst the vast crowds of the plaza, Li Xiangnan still felt a profound sense of solitude. This has always been the case. Fate continues to reject him. But it matters not. 15 years have passed, and his plan is merely one step away from completion. If normal people do not favor me, then the solution is simple. Eliminate those who harbor such sentiments. A perfect resolution. 8 years ago, Li Xiangnan utilized the slime of the evil ginseng beast as a raw material and ultimately developed a gene therapy capable of symptomatically erasing hereditary memories in the brain. For ordinary individuals, it poses no harm and can even enhance physical health. However, for descendants of the Shadow Village, as long as their latent genes remain dormant, they will gradually lose those genes, ultimately transforming into ordinary people. Even if the bloodline of the Shadow Village is activated, consuming the drug will suppress the likelihood of their next generation inheriting that bloodline. Moreover, this medication, Li Xiangnan set the price remarkably low, at merely 10 yuan each. Years have passed, and theoretically, apart from a handful of veteran summoners, the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village should no longer exist. Thus, he has now instructed Bado to take action, no longer needing to conceal themselves. He also wishes to showcase what a true adversary looks like. One should not assume that defeating the Shadow Guardian equates to victory. Suddenly, a fashionable and charming young woman stealthily approached from behind and playfully slapped his shoulder, whispering in his ear, "What are you looking at, big brother?" Indeed, the young woman behind him was his dear sister, Nuo Lan, who had just turned 20 this year. Currently, she worked as a waitress on the 10th floor of an international plaza, earning a monthly salary of 4,300 yuan, which, along with various bonuses, barely amounted to 4,500 yuan. In such a high-cost city, this was just enough to sustain herself. Yet, she often saved her funds, purchasing clothes and food for Li Xiangnan. What? You wonder why he doesn't find his sister a better job? The truth is, Li Xiangnan has not revealed his true identity to her, wishing to keep her away from the tumult of his battle against the armored foes. Since their reunion on the day of the college entrance examination, he had defined himself as a failed wanderer abroad, burdened with debts, who returned home to deliver takeout to repay them. Come clean. Is it because you have your eye on someone? Nuo Lan teased as she tugged at her brother. He twitched his lips in mild irritation. Can I just be daydreaming? Must it always be about girls? Come on, I refuse to believe you aren't interested, she replied skeptically. Li Xiangnan firmly declared. I am not. You're almost convincing, Nuo Lan pouted. At your age, you should hurry up and find a sister-in-law. That's what truly matters. Li Xiangnan spread his hands. With empty pockets and a mountain of debt, how could I dare to pursue a fair maiden? Don't be so rigid. If all else fails, Just charm them. Win them over first, Nuo Lan suggested with a grin. You're quite the scoundrel, Li Xiangnan chuckled. This isn't wickedness. It's strategy. In truth, dear brother, your appearance and demeanor are quite commendable. You hardly resemble someone in debt. Instead, you exude an air of nobility, distant from the ordinary, making you seem unattainable. As she spoke, she stepped back to observe him closely, scrutinizing him with seriousness. Surprisingly, she was right. Not only was he handsome and well-built, but he also possessed the aura of a billionaire CEO. Each time she looked at him, she felt that his attire, which barely cost 100 yuan, was utterly mismatched with his presence. If he donned a proper suit, he would likely exude an entirely different charm. Let us go, she announced suddenly, pulling her brother toward a nearby elevator. Slow down, we have plenty of time. 10 minutes later, Li Xiangnan halted at the entrance of a suit shop. What are we doing here if we're not eating? Don't worry about it. Just trust me, his sister insisted. Are you going to buy me a suit? Or one from this brand? Yes. Li Xiangnan reluctantly followed his sister inside, feeling a sweetness in his heart, yet grumbling. What is the point of buying a suit? I find such clothes uncomfortable compared to casual wear, and they are so expensive. I can't afford that. I'll buy it for you. I have the money. Nuo Lan replied, having saved for 6 months to purchase a suit for her brother, believing it would significantly enhance his chances during future blind dates. Chapter 23. The Emergence of the Super Beast. Li Xiangnan felt deeply touched by her intentions, but insisted that purchasing clothing was unnecessary and that money spent on such things could sustain them for months. No, we must buy it today, she declared with determination. Nuo Lan seemed to have been saving for this occasion for quite some time. Unable to resist his sister's insistence, Li Xiangnan was dragged into the suit shop. Welcome. The saleswoman inside greeted them with enthusiasm. Upon learning that the handsome gentleman wanted to purchase a well-fitted suit, she led the siblings to the most expensive section. Upon seeing the prices, even with prior preparation, Nuo Lan was taken aback, never expecting a suit could be so costly. Is it made of gold? Noticing her hesitance, Li Xiangnan whispered, see? Suits are indeed expensive. We're just ordinary workers, and besides, I'm in debt. Let us not stretch our budget. No way. She resolutely shook her head and asked the saleswoman to take them to a more affordable section. After some deliberation, they eventually settled on a suit priced at 4,500 yuan, which was neither too shabby nor overly splendid. To be fair, Nuo Lan felt a pang of regret. A month's salary had just vanished. However, the outcome was unexpectedly splendid. Li Xiangnan, adorned in the suit, truly embodied the phrase a person of talent. The saleswoman's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, she thought the man was somewhat handsome, but after he donned the suit, her impression shifted dramatically. Even a suit priced at just over 4,000 yuan seemed to radiate an aura of hundreds of thousands. Once they emerged, Nuo Lan's spirits lifted considerably, and she continued to exclaim near his ear, people rely on their attire, and even Buddha relies on gold adornments. There's no doubt about it. With this outfit, wherever you sit, you'll undoubtedly command respect. Look, so many women are glancing at you, she pointed out. Li Xiangnan felt flustered. All right, let us hurry to eat. Not in a rush. I took half a day off, so I don't have to work this afternoon. Nuo Lan giggled. In a couple of days, on Saturday, I'll introduce you to a new friend. Whether she becomes my sister-in-law depends on you. Before long, Nuo Lan mysteriously added, I've observed her. She is quite decent, hailing from the mountains. She can endure hardships, and she is not bad-looking. She could be a match for you. I'm not interested. I find blind dates a complete waste of time. You must go, she insisted. No, I want tea. Li Xiangnan was adamantly opposed to blind dates, viewing them as mere time wasters. You must go. I've already made arrangements, and she is willing to meet you. Nuo Lan insisted, her hands on her hips, visibly upset. Sighing, Li Xiangnan relented. After all, she was his sister. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them outright. Once he agreed, Nuo Lan began selecting a restaurant for lunch. However, just then, a couple not far ahead drew everyone's attention. I told you I dislike poor people. Look at your shabby appearance. You buy me a fake diamond ring while others get a 1-carat one. I can't afford it, but I strive to provide you with the best life possible. Over the past year, I've invested over 300,000 in you. Is that all for naught? Huh? You think 300,000 is enough to win me over? If you want to leave with another man, you must return all the money I spent on you. The loud altercation attracted a crowd, with many eager spectators gathering around. Oh brother, this is going to be entertaining. Let us go see, Nuo Lan urged, clearly intrigued by the drama. Li Xiangnan, however, held his sister back, saying, "There is nothing to see. Let us find a place to eat." "Oh, come on. Lunch can wait. We can't miss this juicy gossip," she insisted, pulling him into the throng. As the focus of attention, the couple had completely torn off their masks, hurling insults at each other. The audience discerned the escalating tension. Women are often drawn to wealthy individuals, and it can be said that some exhibit a materialistic inclination, holding high standards for material pursuits. The man in question possesses decent looks, yet he is merely an ordinary worker, earning a respectable salary of over 10,000. Nevertheless, he has spent more than 300,000 on this woman. Where has all that money gone? On clothing, handbags, dining, and living expenses, one would think. Initially, everyone merely observed the spectacle. However, the woman adeptly rallied the crowd, presenting herself as a victim of immense injustice, eliciting sympathy from the women around her. Unsurprisingly, the onlooking women, regardless of their age, began to rally in support of her, casting judgment upon the man. The young lady stated a valid point. If a relationship is suitable, they should be together. If not, they should part ways. Why should one expect reimbursement after spending money? Today's youth seem devoid of responsibility. Is 300,000 truly a matter of such significance? Young man, you willingly spent that amount. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. Consider it a lesson learned. You still have your job and a bright future ahead. If it's not right, move on to the next. There is no need to behave like a harpy. Wouldn't you agree? This is not a bride price. So why should it be returned to you? I detest such men. When they spend money, they do so willingly and consider it a given. Yet, when faced with a breakup, they resort to blackmail, demanding either repayment or continued companionship. Is this not akin to exploiting someone? In the current market economy, one could describe it as a simp economy elevating women's status. They articulate their thoughts with eloquence. Surrounded by numerous women, the man faces scrutiny from all sides, each offering their criticisms. He clutches his head, crying out in anguish. Am I truly a freeloader? I spent so much on her, and this is what I get? In a moment of despair, he suddenly collapses to the ground, clutching his head in torment. A bizarre green aura emanates from him, accompanied by monstrous sounds. What has happened to him? Has he reached his breaking point? He proves to be less than a man, unable to withstand a few harsh words, demonstrating poor mental fortitude. Thankfully, his sister did not choose him. He is transformed into a grotesque creature, a slimy, mucus-coated behemoth. The creature rises slowly, causing those capable of fleeing to scatter, leaving only a few stunned individuals frozen in place. Devour you, and we shall be together forever. The woman, filled with terror, attempts to escape. Yet the creature lunges at her with lightning speed, sinking its teeth into her carotid artery. Fresh blood flows into its maw. In mere moments, the once vibrant woman becomes a flat, lifeless visage. Chapter 24. The Mysterious Uncle, Sister's Secret. After the creature has gorged itself, it belches contentedly. It continues to speak, thus, "We shall remain united, with no scoundrel able to snatch you away from me." It then turns its gaze to the surroundings. Beasts of power, brother, we must flee. Li Xiangnan is pulled along by his sister in a desperate bid for survival. While fleeing, he notices an unusual expression on her face. Ordinary people, upon encountering such a creature, exhibit fear, aware of the potential threat to their lives. However, why is his sister so calm? Given his intellect, he deduces that this is not her first encounter with a creature of power. Otherwise, she would not be so composed. There is something amiss. The appearance of the creature has caused chaos in the marketplace. People scatter like ants in the rain, either locking themselves away or rushing to escape. Regardless of how they run, there will always be those who are slower, and inevitably, they will face misfortune. Those unfortunate souls are naturally targeted by the creature and subsequently drained of their vitality. In the laboratory, an older Mei is playing with her two children, aged 8 and 9. They are her children with Dong Shan. Indeed, she ultimately chose to build a life with him, influenced by her feelings and other factors. As expected, their son has successfully inherited the Kimura bloodline. Through systematic training from a young age, he has activated the Kimura lineage, now awaiting the right moment to summon the Wind Eagle armor. Strangely, despite the emergence of the creature, the surveillance monitors have issued no alarms. Returning to the international square, the sudden appearance of the slime creature has caught everyone off guard, coupled with the fact that it has been years since such a creature appeared. Many have forgotten how to react in such situations. Inside a crowded restaurant, those unable to escape find themselves trapped, lamenting their misfortune. Hey, don't panic. I may not die at the hands of the creature, but I might suffocate from your crowding. Who is crowding you? There's hardly any room. Shh, keep quiet. If the creature hears us, we'll be in trouble. A group of people jostles within, anxious as the creature approaches, their faces etched with fear. Don't come any closer. Go next door. There are plenty of people for you to feast on. Please, not me. Many pray that the creature will seek destruction elsewhere, as the neighboring restaurant is equally full. Make way, please. Suddenly, a tall man, around 6 feet tall, pushes his way toward the exit, speaking loudly. What are you doing? The creature is coming. Keep your voice down. Damn it, if you get us killed, so be it. Can't you see everyone else is silent? Hey. What are you doing? Don't open the door. The crowd grumbles about the man's loudness. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolds as he reaches the door, bends down, and yanks open the roll-up door. As the creature turns its attention to the commotion, everyone inside is left dumbfounded. Crap. When the creature sees this, we're doomed. What are you waiting for? Run. Those who regain their wits flee at once, creating a chaotic rush for the exit. Many are tripped, and while they escape the creature's clutches, they nearly fall victim to trampling. The pandemonium continues for several minutes. Strangely, the creature that enjoys devouring people remains still, allowing them to flee. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Meanwhile, across the square, Li Xiangnan finally comes to a breathless halt. Noticing her brother staring intently at her face, she touches it to check for any dirt. What are you looking at? Nothing, Li Xiangnan replies, shifting his gaze. We should leave quickly. His sister seems to be hiding something from him. There is no need to pry further. In the world of adults, who doesn't he have their secrets? All right. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, as if she is reluctant to leave, yet she cannot reveal this to her brother. Shortly after, they part ways, each with their own tasks at hand. As anticipated, when Li Xiangnan returned, he spotted his sister lurking in a corner, observing the slime-like psychic beast. Given the height of the floor and his intention to remain concealed, it was improbable that she would notice him. The reason for his return was naturally that audacious uncle who dared to confront the beast face to face. From that man emanated a powerful magnetic field, causing Li's own energy to boil within him. As for the slime-like psychic beast, it was the latest generation of psychic creatures he had developed. During the research process, it was discovered that the magic spirit stone contained elements that could influence human nature, combined with biological commonalities. Thus, a drug capable of transforming humans into psychic beasts was successfully developed. However, it was not as simple as consuming the drug to become a psychic beast. The magic spirit stone within the drug would accumulate in the human body, making it difficult to metabolize. Over time, it would attach to healthy cells. After experiencing numerous emotional outbursts and bouts of rage, the magic spirit stone would activate. The slime-like psychic beast was a result of the man's overwhelming excitement and anger, which triggered the magic spirit stone in his body, transforming him into a psychic beast. Unlike other creatures, this beast still retained human thought, yet its inherent nature compelled it to kill. Moreover, a human-turned psychic beast possessed significantly weaker combat abilities, akin to the likes of lesser monsters, but with the capacity for intelligence, pain, and fear, along with a tendency for cunning development. Before long, a cloud of black mist appeared, heralding the presence of the dark domain. The evil water guardian revealed herself beside Li Xiangnan, drawn in by that potent magnetic field. It was that little demon. Evil water felt both astonished and furious. The little demon referring to that uncle, who had previously caused her trouble. Indeed, it is him, Li Xiangnan acknowledged with a calm nod. Evil water tilted her head and remarked, few can capture your attention. It seems even that little demon makes you wary. Yes, he replied with a cold affirmation. Ahead, the man dubbed Little Demon by Evil Water wore an impassive expression, while the slime-like psychic beast stood 5 meters before him, growling, unable to move an inch. It wasn't until everyone in the restaurant had fled that he finally touched his nose, contemplating, it seems this enemy is more cunning than I imagined. To silently transform people into abhorrent psychic beasts, this world is about to change. As he spoke, the slime-like psychic beast suddenly found itself able to move. It lashed out with its sharp spines, lunging at the man. At that very moment, Li Xiangnan sensed something and looked up. A beam of golden energy pierced through layers of buildings, landing upon the uncle. With a thunderous sound, the slime-like psychic beast seemed to be struck by countless blows. Its body propelled away like a firecracker ignited. Chapter 25. The first encounter with the ultimate emperor armor. Those hiding in various restaurants of the mall were drawn by the commotion. All eyes turned toward the source. After the blinding flash, when they reopened their eyes, they gasped. It's the armor warrior. It's the Emperor armor. We are saved. How wonderful. The Emperor armor has come to rescue us. The resplendent golden Emperor armor, radiating nobility and authority, instantly became the focal point. Those who had hidden away from the slime-like psychic beast bravely emerged to observe, emboldened by the presence of the Emperor armor. As long as the Emperor armor was present, the beast could no longer act ferociously. I will devour you. The slime-like psychic beast roared as it rose. Its hatred for the armor seemed ingrained in its very genes. It lunged forward, striking the chest plate of the Emperor armor, resulting in a jarring sound of scraping metal, yet no sparks flew, indicating that its attack was as ineffective against the Emperor armor as a mosquito's tickle. Boom. In the next instant, the slime-like psychic beast was obliterated by a punch from the Emperor armor. Since the transformation into a psychic beast was induced by the magic spirit stone, the explosion resulted in a magic fragment. If not absorbed by the Chinquan belt, this fragment could allow someone else to revive the beast using high-voltage electricity. Witnessing the Emperor armor effortlessly eliminate the psychic beast, the crowd erupted in cheers. After dealing with the beast, the Emperor armor did not leave immediately, but turned its gaze towards Li Xiangnan. Below, Nuo Lan waved, thinking the uncle was greeting her, giving a thumbs up in encouragement. Meanwhile, Evil Water, in a state of panic, realized she felt as if she were ensnared in slime. An invisible energy surrounded her, rendering her immobile. As the air transformed into a tangible shackle, it was the magnetic field. A grave expression appeared on Li Xiangnan's face as he muttered, "This fellow is far more difficult to deal with than Li Xiang. What a fearsome magnetic field." Evil Water became agitated, feeling that even before the opponent made a move, she was already on the brink of death. Now I understand why I was reluctant to summon another Emperor armor wielder. In an immature state, I would merely serve as a stepping stone for their growth, just as those four fools did. The man before her, transformed into the Emperor armor, was none other than Xiangnan, who had experienced the light and shadow war. His lineage was incomparable to that of the hybrid Li Xiang, not even worthy of comparison. Even before reaching adulthood, Xiangnan could achieve armor fusion through sheer self-awareness, being born as the ultimate Emperor armor. Hence, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. What Li Xiangnan did not anticipate was that the first adversary he would encounter at the onset of his plan would be him. The greatest obstacle to conquering Earth might indeed be Xiangnan. Once this man reaches adulthood, he would have completely mastered the power of the Emperor, far surpassing the half-baked Li Xiang. Currently, Li Xiangnan could only hope to defeat him through sheer strength. As for the hybrid Li Xiang, as long as he was kept away from the light and shadow stone and dealt a fatal blow, the chances of success would be substantial. This strategy, however, would be ineffective against Xiangnan. Any threat to his life would awaken him into the ultimate Emperor armor, even if he were unconscious. After merging into the ultimate Emperor armor, he would subconsciously fight against the attacker. This kind of enemy, go ahead and strike, it would be as silent as the grave. The source of the psychic beasts. Xiangnan locked onto the Dark Guardian Evil Water with the magnetic field, then turned his focus to Li Xiangnan. He could sense that the man was the root cause of humanity's transformation into psychic beasts. Moreover, he detected an unprecedented wave of psychic energy emanating from him, far more terrifying than when the dark beast first appeared. Whoosh! Xiangnan moved, appearing on the upper floor at lightning speed, his fiery fist aimed at Evil Water's head. Evil Water was paralyzed with fear at the sudden assault, realizing the horror of standing alone against the Emperor armor. Just then, Li Xiangnan, moving even faster, pushed Evil Water aside, taking her place. Simultaneously, he rapidly summoned the dark elemental energy within him, gathering it in his left hand. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, instantly transforming into his original psychic beast form, enveloped in a sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing bony armor. At a glance, he resembled both the armor warrior and a psychic beast, embodying a synthesis of the two. However, his armor was entirely derived from his own abilities, not reliant on the sun. Black flames erupted from his fist. With a resounding crash, it collided head-on with Xiangyang's Emperor fist. Though neither party exerted their full strength, the resulting commotion created a ripple effect around them. Many individuals upstairs and downstairs suffered ruptured eardrums from the tremors, and the glass of nearby commercial establishments shattered in response. Nuo Lan, situated below, covered her ears like the crowd watching the spectacle, nearly experiencing a perforated eardrum from the earlier commotion. After a powerful blow, Li Xiangnan retreated a step, while Xiangyang remained steadfast in place. At this moment, the disparity between the two was evident. Presently, his strength lagged slightly behind that of Xiangyang, who donned the exquisite ultimate emperor armor. Nevertheless, being able to contend with him was commendable, be it the black demon beast or the ancient super beast. They had all been subjected to relentless torment while battling the emperor armor. Truly, he was my most formidable adversary. Li Xiangnan understood the significance of retreating. Engaging in a desperate struggle would likely result in a devastating defeat. Xiangyang's rate of advancement far surpassed that of the counterfeit Li Xiang. Similarly, Xiangyang was astonished. The super beast before him not only bore a striking resemblance to armor, but also exhibited formidable prowess. With his current power, no super beast should be able to confront him directly, and today had showcased that reality. No wonder it had the capability to transform humans into super beasts. If he was not mistaken, you must have once been human, transformed into your current state by the Shadow Guardian? Xiangyang inquired solemnly, primarily seeking to understand the method employed by the Shadow Guardian to facilitate such a transformation. Li Xiangnan remained silent. In frustration, Xiangyang remarked, since you were once human, you should comprehend that the Shadow Guardian harbors no benevolent intentions. If you persist in your delusion, you will eventually reap the consequences of your actions. I hope you can awaken to the truth and always remember that you are human. His words left Li Xiangnan somewhat taken aback, before he scoffed disdainfully. Since when did the Emperor armor summon humans, resorting to appeals of emotion? Humanity has no space for me, thus I shall obliterate it. Besides, I am no longer human. The fate of humanity is of no concern to me. As for you, it appears you have grown sentimental, which is not the Xiangyang I once knew. Chapter 26. The battle with the Emperor armor not human. So that is the case. As he matured, he had encountered many more individuals, and compared to his childhood, he had indeed become more sentimental. Yet, that did not equate to being gentle. Thus, the solution must begin at the source. By eliminating you, I shall gradually cleanse the hidden super beasts among humanity. With a single hand, Xiangyang formed a circle, golden energy converging in his palms before he unleashed an energy orb. Li Xiangnan swiftly evaded. The energy orb detonated upon striking a nearby shop, shattering it into fragments. Xiangyang frowned, reluctant to destroy the edifices painstakingly erected by the populace. You are not the only one capable of this, Li Xiangnan declared, forming circles with both hands to fuse dark elemental energy, and he struck out with a palm. A dark energy orb hurtled towards Xiangyang. He waved his hand, deflecting the black energy orb. The inverted element's Xiangyang's expression darkened. He realized that the energies they wielded were in stark opposition, one righteous and the other malevolent. Both drew from the same essence, the five elements. Everything in the world possesses duality. The five elements embody both good and evil. Fire can offer warmth or incinerate a person alive, such is the duality of energy. An adversary like this is exceedingly difficult to manage, far more so than the previous Shadow Guardian. In a moment of distraction, Li Xiangnan charged forth, delivering a rapid and powerful punch to his chest armor. A resounding boom echoed as a burst of fire erupted. Xiangyang was astonished to feel a twinge of pain. Staggering backward, a first encounter where a super beast had inflicted pain upon him. Previously, even against the ancient four great super beasts, he had not experienced such a sensation. Being lost in thought is not a commendable habit. Li Xiangnan continued to unleash a series of formidable punches, each imbued with violent fire attributes. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Xiangyang quickly succumbed to anger. Although he could feel pain, it was negligible, as the defenses of the ultimate Emperor armor were overwhelmingly robust, capable of disregarding any harm. He raised his hand to block a punch, then retaliated with a hook. Li Xiangnan's fist collided with him, and likewise, his fist struck Li Xiangnan. As the ultimate armor clashed with the ultimate, their close-quarters combat appeared relatively gentle, at least without causing widespread devastation to the surrounding environment. Their battle soon attracted a bold crowd, with onlookers seeking perceived safety as they began filming with their phones. Each face bore expressions of surprise and disbelief. Who is that guy? Is he a super beast? That doesn't he look like armor, nor does it resemble a super beast. When did your eyesight fail? Can't you tell that his appearance is nothing like armor? Have you never seen armor before? Indeed, it is not armor. Based on my analysis, that fellow is likely a super beast, merely resembling armor. Not just resembling. Haven't you noticed he can hold his own against the Emperor hero? Hold his own? He looks rather beleaguered. That super beast is slightly inferior. Regardless, this is the first time I've encountered a super beast that isn't entirely insufferable. Don't get me wrong. I'm merely referring to appearances. Compared to the previous super beast, this one is vastly superior. That's the truth. Being able to stand toe-to-toe with the Emperor hero indicates some level of strength. The surrounding individuals gathered in small groups, filming and engaging in casual conversation, completely oblivious to the earlier embarrassment of being pursued by the snot-nosed super beast. Among the spectators was Li Xiangnan, who, like others, filmed the battle while also providing her own commentary. Of course, to her, it was equally astonishing. She had not anticipated that Super Beast had evolved to such a degree, able to nearly match her uncle's Emperor armor. While that Super Beast may have seemed somewhat ragged, its attack methods were exceedingly swift, even capable of mimicking her uncle's techniques one-to-one, indicating a remarkable capacity for learning. If future Super Beasts possessed such terrifying abilities, Earth would be in peril. Li Xiangnan pondered. She hoped it was merely an anomaly. At the base, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted Mei Zhen's playtime with her children, as she received a video call from Dr. Geru. Upon seeing this, she swiftly gestured for her son and daughter to continue playing on their own before returning to her computer, donning her headphones to connect the call. Dr. Mei Zhen, I trust you are aware that the super beasts we are encountering this time differ from those we faced previously. They have become more cunning, adept at manipulating human emotions, and their strength has amplified. I even have a premonition that, unlike before, this time the super beast will manifest as an unprecedented calamity in human history. After Dr. Geru's lengthy exposition, Mei Zhen felt perplexed and furrowed her brow. Doctor, I'm having difficulty comprehending your words. Are super beasts appearing once more? Dr. Geru continued. News has spread online, even trending across major video and news sites just moments ago. Hearing this, Mei Zhen, filled with curiosity, retrieved her phone and opened her preferred video application. Sure enough, the trending topics all bore the same title: Emperor Hero vs. Unknown Super Beast. Emperor Hero? Unknown Super Beast? She randomly selected the top trending video, and the content displayed left her utterly astounded. Noticing her reaction, Dr. Geru inquired in confusion. Was Tia Xiang fighting the Super Beast? Mei Zhen shook her head. It is not Xiang. She was unaware of the existence of super beasts. So how could she inform Xiang to eradicate them? She checked the time. It appears that the events transpired merely half an hour ago. At that time, I was engrossed in playing games with my son and daughter, entirely oblivious to the outside world. Upon checking the system for alerts, I discovered that there had indeed been 2 consecutive warnings regarding anomalous energy 31 minutes prior. Curiously, the alerts were exceedingly brief, failing to trigger the alarm system fully. This was the primary reason for my lack of awareness. The system had issued 2 alerts, however, neither reached the critical threshold, and my focus had been diverted from the computer. Thus, I remained unaware. I did not notify Xiang, as it appeared that the figure everyone had seen, the Emperor Knight, was in fact Xiangyang. To my surprise, Xiangyang had returned. Mei Zhen provided an explanation for the situation. The doctor, reluctant to say more, merely advised me to quickly call Xiang and ask him to come over. That anomalous beast was quite special. We needed to work together with Xiangyang to seal it. Understood. Not far away, a Volkswagen van was progressing slowly, driven by Li Xiang, with his wife, and Tong, seated beside him. Indeed, Antong ultimately married him. Consequently, he had drifted away, and he eventually found himself isolated from friends. After becoming pregnant, Antong resigned from her position at the television station to focus on her pregnancy. Their child was now 7 years old and had attended 2 kindergartens. The couple was currently deliberating on enrolling their daughter in a reputable primary school when they received a phone call from Mei Zhen. Li Xiang, momentarily dazed, realized it had been years since he had heard Mei Zhen mention the appearance of an anomalous beast. After a series of affirmative responses, he pulled the van over to the side of the road. Antong, curious, inquired, "What's the matter?" "An anomalous beast has appeared at the International Plaza. I need to handle it. Please take our daughter home first," he replied before exiting the vehicle. He opened the trunk and retrieved a long-forgotten briefcase. Antong, without hesitation, switched from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, saying, "Just be careful. Don't worry me and the baby. Come home early." Understood. Li Xiang waved goodbye, watching as his wife and daughter departed. He then swiftly made his way to a secluded spot, opened the briefcase, and secured the belt around his waist. After striking a pose, he shouted, "Emperor armor, merge." As the mechanical voice echoed, pieces of armor began to attach to him, swiftly forming the standard configuration of the Emperor armor. Due to a lack of combat experience, Li Xiang's willpower remained low, preventing him from unlocking the ultimate form of the armor. He had previously defeated the 4 Shadow Guardians using only its ordinary form. Thus, all these years had passed, and he was still in the ordinary state. It was not that he did not wish to unlock the ultimate state. Rather, he had simply not had the opportunity. The Shadow Guardians had posed no challenge, offering no pressure whatsoever. Years had passed since Meijin had contacted him, stating that an anomalous beast had appeared at the International Plaza, leaving him both astonished and somewhat conflicted. Why? Perhaps he had grown accustomed to his current lifestyle. Each day was spent commuting to work with his wife, playing with his daughter after hours, and visiting amusement parks during holidays. Life had gradually transformed him into an ordinary person, having abandoned training for many years. He may have believed that anomalous beasts were not as fearsome as they once seemed, and Meijin was not as stringent as before. In his 30s, Li Xiang was no longer the impetuous youth. His physique reflected the passage of time, revealing a slight belly where once there had been defined abs. This was the hallmark of a settled life. Chapter 27. Li Xiang's dilemma. Upon arriving at the scene, he found only ruins and police cordoning off the area. With the anomalous beast already vanished, Li Xiang reported the situation to Meijin. The anomalous beast seems to have left. The damage appears to be significant. Meijin, upon receiving the news, nodded knowingly. Then there is no cause for concern. According to my information, it was Xiangnan who acted today, resolving the crisis with the anomalous beast. Xiangnan? Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback. That child? He recalled the information presented when he was first chosen as the summoner of the Emperor Armor, which detailed Xiangnan's innate 5-element bloodline and formidable combat potential, far surpassing that of individuals activated later. However, Xiangnan had always been reclusive and self-entertaining, refusing to heed their guidance, which is why Li Xiang had become the new summoner. Xiangnan had returned, and it was fortunate that he had encountered him. Otherwise, they would have faced significant trouble, having grown too comfortable over the years. The emergence of the anomalous beast had gone unnoticed due to their gross negligence. Xiang, if you have time, please come to the base for retraining. I have a premonition that the anomalous beast may reappear, potentially inciting a series of upheavals. Let us not forget that one of the Shadow Guardians, the malevolent water, is still at large. If the malevolent water had heard this, he would have laughed heartily. Did I cause this? Do you think I possess such intellect? Li Xiang, upon hearing this, displayed a pained expression. Truthfully, he was quite busy. He had established a normal life, caring for his daughter alongside his wife, Antong. Time was no longer abundant. With a family, he could no longer devote himself entirely to training, solely for the purpose of confronting the anomalous beasts. Yet, everything had changed. He was no longer alone. Having a wife and child signified new worries and vulnerabilities. Was he still suitable to continue as the Emperor Armor, battling the Shadow Guardians? Conversely, if he were to inform Meijin that he was resigning and that she should find a new summoner for the Emperor Armor, he would lose the monthly stipend afforded to the current summoner and combat personnel. Yes, as the summoner, he received a regular allowance of 20,000 yuan each month. Previous summoners had enjoyed similar benefits, such as members of Li Xiangnan's team and others, albeit with lesser amounts. The more he contemplated, the more his head throbbed. With a wife and child, he no longer aspired to be a hero. He merely wished to live a normal life alongside his family. The issue was that their modest lifestyle primarily relied on the allowance provided to the summoner. His job yielded approximately 8,000 yuan a month, while Antong earned just over 5,000. If he lost his status as the current summoner, their financial support would inevitably diminish, drastically affecting their standard of living. Although they had saved around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan, the couple intended to purchase a home to secure a good school for their daughter, necessitating the acquisition of property in a desirable district. The local real estate prices were exorbitant, particularly for school district homes, which commanded a premium. A 30% down payment would require at least 800,000 yuan, necessitating a loan of approximately 1,900,000 yuan. If he maintained his identity as the Emperor Armor Summoner, the interest rate would be significantly lower. Xiang, why are you silent? Meijin's urging on the other end of the line jolted Li Xiang from his internal turmoil. He hastily replied, "Oh, I was just lost in thought. All right, I'll make arrangements at home and come over as soon as possible. I will have the doctor formulate a new training plan for you. You must step up your efforts." Absolutely. After hanging up, Li Xiang left the International Plaza with a heavy heart. Upon returning home, Antong noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired about his troubles. Li Xiang shared his concerns, and after a moment of contemplation, Antong ultimately supported his decision to continue as the current summoner of the Emperor Armor. Husband, since Meijin has already requested your return as the sole active combat personnel, your presence is essential. Do not worry about our daughter. When you have the time, please assist with her care. If you are unable, I will manage it at work. However, that would be quite taxing for you. Though it may be burdensome, once our daughter's educational issues are resolved, life will become significantly easier. I understand that you may have to resign from your current position. I am well aware of what is of greater importance. Nevertheless, you might consider asking Meijin if she could increase your living allowance, as you now have a child and a family to support. And Tong has the potential to be a radio reporter. She is certainly not an ordinary woman. Her initial attraction to Li Xiang was partly due to his status as a summoner of the imperial armor, which endowed him with an aura of nobility. Furthermore, being a summoner of the imperial armor signifies that he is exceptionally distinguished among men. He is quite handsome, kind-hearted, and gentle, which naturally drew her to him. In fact, it was she who made the first move. As for Hijie, who once admired her, he can only be deemed a mere sycophant, exceedingly immature. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would know how to make the right choice. The reality has proven that her choice was indeed wise. Being with Li Xiang alleviates any concerns regarding their livelihood. Currently, the choice facing Li Xiang is also regarded by Tong as the optimal one. He must not relinquish his identity as a summoner of the imperial armor. Even if he does not work, the monthly allowance of 20,000 is sufficient for their needs. Employment would merely be a luxury. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiangyang is enjoying tea with a young lady named Li Nuolan. Everyone has their secrets, and hers is that she has known this gentleman for quite some time. Xiangyang, being a natural summoner of the imperial armor, is highly sensitive to the presence of anomalous beasts. Upon noticing that many individuals were beginning to succumb to darkness, he initiated an investigation. He faced considerable resistance, but eventually encountered Li Nuolan during an unexpected event in the city. This young lady is a top scorer in the National College entrance examination, exceptionally intelligent, diligent, and possesses a strong sense of justice. After their introduction, Xiangyang gradually revealed his identity to her and expressed his concerns. Without hesitation, Li Nuolan chose to join him. Thus, after the college entrance examination, she did not pursue further studies, but quietly took on the responsibility of safeguarding world peace. Ostensibly working while secretly assisting Xiangyang in analyzing the various matters he was investigating. However, just moments ago at the International Plaza, she experienced an abstract brush with death. Originally, the gentleman was engaged in battle with an anomalous beast. The explosion from their clash caused a support pillar to shatter, sending a massive concrete column hurtling towards her. She was stunned, fearing she would be crushed. Miraculously, the anomalous beast shielded her from the falling debris. Is that not surreal? An anomalous beast, when has one ever offered assistance to a human? Chapter 28. Li Xiangnan strikes. Uncle, why did that anomalous beast help me? Li Nuolan could not contain her curiosity. Xiangyang seemed to have anticipated this question. First, let me clarify. That was not an anomalous beast, but rather an anomalous person. Ah, is there a difference? Xiangyang successfully diverted her attention. Indeed, there is, he explained. In my understanding of dark entities, anomalous beasts are initially those with low intelligence who have transformed into monsters due to infection. In reality, shadow guardians do not belong to the category of beasts. They possess intelligence akin to that of humans. The entity I fought today was also an anomalous person, albeit one who wielded the powers of 5 shadow guardians. Skillfully combining them. What does it mean to combine? It means that this individual can adeptly utilize the powers of the 5 elements of darkness. Thus, to some extent, it can be considered a dark armor. Do you not find that quite reminiscent of armor? As he concluded, Xiangyang posed a rhetorical question. Li Nuolan reflected on the appearance of the anomalous person. While she could not recall every detail, she was certain it was unlike any ordinary anomalous beast, far from ugly. Clad in armor that bore a striking resemblance to light armor. Indeed, Xiangyang acknowledged, for he represents the 5 elements of darkness. Uncle, you mentioned that he possesses the abilities of shadow guardians and can combine them. Is that useful? Extremely useful, Xiangyang replied, his concern evident. That individual is highly intelligent. He might even be capable of imitating my attack patterns, and I have no doubt he could replicate my ultimate techniques as well. This implies that he has mastery over the 5 elements of darkness. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, should a real confrontation arise, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. To seal him away would likely prove challenging. This was his candid admission, while that individual was indeed weaker than himself. Weakness does not equate to easy confinement. He is fundamentally different from other anomalous beasts, possessing the ability to wield the 5 elements of darkness. Logically, The 5 elements of darkness should not manifest on earth, nor should they exist within the realm of light. They are born from the realm of darkness. Yet, here they were. More importantly, he had witnessed the transformation of that individual into an anomalous person, Li Xiangnan's brother. What could he possibly say? Thus, when Li Xiangnan broached the subject, he swiftly changed the topic, reluctant to dwell on it further. Li Xiangnan, with her sense of justice. If she were to discover that her only family member was the very instigator of the anomalous beast's emergence, who knows what would transpire? Xiangnan resolved to investigate thoroughly before deciding whether to inform Li Xiangnan. Are we facing a formidable adversary? Li Xiangnan asked excitedly. Xiangnan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The most formidable adversary we have ever encountered. That is fine. It makes for a worthy challenge. But do we not need to announce our presence? No. Xiangnan promptly dismissed the notion. While preventing the invasion of anomalous beasts on Earth is crucial, he is not particularly fond of it. Moreover, the summoner of the imperial armor they seek may fare well against foolish opponents like shadow guardians, but when faced with an anomalous person like Li Xiangnan's brother, they would easily be overthrown. The situation on Earth has deteriorated sharply, with dark currents swirling beneath the surface, yet no one perceives the impending doom, continuing on their path, thus ensuring their inevitable failure. In the following days, numerous incidents of anomalous beasts attacking individuals erupted across the city, resulting in significant casualties. The response was sluggish. Although Li Xiang managed to seal the anomalous beasts, he faced considerable backlash online, with many criticizing the failure to establish a comprehensive protective system. After all, Mei Jun had previously promoted that once anomalous beasts appeared, they would promptly detect their energy, allowing the summoners of the armor to address the situation. The public has now realized that the reality is far from this ideal. From the moment the anomalous beasts emerged to the time it took for the summoners of the imperial armor to arrive on the scene, at least 20 minutes elapsed. Previously, they would arrive within 5 minutes. The delay is simply unacceptable. Furthermore, anomalous beasts do not appear one by one. Sometimes multiple beasts manifest simultaneously. This has left Li Xiang struggling to manage the situation alone. If not for Xiangyang's repeated interventions, his reputation would have already suffered greatly. Mei Jun, as the principal responsible party, is in a state of distress, overwhelmed with work to the point where she has no time to tend to her son and daughter. Within the base, Mei Jun is contemplating whether to consult with the doctor about recalling Li Xiangnan and others for assistance. Why has there been such a sudden surge of extraordinary beasts? Moreover, these creatures display remarkable intelligence. The shadow guardians were sealed away and with the remaining malevolent waters. Such occurrences should not arise. Where lies the root of this issue? Why do the extraordinary energy detection devices fail to function? Mei Jun incessantly searches for information at her computer. In recent days, there have been over 10 heinous incidents involving the slaughter of humans by these extraordinary beasts. Li Xiang has only handled 7 of these cases, leaving the rest for Xiangnan to address. Numerous individuals have captured live footage of these events, which have spread across the internet. Naturally, Mei Jun is watching as well. The more she observes, the more she realizes that these extraordinary beasts are entirely different from the previous, dull-witted ones. Some exhibit fear, others cunning, and some display recklessness. The more she watches, the more apprehensive she becomes. These emotions should not manifest in extraordinary beasts and are utterly unacceptable. Those who do not understand may think little of it. But Mei Jun is acutely aware that it signifies an evolution of the extraordinary beasts, granting them a level of intelligence. Intelligence means the capacity to learn, which is a terrifying prospect. These extraordinary beasts are no longer easy to deal with. Beside her, Li Xiang is slumped over the desk, asleep. He has been overwhelmed with work these past few days. For a middle-aged man with a family, his energy has long since waned. He can no longer exert himself as he did in his youth, when vigor seemed boundless. As Mei Jun continues her research, she unexpectedly stumbles upon a trending advertisement that has captured everyone's attention. The title reads, "Should humanity truly fear extraordinary beasts?" Upon clicking, she finds an article introducing a product, accompanied by a striking image. The content states, Greenland Biopharmaceuticals, gene editing to rewrite life's code. As technology reaches the essence of life, we harness the power of genes to usher in a new era of healing. With over a decade of dedication to the field of gene therapy, Greenland Biopharmaceuticals has united the world's leading research teams to transcend human genetic limits. Greenland Biopharmaceuticals, reshaping life through genetics, igniting hope through technology. We do not merely produce medicine. We reshape humanity's understanding and approach to extraordinary beasts. The future is here. Join us in witnessing the infinite possibilities of gene programming. A promotional video, lasting 20 seconds, accompanies the text. Meijin clicks to watch. The video features two very small children, seemingly under 2 years old, reciting the 300 Tang poems. The girl recites them backward. The comment section beneath the promotional video has amassed millions of replies. Wow, wow, wow. Forgive me for only having attended elementary school. After watching the Greenland Biopharmaceuticals video, I am at a loss for words to express my astonishment. The future has indeed arrived. Incredible. Everyone shout with me. Greenland Biopharmaceuticals is amazing. Amazing indeed. What did I just witness? A 2-year-old boy reciting the 300 Tang poems from the beginning. A girl reciting them fluently in reverse? Terrifying. Is this the horror of gene editing? In truth, we humans are slaves to our genes. All human behaviors, emotions, and expressions are controlled by genes. Can we now control our own genes? How can such intelligent humans combat extraordinary beasts? I protest. This is a violation of human rights. Protest all you want. Get lost. Is this really a good approach? Such technology can only be afforded by the wealthy, meaning that those with money can alter their genes, allowing their children to be born 10 times smarter than others. They win before they even start. This will only deepen the divide for the poor. By the way, have the children in the promotional video already developed their vocal cords to recite the 300 Tang poems so smoothly? Chapter 29. The gathering of summoners. A casual glance at the comments reveals that netizens from all over the country are discussing the matter. And it is evident that the majority, over 90%, are in shock. The remaining individuals do not oppose the change, but rather question whether altering human genes could yield severe consequences. News of this matter had circulated online long ago, and the hype has now culminated in a release. Meijin's expression is somber. Her discontent is palpable. Unlike others, she senses that Greenland Biopharmaceuticals harbors significant issues. A decade ago, she investigated a luxury car, but, for various reasons, did not pursue it further. Later, she unexpectedly discovered that the vehicle belonged to the factory owner next door, the very same individual behind Greenland Biopharmaceuticals. This indicates that they are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Indeed, altering human genes is a profoundly alarming endeavor. A single misstep could lead to extinction. The online populace sees only the positive aspects, neglecting the potential negative consequences. What grants you intelligence today may render your children foolish tomorrow. Despite her concerns, Meijin feels powerless to prevent this, as they have obtained all the necessary legal permits to present themselves to society and the public. With this apprehension, she shares the news with Dr. Gallo. Dr. Gallo has also just come across this information. He finds the biopharmaceutical company terrifying yet feels equally helpless. Firstly, one cannot prove that their gene editing technology is erroneous. In this field, Dr. Gallo is also an outsider. He does not possess all-encompassing knowledge. Furthermore, Greenland Group has evolved into a global conglomerate, entangled with countless individuals, rendering it impossible for Dr. Gallo to halt their progress with mere words. Subsequently, Meijin discusses Li Xiangnan and the others with Dr. Gallo. Dr. Gallo agrees. Firstly, Li Xiangnan and his companions are not particularly old. They receive monthly stipends, which serves as a form of support for unforeseen circumstances. Now is precisely the time they are needed. He has observed that since Li Xiang has settled down, he is no longer as singularly focused as before. Thus, it is decided, Meijin will handle this matter, with extraordinary beasts making a resurgence. We may soon face an even more severe tempest. It is imperative to summon our personnel back in advance. 7 days later, a happy fortress hangs a sign announcing its temporary closure. Inside, it is filled with people. While one might say there are many, the total does not exceed 20. Yet the cramped space gives the illusion of a crowded gathering. Apologies for arriving late. A newcomer enters, and the group greets him warmly. Not late at all. We just arrived ourselves. Indeed, a Haven tea even warmed my seat. Kunzong, where have you been developing yourself all these years? You've completely changed. Look at you. You've got a belly now. Haha, our Kunzong was just a child back then, and now he has grown up and even put on some weight. Time flies. Doesn't he? Everyone is like this. However, Li Xiangnan still resembles his younger self, albeit with a bit more facial hair. It is said that he now represents the nation in competitions abroad, living a life of leisure without financial worries. How splendid it must be to experience such carefree days. I wish to partake in it. Feng Zhong, you must work diligently in your delivery job. What? Fang Zhong is delivering food? Look at him. Fang Zhong seems embarrassed. He has grown yet still shy. What is there to be embarrassed about? We are all brothers, all comrades. Indeed, this room is filled with former armored summoners, comprising all members from both the first and second teams, Li Xiangnan, Bei Miao, Kunzong, Shi Zhao, and from the second team, Dian Nan, Bei Kai, Wen Dong, Zai Shi, Fang Zhong, and others. Dong Shan is in the kitchen, helping to prepare the meal. Some have brought their wives along. Some individuals arrived accompanied by their children, rendering the cozy space of Happy Fortress quite crowded and lively. All those present were over 40 years of age. Even the youngest among them, Fang Zhong, had crossed that threshold. What about Dong Shan? After the initial greetings, Fang Zhong inquired about Dong Shan's whereabouts. Li Xiangnan replied, in the kitchen. It's been ages. Dian Nan. The last time we met was over a decade ago, 20 years, to be precise. Time truly flies. Indeed, it does, they mused, reminiscing about the past when they were youthful and spirited. Now, they all had families. Speaking of families, this is my third child, he. Say hello to Uncle. Hello, Uncle. The friends engaged in conversation about their recent endeavors, with one contemplating a job change. In this economic climate, it's best to hold on to a suitable position. They advised, yes, it's wise to stay put. After all, we know each other well. Even if many of us haven't seen each other in 2 decades and have forgotten much, we can still converse easily upon reuniting. Among the group, there were those who had fared well, and others less so, yet even the least fortunate among them were significantly better off than the average person. The signs of middle-aged expansion were evident in them all. Age and family responsibilities had added a few extra pounds. As the guests began to gather, Mei Zhen and Dong Shan emerged from the kitchen with trays of delectable dishes. The 5 tables quickly transformed into a feast of culinary delights. It seems that after all these years, Mei Zhen's cooking skills have only improved, Fang Zhong remarked, rubbing his hands together in jest. Mei Zhen beamed at the compliment. Only you can say such things. I never expected that the one to win Mei Zhen's heart would be Dong Shan. She used to say he was quite reserved. It appears that Mei Zhen has a fondness for the reserved type, someone quipped. Let us not put it that way. It's a tale of lovers destined to be together. Dong Shan's affection for Mei Zhen is evident. All right, enough teasing about Dong Shan, Mei Zhen interjected, presenting several bottles of Maodai. Dong Shan, somewhat shy, flushed at the attention from the crowd. Bei Miao stood up, inspecting a bottle. Not bad. This is a rare vintage, worth over 2,000. The organization truly is affluent. Thanks to Mei Zhen, I have the chance to enjoy such fine liquor. I don't drink. Do you have any soft drinks? Certainly. We have Sprite and Coke for your choosing. We don't lack for beverages here at Happy Fortress. Let us not just stare. Everyone, please dig in. Otherwise, the food will get cold. The table was soon filled with people serving themselves and their children. Initially, Mei Zhen did not mention the purpose of the gathering. Naturally, everyone was aware of the situation, yet out of respect for Mei Zhen, they refrained from bringing it up. They would eventually discuss it, but for now, the focus was on enjoying the meal. Come, Dong Shan, let me toast to you. After a few rounds of dishes, some at the table, accustomed to drinking, had drained the Maodai, their faces slightly flushed. Mei Zhen, it's time to talk about the matter at hand, Bei Miao asserted, finishing the last sip of his drink. Satiated, he boldly addressed the topic directly. Chapter 30, Bei Miao's Candor, Second Team's Position. Observing the silence, Mei Zhen took the opportunity to steer the conversation towards serious matters. Everyone, I want to express my gratitude for taking time out of your busy schedules to gather here today. You are likely aware of the recent news regarding the resurgence of the anomalous beasts. This time, I fear their ferocity surpasses that of the previous occurrences. Though the details remain unclear, my intuition suggests that the situation is far from simple. I've called you all back to temporarily set aside your work and prepare for battle once more. Her tone was earnest and heartfelt, yet silence enveloped the group. They exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to engage in the discussion. Mei Zhen, perceiving their silence, was not surprised. She had anticipated that things would not be straightforward. Decades had passed, and many circumstances had shifted. It wasn't as simple as returning. Everything had changed. No one has anything to say? Bei Miao, lounging with his leg crossed and fist propping up his chin, broke the silence. It seems that everyone shares my concerns. Mei Zhen, let me express my stance first. Please do. Mei Zhen responded with a smile. Bei Miao continued, 20 years ago, we united our efforts to seal the dark beast and confine the shadow guardian back into the demon sealing box. Only one beast remains active, correct? Mei Jin frowned slightly. That's right. Shortly thereafter, you mentioned that the doctor ordered us 5 to take a break, which was really about Li Xiang. He possesses the 5 elements bloodline and can summon the Emperor's armor. You all believe that the Emperor's armor is nearly invincible, leaving only one beast unable to stir trouble. They sent us all back on leave. Huh. They called it a break, but it was essentially telling us we were no longer needed. Am I wrong? Upon hearing this, Mei Jun quickly waved her hands. No, Bei Miao, you misunderstand. The doctor and I did not think that way at all, with only one beast remaining. If everyone had been present, many matters would have been delayed. The doctor summoned Li Xiang as a precaution. Yes, Bei Miao, the doctor had no such intentions. Dongshan added. Actually, this situation has been troubling for me as well, said Shi Zhao. Mei Jun's heart sank. Shi Zhao, do you share this perspective? Bei Miao shot a surprised glance at Shi Zhao, who had once been his rival for being heir's affection, now surprisingly aligned in thought with him. Shi Zhao unabashedly stated, what other perspective could there be? As soon as Li Xiang arrived, we were all sent back on leave. Let us not discuss the motives. Let us consider whether this behavior is appropriate. Times have changed, Dian interjected. At that time, I had no authority to summon the armor. It didn't affect me much. But now, even if they sought me out, it would be of no use. I'm old and prefer to stay home with my kids and accompany my wife. Dian expressed his position. Following him, Wen Dong stated, my thoughts align with Dian. Mei Jun, forgive me, but I bear heavy responsibilities. My family requires my care. Fang Zhong pondered briefly before raising his hand. I feel the same. With age, it's best to let the younger ones handle these matters. We must accept the reality of growing older. Once fierce members of the second team, they found themselves in a different era. Time had changed them. They were no longer young and solitary. They now had families, and with that came numerous concerns. What if their families were harmed because of this situation? Moreover, there was a paramount reason. The anomalous beasts had been appearing frequently, often captured on camera by netizens and shared online. They had all seen it. These beasts were significantly stronger than those from 20 years ago, clever and cunning. Even Li Xiang faced challenges. What chance did they have as aging individuals? Their bloodlines might have even deteriorated. Would they simply go to the front lines without preparation? Furthermore, they were here to support Mei Jin, considering the allowances provided. In their youth, they had been stripped of their rights to summon the armor. Did it mean that now, having been chosen, they would be made the main forces? That was absurd. They are all adults. Dian Nan, Wen Dong, and Fang Zhong are certainly not gullible fools. Each one possesses clarity of thought. To put it plainly, they fear that Li Xiangnan and his companions may refuse and summon them back as replacements. Bei Kai and Zaishi, what about you two? Mei Jun did not directly respond to the assertions of the other three, but turned her gaze towards the two who had remained silent. As for me, Bei Kai appeared lost in thought, displaying a sense of confusion. Mei Jun nodded and inquired, indeed, what are your thoughts on returning to training? It's all right. You can express your views. Well, I suppose I could return, but I'm uncertain if my physical condition would meet the requirements. So, does that imply you agree? Sort of. Bei Kai conceded. His circumstances had not been favorable in recent years. His wife had grown discontented, living with their child at her family home. Therefore, Mei Jun's initiative to recall him represented an opportunity, a chance to earn a substantial salary and to demonstrate his capabilities to his wife. Most importantly, Bei Kai had been discreetly observing Bei Miao's expressions, analyzing his psychological traits. It was evident that Bei Miao harbored lingering grievances about events from 2 decades prior and would likely not respond positively to Mei Jun's recall. Thus, the position of the Black Rhino Armor Summoner would likely become vacant. Once it was vacant, wouldn't Bei Kai still be the summoner of the Black Rhino Armor? In his view, regardless of the reasons that led Dian Nan, Fang Zhong, and Wen Dong to forego returning, age played a significant role. They had experienced much, attained various possessions, and developed a peculiar sense of pride. They could not bear to be relegated to the role of a backup as they had been 2 decades ago. Dongshan, being Mei Jun's husband, had always been industrious. If the doctor decided to restart the 5-element armors, the Woodwind Eagle armor would undoubtedly belong to him. That was indisputable. Wen Dong understood this well. Hence, his presence here was merely ceremonial. The same applied to Dian Nan. Li Xiangnan had been kind-hearted and gentle in his youth. Such individuals are often easy to persuade. Even now, with a child and a family, a few words from Mei Jun would likely sway him to return. Kuan Zhong and Shi Zhao had yet to voice their opinions. However, Kuan Zhong was inherently indecisive and could easily be coerced. Zaishi, what about you? Bei Kai's agreement to return to training added some clarity for Mei Jin. She subsequently turned her attention to Zhe Shi. Zhe Shi slightly lowered his head in contemplation. He was weighing whether to stay or view this as an opportunity, depending on Shi Zhao's decision. Chapter 31. Mei Jin reveals the dire situation. I need to think it over. Returning to training is not a trivial matter. Let me discuss it with my wife. Zhe Shi was uncertain about Shi Zhao's choice. While becoming the Snow Mastiff Armor Summoner was indeed a good prospect, it hinged on whether Shi Zhao would opt to withdraw. If he chose to join, Zhe Shi would have no role at all. A mundane life might be preferable. All right. I'll await your good news, Zhe Shi. Mei Jin smiled, understanding his hesitation, and did not press him for an immediate decision. After all these years, it was natural for everyone to have changed. They were never the best choice, perhaps even the worst. Recently, following prior methods, it had become impossible to filter suitable descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, as if they had vanished overnight. Li Xiangnan, Bei Miao, what about you two? This was the crux of the matter. Mei Jin primarily hoped for the return of the first team. Compared to the second team, the first team was easier to manage, with stronger bonds and shared experiences. I'm sorry, but I have my own career and family. I do not wish to involve myself any further. As expected, Bei Miao swiftly and decisively declined. Mei Jin, undeterred, pressed. Bei Miao, won't you reconsider? We truly need you now. I've made my decision, Bei Miao replied firmly. From the moment he felt abandoned, Mei Jin owed him an apology and an explanation, yet now there was nothing. Decades later, to suddenly require his assistance? I'm sorry, but I'm not that foolish. Very well then, Mei Jin conceded, decisively letting go. Fortunately, Bei Kai had agreed. A hint of relief appeared on Bei Kai's face. Indeed, Bei Miao had relinquished the black rhino armor as he had anticipated. Now, it was in his grasp. As for me, Li Xiangnan interjected hesitantly. I am indeed older now, and I have a piano competition in Europe in a few days. You see, Li Xiangnan, are you also going to give up? Without waiting for him to finish, Mei Jin interjected, the threat of the ability beasts has returned, fiercer than ever. If the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village do not step forward, who will stand against them? Do not forget that you remain the summoner of the Fire Dragon armor. 20 years ago, you defeated the dark beasts and saved humanity. You can do it again. Mei Jin's words carried a weight of moral obligation, yet this tactic resonated with Li Xiangnan, for he was indeed a compassionate individual. To be frank, from the outset of becoming the summoner of the Fire Dragon armor, he had been thrust into the role. Otherwise, he would not have expressed disinterest in the position of team leader when Bei Miao sidelined him years ago. If you want it, take it. The same sentiment echoed now. Despite Mei Jin's lofty reasoning, Li Xiangnan was unable to refuse as coldly as Bei Miao. I really must go to Europe for the competition in a few days. Li Xiangnan wore a troubled expression. At that moment, Dongshan seized the opportunity to counsel. Li Xiangnan, stay with us. You know the consequences of neglecting the ability beasts. They are erupting everywhere now. Ziyang cannot manage alone. He hardly has time to sleep. And if this continues, it could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, according to multiple eyewitness accounts, some ability beasts are transformed humans, indicating they have quietly infiltrated human society. This is a very dangerous sign. If the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village do not stand up, the earth will inevitably fall to these beasts, leading to the extinction of humanity. Dongshan's words caused a shift in expression among all present. Fang Zhong inquired with concern, has the situation truly escalated to this extent? I have seen videos circulating online. It seems to have only emerged recently. Shi Zhao appeared skeptical of Dongshan's claims. 2 decades ago, during their days as armor warriors, it was impossible for humans to become ability beasts. If humans were to transform into ability beasts, the implications would be exceedingly grave. I currently do not have a clear answer about the specifics. I only know what the victims have recounted. The situation is dire, and we are in desperate need of personnel. Things have changed too swiftly. It is no longer as simple as it once was, Mei Jin stated. Li Xiangnan sighed. It was evident that both Mei Jin and Dongshan hoped he would remain. However, the competition in Europe was imminent, and not participating would leave him with regrets. Has the doctor not sought out other young descendants of the Light and Shadow Village? Li Xiangnan asked, somewhat helplessly. This question piqued the interest of others, who were eager for the answer. For those who had already agreed to stay, if the doctor began training young descendants of the Light and Shadow Village in secret, their fate would be all too predictable. Mei Jin, who one might expect to say yes, instead shook her head forlornly. No. Who are you trying to fool? Bei Miao scoffed. I know the doctor well. There's no way he wouldn't seek out a reserve team. Dongshan interjected in defense of Meijin. Bei Miao. You misunderstand the doctor. The situation is not as simple as you think. According to the method of atmospheric pressure on the human body, it has become impossible to scan the descendants of the light and shadow village. You may find it hard to believe, but we had previously confirmed the existence of a child with the bloodline of the light and shadow village. Now that he has grown up and his blood has been tested, it has been discovered that the bloodline is enveloped by a mysterious force. Shi Zhao looked at Dongshan and inquired, "What does this mean?" Dongshan replied, "It means that this individual is incapable of activating the bloodline and becoming an armor summoner." Bei Miao finally grasped the situation. "I see. This is why we, despite our advanced age, are still being sought after. It turns out there are no younger summoners to be found." Fang Zhong questioned, "That cannot be right. The purity of the light and shadow village bloodline varies. To say that someone previously confirmed to possess this bloodline is now enveloped by a mysterious force, rendering them unable to activate into an armor summoner, simply does not add up. The facts are as they are," Meijin asserted. "I suspect that someone has been pulling strings behind the scenes. Does anyone remember the Shadow Overlord from 20 years ago? Initially, he used the slime of the evil participation beast to erase the genetic memories of the descendants of the light and shadow village, preventing them from becoming armor summoners. It appears that such methods have resurfaced, and they are exceedingly covert. Pessimistically speculating, it is highly likely that the person behind this has completed the plan that was not fulfilled back then." Dian Nan remarked, "It seems that the situation is indeed far more dire than I had imagined," secretly relieved. Through the revelations from Mei Zhen and Dongshan, it became apparent that the force behind this was far more formidable than the Shadow Guardians. To possess such means and intricate planning does not seem like a short-term endeavor. An enemy adept at concealment is far more dangerous. Chapter 32. The catalyst for the new light and shadow war. Why was this not discovered sooner? Bei Miao exclaimed in disbelief. "So, the enemy has already severed our escape route, and only now do you realize it?" He expressed his dissatisfaction with Mei Zhen and the doctor, yet that did not imply he was disinterested in the affairs of the supernatural beasts. The enemy had hidden themselves too well, leading him to believe they were lying in wait. Who could have imagined they had quietly dug a massive pit for him? Meijin appeared helpless. The previous elimination of the 4 Shadow Guardians had gone smoothly, with almost no resistance. Any individual in their place would have struggled to detect the issue. "So, what now?" Kuan Zhang said, deeply troubled. "Does this mean you and the doctor can no longer find younger, vigorous summoners with high bloodline purity? Are we left with just the few of us? Who is the one pulling the strings behind this?" He continued, "In the past, whether it was the Shadow Overlord or the Realm King, they were not so difficult to deal with. Yes, it's as if they have cut off our roots," he added with a cynical laugh. "They dug up our foundation without us noticing, creating a facade of peace to deceive us. And now here we are." "Bei Miao, spare us the sarcasm," Mei Zhen retorted. "We have come this far, and I do not wish for it to be this way. Isn't there's still the evil water that has been sealed? Could it be behind this? It's possible, but the evil water could not orchestrate such a scheme. The evil water guardian is not that clever. There must be someone else behind this, but I have no idea who the Shadow Guardians have allied with this time." The group deliberated for a long time, ultimately failing to identify the source of the problem. As expected, Kuan Zhang and Shi Zhao agreed to undergo training once again, for they understood there was no retreat. If they did not identify and eliminate this enemy, humanity would certainly perish. The ability to silently transform all descendants of the light and shadow village into ordinary people indicated that the enemy had already severed their foundation. In such circumstances, if they did not strive to rectify the situation, they would likely find themselves without a place to rest, as the entire earth would become the domain of the Shadow Guardians. Half an hour later, they returned to their respective homes. "Dian Nan, it's been a while since you returned. Let us arrange a gathering for the 5 of us tomorrow," one of them suggested. "Sure, that sounds good. I'll take my son home now. Safe travels. Goodbye. Let us meet at the tea house tomorrow. How about noon?" "It's settled then." After leaving, the 5 members of the second team agreed to gather the following day. Their camaraderie surpassed that of the first team, and they had never held Mei Zhen and the doctor in such high regard. After bidding farewell, they each headed to their accommodations. Some were not working in the city and headed to their hotel, while others who worked locally returned home. Just as they dispersed, a sharply dressed man appeared, exuding an air of sophistication, and pointed in 5 directions, muttering, "Point, point, point. Whoever it lands on is the one." He pointed directly towards the direction Dian Nan had departed. "Heh, jackpot. The next day at noon at the tea house. What is going on? It's almost 12:30 and he hasn't arrived. Did Xiangnan forget yesterday's agreement? I can't reach him on the phone. Is he avoiding the gathering? Who knows where he is staying? Xiangnan had been working in the city and was staying at a hotel, but he hadn't specified which one. We agreed to meet, and now he has gone missing. Next time I see him, I'll have to give him a piece of my mind. The 4 members of the second team arrived at the tea house as planned. The earliest one had already been waiting for 2 hours. Yet Xiangnan had still not shown up. As noon approached, a stranger entered the small private room, locking eyes with each of the 4. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Zishi, Fang Zhong, and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on here? Finally, when Dong spoke up, Bro, did you walk into the wrong room? I did not, the man replied. I came here to find you. After glancing at the empty table, he called for a waiter. Hello, miss, please bring out all your signature dishes. I'm starving and ready to eat. Certainly, sir, the waiter responded, promptly exiting to inform the kitchen. The 4 grew increasingly baffled. Wait, who are you? Do we know you? Zishi demanded. The man leisurely replied, Of course you know me. I was once the little bait you used to achieve your goals. Little bait? Fang Zhong quickly realized, Xiangyang, is that you? It's me, he confirmed. What are you doing here? When Dong asked, puzzled. Xiangyang was a name they hadn't heard in years, and they were surprised to see him grown up. However, it was indeed perplexing that Xiangyang would suddenly come to the tea house and precisely find their table. I have something to discuss. You don't need to wait for Xiangnan. Let us eat together. Xiangyang replied cryptically. The others pressed. No need to wait for Xiangnan. How do you know we would be here today? Kid, are you planning to take revenge for being used as bait back then? Upon hearing this, Xiangyang smirked, saying, I'm not that petty. To be honest, Xiangnan is already dead. What? Dead? How did he die? The 4 exploded with shock. Abruptly standing to confront Xiangyang about the details of Xiangnan's demise. He had been fined just yesterday. As Xiangyang was about to respond, the waiter entered with tea and appetizers, interrupting him. Once the waiter had set everything down and left the room, the tension hung in the air. As I continued to narrate to the 4 of them, do you really believe that this resurgence of the supernatural beast will be subdued as effortlessly as before? From the moment you accepted Meijin's invitation, you have already drawn the attention of malevolent forces. Xiangnan was less fortunate than the rest of you. He was the first to be dealt with. Without the protection of armor, he became nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. If I am not mistaken, his family may suffer grave consequences. After Xiangyang finished speaking, the 4 finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Xiangnan was dead. A victim of the unseen assailant. Even in the darkest of realms, such a fate had never befallen them. Calamity had never reached their families. How could they act so ruthlessly? Moreover, Xiangnan had not consented to continue as a summoner for the flame dragon armor. When Dong exclaimed in anger, Xiangyang took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and remarked, What good does shouting at me do? If you have the capability, go hunt down the supernatural beasts. Furthermore, who said anything about sparing families? The enemy you face is unscrupulous. Do not naively believe that you can restrain them with moral principles. Chapter 33. What if I told you that the Greenland group is a den of supernatural beasts? Then, what do we do now? Fang Zhong's face revealed fear, his voice trembling. Xiangnan had perished. Previously, the 5 of them had confronted the Shadow Guardian without ever encountering such dire circumstances. As Xiangyang had said, this enemy was exceptionally brutal, deviating entirely from conventional tactics. Their intent was to kill. He was terrified. Terrified that next, it would be his family in peril. Humph. Zishi clenched his fists and cursed. I refuse to believe they will dare to show themselves in broad daylight, acting with impunity. Zishi, aren't you afraid? Fang Zhong inquired, astonished. Zishi replied loudly, Of course, I'm not afraid. He certainly was not afraid. Xiangyang suddenly interjected, indicating that the situation had not directly affected him. Enough bickering. Xiangyang, you seem to know a lot about the mastermind behind this, Beikai remarked solemnly. When Dong also asked in a grave tone, It is indeed peculiar. If the villain behind the supernatural beast truly intended to harm the descendants of Guangying village, why not target Li Xiangnan and his group? Instead, they have chosen us, the ones long abandoned? Upon hearing this, Xiangyang fell silent. Finally, with a hint of bitterness in his tone, he replied, You think it's unreasonable that they have come for you. The harsh reality is that you are the only ones left. Meijin's words were indeed true. Fang Zhong's eyelids twitched. Certainly, he maintained some skepticism towards what Meijin had said. Who exactly is our enemy? Is it the Shadow Tyrant, the Realm King, or the Shadow Guardian? Surely there must be someone we can identify? How about we locate their lair and strike first? We do not even know who is behind this. Finding their lair is a far-fetched idea, as they may be hiding in the Black Domain. The Black Domain is not impenetrable. The four of them began to argue back and forth, resembling a quarrel, with only Beikai maintaining a semblance of calm. However, after this incident, he decided to promptly relocate his wife and children and retrieve the Black Rhino Armor Summoner. It now appeared that acquiring the Black Rhino Summoner was the wisest course of action. Feng Zhong, Wendong, and Zishi were in a state of panic. They had nothing to protect themselves with. If Dian Nan could be killed, they were no exception. This enemy was formidable. A flicker of worry crossed Xiangyang's eyes. I have crossed paths with it once, and if my assumptions are correct, it was once human. I do not know what transpired, but it has perfectly fused the power of the Shadow Guardian. If that creature were to unleash its full force, it would be more challenging to contend with than the Black Demon Beast. Strength is secondary. The most troubling aspect is its intellect. A villain with both courage and cunning is the hardest to deal with. Despite Xiangyang's outward calm demeanor, his inner turmoil was greater than anyone else's. It was precisely because he had faced Li Xiangnan that he understood how difficult it was to contend with Nuo Lan. That individual was exceptionally clever, having silently orchestrated schemes on a global scale, with unexpected supernatural beasts emerging incessantly. Who knows how many lurk in the shadows? No one knows. Thus far, all the videos of supernatural beast attacks on humans that have surfaced online predominantly stem from human mutations. With such intelligence, it is improbable that they would only study the weak. Perhaps the Greenland group is stockpiling a multitude of powerful supernatural beasts somewhere. This is what worries Xiangyang. Wait a moment. Are you saying you have faced the mastermind, and it is also a supernatural beast? Moreover, it is fused with the power of the Shadow Guardian? Zishi seized upon the crucial point. Xiangyang nodded. Zishi looked bewildered at the two individuals beside him, then incredulously continued. But you are the ultimate Emperor Armor. How could you let that creature escape? I told you. Its strength is immense, Xiangyang said, averting his gaze. Beikai had been watching him intently and quickly noticed this subtle detail, saying, You are lying. With your bloodline and strength, no supernatural beast should pose a threat to you. It must be that you allowed it to escape. Xiangyang fell into a brief silence. Everyone awaited his response, and after about a minute, he sighed deeply. The situation is not as simple as you imagine. If brute force could resolve all issues, it would not be a problem for me. When I fought Li Xiangnan, if I had been willing to go to any lengths, there was a chance to seal him. However, the consequences would be catastrophic. Some matters, once investigated, reveal startling truths. Many years ago, he began his scheming. The Greenland Group has grown into the largest conglomerate on this planet, controlling over 60% of the world's profitable industries. If the Greenland Group were to cease operations, countless individuals would perish due to various economic upheavals. The most troubling aspect is that no one knows whether the interests involved pertain to humans or beasts. At least, as I have deliberately approached this matter, I have discovered that anyone associated with the Greenland Group, whether corporate entities or individual companies, is likely to be managed not by humans but by supernatural beasts. This means that humanity has been thoroughly infiltrated by supernatural beasts. Currently, those who are living well are merely fortunate that a true war has yet to commence. Once we reach the point of life and death, humanity cannot afford to win so easily as last time. This is a global crisis. Of course, he could not divulge such information to Zishi and Beikai. It would only exacerbate the situation. Being kept in the dark and unaware of the truth can sometimes be a blessing. I can only urge you to be vigilant about your safety in the coming days. Do not think that fleeing to another city will protect you. Unless you can leave the planet, it will be exceedingly difficult to escape them. Xiangyang sincerely hoped they would safeguard themselves. Given the current predicament, there were few descendants of Guangying village remaining. If they are truly that formidable, can they not even escape abroad? Wendong asked incredulously. Xiangyang replied, I am telling you now, the enemy has, through various means, gained control over every aspect of humanity worldwide. Do you believe it? Supernatural beasts controlling every aspect of humanity? Xiangyang, you cannot be serious. The group clearly expressed their skepticism. They had anticipated that the enemy would be terrifying and difficult to deal with, but they had not considered the possibility that their presence could extend globally. If that were the case, they should worry about whether they would survive to see the sun rise tomorrow. Are you familiar with the Greenland Group? Of course. Who isn't? The chairman recently received the title of the world's best entrepreneur, Bado, didn't he? My uncle even works as a salesman at one of their automotive companies. Xiangyang, why are you asking us about this? Could it be that the supernatural beasts are connected to the Greenland Group? Faced with their inquiries, Xiangnan decided to drop a bombshell. Indeed, according to my investigation, the management of Greenland Group is predominantly composed of individuals disguised as extraordinary beasts or those who have consumed a certain substance that endows them with the capacity to evolve into such beings. What? What are you saying, Xiangnan? Upon hearing this, the minds of the four were left utterly befuddled. Is it really true that the leaders of Greenland Group are extraordinary beasts? Surely, you must be jesting. Are there truly that many extraordinary beasts? It is likely that since Li Xiangnan sealed the first malevolent beast, there have not been so many extraordinary beasts sealed until now. Chapter 34. The Gathering of the Old Generation Summoners. It is indeed shocking. I was equally astonished when this revelation came to light. They have operatives worldwide. These individuals silently leverage the economy to dominate all facets of human existence. Every sector is under their control. One can envision a day when Greenland Group could plunge the globe into an economic crisis, igniting wars between nations. Such a method cannot be overlooked. What troubles Xiangnan further is that when extraordinary beasts are at odds with humanity, he only needs to eradicate them, a straightforward and swift task. The current dilemma lies in the fact that Nuo Lan has transformed these extraordinary beasts, endowing them with heightened intelligence. They have become adept at manipulating human rules to their advantage, infiltrating human society, enticing globally recognized individuals to join their ranks and become extraordinary beasts themselves. Consequently, humanity finds itself entangled with these beasts, forming a web of interdependent interests, binding them together. What is more terrifying is that, apart from Xiangnan himself, no one else can discern who among them is an extraordinary beast. The method of detecting extraordinary beasts through energy fluctuations is now outdated. This is inconceivable. I refuse to believe that extraordinary beasts can be so astute. Extraordinary beasts are simply that. How could they possess intelligence comparable to humans, even instigating warfare among them? Fang Zhong finds it difficult to accept this reality. Extraordinary beasts are not merely slow-moving, dull-witted monsters. How could they possibly possess such high intelligence and blend into human society? Xiangnan, are you jesting with us to frighten us? Zishi's expression is stiff, yet forced into a smile. If there are so many extraordinary beasts infiltrating human society, the detection systems would have long sounded the alarm. Xiangnan does not wish to elaborate further, as the meal has already been served. He refrains from discussing more, merely cautioning them to remain vigilant against extraordinary beasts and not to take it lightly. These words are not a jest, but rather a solemn warning. The earth has long been infiltrated by extraordinary beasts. After the meal, the four returned home, each burdened with their own heavy thoughts. Among them, Beikai turned the car around, feeling compelled to share Xiangyang's secret with Meijin and the doctor, curious if they had already discovered such a significant truth. Upon hearing this news, Meijin and the doctor wore expressions not much better than his, clearly just as taken aback. They recognized the gravity of the situation. Zishi, Fang Zhong, and Wendong were also forcibly summoned, even being instructed to arrange for their families to reside together until the external crisis was resolved. The three agreed, having no choice but to abandon their previous lives. The extraordinary beasts lurking outside constantly threatened the safety of their loved ones, leaving no one certain whether those they encountered were human or extraordinary beasts. From that day forth, everyone became exceedingly vigilant, even attempting to reach out to Xiangnan, seeking to join forces in addressing this crisis. Unfortunately, Xiangnan remained unresponsive to their pleas. Yet, not all news was bleak. The extraordinary beasts that had frequently appeared had suddenly gone silent, and nearly a month passed without any sign of them. Meijin could not comprehend the reason behind this. But during this month, she diligently designed training programs for Li Xiangnan and others. From the performance metrics, it was evident that Li Xiangnan had regressed compared to his youth, yet he remained the best summoner of the Flame Dragon armor. Xiangnan, your current data has improved significantly compared to before, reaching about 80% of your youthful prowess. Meijin remarked as she scrutinized the various performance indicators on her computer. Not too shabby, Li Xiangnan replied, sweat beading on his forehead as he sat in the chair. He had consistently exercised over the years, and though he was no longer as capable as in his youth, he could still manage a good workout. By the way, I forgot to mention, my son won the short-distance running championship at school last time, and tomorrow, Mincy and I will celebrate at home. I won't be training tomorrow. All right. Just be careful, Meijin responded. A month had passed since they learned that extraordinary beasts were mingling among the populace, causing a sense of unease. But things had improved since no extraordinary beast incidents had occurred, allowing Meijin to breathe a little easier. Afterward, Li Xiangnan went to the restroom to freshen up and change into clean clothes, preparing to leave. Meijin called out to him, "Wait a moment, Xiangnan. Is there anything else?" "Nothing major. Just wanted to ask if Xiangyang will be coming tomorrow?" Meijin inquired. After contemplating, Li Xiangnan replied, "He should be. Xiangyang is Mincy's adopted child, and they share a good relationship. They have stayed in touch over the years. Since it's a small family gathering to celebrate, it's highly likely he will return. How about this? If Xiangyang does come, please persuade him. He knows more than we do about the current dire situation, and in such challenging times, we should unite." Meijin implored. Li Xiangnan appeared conflicted. "I'll give it a try. All right, I'm off." It would certainly be beneficial if Xiangyang could attend. But he could not command Xiangyang's actions. He had grown and developed his own opinions. Mincy's words might hold more weight. The current circumstances were far from suitable for Xiangyang, especially with Li Xiang, the Emperor Armor Summoner, already present. Xiangyang's attendance would bear little significance. "Meijin, I'm going out for a pack of cigarettes," Li Xiangnan announced as he left. Shortly afterward, Fang Zhong emerged. "Be careful when you go out." "Don't worry," Fang Zhong replied dismissively, clearly exasperated by Meijin's incessant chatter. Initially, he had brought his family over to keep them safe, preventing the children from attending school and his wife from going to work. After a week of living in trepidation, nothing transpired. The fear gradually waned, but his wife began to complain about his decisions, lamenting the loss of their family's income. He was not alone in this predicament. Wen Dong, Zushi, and Beikai had also been struggling under similar circumstances. Since moving, nothing had happened. There had been no encounters with extraordinary beasts in society, and the incessant arguments with their wives added to their woes. As men, they found it increasingly unbearable. Their initial fear had morphed into doubt, and now they were nearing impatience and potential breakdown, sensing that remaining in this state was untenable. Recently, Fang Zhong contemplated leaving if no news of extraordinary beasts surfaced within a couple of days. "Boss, a pack of Li Kun, please," he said upon entering a small convenience store. "Still the slim ones, right?" The owner, having recognized him due to his frequent visits over the past month, proficiently retrieved a pack of leisure cigarettes. After paying, Fang Zhong tore open the packaging and lit one, taking a deep drag before exhaling. He felt a noticeable release of tension. With daytime training and endless quarrels with his wife back at the dormitory, his mood had soured considerably. The only solace he found was in smoking, which had increased due to the mounting pressure. Chapter 35, The Terrifying Crocodile Beast. Could I borrow a light? At that moment, as he was indulging in a cigarette, a stranger approached him and asked for a flame. Without a second thought, Fang Zhong handed over his lighter. The man lit his cigarette and politely thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Fang Zhong." Fang Zhong was taken aback, wondering how this stranger knew his name. Just as he was about to turn to look, an icy sensation enveloped his chest, akin to being splashed with cold water. A sharp object, stained with blood, erupted from his torso. Before he could scream, his vision began to sway and spin. In a final moment of terror, he beheld a headless corpse standing before him, its chest pierced by a protrusion. Behind it loomed a 2-meter-tall mutant beast, crocodile beast, clad in armor and wielding a shield. The very object that had pierced his chest was the sharp tip of the beast's tail. He strained to glimpse the man who had borrowed the light. But darkness swiftly engulfed him, plunging him into oblivion. "There's a mutant beast. It has killed someone. Everyone, flee." Panic erupted as passers-by spotted the crocodile beast, scattering in terror. "Where are the armored warriors? A mutant beast is on the loose, and it has taken a life." In the midst of chaos, the man who had borrowed the lighter was none other than Bado. A Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into view, and he stepped inside, the vehicle slowly departing the scene. Meanwhile, the crocodile beast commenced its rampage, unleashing its fury. It opened its maw, channeling its energy into a luminous projectile, targeting a small storefront along the roadside. Boom! The shop was obliterated as if struck by a mortar. Those unable to escape were left in utter devastation, buried beneath the ruins. The citizens were in disarray, as the mutant beast engaged in indiscriminate attacks, launching energy blasts wherever crowds gathered. Astutely, some individuals discerned a pattern. The mutant beast only targeted storefronts in densely populated areas, sparing nearby office buildings and malls. Consequently, they abandoned the fleeing throng and sought refuge within a shopping center. Indeed, upon entering, they found themselves unharmed. Many of those safe from the onslaught stood on upper floors or peered through office windows. In a small company within a nearby office building, some employees dialed emergency hotlines, only to receive scolding from their boss. Why is this happening? As it turned out, This company was also owned by Greenland Holdings. And the boss had injected himself with the mutant beast serum, gradually transforming into a creature himself. Thus, he stood against humanity, aligning with the mutant beast. A kin of sorts. Inside the secret base, the unrestrained destruction wrought by the crocodile beast rendered the released energy unmistakable. The base's energy detectors swiftly identified the surge and triggered a loud alarm. Meijin, upon hearing the alert, immediately returned to her computer. It's a mutant beast. After a month of tranquility, it has finally arrived. Where is the mutant beast? Except for the already departed Li Xiangnan, everyone else gathered around. Meijin, having lost some of her youthful speed, took several minutes to pinpoint the precise location of the beast. Prosperity Street? Beikai glanced at the satellite map, realizing it was right next to their base. What about Xiang? Where is he? Xiang had something to attend to and went home to rest, Meijin explained. She then turned to the group, asking who wants to go out. I'll go, Dongshan volunteered, eager to confront the mutant beast, having maintained his training over the years. No, I should go, Beikai interjected, blocking Dongshan. I've trained for a month. I deserve a chance to prove myself. I will treat this mutant beast well. Fine. Just be careful and don't be reckless, Meijin cautioned. The energy readings indicate that this mutant beast is exceptionally powerful. Beikai raised an eyebrow. Are you unaware of my strength? Back in the day, even a few guardians couldn't match me, though I may be older now. My black rhinoceros armor is as formidable as ever. Today, I will make this mutant beast my first battle upon my return. Seeing Beikai's confidence, Meijin refrained from further objections. However, Dongshan insisted, Beikai, do not underestimate it. Today's mutant beasts are far more cunning and powerful than those in our youth. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed, Beikai declared, brimming with confidence after a month of training. With that proclamation, he confidently traversed the secret passage to Prosperity Street. Meijin, I will also prepare to assist, in case he falters, Dongshan said thoughtfully. Is that really necessary? Kuan Zhong remarked. We witnessed Beikai's combat prowess in our youth. His black rhinoceros armor is no less impressive than Bei Miao's. Dongshan's eyes filled with concern. You don't understand. Today's mutant beasts are both formidable and cunning. They are not what they used to be. When Dong settled in a corner, stating, this does not concern me. I am returning to my dorm. What kind of logic is that? How can you sleep at a time like this? Zishi shot him a glance. When Dong sighed, you don't understand. I've been feeling quite stifled lately. If this continues, I shall revert to my solitary existence. With the appearance of a mutant beast, I can use this news to silence my wife, preventing her from nagging me all day. That's true. Our situations are quite similar, Zishi replied. I should also inform my wife. Just then, Shishao inquired, wait, where is Feng Zhong? Feng Zhong? Shishao's question caused everyone to exchange puzzled glances. Indeed. Where had Feng Zhong disappeared to? Meijin clarified, before the mutant beast appeared. Feng Zhong mentioned he was going out to buy cigarettes. Let us hope he is unharmed. Shishao furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Outside, Beikai emerged, shouting at the crocodile beast, cease your destruction. The beast halted its assault. Recognizing its adversary had finally arrived, and a wide, toothy grin curled upon its snout, mirroring a human smugness. Beikai brandished his armor-summoning device. This time, you shall experience the might of the black rhinoceros armor. Black rhinoceros armor, unite. His transformation was fluid and elegant, lacking the flamboyance of Li Xiannan's team. A radiant light enveloped him, and heavy armor plates adorned his form, culminating in the complete fusion of his armor. Prepare to meet your end, crocodile beast. He recognized the creature before him. It was the very beast that had been driven away by Li Xiangnan and Dongshan in the past. It was nothing to fear. Once fully armored, Beikai felt a long-forgotten strength surge within him, a power that had once captivated him in his youth. At last, I've been waiting for you. The crocodile beast articulated in a surprisingly human-like voice, leaving Beikai momentarily stunned. A fierce wind swept through as the crocodile beast charged, reminiscent of an ancient leviathan, sweeping towards him with tremendous force. Its massive form, clad in thick armor, struck awe into Beikai. The beast lunged forward, swinging a paw. Clang. With a screech of metal grinding against metal, Beikai was struck in the chest, erupting into a burst of flames as he was sent flying. He rolled several times on the ground before managing to rise. How is this possible? Beikai exclaimed in disbelief, gingerly touching his chest armor. The formidable defense of the black rhinoceros armor was unexpectedly breached by a mere crocodile beast. One strike left Beikai reeling. As if he had been struck with a hammer, causing him excruciating pain. This indicated that the beast's claw had penetrated through the armor's defenses. Logically, the crocodile beast should not possess such strength. Its attack resembled that of a true ancient anomalous beast. It must be an illusion, he thought. How could a crocodile beast be so powerful? Taking a deep breath, Bei Kai reminded himself of the importance of maintaining his composure, knowing that Mei Zhen and the others were watching. To lose his first battle after decades of absence would be utterly humiliating. He summoned the water armor shield, twisting the weapon wheel at his waist to equip it. With renewed determination, he launched an offensive against the crocodile beast, thrusting the shield forward. To his astonishment, the seemingly massive creature nimbly evaded his attack. Undeterred, Bei Kai pressed on, yet each of his strikes was deftly dodged. The acute sense of dissonance made it hard for him to believe he was facing a creature of such size. It moved with the agility of a rabbit. Finally, after relentless effort, Bei Kai's water armor shield collided with the crocodile beast's chest, resulting in a burst of flames. The beast staggered back several steps in pain. Realizing it was outmatched, the crocodile beast immediately crouched low and swiftly crawled away, disappearing into the streets. Don't run. Bei Kai thoughtlessly pursued it, observing from the sidelines. Dongshan recalled his own encounters with anomalous beasts and suddenly warned, "Don't chase it." "Why not?" Jersey inquired. Mei Zhen quickly understood Dongshan's concern and rushed to inform Bei Kai. "Bei Kai, don't follow it. These anomalous beasts are extremely cunning." Hearing Mei Zhen's warning ignited a rebellious spirit within Bei Kai. "Don't chase? After such a frustrating first battle, if I don't seal it away, how will I ever show my face as a black rhinoceros summoner? Besides, the crocodile beast is clearly no match for me." Ignoring Mei Zhen's words, he continued his pursuit. Trouble, Mei Zhen thought as she sensed Bei Kai's obstinacy, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. It was as if she had been transported back to her youth when the second team members disregarded her combat advice. "I'll go take a look." Dongshan recognized the gravity of the situation. "Be careful," Mei Zhen admonished. As Dongshan entered the teleportation room, Jersey questioned, "It's just an anomalous beast. It seems like Bei Kai can win. Why are you all so anxious?" When Dong echoed the same confusion, "Is there something we don't know? It must be cunning." Xi Xiao, sitting nearby, discerned the underlying issue. Bei Kai had not truly defeated the crocodile beast. This one was intelligent, unlike those they had faced before. Pursuing it would likely lead to a trap. Realization dawned on Dong and Jersey. This anomalous beast possessed intelligence, making it far more formidable. They felt a wave of relief that they were not summoners. Facing such clever foes was daunting. At that moment, Kuan-Zhong suggested, "Mei Zhen, use the combat satellite to track the direction in which the crocodile beast fled. We need to scout for any ambushes." Mei Zhen had already engaged the combat satellite. With a clear target, it was easy to use its farsight capability to observe real-time events on Earth. "Don't run. Don't run." Bei Kai, increasingly agitated, finally saw the crocodile beast dart into a nearby factory without hesitation. This was a fan assembly factory, and as the anomalous beast burst inside, the workers scattered in panic. Some stood frozen in shock. Seeing this, Bei Kai rushed to shield one of the workers, shouting, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry and escape. It's dangerous here." Just then, a sharp pain struck him from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Turning, he was astonished to see that the worker who had appeared so frightened was, in fact, an anomalous beast. Its right arm transformed into a monstrous form, and then it fully morphed into an anomalous beast, a thorn beast. How could this be? Although he had previously learned from Xiang Yang that anomalous beasts could disguise themselves as humans, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. At that moment, the other workers who had seemed paralyzed with fear revealed their true nature, their faces turning cold. The principle of not pursuing a desperate foe, didn't your teacher ever mention it? Haha. Bado emerged from a corner of the factory. Bei Kai's eyes widened in recognition. "I know you. You're the chairman of the Greenland Group." It turned out the entire Greenland Group was composed of anomalous beasts, their deception well concealed. Bado ignored Bei Kai's words, spreading his arms in a refined manner. "Kind-hearted summoner, please leave your final words. Once the battle commences, there will be no chance for eloquence." "Bah," Bei Kai retorted defiantly. "I will purge your kind from human society." "Haha. We at the Greenland Group have always supported those with ideals. Your aspirations, however, are mere fantasies. People say anomalous beasts are evil. From the perspective of other beings, are humans not also evil?" Such twisted reasoning. Bei Kai continued to berate him, dismissing Bado's rhetoric. "Enough of this." Bado waved his hand. "You lot, attend to him properly." Understood. The remaining workers transformed into anomalous beasts, all of whom Bei Kai recognized: grasshopper beast, pus beast, evil wolf beast, demon horse beast, and demon bull beast. Each had taken on a more human-like appearance, their eyes brimming with intelligence. Evidently, these anomalous beasts had not only greatly enhanced their power, but possibly surpassed human intelligence as well. Meteor gun. Bei Kai, aware that he had fallen into a trap, summoned his meteor gun, preparing for the impending brutal battle. With a fierce roar, the grasshopper beast leaped high, aiming to stomp down on Bei Kai. He rolled away just in time. The solid concrete floor cracked under the impact. No sooner had he regained his footing than the demon horse beast, wielding a shield and weapon, charged at him. Bei Kai felt overwhelmed, struggling against the force of its single-handed sword strikes that left him reeling. Is this really the demon horse beast? While he could fend it off momentarily, a shadow flashed before him, and he was sent flying like a ball. It was the demon bull beast, executing a brutal charge at the opportune moment. Bei Kai was left battered and aching. The energy of his armor began to flicker, signaling an impending depletion. The black rhinoceros armor is nothing but a fade, the demon bull beast taunted. Today, you shall experience the taste of defeat. The crocodile beast approached, delivering a powerful whip of its tail against Bei Kai. As he was sent sprawling, the armor disintegrated due to energy insufficiency. Stop. Bang. 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 At that moment, several light bombs detonated near the anomalous beasts. Bado looked up with a cold smile. Ah, another one has come to meet their doom. Perched atop a steel beam in the factory was Dong Shan, clad in the Wind Eagle armor, brandishing a Wind Eagle crossbow. Let me handle this. The iron beam was struck by a crimson light, resulting in an explosion that seemed to melt it under extreme heat, showcasing the formidable power at play. Chapter 37, Badu, the Sovereign Among Beasts. Upon landing, Dong Shan shouted at Bei Kai, "Run." Bei Kai attempted to flee but, burdened by severe injuries, stumbled and fell, unable to move. Observing this, Dong Shan quickly alerted Mei Jin via satellite phone. "Mei Jin, the situation is dire. Bei Kai has stepped into a trap. There are numerous supernatural beasts in the factory." Understood, Mei Jin replied instantly, activating the teleportation chamber and notifying Kuan-Zhong, Shizhao, and the recently returned Li Xiangnan to assist. Without hesitation, Shizhao and Kuan-Zhong rose to leave. Li Xiangnan, just home, informed his wife Min Ci before being teleported away. They three were sent over, and Mei Jin informed Li Ziyang last. In the factory, Shizhao and Kuan-Zhong, who had just been teleported, landed to find Dong Shan surrounded by supernatural beasts. So many supernatural beasts. Aren't these the ones we had sealed before? All right, Kuan-Zhong. Let's engage. For the first time in their lives, they witnessed such a multitude of supernatural beasts gathered together. Previously, they had only encountered 3 or 4 at most. As Dong Shan appeared to be in peril, Shizhao and Kuan-Zhong hastily summoned their armor, Snow Mastiff armor and Earth Tiger armor. Combine. With the mechanical voice of the armor resonating, the Snow Mastiff armor and Earth Tiger armor enveloped them, swiftly completing their fusion. Not bad. Shizhao donned the Snow Mastiff armor after decades, and his mind momentarily reminisced about his youth. He flexed his neck, performing a long-forgotten motion. "Buddy, let's fight side by side once more." This was directed at the Snow Mastiff. Shizhao summoned the Thunder Rod and charged into the throng of supernatural beasts. The sudden assault landed 2 blows upon the head of the demon bull beast, which staggered back, rubbing its head and angrily exclaiming, "Which scoundrel ambushed me?" Upon recognizing the Snow Mastiff armor, the demon bull beast's eyes turned crimson with rage, another fool seeking death. With a swift motion, it unleashed energy blasts from its eyes. Shizhao rolled to evade the attack. The Snow Mastiff armor had its drawbacks, while it ranked first in strength among the elemental armors. Its defense was only surpassed by the Black Rhino armor. However, it lacked effective ranged attack capabilities. Meanwhile, another beast, the Pus Beast, ceased its assault on Dong Shan and redirected its aggression towards Kuan-Zhong. Thus began a chaotic clash between armor and supernatural beasts. Yet, the addition of Kuan-Zhong and Shizhao did not alter the situation significantly. For these supernatural beasts were not only intelligent, but had also been significantly enhanced by Li Xiangnan. Those that were not upgraded had been eliminated as experimental subjects. The beasts that remained were all of exceptional quality, each theoretically possessing combat capabilities on par with standard armor. However, armor was a matter of the mind. Under specific circumstances, it could falter against these creatures. Consequently, this trap was extensive. The supernatural beast brought by Badu would always outnumber the armors. However, this scenario shifted towards a delicate balance with the arrival of Li Xiangnan, who first deployed the flame dragon steed to restore equilibrium, prompting others to follow suit. The previously disadvantageous situation was swiftly reversed. Throughout, Badu had shown no intention of engaging in battle. Observing the melee, he silently counted, just one more to go. Where was the main character? The battle had raged on, and Badu noted that the individual he awaited had yet to arrive. Finally, a beam of golden light pierced the battlefield, signaling Li Xiang's arrival. With his presence, the balance finally tipped in favor of the armors. Even though the supernatural beasts had been empowered, they still could not contend with the imperial armor, which was an unparalleled force. At last, you've arrived. Badu crackled with electricity, transforming into a robust humanoid tiger beast, his blue eyes glinting and canine teeth sharp as daggers. Indeed, Badu had discovered his path to immortality. Li Xiangnan bestowed upon him unmatched strength and eternal life. The aspirations articulated in the original text were finally fulfilled here. His essence was that of a saber-toothed tiger, and Li Xiangnan had further gifted him with electric eel cells, allowing all his cells to generate electricity, amplified 100-fold or more by the power of the magic spirit stone, akin to ultra-high voltage. Thus, within the realm of supernatural beasts, he earned a resonant title, the Thunder Tiger. Privately, all supernatural beasts referred to him as the King of Beasts, or simply, the King. On the surface, Badu managed all assets of the Greenland Group, with all administrators serving under him. Behind the scenes, his power was equally formidable, justifying the title of King. However, the supernatural beasts were also aware that above their king existed an emperor, a figure rarely seen, a true monarch. Yet, the vast majority of supernatural beasts had never laid eyes upon this emperor. Nonetheless, they could always sense that the emperor was near. As for the Shadow Guardian, their current standing was perhaps inferior to that of Badu the King, primarily due to their lack of strength. Previously, supernatural beasts were loyal to them because they had created the beasts. Now, all supernatural beasts were created by Li Xiangnan, and with their newfound intelligence, the Guardian had naturally become a mere ornamental figure devoid of any real power. Imperial hero, your adversary is me. Badu's roar reverberated through the factory. Following this, a bolt of lightning surged forward, striking Li Xiang mid-battle and sending him flying. As the wielder of the imperial armor, Li Xiang felt pain but sustained no serious injuries. However, it was astonishing that this blue-eyed, tiger-like supernatural beast could inflict pain upon him. Li Xiang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Indeed, something more formidable lurks in the darkness." He swiftly regained his footing and readied himself for battle. Imperial hero, once you looked down upon me. Today, I shall make you pay the price. Badu's voice boomed, for the vow made 10 years prior was finally coming to fruition. Li Xiang's mind raced with hesitation. Who are you? Do I know you? Of course, you know me. You shall pay back the humiliation 1,000-fold today. With that, Badu unleashed a fierce strike, his sharp claws raking across the chest plate. Li Xiang had never encountered a supernatural beast with such speed. Once again, he was struck. The imperial shield bore 2 deep claw marks, but thankfully, the imperial armor's remarkable defense prevented any real harm to his body. Black Tiger's heart. Seizing the moment while his opponent was stunned, Badu gathered his energy into his left hand, forming a blue lightning orb, which he forcefully pressed against Li Xiang's chest plate. Boom! An explosion of light erupted upon impact, sending Li Xiang staggering back 4 or 5 steps, with a slight jolt of electricity coursing through him, leaving him momentarily numb. Chapter 38. Under Attack, How Powerful. This was the first time Li Xiang had encountered such a terrifying supernatural beast. Nevertheless, he had a premonition that he could handle this creature himself. I must first deal with you. My predecessors are embroiled in a fierce battle. Delaying further could be fatal. Summoning the Aurora sword, he dashed forward, delivering a strike with astonishing speed. Badu, bolstered by confidence, harnessed the lightning to form his own greatsword, gripping the hilt upwards to block. The tremendous force reverberated through him, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. Li Xiang's second strike swiftly followed. Badu had no choice but to retreat a few steps to avoid its sharp edge. Indeed, one should never underestimate you. With one hand gripping his blade, Badu shook the other to alleviate the numbness before once again wielding his knife with both hands. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, a seasoned fighter, seized the opportunity while Badu was momentarily unoccupied. He deftly turned and swung his sword through the air, unleashing a golden arc of light that struck the crocodile beast squarely on its back. Roar! It howled in pain. Despite the enhancements and significant armor upgrades, For the imperial armor, it was akin to wearing none at all. A gaping, horrific wound appeared on its broad back. Subsequently, Li Xiang employed the same tactic, launching ranged attacks on other mutated beasts, which significantly alleviated the pressure on Li Xiangnan and his companions. At least for the moment, they managed to reach a tenuous balance with the injured beasts, fighting them to a standstill. Observing the situation, Bado cursed, "I told you, your opponent is me. Taste my blade." Once recovered, he raised his weapon and charged at Li Xiang. The blade crackled with electricity, aiming for maximum damage. Their duel commenced, and aside from an initial misstep, Li Xiang soon gained the upper hand in the confrontation. Meanwhile, another peril was unfolding elsewhere. Several commercial vehicles suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance of Happy Fortress, and 6 or 7 burly men emerged, each towering at nearly 6 feet and weighing around 200 pounds. Bang! One of the giants kicked in the glass door upon disembarking. A woman, the malevolent water guardian who had previously escaped from Xiangyang, finally exited the last vehicle. "Smash this place. Leave nothing movable," she commanded, and the men nodded in agreement. Immediately beginning their destructive task, the sounds of shattering and crashing filled the Happy Fortress, drawing curious onlookers. "What's happening in there?" "I have no idea. It seems like someone is vandalizing the shop. Perhaps they owe money?" Given the scene, that seems likely. They are brazenly demolishing the shop in broad daylight, showing no regard for the owner's dignity. Those men look like professional debt collectors. They appear quite intimidating. Ridiculous. What year is it that we still have gangs? I often eat at this Happy Fortress. The owner is a decent person. How could this happen? In truth, the burger joint had always struggled with business and likely owed back rent. Regardless, it was unacceptable to demolish someone else's shop. Shouldn't we call the police? A kind-hearted passerby had already started dialing. Wait a moment. I remember this Happy Fortress used to be run by Mei Zhan, an elderly man in his 50s remarked, scratching his head. Someone nearby scoffed, "Who doesn't know Mei Zhan? She has long since moved into the government's expanded building. How could she run such a shabby burger joint?" The burger shop indeed saw few patrons, often opening late and closing unexpectedly, leading to a dwindling customer base. Most of the spectators were local residents familiar with the area. "I'm not lying, it's true," the old man insisted as others doubted him. "I used to eat here for several months when I was young. I remember Mei Zhan being the only staff member. Even if it was Mei Zhan, decades have passed. She may have sold it to someone else. Mei Zhan was a commander. What status would compel her to run such a small establishment?" Besides those who had known Mei Zhan in her youth, few were aware that the true significance of Happy Fortress lay within its walls. The government expansion was merely a facade for the research and development of new equipment for the safety of the populace, a deliberate misdirection. The real secret location had always been Happy Fortress, exceedingly discreet. At this moment, Mei Zhan was drenched in sweat. "Not good. Those thugs have found us." The surveillance equipment clearly showed individuals smashing things. Their actions of rummaging through drawers suggested they were indeed searching for the entrance to the secret base concealed beneath the burger shop. "Who are they?" Wen Dong was still puzzled. "They are mutated beasts," Mei Zhan replied hastily. "What?" Jersey suddenly stood up, astonished as he glanced at the screen. Realizing that the thugs had come for them, Wen Dong felt a weight in his heart. No wonder mutated beasts appeared so suddenly. Their goal is to lure Li Xiangnan and the others away, leaving the headquarters defenseless. This is infuriating. What do we do now, Mei Zhan? Jersey and Wen Dong had never experienced death up close. If the gang outside discovered the entrance, they would undoubtedly rush in without hesitation to kill them. Jersey, Wen Dong, you two must quickly notify everyone to escape through the back door. Head towards your living quarters, and behind the kitchen refrigerator, you will find a door. I will unlock it. Take everyone and leave immediately. Mei Zhan urgently relayed the escape plan to Wen Dong and Jersey while furiously typing to activate the infrared intrusion prevention system at the entrance. Don't dawdle. We need to move swiftly. As the two remained frozen in place, Mei Zhan's voice grew increasingly insistent. "Oh, right." Realizing the urgency, the pair dashed toward the dormitory. The area had been expanded. While it wasn't large, it could accommodate over 20 people. Currently, aside from the Tian family, Wen Dong, Jersey, Feng Zhong, and Bei Kai's families were all present. "What bad luck," someone remarked. "Indeed, living here for a month feels like imprisonment, and now we are constantly facing life-threatening dangers. I've said before that the first team is useless. If it weren't for the absence of Sealing Demon 10, would we be in this predicament?" Wen Dong and Jersey grumbled as they walked, believing the first team had failed to act. Without sealing Demon 10, we should not be waiting passively. We should be taking action. Now, the situation had spiraled out of control, with the two of them, as second team members, lacking the qualifications to summon their armors. They were, in essence, less safe than ordinary people. Chapter 39. Mei Zhen and others captured in one sweep. Enough talk. We must escape immediately. They hurried to the dormitory area. Knock. Knock, knock. Wife, don't be angry. Mutated beasts have come for us. Hurry and run with me. Son, stop playing and come with Dad. When Dong and Jersey first alerted their wives and children before knocking on the door of Bei Kai and Fang Zhong's family next door. However, living in close quarters had exacerbated family tensions, and after knocking for some time, Fang Zhong's door remained stubbornly shut. Fang Zhong, it's your brother Wen. Open the door. The mutated beasts are here. We need to evacuate quickly. Bang, bang, bang. When the door still did not open, when Dong began to pound on it forcefully. At that moment, the other three families emerged. Jersey had already explained the dire situation, and the group hurriedly gathered their belongings to prepare for evacuation. What is going on? Why won't the door open? Seeing that Fang Zhong's door remained closed, Jersey approached as well. There was movement inside, yet the door did not budge. When Dong cursed under his breath, Jersey stepped forward to knock again, this time calling out in a friendly tone. Fang saw. It's Jersey. The mutated beasts have surrounded us and are searching for the entrance. Mei Zhen told us to escape through the secret passage in the back kitchen. Please open the door quickly. Finally, from inside, Fang Zhong's wife responded with impatience, whereas Fang Zhong, tell him to come and explain himself. Explain? When Dong, with a hand on his forehead, said, can we refrain from mentioning family disputes at this moment? Our lives are at stake. Indeed, Jersey responded from the side, urging, hurry up, don't dawdle. Are you trying to deceive me? Just for an imaginary issue, putting us in this predicament? Is this a life worth living? What distinguishes it from a prison? When Dong's wife was cursing vehemently inside. After hearing her, when Dong realized that this was not the time for such discussions. No one was joking around. The supernatural beasts had truly arrived at their doorstep. Darling, I've packed everything, his wife announced, emerging from the room with bags in hand. He turned to her, exasperated. My dear, we are fleeing for our lives. Why bring all this baggage? Just leave it behind and take only what is valuable. But what about these clothes? Are you suggesting I won't wear them again? What does it matter? Whether we escape is another question altogether. When Dong hurriedly urged his wife and child to discard unnecessary items, preparing for a swift escape. However, his wife clearly resisted. They tugged at each other until a deafening explosion rocked the house, shaking the very ground beneath them, akin to an earthquake. Mei Zhen's anxious voice crackled through the intercom. Why haven't you left yet? The flood has already brought intruders in. Both when Dong and Jersey felt a chill run down their spines. Run, they yelled, sensing the situation deteriorating rapidly. Survival instincts kicked in, compelling them to abandon all hesitation. What about them? What about Fang Zhong's family? Forget about them. We must leave quickly. If the supernatural beasts find us, we won't see the light of day again. At that moment, no one cared about Fang Zhong's wife and children. Their own survival was uncertain. Following Mei Zhen's instructions, a group of individuals hastily emerged from an underground passage on the opposite side of the street. We're safe. No one noticed us. They breathed a sigh of relief. Mei Zhen had thoughtfully arranged an escape route. Otherwise, they would have certainly met their demise. They emerged one by one from the passage, which opened into a narrow alleyway. A seldom traversed area, known for its dilapidated buildings that were unlikely to be demolished. What now, when Dong? Jersey suddenly grasped Wen Dong's arm, questioning him. What do you mean? What now? Wen Dong asked. I mean, the supernatural beasts will not let us go. We don't even know if Mei Zhen will be safe. It's evident that the beasts are plotting. They've diverted Bei Kai and the others to encircle our base. Indeed, we must escape, Wen Dong affirmed. Jersey sighed. Do you not understand what I mean? If we don't hold our ground, and the supernatural beasts breach our defenses, with their presence now widespread across the globe, where can we hide? Wen Dong fell silent, pondering the grim reality. Where could they possibly flee? If Mei Zhen and the others were defeated by the supernatural beasts, as a former summoner, he would have nowhere to seek refuge. No need to fret. Just then, several burly men in suits appeared, blocking their path. Who are you? Wen Dong and Jersey immediately assumed a defensive stance. The suited men exchanged glances, and then black smoke enveloped them, revealing their true forms. This is bad. They are supernatural beasts. Jersey's heart sank. His wife and children, upon seeing the beasts, screamed in terror. "Quick, backtrack," Wendong shouted, as family members scrambled toward the passage they had come from. But suddenly, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Jersey's wife and children. "No," Jersey cried. "I'll fight you." Moments later, the men emerged from the alley, straightening their suits and licking their lips. Those descendants of the Light Shadow Village were too tough. The meat was unpalatable. "I think the kids tasted better," another commented. "TCH, of course, you wouldn't be picky." "What do you mean? My dog brother naturally deserves to eat meat, while you, a plant, shouldn't be fighting us for it." "Plant? I'm a man eating flower." They bickered like they were discussing a simple meal. Meanwhile, the alley lay in ruins, stained with blood, yet no corpses were in sight. They had all been devoured by the supernatural beasts. Thus, all members of the second team, except Bei Kai, perished, including Mei Zhen and her children, who fell victim to the flood. Mei Zhen had been hiding in a meticulously designed secret room with her children, which under normal circumstances should have remained undetected. Unfortunately, this time the supernatural beasts were relentless, determined to unearth Mei Zhen. Unable to find her, they bombarded the nearby structures with flash projectiles. The secret room could not withstand such an assault and soon revealed its location. The beasts, astute in their instincts, detected the scent of humans and swiftly located Mei Zhen. Without hesitation, they eliminated her and consumed her whole. Thus, Li Xiangnan's second phase objective was deemed complete. Upon receiving the news of Mei Zhen and the others' demise, he muttered to himself, "As expected, the era of Mei Zhen has passed." His hypothesis was proven correct. 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, Mei Zhen was considered one of the protagonists, protected by fortune. Now, the destined protagonist had entirely transformed into Xiangyang. With no ties to the past, such an existence had become superfluous, equivalent to Mei Zhen's own insignificance. This was indeed the case. Had Mei Zhen possessed any value for the future, she would not have met her end so easily. Chapter 40. The secret base breached. Meanwhile, the battle between the armored warriors and the supernatural beast raged on. Li Xiang had firmly seized the advantage, proving himself worthy of being one of the protagonists. He utilized the powerful bean as a training stone. Despite the bean's formidable strength, far surpassing the ancient four supernatural beasts, it paled in comparison against the Emperor's armor. As Li Xiang slowly adapted to its attack rhythm, the bean struggled to maintain its footing, repeatedly struck by the Aurora's sword. "This ends now. Allow me to conclude this battle," Li Xiang declared, twisting the wheel at his waist. The Emperor's belt whirled, ejecting the energy crystal of the Wind Eagle armor. The sword's hilt opened up to reveal a circular slot, into which the energy crystal fit perfectly. With a snap, the hilt closed. At that moment, a pair of white wings, formed from the wood energy of the Wind Eagle armor, extended from Li Xiang's back, lifting him into the air. "Everyone clear out," Li Xiang shouted to the battlefield. Li Xiangnan and Dong Shan exchanged knowing looks and seized the opportunity to withdraw. Emperor's Windthorn. From Li Xiang's back, dozens of razor-sharp blades, born from wood energy, shot forth, piercing the supernatural beast like a torrential rain of needles. "This is bad. It's excruciating." The first to suffer were the magic bull beasts. The once impenetrable bodies that had proven difficult for Li Xiangnan and others to pierce were now easily skewered, akin to tofu. Likewise, the pus beasts, crocodile beasts, and demon horse beasts met the same fate, each pinned to the ground. Seeing the dire situation, the king of supernatural beasts, the bean, transformed into a lightning shield to defend against the onslaught. However, it only managed to block a few strikes before the shield crumbled under the pressure. It too was struck by the blades. Fortunately, its body was robust enough to endure the pain without succumbing like the other ordinary supernatural beasts, which emitted a faint green glow of weakness. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the supernatural beasts exploded, unable to withstand the Emperor's armor's assault, transforming into floating magic seals. Damn it! Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of his subordinates, Bado ground his teeth in fury, cursing the Emperor hero. "Just wait," he declared. With that, a plume of black smoke enveloped him, and when it dissipated, he had vanished without a trace. Within the secret base, the Protector exclaimed, "The device operates with 5 light shadow stones. Once we shatter it, those armored summoners will no longer have access to their powers." Surrounding the core of the former secret base were several uniquely shaped ability beasts, with 5 light shadow stones quietly resting inside a circular glass column at the center. "Let us proceed," urged Yishui eagerly, raising his weapon in preparation to destroy the device. For the first time, he laid eyes on the 5 light shadow stones together. "Stop." At that moment, A figure suddenly appeared, intercepting Yishui's attack. Upon closer inspection, it was the ultimate emperor armor of Xiangnan, who had previously suffered at the International Plaza. Instinctively, Yishui recoiled in fear, astonished. Why are you everywhere? Attack! He commanded his minions. The nearest ability beast lunged forward with ferocity. It was a creature modeled after the Kuan, its primary attack method involving a leap, using its sharp claws to strike at enemies. With those lethal limbs, it was a formidable foe. However, it was now faced with the ultimate emperor armor. As the razor-sharp claws descended, Xiangnan swiftly seized the ankle, forcefully slamming it into the ground. A resounding crash echoed as the rooster ability beast was sent reeling. Emperor Fist. Xiangnan channeled all his strength, unfazed as he unleashed a punch at the other attacking ability beasts. To him, their movements seemed to slow down dramatically. The closest beast was struck in the chest, akin to being hit by a comet. The sheer force shattered its body into countless pieces, blood and flesh erupting like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, leaving gaping holes in the walls. Before long, the remnants of the ability beast coalesced into light and electricity, converging towards the center to form a magical seal. Xiangnan was genuinely infuriated now. His attention had initially been on the members of Team 2, discreetly observing the battle between Li Xiangnan and the ability beasts. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from another direction. Realizing the situation was dire, Xiangnan hurried back, only to find that Yishui had located the entrance of the secret base, and everyone else had become fodder for the ability beasts. In response to Xiangyang's wrath, the true might of the ultimate emperor armor was unveiled. No matter how powerful the ability beasts were, they were merely larger ants in comparison. The Emperor Fist was akin to a death warrant from the King of Hell. Anyone struck could not withstand a second blow. Damn it! As the tactic of overwhelming numbers proved ineffective, Yishui cursed under his breath and sought refuge in the Black Domain, swiftly fleeing the scene. The remaining ability beasts, predictably, transformed back into magical seals. Xiangnan absorbed them all into his Qinkuan belt for sealing. Only then did he have the time to survey the ruinous state of the secret base. It was undeniable that Nuo Lan was a dangerously formidable ability beast. Despite the Shadow Protector's relentless efforts, they had never managed to locate the entrance, even when they once knew its precise location. But this time was different. The ability beasts not only found the secret entrance, but also exterminated everything in their path, using the descendants of the Light Shadow Village as sustenance. Xiangnan felt an immense pressure. For a fleeting moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. If he were to fall prey, would there still be hope for Earth? The prospect seemed grim. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, after Li Xiang's valiant efforts, everyone finally emerged from peril. How is everyone? Is everyone all right? Confirming that the most formidable of the ability beasts had fled, Li Xiang released the combined state of his armor. I'm fine. Li Xiangnan replied weakly, his voice barely a whisper. He then returned to normal armor status, as did Dong Shan and the others, each collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, "Are you okay, Beikai?" "I'm fine. Good to hear." After a brief respite, Shijia and Kuanzhong helped Beikai to his feet. Beikai had been besieged by the ability beasts, and had it not been for Dong Shan's timely intervention, he would likely have perished. Thankfully, everyone was safe. At that moment, Li Xiangnan remarked, "Am I getting old, or have the ability beasts grown stronger? They were never this difficult to combat before." Creatures like the crocodile beast, demon bull beast, demon horse beast, pus beast, and thornwood beast had posed some challenges back then, but they were never considered formidable opponents. Chapter 41. It's over. Everything is over. Didn't T. Meijun say that the ability beasts have become more powerful? It's truly frustrating. I've never encountered anything like this before. Battling them feels akin to facing ancient ability beasts, impossible to kill, yet cunning. I believe it's also because we are getting older, Li Xiangnan continued. The ability beast growing stronger is one thing, but the reality is that we are aging and less suited for battle. The first battle upon their return was exceedingly arduous. The very ability beasts that caused such difficulty were merely ordinary beasts that had once been easily sealed away. It was perplexing why they now proved so tenacious. Dong Shan, however, was not as disheartened or emotionally charged as the others. The opponents we faced this time were cunning and intelligent. They first severed the descendants of the Light Shadow Village from their source, ensuring that even if the ability beasts were sealed once more, the lineage would eventually fade with time. To the villains behind this, we are like birds trapped in a cage. Luckily, we still have Ziyang with us. All our hopes now rest on the Emperor armor. Only it can thwart the sinister schemes of those villains. Dongshan, having consistently engaged with the ability beasts, had a clear perspective on the current situation. Li Xiangnan inquired, "Brother Dongshan, is there any way to uncover the mastermind behind this?" Kuan-Zhang promptly nodded, "Yes. Capture the leader to catch the thief. If we eliminate the puppet master, we stand a chance at victory." Li Xiangnan and the others nodded in agreement, considering this a viable strategy. Yet, Dongshan sighed, "It's not that we don't want to, but we simply do not know who the true instigator behind everything is. We have only sealed 4 of the shadow protectors. Yishui remains at large. Additionally, based on the investigation that Mei Zhen and I conducted on the Greenland group last month, we ultimately pinpointed one individual, Bado." Li Xiang mentioned a name. Dongshan was taken aback. "How did you know?" "I just recalled that the ability beast wielding lightning powers was Bado," Li Xiang replied. "I had been contemplating who the adversary was when I suddenly remembered a decade ago, a person had volunteered to join our family, boasting about the flaws in our firewall. During the time, he was subjected to online harassment. Shortly thereafter, the network firewall was indeed attacked, resulting in the loss of control over our combat satellites. The internet was flooded with discussions about Bado. I initially thought this matter would linger for a long time, but one day, Bado abruptly ceased all network attacks. And there was no further news. He and Mei Zhen believed that the incident had simply passed until later, when Bado reappeared on television, having transformed into the head of the Greenland group. Mei Zhen and I strongly suspect that Bado is the villain behind it all. That is undoubtedly the case," confirmed Kuan-Zhong. Li Xiangnan added, "Xiangyang has informed me that the Greenland group is in fact the former Dark Shadow realm. However, they exploit the social order of humanity, brazenly bringing the dark and hidden realm of shadows into the light. This matter may not be as simple as it seems." Su Xiao expressed his concerns. Kuan-Zhong confidently asserted that some matters are inherently straightforward and not so complex. In the past, Bado lacked such prowess. When the anomalous beast approached him, a transaction was struck. Ultimately, he was granted abilities by the Shadow Guardian and gradually became the de facto leader of the Greenland group. This is quite comprehensible, isn't it? Yet, Li Xiang shook his head, holding a differing opinion. "It is unlikely that he is the one." "Xiang, what is your basis for this?" Kuan-Zhong insisted on his viewpoint. "There is no evidence," Li Xiang replied, shaking his head. "If I must cite a basis, it can only be my personal intuition. Although he does not possess the pure bloodlines of the 5 elements like Xiangyang, he still carries a strong premonition that Bado is definitely not the one meant to be sealed. There are others behind the Greenland group. As for who they are, he does not know. Yet, he feels that this hidden culprit has been watching everything from nearby. Don't overthink it. Let us return and discuss our next strategy with Mei Zhen," Dongshan suggested. "He is right. We should also enhance our training." The group stood up and began their journey back. At that moment, Dongshan attempted to call Mei Zhen at headquarters using the armor summoning device, but the line remained unreachable. Su Xiao, witnessing this, inquired about the situation. Dongshan, puzzled, replied, "It's strange. The satellite phone at headquarters is not connecting." "Not connecting?" "The satellite phone should be operational 24/7. Could the combat satellite have been compromised?" "No. If the combat satellite were hacked, we would have already lost our energy source and disintegrated." "That's true. We should hurry back. My eyelids have been twitching, and I sense that something ominous is about to occur." Li Xiang and the others each tried to contact headquarters, only to discover that none could reach them. Upon their return to Happy Fort, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of people. This is not good. Dongshan's heart sank. A troubling thought exploded in his mind, and his heart raced as he forced his way through the crowd. Finally, he reached the front, where 2 fire trucks were spraying water to extinguish the flames, and Happy Fort had been reduced to a charred ruin. "Mei Zhen," he cried out, his eyes turning red, and he broke through the barricade, charging toward the inferno. Hey, what are you doing? Stop him." The police officers tasked with maintaining order rushed to intercept him as he sprinted towards the flames. "Let me go? My wife and child are still inside." Dongshan shouted frantically, pushing the officers away. "Calm down." The officers, seeing his distress, had no choice but to restrain him on the ground. They then urged, "Sir, the firefighters are doing their utmost to extinguish the flames. It is very dangerous inside. Please do not obstruct our efforts." Dongshan, Yu and Bei Kai, seeing the raging fire engulfing Happy Fort, felt their hearts plummet as they rushed forward. Their wife and children were inside. "Madmen! All of them! Why are there so many lunatics? Stop them!" The police quickly dispatched personnel to intercept the next individual trying to breach the flames. At that moment, the fire at the hamburger shop intensified, spreading to neighboring establishments. Who would dare let anyone through now? It would be tantamount to murder. Li Xiangnan, Li Xiangnan, and the others watched in disbelief, their faces drained of color. How? How could this happen? Su Xiao was equally struck by shock. Kuan Zhong inhaled sharply. The anomalous beast attacked Meijin and the others while we were all away. Damn it. It was a diversion. Su Xiao clenched his fists, wishing he could seal all the anomalous beasts. At this moment, Li Xiang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind swirling. He had no idea what he was thinking, only that it was over. Everything was over. Chapter 42, Matchmaker Li Nuo. At this moment, despite Li Xiang and his companions being armor summoners with much prestige, they could only watch helplessly as the flames raged on. The fire burned for quite a while. Once the firefighters extinguished the flames, all that remained was a field of charred remains. Happy Fort had become a desolate ruin. Fortunately, the equipment meant to protect the light and shadow stone had not been damaged, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Unfortunately, the research lab was completely destroyed. The combat satellite remained functional, but the aging base was no longer usable. Fortunately, the situation was not entirely hopeless, as there was another base available, although it was quite conspicuous and not very well equipped. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan was experiencing a rather absurd situation. Ever since his sister bought him a suit, he felt a sudden elevation in his demeanor. With some free time on his hands, he began to arrange for his brother's marriage. Brother, listen to me. Be a bit clever. Don't have that grim expression when you see a woman. Tone it down and smile a bit. Yes, just like that. In a somewhat upscale Western restaurant, Li Nuo was imparting dating wisdom to her brother. In truth, she had never been in a relationship herself. This time, I'm bringing a new colleague. She is quite pleasant in looks, height, and personality. I've assessed her, and she's not materialistic. Wearing this outfit, you already have the right aura. Just stand tall and act as if you were a millionaire, a boss of a company. Li Xiangnan was taken aback. Are you kidding? It seems my sister is becoming increasingly extreme on this path. To ensure her brother found a wife, she had resorted to deceptive tactics. Li Nuo rolled her eyes at him. What do you mean by deception? This is about crafting an image. Think about it. Can I not do this? I cannot let our family line end here. Besides, our aunt's family does business abroad. Men shouldn't be too honest. If we flaunt a bit, I refuse to believe our aunt would stand by and do nothing. Li Xiangnan retorted, you can't force this. You're becoming more and more like a matchmaker. Such matters are based on fate. A forced relationship is not sweet. A forced relationship is indeed not sweet, but it still bears fruit. You just need to win the girl over first. The rest can be discussed later. This is the last time. If it doesn't work out, don't make me go on another blind date. I cannot agree to that. I refuse to let the Li family line end. His sister asserted resolutely. Li Xiangnan. Then Li Nuo proceeded to ignore her brother's willingness and directly began discussing the necessary points. Soon, the female guest finally arrived. Li Xiangnan glanced over and thought. Indeed, as his sister described, she seemed quite demure. Sure. Over here. Seeing her colleague enter, Li Nuo quickly stood up and brought her over. All right. Let me formally introduce you to. This is my brother, Li Xiangnan. She is Tang Shishir. Hello. The moment Tang Shishir laid eyes on the impeccably dressed Li Xiangnan, she was taken aback. This man was undoubtedly the most captivating individual she had ever encountered. It wasn't merely about being fair-skinned like a young lad or possessing flawless features. His facial structure was impeccable, with a prominent nose and those deep, mysterious eyes. Coupled with his overall aura, it immediately made Tang Shishir feel an inclination to withdraw. It felt as if they were on entirely different planes, mismatched and unattainable. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of aversion surged within her, as if it were an innate response. Like the dichotomy of good and evil. Hello, Li Xiangnan nodded in response, acknowledging her presence for his sister's sake. You two carry on. I have matters to attend to. Li Nuo awkwardly fabricated an excuse and left them to their own devices, hastily making her exit. Watching his sister leave while giving him a thumbs up filled him with a sense of exasperation. Fine, it would be the last time. He consoled himself internally. In truth, you do not wish to participate in this blind date, do you? To his surprise, Tang Shishir took the initiative to speak. Li Xiangnan nodded in agreement. Tang Shishir remarked, That's right. With your appearance and demeanor, you must never lack for admirers. Li Xiangnan smiled dismissively. Perhaps. He held no interest in human women. His desires were only reserved for those who needed to propagate their lineage. As an evolved being, he had long transcended such trivial matters of love and affection. Thus, men and women appeared the same to him. "Waiter, we'll order now." In a short while, their dishes arrived, and Li Xiangnan gestured for her to begin eating. While he took a few token bites himself, the so-called blind date was marked by their mutual silence. Tang Shishir seemed to be a person of plain appearance, yet possessed a sharp mind. When Nuo Lan introduced her brother, she had mentioned his good looks and kindness towards women, and that he was currently embarking on his own entrepreneurial journey. She felt intrigued, thinking it would be worth seeing him. Upon meeting him, however, she found him to be quite different from her expectations, not just meeting them but exceeding them entirely. The aura he exuded was far beyond that of a mere novice. It bore the mark of a seasoned, commanding figure. He seemed to embody a profound disdain for all, skillfully strategizing from a place of power. Such a man was beyond her reach, with untold secrets that ran too deep for her to fathom. She was not a foolish gold digger. Truly wealthy men would never be ensnared by women. Coupled with a naturally arising aversion and Li Xiangnan's indifferent demeanor towards her, she felt it was best not to pursue further. He was a good man, yet he had a tendency to drown in his own depths. A man of such remarkable appearance and ability could only be sustained by a strong woman, or else would find himself surrounded by nothing but empty pastures. Strangely, Nuo Lan had mentioned that his career was just beginning, with an annual income ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Yet, when faced with him, she felt a considerable pressure, sensing that he was not merely a millionaire, but rather a business mogul who had already achieved financial freedom. During their meal, Tang Shishir could not help but bring it up. Li Xiangnan smiled faintly and casually inquired, "How did you discern that?" "Your aura," Tang Shishir replied earnestly, as if the floodgates had opened. "One's aura can reveal the wealth they possess." "Ah," Li Xiangnan chuckled. "Do not mock me. I am merely speaking the truth. There's a saying that money is a man's courage, and gold is his support. It holds true. Indeed, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about men. I know you are not interested in me, and your gaze and demeanor suggest you harbor many secrets, even from your sister. I also believe we are not well suited for each other, so I feel no fear in being candid. My previous occupation was as an elite socialite." "I see." Li Xiangnan's face showed no surprise. It was evident that she was not as innocent as she appeared. Chapter 43. Li Xiangnan goes to war with Xiang Yang. "Since we cannot be lovers, can we be friends?" Tang Shishir's eyes brimmed with hope. It was not out of affection. She was astute enough to recognize that Li Xiangnan's aura far surpassed that of any wealthy individual or second-generation rich man she had encountered. This man was not ordinary, and even the unfamiliarity evoked a sense of disdain. However, associating with such a person would undoubtedly yield benefits. Li Xiangnan smiled silently. Tang Shishir, filled with anticipation, awaited his agreement, believing that with her beauty and striking figure, few men could resist. Years of experience had taught her this. Yet, Li Xiangnan gazed out the window, where a furious middle-aged man entered, Xiang Yang, the very person he wished to confront. Xiang Yang stormed directly towards him, his anger palpable, almost visible on his face. "You've gone too far this time," he seethed, his voice laced with venom. His eyes blazed with fury. Li Xiangnan remained silent, while Tang Shishir turned her head upward, curious, and asked, "Do you know him?" Anyone acquainted with Li Xiangnan was usually not of trivial stature. As an elite socialite, she understood that individuals tended to associate with those of similar standing. Moreover, she felt no aversion towards this man. Xiang Yang did not even spare her a glance. Li Xiangnan ignored Xiang Yang's ire and simply instructed Tang Shishir to leave first, as he had matters to attend to. Tang Shishir, being perceptive, did not linger. Rising to depart and leaving space for the two men, Xiang Yang leaned over the table, his voice lowered yet menacing. "I warn you, best return to your own world. Otherwise, I will not show mercy, even for Nuo Lan's sake." His implication was clear. He had restrained himself during their last confrontation. Li Xiangnan met Xiang Yang's furious gaze with calmness. "Anger is a sign of weakness. You are both angry and afraid right now. Do not provoke me." Xiang Yang's fists were clenched tightly. His glare could have devoured a man whole. Li Xiangnan shrugged and smiled. "I am not forcing you. You are the one with the skills to summon the ultimate emperor's armor. That is the power every man dreams of." Faced with this provocation, Xiang Yang's fury reached a boiling point, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "I swear, from now on, I will seal every beast I encounter." "Very well." Li Xiangnan clapped mockingly. Let us see if your sealing box is large enough. With so many people choosing to become beasts, how many can you truly seal? If you possess such prowess, go ahead and blow up the earth. Xiangnan, incensed, launched an attack. Bastard! He shouted, delivering a punch to Li Xiangnan's face. Li Xiangnan did not evade, allowing the punch to land. After the strike, blood trickled from his face, which he calmly wiped with a napkin. The blood was not his but Xiang Yang's. In that moment, Xiang Yang regretted his action, his entire right arm trembling slightly, blood staining his knuckles. It felt as though he had struck steel. His skin is so tough, I should have smashed him with a bottle. This hurts like hell, he thought to himself. Feeling a pang of remorse, Li Xiangnan chuckled heartily. What a joke. His body was harder than the strongest material on earth, each cell infused with a wicked elemental energy. How could he be vulnerable to a mere human? Although Xiangyang was the strongest elemental summoner on the planet, he was akin to an ordinary person before merging with his armor. I assure you, I have complete dominion over Earth, and not even Jesus could stop me, Li Xiangnan declared. Standing, he prepared to leave. From the moment, he overturned the secret base in Badu, eliminating Team 2 and the entire Mei family. The war of light and shadow had been irrevocably set in motion, with no turning back. As the Green Land Group grew sufficiently powerful and the beast proliferated, further concealment would become impossible. Their colossal presence would inevitably reveal itself. After years of careful planning, everything was in place for war against the armored beings. He was determined to show the heavens that the more they sought to extinguish his existence, the more he would live life to the fullest. Xiangyang tore off a napkin to staunch his bloodied hand. He shouted vehemently, "You once were human, exceptionally intelligent. Why have you willingly degraded yourself to become a pawn of the Shadow Guardian?" His loud voice quickly attracted the attention of the diners at nearby tables. Li Xiangnan stepped forward without hesitation, then looked up at the sun obscured by clouds, self-mockingly saying, "Why? Because some fellow refuses to let me live." This remark served as a retort to Xiangyang. He then took out his phone and dialed a number for Badu. Once the call connected, he declared, "The game officially begins. Those eligible for participation will gather in 1 week, 24 nautical miles offshore." The term game he used was a code name, meticulously planned for the annihilation of the light and shadow armor and the unification of Earth. Although Xiangyang was formidable and Li Xiang was equally challenging, it mattered not. The Greenland Group had already seized control of 70 to 80% of countries worldwide, wielding life and death authority. The remaining major powers had been infiltrated, their economic lifelines manipulated. Moreover, genetic engineering had long been initiated. Future generations would bear ideological imprints, destined to unwaveringly follow Li Xiangnan as their ruler. All potential threats had been neutralized, and now it was time for the hunt. Days later, news on the internet surged to the top trending topics. With no surprise that a secret base had been overturned by supernatural beasts. Furthermore, Meijin, the liaison for the light and shadow armor, and her entire family had met a tragic end. Such news alarmed many netizens, highlighting the severity of the situation. The death of Meijin indicated that supernatural beasts had returned more ferociously than ever before. As the situation unfolded, numerous insiders revealed that 4 out of 5 members of the former Armor Warriors' second team had perished, their families slaughtered by supernatural beasts. This marked an unprecedented occurrence in history, prompting widespread concern among the populace. Many feared that if the Armor Warriors could not withstand the onslaught, all humanity might face extinction. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the affluent began to make choices. They started to have children, intending to employ Greenland biopharmaceuticals genetic technology to enhance their offspring. Only children of exceptional intellect would have the opportunity to thrive in the future, ensuring the longevity of their family lines. Even though this was a newly released technology, over 1 million people had already signed up, all seeking to transform their descendants. Each action was meticulously predicted by Li Xiangnan. These genetically modified descendants would more easily merge with the spirit stones, evolving into even more cunning and capable supernatural beasts. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Li Xiangnan aimed to utilize genetic means to create the 3rd generation of supernatural beast soldiers. The 1st generation of supernatural beasts had enhanced powers, while the 2nd consisted of humans who chose to integrate the powers of spirit stones, becoming supernatural beasts themselves. However, the 2nd generation, possessing human intellect, would inevitably develop emotions, complicating management. Conflicts among supernatural beasts had occurred countless times in secrecy. Therefore, Li Xiangnan set about designing the next generation of supernatural beasts. employing mental branding to ensure the third generation would become unyielding machines of war, loyal solely to him. These affluent individuals would contribute the most valiant supernatural beast soldiers. Chapter 44. The conversation between Li Xiangnan and Xiangyang at Li Xiannan's residence. Enough is enough. How long has it been, yet you remain in this state? I can hardly bear to see it. Mincy implored her husband Li Xiangnan, urging him to move past the recent events, but her words seemed futile. Honestly, at your age, you should focus on your career, save some money for a comfortable retirement. Yet here you are, foolishly agreeing to take on Meijian's mess. Now look at you. Sulking. Li Xiangnan sat on the sofa, lost in thought. He could hear Mincy's complaints, but was in no mood to engage with anyone. Furthermore, what could Mincy, a mere housewife, understand about the intricacies involved? It was not about whether he wanted to go or could go. It was about facing the inevitable, the mastermind behind everything. The Green Land Group would not allow him the luxury of retirement. Apart from Bei Kai, the entire second team was wiped out, their bodies untraceable. If he did not act, he would be next. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Xiangyang entered with a somber expression, silently pushing the door open. Upon seeing Mincy, he concealed his thoughts and greeted her with a faint smile. Sister Mincy, Xiangyang is here. Please, sit. Let me pour you some tea. Thank you. Silly child. Why be so polite? I've told you countless times to treat this place as your home. Mincy regarded Xiangyang as her own brother, aside from her own children. After a while, Mincy emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth a pot of freshly brewed tea. As she poured tea for Xiangyang, she remarked, Xiangyang, please talk some sense into your brother Xiangnan. He has been like this lately, neglecting family matters and delaying work for days. People have been calling him multiple times for follow-ups. All right, Xiangyang, without needing to inquire further, understood the source of Xiangnan's distress, as he shared the same feelings. Once Mincy left, Xiangyang took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and set the cup down, saying, the adversary we face this time is the most formidable in decades. It is intelligent, cunning, powerful, and patient, like a ghost lurking in the shadows. It will not act without absolute certainty, nor will it reveal itself. Li Xiangnan glanced at Xiangyang, but remained silent, as the conversation had not touched upon his areas of interest. This time, a war that would determine the fate of Earth was imminent. Humanity would either become subservient or retain its dominion over the planet. There was no third option. Xiangyang's eyes reflected sorrow and confusion, as he realized how perilously dangerous the world had become. The summoning device, satellite receiver, and the spirit stone, you saved them, didn't you? Finally, Li Xiangnan spoke. Xiangyang neither denied nor responded, effectively acknowledging it. Li Xiangnan smiled wryly. I knew it was you. He then recounted the dangers he faced and the circumstances at that time. Li Xiangnan felt a pang of anguish. I arrived too late. Had I come sooner, perhaps the supernatural beasts would not have wreaked havoc, and Meijian and her family would still be alive. It's not your fault. I was careless, Xiangyang lamented. Eradicating supernatural beasts and maintaining peace for humanity is my duty. When I encountered it, I should not have shown mercy. I believe there would be room for negotiation. Are you referring to the evil water guardian? Li Xiangnan inquired. In his memory, the evil water had never been eliminated. Perhaps finding it would lead to the true mastermind behind everything, much like the puppets the Guardians had once supported, Shadow Sovereign and Boundary King. No, Xiangyang corrected his demeanor. It is the source of all problems, and this source was likely created by the five Guardians. However, this time is different. That individual has fully integrated the powers of the five Guardians, becoming a new supernatural beast that surpasses the original Dark Beast. Based on my two encounters, it possesses remarkable intelligence and can transform into a human form, entirely independent of needing to inhabit another's body. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan was taken aback. You did not seal it? Xiangyang replied. No. In fact, during the first encounter, we had a confrontation. Its strength is formidable. Adding a few more reasons, it did not exert its full strength, and I too held back a little. We previously encountered a thunderous beast of a tiger's shape, swift and immensely powerful, capable of engaging Xiang in dozens of rounds. Li Xiangnan quickly remarked, naturally believing that the beast Xiang referred to was the same one he had witnessed. A tiger in appearance? Xiang pondered for a moment before shaking his head, declaring it was not the same. That creature was an embodiment of the dark elemental forces. In a world divided between yin and yang, I represent the light elements while it embodies the darkness. As for its appearance, it resembled armor, akin to the armored form of a beast. With Xiang's description, Li Xiangnan's frown deepened. Does this mean there exists not one, but two equally formidable beasts? Perhaps even more, for there are many places globally inhabited by these creatures. If they do not reveal their identities, detecting them becomes exceedingly difficult, especially since they are often high-ranking individuals. There could be dozens, even hundreds. There are too many for us to conquer. Li Xiangnan bowed his head, cradling it in distress. Ziyang gazed at Brother Xiangnan, recalling the once spirited figure who grasped the true essence of the elemental armor through self-sacrifice. Alas, he had aged, losing the courage that once drove him to confront the beasts with unwavering resolve. Perhaps the sacrifice of Meijin and her family had dealt him a significant blow, instilling fear that one day, he too might be targeted by these beasts. Fear and retreat had manifested in Brother Xiangnan. Ziyang lifted his teacup, sipping thoughtfully before uttering a profound statement. The road ahead will be even more brutal. Sometimes, for the sake of our families and world peace, we must strive with all our might. Yet we cannot prevail. Li Xiangnan vehemently shook his head, loudly rebutting. Ziyang, however, rose calmly. Brother Xiangnan, if we succumb to fear, we will indeed be defeated. Was it not a time of peril decades ago? You faced it without fear then. How is it that after living several more years, you now tremble before the beasts? It makes no sense. Brother Xiangnan, please reach out to Dr. Gallo and the others. We must unite to confront the beasts. We must take the initiative and not allow the beasts to come after us. Li Xiangnan's initial expression of fear gradually transformed into disbelief. Ziyang, what are you suggesting? Indeed. Even I lack confidence in our victory this time. Very well, I understand. Li Xiangnan's fear returned. If someone like Ziyang sought collaboration, it indicated that this incident was far more perilous than the dark beast event of decades past. Chapter 45, Preparation, Apology from Dr. Gallo? A day later. At the City Research Institute, Dr. Gallo had just begun to recover from the grief of his sister's family's demise. On his first day at the institute, he immersed himself in the laboratory, working tirelessly even when his assistant urged him to take a break. He had underestimated the terror of those behind the beasts. His foremost task was to develop a medication capable of lifting the suppression on the descendants of the Shadow Village, granting them the opportunity to summon their armors once more. Otherwise, Li Xiangnan and the others would be akin to a reservoir in a drought. Without rain, even the largest reservoir would eventually dry up. Moreover, a convex lens was positioned above the reservoir, concentrating thermal energy into it, raising the water temperature and accelerating depletion. The solution was merely to increase resources. Conserving them was futile. Doctor, someone is looking for you, the assistant announced as he entered. Gallo looked up, sternly rebuking. How many times have I told you not to disturb me while I am busy? The assistant replied, somewhat aggrieved. I informed them you were occupied with research and unavailable. They insisted I mention their name, and you would receive them. Who is it, and what is their name? Ziyang. Upon hearing this, Gallo's anger subsided slightly. Fine. Take him to my office. I will change my clothes. Moments later, Gallo emerged, dressed appropriately. He found Ziyang seated on the sofa, accompanied by Xiangnan. Xiangnan is here too, Gallo remarked. Li Xiangnan stood, saying, Doctor, Ziyang insisted on coming to see you. He was the one who safeguarded the shadow stones at the secret base. Thank you. Gallo expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for you, the shadow stones would have fallen entirely into the hands of the beasts. Thankfully, those rascals were thwarted. No need for formalities, Ziyang replied casually, lacking any sense of reverence. I acted to ensure the shadow stones would not be seized again by the beasts. You have come for a reason? Gallo inquired. Before Ziyang could respond, Li Xiangnan interjected. Doctor, Ziyang says that the beasts will launch a frenzied assault against us. So our final resistance must unite as one. We cannot allow them to pick us off individually. Gallo's expression instantly turned serious. How do you know this? Faced with this question, Ziyang had no choice but to reveal that he had encountered the puppeteer behind it all twice and explain the formidable strength of the adversary. After listening, Gallo abruptly asked, Is there a chance to seal it first? If we can seal the source, handling the subsequent beast will be much simpler. At least there will be no leader to guide them. The beasts would become disorganized. It is challenging, Ziyang reflected briefly before offering a succinct response. Yet Dr. Gallo countered. Challenging merely implies there is a possibility. If it comes to a fight, he is no match for me. I am confident I can seal it. However what? I worry that a beast leader with such high intelligence may possess strategies unknown to us. We cannot dwell on such uncertainties. We must prioritize sealing it. For any other issues, we shall confront them as they arise. A glint of resentment flickered in Dr. Gallo's eyes. clearly linking the death of his sister's family to Li Xiangnan. He would seek an opportunity. Ziyang did not guarantee anything, but expressed a desire to replace Beikai with Beimiao. Given the current circumstances, conventional armors would struggle to prove their worth. Only by uniting the 5 summoners could we secure a glimmer of hope for humanity in the impending conflict. Beikai and the other 4 were not of one mind, a fact Ziyang recognized. Moreover, the strength of the beasts had escalated tremendously. They were no longer the lowly creatures easily sealed decades ago. Ordinary elemental armors would find it arduous to confront the enemy. Furthermore, the 5 sets of armors like the Flame Dragon did not truly exist. Only the Emperor armor did, which had fragmented its power into 5 parts scattered across the world. It was essential that Xiangnan and the others fought side by side, merging their strengths. If they were to scatter, it would be akin to forfeiting. Beimiao. Gata lamented, feeling a headache coming on. He was as stubborn as a mule. And Meijian's heartfelt entreaties had failed to sway him. Was it truly heartfelt? Of course not. Your actions back then were no different from abandoning a donkey after its labor. Fortunately, the situation had not reached an irreparable point, leaving a sliver of hope. Ziyang was aware of the events that had transpired. Since Li Ziyang's arrival, Brother Xiangnan and the others had all been dismissed. The polite term was an invitation, but in less flattering terms, it was no different from expulsion. Li Xiangnan now chimed in. Doctor, why not personally go and apologize to Beimiao regarding past events? Given the current human predicament, I believe he will not stand idly by. What? Dr. Galu immediately bristled. You want me to apologize to him? Did I commit any wrongs back then? Only a single magical entity remains outside. Why retain so many others? After all these years, has there been even a single penny of allowance that you have missed? How could he possibly apologize to Beimiao? Regarding that incident from years ago, even now, he firmly believes he did nothing wrong. Times have evolved. Maintaining 5 individuals is far too costly. It is wiser to support just one. Li Ziyang, with his elemental bloodline, can merge into the Emperor's armor, effectively preparing for any unforeseen events. It is evident to anyone which choice to make. Which employer would not endeavor to reduce costs and enhance efficiency? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan grew anxious. Doctor, this is not about who is right or wrong. The urgent matter is to bring Beimiao back. Then you go and speak to him. I have more pressing matters to attend to, replied Dr. Geru, equally obstinate. Xiangyang furrowed his brows and solemnly stated, if we do not retrieve Beimiao, then Xiangnan and his team will merely be a disjointed collection in the upcoming battle. Beikai will not align with them. There is no potential to form the Emperor's armor. Regardless of how vital your experiment is, should we fail in this battle, humanity may face utter annihilation. This is not a threat, but a reality. If we win by mere chance, you can take your time with research. If we lose, will you still have that time? Geru's face flickered with various emotions. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet the thought of apologizing to Beimiao for something he did not initially believe was wrong was a bitter pill to swallow. Thankfully, he recognized the severity of the current circumstances. After much contention, Geru finally relented. I will go. However, whether he is willing to come back is not my concern. Reflecting on his superior's advanced age and high position, always managing the secret base from behind the scenes, he found it absurd that he would need to bow to Beimiao. The world has indeed changed. It truly has. Chapter 46. Beimiao joins. A team assembles. Shortly after, guests arrived at Beimiao's residence. Opening the door to find Li Xiangnan and his entourage surprised him, particularly the balding elder at the back, who timidly adjusted his glasses, seemingly reluctant to meet anyone's gaze. What? Are we not welcome? After a prolonged silence, noticing Beimiao showed no signs of inviting them in, Li Xiangnan quickly broke the stillness. Rare guests, please come in. Beimiao stepped aside, suspecting their collective visit had a specific purpose. Once inside the hall, Li Xiangnan initiated the conversation. Is anyone home? No, Beimiao replied while gesturing for them to sit. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps not, came the response from the youngest, Kuan-zhong, who then promptly stated, we have something very important to discuss with you, Beimiao. Are you available to hear us out? Beimiao crossed his arms and grinned. What do you think? I'll let you in. Do you think I want to beat around the bush? Beimiao. You must have seen the recent news about the secret base, Kuan-zhong inquired. Beimiao nodded. Seeing this, Li Xiangnan glanced back at Dr. Geru, signaling him to take the lead. Geru maintained his unwilling demeanor until all eyes were on him, and reluctantly pushed up his glasses, saying, All right. I am here to ask you to take over for Beikai as the summoner of the Black Rhino armor. Additionally, I owe you an apology. The incident from years past may have weighed heavily on you, and I acknowledge that I acted inappropriately. I failed to consider the implications, and such matters will not recur. Bei Miao listened in astonishment, finally chuckling. I never expected you would have a day to apologize. Bei Miao, Dongshan interjected, the doctor has already apologized. Can we put the past behind us? Shi Zhao added. We cannot let ourselves be consumed by grudges over such matters. Time is of the essence. If even the five of us cannot unite, the earth will inevitably fall under the control of the anomalous beasts. Dongshan's voice grew somber. It was our complacency that led to Mei Zhen and the others' sacrifice. They gave their lives to warn us that the anomalous beasts are no longer what they used to be. They are far more terrifying and cunning than we have ever faced. We must come together, just as we did against the black demon beasts decades ago. To have any hope of turning the tide, Li Xiangnan looked resolutely at Bei Miao. At that moment, Bei Miao's feelings were tumultuous. The secret base had been destroyed by the anomalous beasts. How could he be unaware of such events? News reports flooded the media, inciting widespread public discourse. Previously, he had been frustrated with Mei Zhen and Dr. Gare for their betrayal, but now Mei Zhen was deceased, and aside from Dongshan, his entire family had perished. With children also lost to the anomalous beasts, the families of the second team members had similarly suffered, except for Bei Kai, who had likely succumbed to despair after losing his wife and child to the anomalous beasts. At this juncture, Bei Miao's resentment had diminished significantly. Life and debts are settled upon death. Ultimately, it came as no surprise when Bei Miao agreed. Wonderful. I knew you were not one to harbor grudges. Fang Zhong was the first to celebrate. Li Xiangnan smiled. With this, the five of us can once again fight side by side. Shi Zhao remarked. Now it is our turn to sound the horn of counterattack. The horn of counterattack? Bei Miao questioned, a large question mark hovering over his head. Indeed. Kuan Zhang quickly clarified. Before coming here, we devised a plan to seal the anomalous beasts. The Green Land Group presents itself as a world-class corporation. Yet it is effectively under the control of anomalous beasts, a malignant tumor thriving within our society. Only by thoroughly dismantling the Green Land Group can we hope for victory. Green Land Group? Bei Miao's brow furrowed with concern. Our family's company faced a financial crisis a few years ago and received funding from an investment firm under Green Land Group. If what you suggest is true, then Green Land Group's reach is extensive, infiltrating every industry. Do not worry, Bei Miao. We do not intend to topple every industry linked to the Green Land Group. We only need to identify and seal the true puppet master behind it all. Precisely, they affirmed, and we will systematically eliminate the anomalous beasts hidden among humanity. You are not suggesting that the puppet master is the owner of Green Land Group, are you? Yes, Li Xiangnan replied. We previously engaged in a collective battle against the anomalous beasts. In the presence of Xiang's reinforcements, a formidable anomalous beast appeared. Even if it is not the true mastermind, it is certainly a key accomplice. Who is the true mastermind? We do not know the exact name, but Xiangyang has encountered them twice and has fought against them. They possess great strength and intelligence. Is Xiangyang joining us? Indeed. This proactive offensive is organized by Xiangyang. If we five attempt to fight alone, we will not stand a chance against the current anomalous beasts. Only through unity can we harness Xiangyang's power and secure a decisive victory in the battle of light and shadow. According to Xiangyang, the true mastermind has already launched their final assault against us, possibly today or tomorrow. Bei Miao had been absent for a considerable time. He was unaware of the dire state of affairs. He never imagined that the earth had descended into such perilous depths. The secrets revealed by Li Xiangnan and the others sounded increasingly despondent. For an ordinary person, hearing such words would only lead to surrender, allowing the anomalous beasts to seize control of the earth. It was utterly despairing. How had things deteriorated to this point? Bei Miao felt a headache coming on. Before knowing these circumstances, it had not seemed so dire. Now, he understood that the deaths of Mei Zhen and the families of the second team were not without reason. The psychic beasts have silently seized control of the economic lifeblood of the entire planet, establishing a symbiotic relationship with all nations worldwide. It is needless to mention that the descendants of the other villages of light and shadow are unable to awaken the bloodlines within them. Once humanity falls under the dominion of these psychic beasts, they will unwittingly transform into their slaves. Even if Earth appears to be inhabited solely by humans, will it still be under human governance? Prepare yourselves. This battle will determine whether we are vanquished or obliterated. Hatred burned in Dongshan's eyes. What are your plans to act? Bei Miao inquired. Shi Xiao replied, we shall wait for your return. For now, We must ensure you regain control of the Black Rhino armor. Then we will boldly assault the headquarters of the Greenland Group, Xiangnan remarked. Over 90% of the individuals within are disguised psychic beasts. This is madness, Bei Miao exhaled, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated that in my twilight years, I would have another opportunity to fight for humanity's future. Very well, let us proceed. After all, I have but one life. It is preferable to resist than to surrender the earth to the psychic beasts, don't you agree? Chapter 47. Xiaoxi, brother, isn't it better to be an ordinary person? Yes, let's make a grand move, Kuan Zhang exclaimed with vigor, extending his hand. Upon seeing this, Bei Miao placed his hand atop Kuan Zhang's. Li Xiangnan, Dong Shan, and Shi Zhao followed suit, joining in solidarity. At that moment, the dark clouds above parted, allowing a beam of sunlight to illuminate the five of them. As if hope had descended. Once divided for various reasons, these five individuals stood united once more, ready to confront the psychic beasts in a blood-soaked battle. Wonderful! Dr. Geru was also swept up in the atmosphere, exclaiming that the armor summoner had been prepared, with all things in place. May the evil debts of the psychic beasts be repaid in blood. Bei Miao, see if this suits you, he added, producing the Black Rhino armor summoner set from his pocket. When Bei Miao accepted it, years of grievances were finally washed away. The water shadow stone was rightfully his once more, returning to his possession. Moreover, in his old age, he had the chance to collaborate once again. Brother. Just then, Xiaoxi fortuitously returned, witnessing the living room filled with familiar faces. Her countenance instantly changed, especially upon seeing her brother holding the Black Rhino armor summoner and a small crystal pendant key. Her intuition warned her that her brother must be embarking on a perilous endeavor. Xiaoxi, Bei Miao's expression faltered as he spotted his sister. Li Xiangnan and the others greeted her normally. Oh, it's Xiaoxi. Long time no see. Xiaoxi completely ignored him, her gaze fixed on her brother with skepticism. Please, have a seat. I need to speak with Xiaoxi, Bei Miao said politely, smiling as he led her aside. Before he could explain, Xiaoxi, her face stern, demanded, have you promised to join them again? You had already refused. Why can't we just live our own lives? Xiaoxi, listen to your brother, Bei Miao urged, locking eyes with her and speaking with a pleading tone. We did hurt you in the past, but so many years have passed, it is time to let go. Besides, Dr. Geru has come to express gratitude. For both emotional and rational reasons, I cannot refuse. Enough. This matter does not concern you. Xiaoxi pushed her brother away angrily, scolding him. Why must you wade into murky waters? You have a family now. Have you considered what will happen to your sister-in-law and children? What will happen to the company without you? The discord between the siblings quickly drew the attention of Li Xiangnan and the others, who were not far off. Xiaoxi's voice grew louder. Kuan Zhang scratched his nose, commenting, it seems Xiaoxi is quite reluctant for Bei Miao to continue fighting with us. Li Xiangnan replied, I can understand. Xiaoxi is just an ordinary person. She has her own life, her own husband and children, and a company to manage. Shi Zhao added, everyone faces choices. If I had the option, I wouldn't want to continue as an armor summoner either. Dong Shan, filled with hatred, declared, I only wish to seal all psychic beasts so they can no longer harm humanity. Bei Miao had made his decision. Xiaoxi could not deter him. Even if she tried, it would be futile. If they did not take action, future generations would accuse their cohort of armor summoners of being cowardly. You all agree, right? Haha, I certainly do not wish for descendants to blame me. Regardless of the outcome, we must confront the psychic beasts. Otherwise, the earth will surely fall under their dominion. Meanwhile, Bei Miao was attempting to explain to his sister, aware of her anger towards the actions of Mei Zhen and the doctor years prior. Yet after so many years, he had chosen to forgive. Why was she so unwilling to let go? Almost petulantly. At that moment, Xiaoxi seemed to have undergone a personality shift. We are just ordinary people. Isn't it better to live as such? Stop clinging to your armor dreams. The past is the past. Aren't the recent news reports alarming enough? Even the secret base was utterly destroyed by the psychic beasts. Why continue to play the hero? Brother, I want you to have some awareness of safety. We can just live our lives peacefully together, all right? Xiaoxi earnestly urged Bei Miao to abandon the Black Rhino armor. However, given Bei Miao's character, compromise was not an option. Xiaoxi, I cannot heed your advice this time. Bei Miao inhaled deeply, lowering his voice to explain. This world has long been infiltrated by psychic beasts. I have no choice. As you said, it is precisely because I bear responsibility that I choose to fight to the death. It may lead to dire consequences, but I do not regret it. At least I will have fought. And what about sister-in-law and the children? Xiaoxi was on the verge of tears. Don't cry. Brother is a descendant of the village of light and shadow. If I do not fight, there will be no peace for me. These psychic beasts will eventually kill us, just as they did Mei Zhan and the others. Brother has no choice. You must understand, Xiaoxi. No. Xiaoxi firmly disagreed. It won't happen. As long as you do not take on the identity of an armor summoner, you can live like an ordinary person. What are you talking about, Xiaoxi? Bei Miao was at a loss. He decided not to dwell on it further, lacking the patience to continue arguing with his sister. Regardless, he had made up his mind. He would not turn back. In the coming days, you should take sister-in-law and the others to find a safe place to hide. If I succeed, I will contact you. Be obedient, okay? Feeling that his sister was now beyond reasoning, Bei Miao concluded his conversation and turned to join Li Xiangnan and the others. How did it go? Xiaoxi wouldn't let you speak? Ku and Zhong began to inquire. But sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly fell silent. Doctor, let us depart, Bei Miao stated with determination in his eyes. Very well. Geru and the others remained silent. For who among them did not have a family? Who did not have their families threatened by the psychic beasts? Even if Xiaoxi opposed it, she could not prevent Bei Miao from reclaiming the power of the black rhino armor. To do so would be a grave error. Xiaoxi glared at Li Xiangnan and the others with animosity. It's all your fault. You must have said a lot to my brother to persuade him to set aside past grievances and reclaim the power of the black rhino. They were clearly pushing him into danger. The research facility had been destroyed. The era of the armor warriors was fading. To Xiaoxi, their current actions seemed like a futile struggle against overwhelming odds. Bei Miao, take this medicine and attempt to merge with the black rhino armor. Several vehicles were parked at a desolate construction site, obscured from the view of passers-by by the surrounding barriers. Li Xiangnan and his companions alighted from their vehicles. Doctor, Geru extracted a red capsule from the precision instruments within the car and handed it to Bei Miao. It resembled a typical gelatin capsule. What is this? Bei Miao inquired, examining the capsule before looking quizzically at Dr. Geru. Dr. Geru explained, this is a drug I developed that enhances physical strength and unlocks latent potential. Xiangnan and the others have already tried it, with excellent results. However, its effects last only for a day. Your bodies are aging. They cannot compare to your youth. Bei Miao understood and remarked, so, consuming it will likely restore my body to its youthful state? No. Aging is irreversible, Dr. Geru clarified. The pill merely stimulates the latent energy within your bodies, allowing you to absorb energy from the shadow stones to the fullest extent. After one use, you must wait at least 3 days before taking it again, or it could cause significant harm to your liver and spleen. Upon discovering that the latent bloodlines of the descendants of the Shadow Village were suppressed by a certain energy, Dr. Geru sought a way to break this limitation. The results were clear. His intellect was no match for Li Xiangnan. After numerous failures in the laboratory, he stumbled upon an unconventional solution. Rather than attempting to free the descendants of the Shadow Village from their constraints, he would enhance them instead. Thus, he created this pill. In fact, ordinary individuals could also consume it. Doing so would unveil their latent potential, making them smarter and more agile. However, the cost was exorbitant and beyond the means of an average person. It is well known that the liver is responsible for metabolism. The drug's potency is far too great for an ordinary liver to process its harmful components. Only individuals like Li Xiangnan and Bei Miao, descendants of the Shadow Village, possess the capacity to withstand it, as their bodies recover much faster than those of normal people. Even if their livers are damaged, they can heal themselves, and their metabolic abilities are inherently superior. However, moderation is essential. After consumption, a 3-day cooling-off period is required to allow for liver recovery. I'll give it a try, Bei Miao declared. Dongshan provided him with a bottle of mineral water. Bei Miao tossed the pill into his mouth and washed it down. The effects of the drug would not manifest immediately, but he could attempt to merge with the black rhino armor. Doctor, Geru retrieved a device resembling a scanning machine from the vehicle and aimed it at Bei Miao for scanning. Bei Miao nodded, grasped the black rhino armor summoner, and paused for a moment, reflecting. He then decisively activated it, exclaiming, "Merge with the black rhino armor." The transformation sequence he performed was reminiscent of his youth. Though his voice lacked the vigor of his younger days, now imbued with a sense of age and weariness. The combat satellite swiftly received the summoning signal and began to absorb the energy from the water shadow stone, directing it to the designated coordinates. A beam of light enveloped Bei Miao, and the long-lost power of the armor engulfed him, making him feel rejuvenated by a decade. The energy gradually transformed into armor. Extending from the center outward, armor merged. Bei Miao successfully completed the integration of the black rhino armor at once. Well done, brother Bei Miao, Kuan Zheng praised. Li Xiangnan and Shi Zhao also wore smiles of approval. All vital statistics appear normal. The bloodline of the shadow village within your body can absorb over 70% of the energy. While it falls short of your youthful capabilities, it is sufficient. Dr. Guerra's device could accurately measure energy utilization. For instance, when 100% of the energy from the shadow stone was injected, Bei Miao could only absorb 70%, wasting the remaining 30%. Given the long hiatus from training, absorbing 70% of the water shadow stone's energy illustrated Bei Miao's exceptional talent. Chapter 48. A storm approaches. Laboratory number 1. Surprisingly, donning the black rhino armor felt somewhat unfamiliar. Bei Miao gazed down at himself, reflecting on the change. Shi Zhao, with hands in pockets, flashed an angelic smile. Indeed, we are all aging. This world belongs to the youth now. Yet, we must protect the young, ensuring the schemes of the aberrant beasts do not succeed. All right. Ziyang has made arrangements. We can now seek vengeance against the mastermind. Once it was confirmed that Bei Miao could summon the black rhino armor, Dr. Geru began formulating a battle plan. Everyone, gather around. He activated his wristwatch, projecting a three-dimensional image. This individual is our primary target for sealing. Bado, a male. He graduated in computer science and consistently ranked at the top of his class. However, after being rejected by Mei Zhen and Ziyang for a position in the research lab, he harbored resentment and subsequently joined the construction group under Greenland. Notably, this individual gained notoriety a decade ago for breaching the firewall of the combat satellite, significantly elevating his profile. He later vanished for reasons unknown, but resurfaced years later as the chairman of the board at Greenland Group, currently holding the position of executive director. Bado controls numerous enterprises under the Greenland umbrella, encompassing every aspect of human life from birth to death. According to information provided by Ziyang, Bado is a formidable aberrant beast, resembling a saber-toothed tiger, capable of wielding lightning and adept at striking swiftly against slower opponents. Caution is paramount when encountering him. Dr. Guerra detailed Bado's background extensively. Much of this information could be found online. It was public knowledge, but he recognized that Bado was indeed an aberrant beast. Kuan Zhong scratched the back of his head and remarked, "Today's aberrant beasts are quite cunning, able to disguise themselves as humans and blend into the crowd. It's far more challenging than when we sought the Shadow Guardian's physical vessel." Li Xiangnan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Fortunately, we are aware that Bado is one of the masterminds behind this plot. One of? Bei Miao questioned. Are there other masterminds? Dongshan, speaking slowly, added. At least the Water Guardian has yet to be sealed. It is also one of the masterminds. It was responsible for the deaths of Mei Zhen and my children. He clenched his fists tightly. Shi Xiao comforted him, patting his shoulder. Dongshan, rest assured, we will succeed. Neither Mei Zhen nor Dian Nan will have died in vain. I promise. He then addressed Bei Miao. Bado is merely one of the masterminds. The true orchestrator is hidden even deeper. According to Xiangyang, this individual could contend with him for dozens of rounds. Although at a disadvantage, sealing him would be a formidable challenge. He possesses remarkable intelligence, capable of exploiting human societal rules and human nature to transform the Shadow Realm into the overt Greenland Group, gradually encroaching upon humanity's success and existence. Enhanced aberrant beasts such as the crocodile beast, the demon horse beast, the demon bull beast, and the rock beast, among others, which we once sealed with ease, now rival ancient aberrant beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for our regular armor to contain them. Transforming humans into aberrant beasts is also his handiwork. Xiangyang warned that if we fail, his next target will be newborns, aiming to turn humanity entirely into aberrant beasts. At that point, no one will be able to reverse the situation. Bei Miao felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. He exclaimed. Precisely, it is a gradual boiling. By the time everyone realizes, the die will have been cast, and there will be no turning back. Thankfully, we have awoken just in time. Our immediate priority is to seal Bado. You five must coordinate with Ziyang and strive to return Bado to the sealing box as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, Doctor. Let us proceed. Li Xiangnan remained engrossed in the development of the next generation of extraordinary beasts within his laboratory. A phone call from Badu interrupted his work. Several regional administrators expressed their unwillingness to participate in the impending campaign against the armored warriors. The The relevant documents were also forwarded to him. After a brief glance, he instructed his subordinate to summon Shui before returning to his tasks. The extraordinary beasts, infected by the demonic spirit stones and tainted by corruption, possessed both intelligence and power. Yet, it was this very intelligence that posed a significant challenge. The vastness of the empire often led some administrators, who fancied themselves powerful rulers of their domains, to act like local tyrants. They showed little desire to heed Badu, the king of extraordinary beasts. This was particularly true for those abroad, many of whom were transformed from foreign individuals into extraordinary beasts, some even ruling over half a nation with terrifying authority. They feigned compliance with Badu, who was far away at the headquarters of the Green Earth Group in Longwood. Within Longwood itself, numerous extraordinary beasts, having claimed a modicum of real power, were equally reluctant to obey. Li Xiangnan had never intervened directly. Although Badu was the strongest, he was not sufficiently powerful to completely subjugate the leaders of the group's subsidiaries. After all, Badu's potential had its limits. His acumen in business was the primary reason Li Xiangnan appointed him as the head of the headquarters. Not long after, Shui, clad in combat attire, awaited in the office until Li Xiangnan concluded his work. He succinctly outlined the challenges Badu faced. With a sardonic smile, Shui remarked, "Indeed, the nature of humanity is to be domineering within their own confines. Even transformed into extraordinary beasts, they persist in this behavior. Do they not comprehend who has enabled their current achievements? What would you have me do?" He inquired further. Seated in a plush chair, Li Xiangnan calmly replied, "1 week shall be their final deadline. Regional leaders who fail to appear are no different from refuse in my eyes. There is no need for the armored warriors to intervene. I shall personally deal with them. Use the dark domain to inform all extraordinary beasts that all heads of companies associated with the Green Earth Group must gather at the designated location within the stipulated week." Shui stood up, acknowledging, "Understood, I will notify them." Just as he was about to leave, Li Xiangnan halted him. "Are you going alone?" "Of course," Shui responded. Li Xiangnan shook his head in disbelief. Shui, while holding a nominal position as a guardian among the extraordinary beasts, had little influence over the leaders in the community. Extraordinary beasts were vicious creatures, governed by the law of the jungle. If they dared to defy Badu, who was not even on par with the power of a formidable leader, how could Shui, with his meager strength, expect to command respect? "You, come here," Li Xiangnan ordered, instructing a bodyguard to escort Shui to the confidential laboratory number 1, where Old Wang would awaken the extraordinary beasts to accompany the guardian on a global tour. Shui was taken aback. "Are you providing me with bodyguards? Do you doubt my ability to intimidate those small-time leaders?" He soon realized he was underestimated and chose not to engage in further argument. "I'll go," he conceded, eager to see what kind of bodyguards would be arranged for him. Laboratory number 1 was a project Li Xiangnan had initiated since the inception of his underground research empire, situated in a seldom visited area. Few were aware of its existence. Previously, a secretary who sought to uncover its secrets was executed by Li Xiangnan. Chapter 49. The True Dark Beast. Despite harboring grievances, Shui dared not openly defy Li Xiangnan, who offered him no respect. After a lengthy passage through several checkpoints, they finally reached the last iron gate. As it swung open, Shui was engulfed by a chilling breeze, sending shivers down his spine. The atmosphere was foreboding, and he felt the hair on his body stand on end. What a terrifying aura! Shui gasped, sensing that behind the iron door lay a truly fearsome killing machine, capable of instilling dread even in extraordinary beasts of his caliber. As the door fully opened, the eerie sensation reached its peak, then stabilized. A stark contrast of bright white lights illuminated the interior, sharply differing from the dim corridor outside. "Guardian, please." The bodyguard politely gestured for him to enter. Once inside, the bodyguard secured the door and departed, his duty completed. "This is a beast of slaughter." Upon entering, Shui beheld a vast laboratory bustling with top-tier weapon experts from the extraordinary beast community. "The guardian has arrived." One elderly man in a white lab coat approached, immediately introducing himself. "I have no name. My codename is Tu. You may refer to me as the director. I am the lead researcher at this secret facility." Tu was merely a designation. Once a scientist in the human realm, he fell ill and, through various channels, became acquainted with high-ranking officials in the Green Earth Group. After layers of introductions, he was recommended to Li Xiangnan by Badu. Fortune smiled upon him. He was successfully transformed into an extraordinary beast, not only avoiding death but also gaining a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. The price was a lifetime spent in the secret research facility dedicated to weapon development. Yet he accepted his fate, believing that living a little longer was a gain. Moreover, after becoming an extraordinary beast, he discovered his intellect had undergone a second evolution. Many concepts that once eluded him now appeared as simple as elementary arithmetic. Life was a new beginning for the extraordinary beast, and he found a renewed direction. Shui nodded, surveying the expansive research room filled with 4 meticulously arranged containers. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Director 2, "If I am not mistaken, those containers house the beasts." "Correct?" "Indeed, they are the beasts," the director confirmed, his head instinctively rising with pride. All extraordinary beast technology developed by the Green Earth Group has been validated and derived from them. The beasts, as humans referred to them, were the ancient 4 extraordinary beasts, collectively known as the beasts. The distinction lay in the fact that the beasts before him were true killing machines, devoid of any fear or hesitation. They existed solely to obliterate everything within their sight. This was the essence of the true beast. He wants these 4 creatures to accompany me in dealing with the disobedient? Shui felt an urge to turn and flee. As a genuine being of the dark cosmos, no one understood the dark beasts better than he did. If the Shadow Guardian were to be likened to humans on Earth, then the beasts were bloodthirsty predators afflicted with rabies. They would slay any moving entity. As for the ancient 4 extraordinary beasts, they were merely weakened versions developed from Dr. Karen's outdated technology, not the true dark beast at all. The director shrugged. "I apologize, but I cannot predict his thoughts. You will do as he instructs. Now, we have implanted a control system within the beast's minds. After numerous tests, we have found no issues theoretically. Experimental results indicate that our plan is feasible, and the beasts can indeed be controlled by human means." "The beasts can be controlled?" Shui's expression was one of disbelief. It was important to note that the fearsome beasts that instill terror even in the dark creatures of the abyssal universe are manifestations of inherent dread. No one has ever attempted to control these monstrous entities. With unwavering confidence, the director elaborates, "Lord Evil Water, this is where you and we differ. Scientific research is fundamentally about ushering advanced technology into the world. No matter how terrifying these beasts may be, they are not entirely ethereal. They possess intellect and energy. Rest assured, I shall awaken the 4 fearsome beasts now." The director strides to his designated desk, surrounded by an array of levers and buttons. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to activate the 4 beasts," he commands, prompting all researchers of the anomalous beasts to take their positions. The activation sequence commences, and the entire research facility is bathed in red light. First, high-voltage electricity surges through the cables into the containers. Immediately following, dark energy from the demonic stones is injected without restraint. At last, the first beast opens its eyes, codenamed Tawil. Compared to its original form, this creature's appearance is far more terrifying. Shortly thereafter, the beast codenamed Chaos awakens, followed swiftly by the beasts codenamed Gluttony and Xiongqi. In an instant, a palpable aura of slaughter pervades the research institute, suffocating all present, particularly Evil Water, who experiences this sensation for the first time. The researchers, accustomed to the fearsome presence of these entities, feel the dread, but are less affected due to their familiarity. They are capable of controlling the beasts and harbor no fears of them going berserk. Report, the beast Tao's parameters are normal. Report, the beast Xiongqi's parameters are normal. Soon, others relay detailed data. The director nods in satisfaction and begins to manipulate the levers. The containers start to shift, and the wall on the eastern side of the research facility suddenly illuminates, revealing a transparent glass panel through which a vast, open space can be seen. The containers housing the beasts are transported through an underground passage to the other side of the glass. Evil Water steps forward, suppressing her trepidation to inquire, "What is the purpose of this?" "Testing," the director replies, his gaze fixed on the glass. His hands deftly maneuver the controls. "This is the final test. We must ascertain whether the brutality of the beasts meets our expectations." "Expectations? Surely, mere observation suffices. I am already afraid just looking at them." "Ah, but it is different." The director chuckles, concealing his true thoughts. "What good is your fear? What are you truly worth? We intend to employ these beasts to annihilate the human world. They bear the burden of destruction. How can we hand them over without testing them? These beasts have taken over a decade to develop, consuming countless resources and undergoing numerous failed experiments to become the ultimate weapon." On the other side of the glass, the containers open, and the tubes and restraints attached to the beasts are released. Boom. The next moment, the four ancient beasts unleash a terrifying black mist, akin to a catastrophic explosion, shattering the containers into metallic fragments scattered everywhere. Roar. Chaos immediately exhibits its bloodthirsty nature, its massive crimson form crashing against the transparent glass, which shatters under the impact. Evil Water instinctively takes a step back, while the director calmly dons a pair of headphones that emit a soft blue glow. Addressing the beast Chaos, he commands, "Silence." As anticipated, Chaos promptly quiets down, and the other three agitated beasts obediently remain still. Chapter 50. Among the anomalous beasts, there are those with virtue. They are surprisingly obedient. And Evil Water finds this phenomenon astonishing. For the first time, she witnesses war beasts, typically synonymous with slaughter, being controlled by technological means. An idea springs to her mind. What if one could command a colossal army of these beasts? Not only would Earth be at their mercy, but conquering the entire universe for the Shadow Emperor would merely be a matter of time. These beasts, why do they inspire dread throughout the dark universe? Beyond their inherent propensity for slaughter, they possess the gift of immortality. Even if slain, they will resurrect after a predetermined duration. There is no escape. Only beings of imperial caliber can make these beasts flee in terror. However, it remains uncertain whether the creatures engineered by this young lad possess the ability to regenerate. Excellent. The director states with composure, having conducted numerous experiments of this nature before. It is within the realm of expectation that the beasts can be controlled. Open the doors. Release the prey to test their strength. Thus begins the true assessment under his command. Within the glass chamber, several glass doors open in succession. One by one, ragged and weakened humans are herded out by the anomalous beasts. Evil Water frowns at the sight and queries, "Are we truly using foolish humans to gauge the ferocity of a beast? Who said they are humans?" The director's retort prompts Evil Water to realize that these individuals do not appear to be human at all. They seem akin to anomalous beasts, but how could that be? Did these people betray us? Evil Water struggles to comprehend the scene before her. Under the guidance of the young Li Xiangnan, the criteria for becoming an anomalous beast are exceedingly stringent. One must first be a truly malevolent individual and then pledge eternal allegiance to the Greenland Group's board of directors. All anomalous beasts are deemed part of the family, occupying significant positions. This implies that those within must be in management roles, even if only as a minor team leader. Anomalous beasts thrive in the human world, never exhibiting the appearance of disaster-stricken individuals. No, they lack the qualifications to betray. The director's gaze turns frosty. Without impenetrable walls, these individuals were originally ordinary employees under the Greenland umbrella. By chance, they were trusted and subsequently transformed into anomalous beasts by regional leaders. Yet their inherent nature leans towards kindness, aligning more closely with humanity. Evil Water is only partially enlightened. The director lowers his voice to continue explaining, because some leaders are not trustworthy. Not trustworthy? You are truly naive. They seek to amass private armies. This realization finally dawns upon Evil Water. In the entire world of anomalous beasts, authority is divided as follows. The headquarters oversees the branches, which manage subsidiary enterprises, and so forth. This hierarchy explains why certain individuals, like Bado, sometimes find their power unable to influence lower levels due to a lack of cooperation. Why should Bado become an executive agent of the board? Consequently, these individuals covertly began cultivating their own subordinates. However, those anomalous beasts lack the innate advantages of Li Xiangnan. They do not know whether their subordinates are virtuous or malevolent. Sometimes, subordinates who appear to be scoundrels may experience a change of heart at a critical moment. Thus, some anomalous beasts, not recognized by Li Xiangnan, began to surface in recent years like mushrooms after rain. To be an anomalous beast, yet lean towards humanity, is simply unforgivable. This is also why Li Xiangnan must develop a third generation of anomalous beasts. With heightened intellect, they are more likely to adopt a stance. The director lifts the microphone, addressing the hundreds of individuals on the opposite side. Do not say, "I am denying you the chance to survive." There are a total of 232 criminals. If you can defeat the beast before you, I guarantee your release. Life or death hinges upon one's own strength. As the words echoed, over 200 prisoners exchanged glances, their apprehension palpable. The four ancient beasts, looming ominously, exuded a suffocating aura of darkness that left everyone acutely aware of the imminent threat of death. Clearly not ordinary supernatural creatures, these beings were the result of fortuitous circumstances, yet their power was not overwhelmingly formidable. After all, they were not born of authentic means. leading to a combat prowess inferior to that of typical supernatural beasts. Nonetheless, a handful among them possessed innate talent, rising to the occasion and elevating their combat skills to the level of ordinary supernatural creatures, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. A sense of terror gripped the onlookers. Some women were already weeping in fear. Despite their transformation into supernatural beasts, their mentalities remained human. What was there to fear? Among the crowd, a voice emerged, one that declared that death was inevitable, so they might as well fight. After all, they were mere commoners. Yes, let us fight. What difference does it make how powerful they are? We are over 200 strong. United, we can overcome. Even ants can take down an elephant. If we must perish, we will at least take a piece of flesh with us. Starvation would lead to death in any case, so why not seize this chance? Even if we suffer devastating losses and triumph, will they uphold their promises? Whether they do or not is inconsequential. What matters is overcoming this immediate crisis. Wu was right. In the face of mortality, if we do not unite, we shall only meet our slaughter. I am afraid. Afraid of what? Those who are truly afraid are hiding behind the women. Step forward and face danger like men. Everyone, listen to me. Those confident in their strength, come to the front and protect the weak behind us. Be aware, once we begin, we must attack with all our might and never relent. The onlookers outside observed as the supernatural beasts positioned the frail girls, children, and the elderly behind them, displaying disdainful smirks. Indeed, these were aberrations. True supernatural beasts would never exhibit such cowardice in life and death situations. Only despicable humans would engage in such protective behavior. To supernatural beasts, the weak do not deserve to live. Only the strong can survive. It seems you are all prepared. Then let the game commence, the director commanded. The four ancient beasts unleashed a terrifying roar, the reverberations crashing against the eardrums of the supernatural creatures. Fear burgeoned from within. Brothers, let us strike first. Kill. A bald man was the first to break free from his terror, roaring and transforming into his true form as a supernatural beast, a toad. It was evident that the leader who transformed him was, in fact, a toad. Only Li Xiangnan possessed the ability to create various infectious agents, while the local leaders could only draw from their own transformations to infect their subordinates, resulting in their followers all being the same species as themselves. With the first to emerge, soon others followed. Various dazzling supernatural beasts took the stage. At the same time, dozens of supernatural beasts launched an assault against the ancient creatures, wielding an array of weapons. The cacophony of sounds filled the air, the clang of steel ringing out like relentless raindrops. The ancient beast, Tao Wu, licked its lips, a sinister expression concealing a more horrifying murderous nature. Despite the myriad sharp weapons raining upon it, it felt no pain. Instead, it ignited a terrifying bloodlust. Raising its shield, it struck back with overwhelming force, sending two supernatural beasts flying. Its blade became a harbinger of slaughter, cleaving through all within its reach as if they were mere parchment. A colossal red worm, devoid of eyes, unleashed devastating beams of destruction from its swirling visage. Those struck would burst like balloons. Upon their demise, they would not turn into magical remnants, but instead dissolve into a mass of dark energy, akin to the energy contained within magical stones. The ancient beasts savored the carnage, greedily absorbing the dark energy to bolster their power. Xiangqi flapped its wings furiously, generating winds strong enough to sweep away the nearby supernatural beasts before shredding them to pieces. Meanwhile, Tao Tai, akin to an ancient general, wielded a soul-piercing spear, sweeping down with such force that few could withstand it, falling like harvested wheat. This massacre was utterly one-sided. Let me out. I still have value to you. I don't want to die. I want to go home. On the battlefield. An increasing number of supernatural beasts recognized the ancient monster's terror. Their attacks felt like mere tickles, inconsequential when juxtaposed with the ancient beast's onslaught, which reaped them like wheat. Those brave enough to fight perished, leaving behind a trembling remnant of cowardly supernatural beasts, desperately pleading with the workers outside for mercy. Yet, how could the slaughter cease? The energy within them served as the ancient beast's breakfast. In just a matter of minutes, all supernatural beasts were annihilated. The director documented the entire process, storing it within a crystal orb, dispatching it for review. He then handed the controller to Yi Shui, who donned it, requiring only to issue simple commands. Complicated instructions would be lost on them. The intelligence of the beasts was better understood by Yi Shui than by anyone else. As Yi Shui attempted to give simple commands to the four ancient beasts, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. The terrifying beasts could indeed be controlled. Akin to a dream, Truly, human technology has its merits. Greenland Group, the headquarters nestled in the heart of the city, stands as a striking feature amidst the bustling skyline, towering above surrounding buildings. Today, the Greenland Group's headquarters is a notable landmark, with numerous nearby offices and companies directly affiliated with it. That night, Bado shut his computer and smashed it in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently at the air. Bastards! How dare you disrespect me, Bado? If I cannot prosper, neither shall you. As the chairman of the headquarters, his authority was theoretically second only to none. However, foreign lords had conspired against him, arranging a mandatory attendance for all management at their first military briefing. Some, however, had opposed him, jeopardizing his standing. Bado felt that if he mishandled this situation, his significance would diminish. He was not merely a figurehead, holding the title of supernatural beast king. He was not to be trifled with. Although he knew he would need to address the issue, he was unwilling to appear ineffectual. The inept were destined to relinquish their positions, having tasted genuine life. He had no desire to regress. As he simmered with anger, his secretary entered, the trusted confidant he relied on. The chairman received word from his secretary that trouble was brewing downstairs at the headquarters, with someone demanding to see him. Bado tilted his head in confusion. Pondering for a moment, trouble downstairs? Are you certain? This is the Greenfield Group's headquarters. Who dares to act so boldly? Just as he was about to express his anger, the chairman's secretary hastily clarified, if I am not mistaken, the ones clamoring for your presence are indeed our targets. Oh. Bado quickly grasped the situation. You mean those decrepit descendants from the Light and Shadow Village? Exactly, the secretary nodded, then retrieved a tablet to display the surveillance footage from the lobby's entrance. Upon viewing it, Bado confirmed it was indeed them. 5 individuals who had thwarted his plans before due to the presence of the Imperial armor. Now, they had foolishly presented themselves on a silver platter. Inform them to encircle quietly once I make my descent. I intend to catch them like fish in a barrel. With a wicked grin, Bado envisioned the moment he would have the 5 armored summoners beneath his heel. Without the Imperial armor, the ordinary armors would be as defenseless as fish on a chopping board. With a murderous intent, Bado swiftly took the elevator down to the first floor, where a crowd had already gathered. What are you all doing here? Is there nothing else to attend to? He inquired. Upon his arrival, the chairman's secretary promptly ordered all employees to disperse. The once crowded lobby quickly cleared, yet the security personnel remained steadfast. Bado, flanked by over 20 formidable bodyguards, approached Li Xiangnan and his companions, jesting, You've got some nerve to cause a ruckus here. Dongshan glared at Bado, retorting, Stop pretending. You know very well why we are here. Kuan Zhong chimed in loudly. In such a vast corporation, who would have thought it was filled with shape-shifting beasts? How astonishing. His words were deliberately loud, meant for the ears of the employees who were not yet aware of the truth, suggesting that while the Greenfield Group appeared normal, those they worked alongside were indeed shape-shifting beasts. Nevertheless, the bustling crowd of employees paid little heed. The notion of shape-shifting beasts infiltrating a world-renowned enterprise seemed far-fetched. People were more inclined to trust their own eyes rather than hearsay, and the 5 individuals were hardly recognizable to the younger staff, who were merely there for the spectacle of witnessing a disturbance in the headquarters. Chapter 52. Bado's Mishap and His Apology. Bado, amused, understood their implication. They were somewhat oblivious to their precarious situation. He turned to his secretary and inquired, What do you call this behavior? The secretary pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. Heaven has a path they refuse to take, yet they force their way through the underworld. Precisely, Bado exclaimed. With a subtle gesture, he instructed the secretary to initiate a complete halt to all operations on the first floor. All unrelated personnel and ordinary individuals were compelled to leave, while those donned in Greenfield Group uniforms surrounded the area. Kuan Zhong glanced around, expressing concern to Li Xiangnan and the others. Are Ziyang and Xiangyang ready? If they don't show up at a critical moment, we'll be in serious trouble. Since entering the first-floor lobby of the Greenfield Group, an overwhelming sense of dread had set in. Exacerbated by the growing crowd of employees, the specter of death loomed overhead, as they had ventured deep into the den of the tiger, surrounded by menacing transformed beasts, each possessing strength comparable to the ancient beasts they had once battled. There was no chance of escape. The only temporary solution lay in Ziyang and Xiangyang executing their plan promptly. Rest assured, Li Xiangnan whispered back, while Bei Miao had already reached into his pocket to grasp the black rhinoceros armor summoning device, his expression grave as he cautioned, Prepare for battle. A few stragglers escaped last time, And instead of hiding in the shadows, they dare to confront us openly. They are courting death. Today, we shall eliminate them all. And it will mark a significant achievement for me, Bado. With that, Bado issued the command for battle. The personnel from Greenfield immediately transformed. Enveloped in dark mist, morphing into an array of bizarre and formidable beasts, some resembling earthly creatures, while others were entirely unrecognizable. Protect yourselves, Li Xiangnan shouted. And the five did not hesitate to summon their armors. Flame dragon armor, unite. Armor unite, a mechanical voice echoed. Blazing blade. Li Xiangnan summoned his weapon at lightning speed, confronting the first wave of attacking beasts. Bei Miao and the others followed suit, arming themselves against the onslaught. In mere seconds of combat, the armored warriors representing the light found themselves at a disadvantage against the fiercely modified beasts, whose strength was terrifying. They were far beyond what ordinary armor could withstand. Damn it, we can't even land a hit. There are too many of them. The sounds of battle erupted as several beasts coordinated their attacks. Although Bei Miao was renowned for his armor's defensive capabilities, he found himself unable to retaliate. And the strikes were painful. Li Xiangnan fared no better. These beasts seemed almost strategic in their assaults, rendering him incapable of countering. Even when he miraculously found an opening to strike back, it was ineffective. Each beast was valiant and resilient, equipped with cunning intelligence. They were invincible. Kuan-Zhong fared even worse, trapped in a relentless assault from two beasts, groaning in pain. In a matter of seconds, Li Xiangnan, Bei Miao, Dongshan, Kuan-Zhong, and Shi Zhao formed a protective circle, their focus razor-sharp as they observed the beasts. Fools! With such meager strength, how dare you invade here? Bado, hands in his pockets, watched the five armored summoners surrounded, filled with disdain. They were oblivious to their own limitations, akin to turning on a light in a restroom. Chairman, if you eliminate those five, it will reflect greatly upon you. The secretary flattered him at that moment. Bado reveled in such praise. Indeed. Removing them would fulfill half the assembly order I issued. What was the purpose of gathering all the high-ranking beasts? Was it not to eradicate the despicable armored warriors? Now, 5 of them have delivered themselves to me, a fortuitous opportunity. In his eyes, Li Xiangnan and his companions were no longer armored warriors, but rather stepping stones to glory. He urged his subordinates to show no mercy, to strike hard and fast. Understood, the secretary shouted, inciting the beasts to unleash their fervor. Just as the beasts prepared for another assault, several explosive projectiles rained in from outside, tearing a breach in the surrounding crowd. A brilliant flash of golden light illuminated the entryway. Riding the imperial steed, Li Xiangnan charged in, declaring, "Taste my imperial cannon." The imperial steed drew energy from the air, forming a powerful cannon aimed forward. "Chairman, get back." The secretary swiftly transformed into a fierce beast, summoning a pair of razor-sharp crescent blades to shield Bado. The imperial cannon was aimed at the chairman, and it was the secretary's duty to protect him from mortal threats, at least within the confines of the Greenfield Group's headquarters. Bado reacted without delay. The true form of the Beast King was swiftly revealed, as currents flickered in his eyes, and he evaded in the blink of an eye. The Emperor's cannon fired with destructive force. The secretary gathered all available psychic energy and channeled it into her dual blades, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, upon impact, the Emperor's cannon engulfed her entirely, obliterating her with its terrifying energy. The explosion's heat radiated outward, shattering all the glass in the first-floor office hall. Each shot from the Emperor's horse was equivalent to a standard ultimate move from the Emperor's armor, rendering it far beyond the capabilities of a secretary-level psychic beast to counter. Finally, the moment had arrived. Kuan-Zhong was nearly brought to tears. Had it been any later, he would have surely perished. Why didn't that bastard Badu die in the explosion? Dongshan cursed in frustration. Their plan was straightforward. Lure Badu out and use 5 ordinary armors as bait, aiming to catch the core target, Badu, off guard. Dispatching a few ordinary armors would be a trivial task, after which Li Xiang would seize the moment to swiftly eliminate Badu. Unfortunately, while the plan was sound, it failed to achieve its intended goal. Seeing the predicament, Li Xiangnan quickly twisted the wheel at his waist. The flame dragon horse immediately sprang forth, and he swiftly mounted it, calling to his bewildered comrades, "Don't just stand there, summon the shadow horse." Oh. Kuan-Zhong finally reacted and hurriedly summoned the earth tiger horse. Subsequently, all 5 mounted the shadow horse. "The mission has failed. Execute the plan. We retreat." Li Xiangnan commanded, reversing direction to flee. Given the failure of their plan, Remaining would be futile. They would leave the battlefield to Li Xiang, who was more suited to handle such issues. Badu, having narrowly escaped disaster, gazed with trepidation at the secretary now suspended in midair, transformed into a demonic sticker. Wrath surged within him. Cunning armored warrior. Everyone go? Block them. The psychic beasts launched a collective assault. Yet, an awkward reality unfolded. Many of the psychic beasts were unable to fly. Some could leap, but could not reach Li Xiangnan and the others piloting the Shadow Horse. Instead, they fell victim to the projectiles unleashed by the Shadow Horse. The projectiles released by the Flame Dragon Horse and other ordinary armors wielded considerable power, boasting the capabilities of ultimate techniques. However, such strength was insufficient to vanquish the enhanced psychic beasts. Fortunately, Li Xiang proved formidable, as the Emperor's horse tirelessly unleashed the Emperor's cannon, sending the psychic beasts tumbling in chaos. Badu, hiding in the back, dared not advance. Following their last encounter, he understood the disparity between himself and the Emperor's armor. Charging in recklessly would only lead to his ceiling. I'll outlast you. Badu hastily ordered his subordinates to summon more psychic beasts for reinforcements. After all, the headquarters was teeming with them. Thousands of capable psychic beasts resided within that building. Although Badu had obtained the chance for immortality as a psychic beast, he valued his life above all, fearing death. Aware that he could not contend with the Emperor's armor, he would never rashly engage, despite holding the title of Beast King. He understood well that titles held no value. Survival was paramount. Advance, all of you. Kill them. The roars of the psychic beasts echoed incessantly, drowning out the sounds of explosions. As the number of psychic beasts surged, including many that could fly, Li Xiang sensed the imminent danger. This is not good. If this continues, the seniors will inevitably be overwhelmed. As the captain, Li Xiangnan dodged the distant attacks of the psychic beasts while replying. I'll find a way to break through. You create us a path. Understood, Li Xiang responded, hastily keeping pace. He activated the protective shield to fend off the various distant energy beams from the underground psychic beasts, then unleashed the Emperor's cannon at maximum energy. A beam of white light shot forth from the tiger's mouth, obliterating all psychic beasts in its path, transforming them into demonic stickers suspended in the air, awaiting sealing. Good opportunity, everyone follow. Li Xiangnan activated the protective shield, leading Kuanzhong and the others out of the Greenland Group's sphere of influence. Badu, witnessing the escape of the five, seethed with rage. After them. Kill them. Some of the flying psychic beasts quickly pursued. Li Xiang exerted his utmost to fire upon the pursuing beasts, yet a few managed to slip through and follow. Forget it. Let us first eliminate these creatures. Since they could not stop the pursuers, he decided to deal with the remaining psychic beasts in their vicinity. He leapt from the Emperor's horse and retrieved the Aurora sword from his Qiankuan belt, activating the 5 shadow stones on his waist: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He channeled all energy into the Aurora sword. 5 Saints' ultimate strike. He thrust the sword into the ground and twisted it like a key. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying quintessence of elemental energy erupted in a dazzling display, instantly obliterating the weaker psychic beasts. Even those with stronger defenses fared little better, as the 5 Saints' ultimate strike was not a single, instantaneous attack, but a sustained onslaught. The formidable elemental energy swept through the throngs of psychic beasts like a tidal wave. In that moment, Badu sensed the imminent threat of death and hurriedly dodged, yet ultimately could not escape. Fortunately, his strength was considerable. Though he was grievously injured and propelled away, he survived. However, the losses among the psychic beast ranks were catastrophic. The 5 Saints' ultimate strike had effectively cleared the entire first-floor hall of psychic beasts, leaving 700 to 800 various demonic stickers suspended in the air. The scene was almost unbelievable. Li Xiang extended his hand, and under the gravitational pull of the Emperor's force, all the demonic stickers flew into his grasp, merging into one. He then absorbed them into his Qiankuan belt. After this absorption, Li Xiang couldn't help but reflect that he had never sealed as many psychic beasts in a single day throughout his life. He had anticipated many, but never expected such a plethora. This was merely the first floor. The upper levels, with their hundreds of stories, had yet to be affected. Who knew how many more beasts lay hidden? Oh no. Without time for post-battle contemplation, Li Xiang suddenly remembered the multitude of flying psychic beasts that had already pursued them. He swiftly mounted the Emperor's horse and sped away at light speed. Meanwhile, Badu, having narrowly escaped, dared to emerge from the rubble. It's over. His first reaction was that the sky had fallen. Deploying hundreds of psychic beasts had not only failed to capture the shadow armor, but had instead led to the destruction of his stronghold. The entire first floor hall of the Greenland Group lay in ruins, and he was uncertain about the impact on the second floor. At the very least, the Greenland Group had lost face. As the de facto chairman of the Greenland Group, Badu found this incident a severe blow to his reputation, as if he had been struck and humiliated. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. The crucial issue was that he had failed to complete his assigned tasks twice in a row. He had initially intended to eliminate the 5 armor summoners to elevate his own significance, but this was the outcome. How was he to explain this situation? If not handled properly, not only would his position as chairman be jeopardized, but his very life could be at stake. After a few minutes of hesitation, Badu ultimately resolved to clarify the entire sequence of events, accepting whatever punishment was due. He had contemplated fleeing, but after this debacle, he had no face left to plead for mercy. However, as the chairman of the Greenland Group, he was acutely aware of the global situation. There was no place that was truly safe. Even the ends of the earth were not exempt. Unless he could escape to the moon, which was impossible, he could only steel himself and seek forgiveness. The incident involving Greenland Group was swiftly captured on camera and disseminated across the internet. Badu instructed the public relations department to handle the matter. However, no news coverage emerged regarding the event, and all related videos were subsequently removed from the web, leaving no trace of useful information. After suppressing all public discourse and minimizing the impact, Badu, impeccably dressed, made his way to Greenland Biopharmaceuticals to meet Li Xiangnan. A day and night had passed since Li Xiangnan's bombardment of the Greenland Group headquarters and the sealing of numerous supernatural beasts. Badu had mentally prepared himself to address the aftermath before summoning the courage to come and seek forgiveness. At the underground research facility of Greenland Biopharmaceuticals, Li Xiangnan regarded Badu, whose visage was marred by fear and trepidation, with an increasingly evident coldness. Matters concerning supernatural beasts were not easily concealed from him. However, at this juncture, he was not contemplating whether to forgive Badu, but rather pondering if Badu was truly fit to assume the mantle of the king of the supernatural beasts. Though Badu possessed sufficient strength as a royal supernatural beast, he was paralyzed by fear, timid as a mouse, and overly concerned for his own life. Faced with Li Xiang's imperial armor, he hesitated even in the second encounter. Such cowardice was not lost on the many supernatural beasts observing him. How could such a king lead them or command their respect? Chapter 53. Recommendation for a new liaison. Li Nuo Lan. You tell me, how should I address your issues? Upon hearing these words, Badu felt a chill of despair. Indeed, the errors he had committed were not easily forgiven. From his years of experience dealing with such matters, he recognized that a calm tone often indicated the gravity of the situation. It was the fault of the subordinates, entirely their fault. That infernal imperial armor is truly formidable. My subordinates were merely seeking a flaw, which is why they hesitated. For years, I, Badu, have diligently and conscientiously built the group's influence, now spanning 5 continents and 4 oceans. Given that my subordinates have endured hardships without notable achievements, I implore you to grant them one more opportunity. I assure you that those who escaped will pay the price they deserve. Having spoken, he knocked his head against the floor, the sound echoing. Useless. Boom. A powerful pressure instantly filled the room, akin to a mountain pressing upon his shoulders. Badu could scarcely endure it, collapsing onto the ground. Unable even to move a finger. All he could do was cry out in desperation, "Spare me. I am still of use. I am valuable to you. The development of the group depends on me." But before he could finish, a jet of dark blood erupted from his mouth. His organs trembled violently, as though they were about to be crushed into a thin pancake. Li Xiangnan rose and approached Badu's head, cowardly and afraid for your life. How can you claim the title of king? Do not say I did not provide you with opportunities. In your first action, you allowed Li Xiang to successfully rescue 5 of them. The opportunity was given to you. In your second attempt, I instructed you to notify all senior officials to convene at the high seas. Yet only a few insignificant individuals disregarded your orders, opposing you without any means to counteract. Does this still require my intervention? Speak, what purpose do you serve? This time, a legion of armored beings breached the headquarters. As the de facto manager of the headquarters, Badu could not evade responsibility. He had brought shame upon the supernatural beast community. A king? Did he even deserve such a title? Li Xiangnan raised his hand, drawing Badu's head closer with a terrifying force akin to a black hole. draining the supernatural energy from Bado's body entirely. Bado did not even emit a cry of anguish. He was reduced to powder scattered across the ground. The supernatural energy that once surged within him, like an ocean, was now absorbed as though it were the water of a vast lake. Although the absorption did not empower Li Xiangnan significantly, it was still better than nothing. As for Bado, his talents were limited to commerce. Now, with Greenland Group exerting control over human existence worldwide, his services were no longer required. Regarding the group's operations? Apologies, but Li Xiangnan aimed for the annihilation of humanity. The efficacy of the group's operations was of no concern to him. Originally, he had intended to bide his time, but it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. The armored summoner, let me confront you. According to his plan, Bado should not have failed on the first attempt. The descendants of all light shadow villages could no longer summon armor, leaving only 7 remaining. Akin to grasshoppers after autumn, soon to be unable to leap. The issue was that Bado's actions had become quite detestable. His cowardice was intolerable. Should he remain, there was a risk that he might be captured by Xiangyang and prematurely divulge his plans. Thus, Bado had to be eliminated. Come here. The bodyguards promptly entered. Bowing respectfully, Li Xiangnan commanded, go, with the authority of the Greenland Group's board, inform all senior supernatural beasts worldwide. They are to convene at the high seas. Those who fail to attend shall die. Those who arrive late will also die. The final 24 hours, regardless of what they are engaged in or how crucial it may seem, they must abandon everything. Understood? An hour later, the board's decree swiftly reverberated throughout the global community of supernatural beasts. Initially, Bado had ordered everyone to gather at the high seas, and indeed, some resisted. They dismissed him, believing Bado to be merely a fortunate hacker, undeserving of authority over them. Individuals from across the globe, selected by the Supernatural Beast Organization, were granted the honor of becoming supernatural beings, thus attaining immortality. In the human realm, they hailed from illustrious families, financial titans, or political magnates, individuals of genuine power and capability. Only Bado seemed out of place. Everyone would investigate his background and discover he was merely a failure. Had he not caught the eye of the board for his business acumen, he would be nothing. However, the situation had changed. The board had personally issued commands, and the leaders and heads of supernatural beasts across the globe dared not defy them. The meeting was scheduled well in advance, forcing many who had planned to arrive later to board private jets or utilize any means necessary to reach the coordinates at the high seas. Meanwhile, the headquarters instructed its shipping companies to mobilize over 20 colossal cruise ships, encircling the high seas. After half a day, individuals began to disembark from the cruise ships. The majority had flown into the city and then boarded transportation vessels prepared by Greenland Group to reach the high seas. Those with wealth utilized private planes, landing directly above the high seas to parachute down or dive in, swimming to the ships. The leaders varied greatly in appearance. Some were aquatic creatures, like the sea cucumber beasts, swimming directly to their vessels. Those capable of flight chose the shortest route to arrive. Within a day, over 70% of the supernatural beast leaders had gathered on 25 luxurious cruise ships, while the remaining attendees were regional leaders, formidable in strength and comparable in combat prowess to Bado. These individuals tended to arrive much later, influenced by human intellect, believing that only those who arrived last could showcase their presence in a public forum. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Xiangnan and others had convened in Dr. Geru's personal laboratory. Although the devices in the secret base had been destroyed, they were outdated. He had long since developed new energy reception apparatuses. As long as the battle satellites remained operational, everything would be fine. Doctor, if you are weary, please take some rest. You haven't slept for several days. As things stand, I fear that before the anomalous beasts are completely eradicated, you may very well collapse first. Noticing that Dr. Geru was fixated on the computer screen, his dark circles under his eyes pronounced, and an air of drowsiness enveloping him, I felt a pang of concern and urged him to take a break. Dongshan echoed my sentiment, urging, indeed, if you continue like this, your health will inevitably deteriorate. We do not wish to lose you. All right, Dr. Geru replied wearily, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyelids. How can I possibly sleep at such a critical juncture? Please, do not persuade me. I can endure. Turning to Dongshan, he added, could you fetch me another can of Red Bull? Dude, in your condition, even 6 cans would be of no help, Dongshan retorted, albeit in jest. Nevertheless, he rose to retrieve a can of Red Bull for Dr. Geru. Upon opening it, Geru tilted his head back and drained it eagerly. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The sound of knocking resonated, immediately capturing the attention of everyone in the lab. It's me, came the voice of Xiangnan from outside. The tension eased as they realized it was him. You little rascal, you could have at least given us a heads up before arriving. You nearly scared us to death. Xiangnan was not currently with them. As per their agreement, he was tasked with protecting the immediate family members of several individuals, including Li Xiangnan and Li Xiangnan, who were assigned to combat duty. This arrangement also served the dual purpose of honing Li Xiang's combat skills and enabling him to master the essence of the Emperor armor, thus facilitating its upgrade. Simultaneously, it afforded the aging Li Xiangnan and his companions ample time to reforge their synergy and achieve true armor fusion. Only then would they possess a genuine opportunity to alter the course of events. Relying solely on Xiangyang would make it exceedingly difficult to safeguard humanity's present dominion. Once inside, Xiangyang, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, "The liaison officer Meijin has indeed perished. Today, I bring you a new liaison officer." With that, he beckoned to the bashful Nuo Lan standing outside, inviting her in. The expressions of those present varied as they beheld the young girl enter. Shi Zhao frowned slightly. Dongshan and Kuan-zhong remained indifferent, while Bei Miao bore a faint smile. Li Xiannan's face was etched with concern. Dr. Geru stood silently, his eyes reflecting confusion and skepticism. Xiangyang introduced Li Nuo Lan to everyone. "This is my partner, Li Nuo Lan. Do not let her age deceive you. She is remarkably astute. She is well aware of the global situation regarding anomalous beasts and harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil. She holds a fondness for us, the armor summons. Previously, she was employed at a restaurant, but due to the current circumstances, I had to bring her into the forefront. Doctor, I believe you can teach her how to operate these devices. I am confident her capabilities are on par with Meijin's." Upon hearing this, everyone grasped Xiangyang's intention. He sought to have this young girl assume the role of the new liaison officer. Yet, doubts lingered in Dr. Geru's mind. Can she truly manage? He expressed his skepticism. In such a critical moment, we cannot afford to gamble with just anyone. Li Nuo Lan, feeling the tension in the room, discreetly tugged at Xiangyang's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle, they seem to dislike me." She hesitated, suggesting, perhaps I should just step back. Originally, she had been content at her job in the restaurant. It was Xiangyang who had warned her of the imminent upheaval wrought by the anomalous beasts, advocating for her safety and advocating for her skills to fill the void left by the fallen Meijin. The role, while challenging, demanded that she manage communications from every summon on the battlefield, ensuring connectivity. Yet, despite her childhood admiration for the armor warriors, she now sensed a lack of warmth towards her presence. "Fear not, remain calm," Xiangyang reassured her. Turning to Dr. Geru, he continued, "Let us not dwell on trivialities. This place indeed requires a competent liaison officer to coordinate effectively. Given your age, how many more days can you endure? Do not take offense at my candor. The reality before us is undeniable," he pressed on. "Do you wish for Beikai to assist?" The mention of Beikai elicited a bemused reaction from him. "Why am I even involved in this discussion?" he retorted, feeling bemused. Xiangyang persisted, "Are you capable of managing such machines and processing information? You are not as spry as you once were. Such meticulous tasks should be entrusted to a woman, while men should engage in combat. Look around. There is no one to take your place. If you collapse from prolonged sleeplessness, do you expect Xiannan and the others to fight while clutching the light and shadow stones? It is not that carrying them is ineffective, but it is cumbersome and easily seized by the anomalous beasts. Moreover, utilizing the light and shadow stones directly does not match the energy conversion efficiency of battle satellites. Therefore, it is imperative that our temporary base has someone to rotate in." Dr. Geru, displeased by this young upstart's defiance, retorted stubbornly, "I can withstand it." "For how long?" Xiangyang scoffed. "A day, 3 days, or are you planning to hold out for 5? Can you predict when this battle will commence and when it will conclude? Do not let the light and shadow war commence only for you to succumb first." "What did you just say?" Dr. Geru fumed, his temper flaring. Calm down. Calm down," Dongshan quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. "We cannot allow our elder to become agitated. Xiangyang, your words can be rather blunt. Your concern for his health is commendable, but perhaps you could temper your remarks." Dongshan then redirected his frustrations towards Xiangyang, creating a balance where no one felt slighted. At this moment, Shi Zhao interjected, "Xiangyang, it is not that I wish to hinder you, but you are well aware of the precarious situation we find ourselves in. Everyone is under immense strain, and in this critical juncture, Bringing a young girl into the fray of the light and shadow war is perilous. If we are at risk of being obliterated, how much more so for her? Indeed. Li Xiangnan concurred. Xiangyang, it would be prudent to spare the young girl from this conflict. She is still young, with a bright future ahead. And there is no need for her to face danger alongside us. Xiang Zhao proposed. In fact, I could have Bing Er take on the role of liaison officer. After all, she trained under the same master as I for many years. Though decades have passed, and she has regressed, she is still better equipped to handle pressure than an ordinary person. In a crisis, she would be capable of managing the situation. What say you, Xiangyang? At the mention of Bing Er, Bei Miao's eyelids flickered momentarily before settling back into calmness. Bing Er had once chosen Shi Zhao, and he had since established his own family, leaving the past behind. After a moment's contemplation, Xiangyang replied, in that case, why not have both of them work together? Nuo Lan's intelligence, combined with Bing Er's maturity, would create a more stable arrangement. Do you not grasp the implications of what I am saying? Shi Zhao countered. As one known as the Angel, he was adamant about keeping innocence out of this conflict. The light and shadow war is deadly, it is not merely child's play. Chapter 54. It is time for me to protect my brother. Shi Zhao, exasperated, stepped forward to pull Xiangyang aside for a private conversation. This situation is far too dangerous. Meijin has already fallen. We must not allow another innocent to be thrust into this conflict. Regardless of your reasoning, I cannot consent to that young girl becoming involved in our battle. Xiangyang cast him a sidelong glance and replied with gravitas, with Nuo Lan's inclusion. We may yet see a flicker of hope in the light and shadow war. When the time comes to engage, you will understand. Absolutely not. Shi Zhao vehemently opposed. Regardless of the circumstances, the battle of light and shadow has already begun to brew with tensions rising between both sides. It would be unreasonable to allow anyone else to join this conflict. In Shi Zhao's eyes, only his wife, Bing Er, could participate, for their fates are intertwined. If one were to perish, the other would surely languish in despair. However, Nuo Lan is different. She is merely a young girl, likely unaware of the brutal realities of the battle of light and shadow, where lives are at stake. Seeing that the opposing side remains obstinate, Xiangyang glanced back at Nuo Lan and whispered, as the battle reaches its final phase, she may become our beacon of hope for victory. Given her age, surely you can think critically. Why would I bring her here if she were not relevant? He then shot Shi Zhao an exasperated look. Shi Zhao was left utterly bewildered. The final hope rests upon this little girl? Could it be that she possesses the bloodline of the village of light and shadow? Xiangyang interjected. No. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Your comprehension skills need improvement. I truly do not wish to continue this conversation with you. You seem more confused with age. We are merely bringing someone in. Does it matter? If we lose the battle, can humanity survive alone? Regardless of Shi Zhao's agreement, Xiangyang insisted on bringing Nuo Lan into the fold. The others, unable to oppose him, reluctantly acquiesced. Dr. Geru began instructing Nuo Lan on the equipment, and upon observing her understanding of the data, he realized that she was indeed exceptionally intelligent, grasping concepts after just one demonstration and adeptly applying her knowledge to solve problems. Xiangyang had not exaggerated her abilities. Before long, Shi Zhao summoned Bing Er to join them. The research room, once filled solely with men, now enjoyed the presence of two women, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Bing Er, however, was no longer the aloof figure she once was. Life's trials had etched wrinkles upon her face, lending her an air of maturity. Lunch is ready. At noon, Bei Kai and Li Xiang returned from their outing, bringing back meals for everyone. The research room lacked a kitchen and thus required frequent trips to procure food. Several experimental tables were pushed together, and everyone gathered around to eat. After a few hours of congenial interaction, Nuo Lan no longer felt the initial tension. When Kuan-zhong passed her a plate of food, she accepted it without hesitation and began to eat, driven by hunger. Nuo Lan, when did you first meet Xiangyang? Shi Zhao suddenly inquired as they ate. Without a moment's thought, Nuo Lan responded, a long time ago, back when I was still in school. You mentioned that you didn't continue your education after high school. Yet, seeing how quickly you learn, you must have excelled academically. Faced with this question, Nuo Lan hesitated. Noticing her reluctance, Shi Zhao smiled and said, if it's inconvenient, feel free not to share. It's not a secret, she replied. Actually, I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Top scorer? The eyes of everyone gathered turned toward her in unison. Then why did you drop out after high school? Yes, Nuo Lan nodded. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but ask, if you were so academically gifted, why not pursue further studies? It would greatly benefit your future. Indeed, another chimed in, as a top scorer, I barely managed to qualify for a second-tier university. You all seem to value education highly. Binger and I have been ignorant of exams since childhood. Enough reminiscing about the past. It's a miracle we are alive, someone interjected. Lightening the mood. Nuo Lan, you haven't explained why you abruptly chose to drop out of university. Was it due to financial constraints? A wave of curiosity washed over the group. With a hint of happiness in her eyes, Nuo Lan cheerfully addressed their concerns. My goal in becoming the top scorer was not to pursue higher education, but because my brother promised that if I achieved that, he would return. He has not broken his promise. The room fell silent, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. Just for that? Li Xiangnan was rendered speechless. Li Xiangnan nodded. Somewhat conflicted, what a pity, it seems you shared a strong bond with your brother. Dongshan added, it's commendable. Kuan Zhang, with a slight twitch of his lips, remarked, if only my own son possessed half of your intelligence. Dr. Geru finally joined the conversation. There must be another reason. Nuo Lan, unreservedly, shared her thoughts. Another reason is that I encountered an older gentleman and gradually recognized the lurking dangers behind the harmonious facade of the world. I realized that no matter how well one studies, it ultimately cannot resolve the underlying issues. It would be better to drop out and assist him in analyzing the data. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan and the others felt a surge of respect for her. Indeed, we require individuals with such insight. However, the battle of light and shadow approaches swiftly. Take my advice, the depths of this conflict are perilous. As a young girl, you may not be able to navigate it safely. In critical moments, you must flee. Do not bear the burden alone. I say, Zhao, must you speak in such a disheartening manner? The outcome is still uncertain. As long as we remain, we will not allow the schemes of the supernatural beast to succeed. Why burden the young lady with such grave matters during a meal? Binger scolded the group, her displeasure evident. Must we not find joy in this moment? Nuo Lan, is your family all right? Since they had formally accepted and acknowledged Nuo Lan as the new liaison, certain inquiries needed to be made. Nuo Lan shook her head, responding, my parents passed away when I was very young. My brother took care of me until I was 5, then entrusted me to my aunt while he ventured abroad. What a tragic story. Binga felt her heart swell with compassion, realizing that the girl's past mirrored her own hardships. At least you had a brother. The enigmatic Bei Miao frowned and inquired, should we inform your brother? This matter is not to be trifled with. If the supernatural beasts learn of your close association with us, your brother may be in danger. Indeed, worry and fear crossed Nuo Lan's face. Yet, she recalled the older gentleman's assurance that he would protect her brother from harm. Trusting in his character, she composed herself and replied, no. I cannot let my brother know of these troubling matters. He works very hard. I shall bear this burden alone. In her heart, she felt that her brother had always protected her, and now that he was struggling abroad, it was her turn to safeguard him. Besides, revealing such distressing news would serve no purpose other than to cause him worry. It was far better for him to focus quietly on his work. Are you truly certain? Bei Miao reiterated. Absolutely, Nuo Lan asserted firmly. As the meal concluded, the group resumed their activities. By evening, Dr. Geru could no longer withstand fatigue and laid down on the floor for a rest. Nuo Lan, now somewhat accustomed to her surroundings, diligently studied the data, aware that the supernatural beasts were preparing a full-scale assault on the final armor summoner. The battle satellite must remain vigilant, monitoring every move of the Greenland group. What is this? How peculiar. She observed a multitude of flights converging upon a particular area in the nearby sea. Everyone, come quickly. There is something unusual. The battle satellite had detected numerous flights heading toward the sea adjacent to the city, and upon searching global flight data, she found that very few flights traversed that area. Unable to operate the battle satellite herself, she called for Li Xiangnan and the others. After they examined the data, Bei Miao took the controls, entering the password to maneuver the battle satellite. Minutes later, dynamic images captured by the satellite swiftly relayed back, revealing a scene on the screen filled with numerous vessels. From the images captured by satellites, the tonnage appears to be at least 300,000 tons. Who could be hosting such a gathering? Might it be a banquet organized by a company? What sort of company could operate so many large vessels? Especially in a region that seemingly lies beyond any nation's jurisdiction in what appears to be international waters. The presence of those aircraft is peculiar. If you closely examine the black dots in the images and magnify them, you will see they appear to be helicopters. Are we perhaps overreacting? No, something feels decidedly off. It is highly unusual for such a multitude of ships to converge in one location, with aircraft and helicopters crisscrossing overhead. I hope I am not overthinking this. Let us first check the satellite data for the flight paths of those vessels. Where are they departing from? Some may be careless, while others are meticulous. For instance, Bei Miao has a strong premonition about this matter, possibly linked to the psychic beasts. Finally, an hour later, the combat satellite transmitted global flight data. After several rounds of screening, it was discovered that the flights associated with the vessels originated from major airports worldwide, as well as from obscure locations, resembling private jets. Upon reviewing this information, Li Xiangnan and the others exchanged puzzled glances. It's quite strange. Why are numerous aircraft clearly not flying along that route, instead heading towards the vessels? Investigations revealed that Nuo Lan held up a tablet, stating that many online users reported flight delays and cancellations, particularly evident since 3 days prior, with a notable spike yesterday and continuing through today. Furthermore, numerous personal accounts and reports concerning this issue have faced restrictions and scrutiny. Someone is manipulating the data to suppress discussion on this matter. Li Xiangnan remarked, when abnormalities arise, there must be something amiss. I suspect those vessels are filled with psychic beasts. Bei Miao finally voiced her opinion. Kuan Zhang, in bewilderment, asked, with so many psychic beasts gathered together, shouldn't our energy detectors be able to detect them? Not necessarily, Shi Xiao explained. The energy detectors are auxiliary equipment that were dismantled during the psychic beast destruction at the base. Currently, we lack any means to detect fluctuations in psychic energy. Let us go take a look, Dongshan suggested. It is indeed time to investigate. If they are psychic beasts, we must sink those vessels no matter what. Should we call Xiangyang and inform him? Yes. What about summoning the doctor? No. Let him sleep a bit longer. The 6 of us will go together. We can ask Xiangyang to keep an eye on the laboratory. Just as the group prepared to set off, Li Xiangnan abruptly halted them. Would you prefer to stay here, or allow me to investigate alone? No. We cannot let you go alone, Li Xiangnan firmly rejected. Li Xiangnan insisted. I fear this might be a ploy to divert us from the main threat. It's safer if I go alone. With my abilities, the psychic beasts cannot detain me. If those vessels indeed harbor psychic beasts, I will return immediately to inform you. Very well. Be careful, Xiang. Rest assured, I am aware of what to do. After sealing numerous psychic beasts in the Greenfield Group's hall, Li Xiang felt significantly more at ease. These enhanced psychic beasts might overpower ordinary armor, but against the Imperial armor, they would still be akin to larger ants. Moreover, Li Xiang realized that after his extensive sealing, his mindset had broadened, making him feel capable of upgrading his armor at any moment. Even if those vessels were a den of dangers, he would dare to confront them. Without hesitation, Li Xiang departed the research facility, donned the Imperial armor, and summoned the Imperial steed, soaring forth at incredible speed. Bei Miao, continue monitoring that location with the satellite. Should anything appear amiss, we will rush to provide assistance. You needn't worry, I know what to do. The Imperial steed was exceptionally swift, soon approaching the suspicious maritime region previously captured by satellites. Even before arriving, as the wielder of the Imperial armor, he sensed a pervasive wave of psychic energy in the air, intensifying the closer he got. This was conclusive. Psychic beasts were indeed aboard those vessels. Only a significant accumulation of psychic energy could generate such a detectable force. Ordinarily, he should return to explicitly inform Li Xiangnan and the others that the ships were filled with psychic beasts, and then confer with Xiangyang on how to proceed. However, his instincts began to stir. Since he was already here, he might as well confirm the situation firsthand and discern what those psychic beasts were scheming. After all, the Imperial steed could fly swiftly and conceal itself among the clouds. At long last, he approached, spotting a multitude of passenger aircraft in the vicinity and helicopters in the next layer of airspace. Li Xiang ascended higher, merging with the clouds for concealment, then cautiously advanced. Eventually, over 20 massive cruise ships came into view. A closer inspection revealed many people mingling on the decks, humans and psychic beasts intermingled, sharing laughter and conversation. Among them were individuals of various skin tones, black, yellow, and white, each exhibiting distinct appearances across different vessels. He even observed numerous winged psychic beasts soaring above, with others surfacing from the tumultuous ocean, some lounging on the waves basking in the sun. How infuriating, witnessing these psychic beasts from all corners of the globe. Li Xiang felt a surge of hatred. It was evident that the world had been overrun by psychic beasts while humanity remained blissfully ignorant of their impending doom. Just as he prepared to retreat, a sudden wave of intense danger sent chills down his spine. Chapter 55, The Ultimate Showdown, Li Xiangnan versus Li Xiangnan. What is happening? Boom. Caught completely off guard, a beam of light shot up from below with astonishing speed. The explosion instantly generated a fiery blast hundreds of meters wide, the shockwave dispersing the clouds to create an open circular area. Shortly after, all the psychic beasts turned their gaze skyward as a calm yet mysterious voice resonated within their minds, a command. The psychic beasts instinctively bowed to the voice's master. There. It was the Imperial armor. A particularly sharp-eyed psychic beast had spotted the golden speck in the circular space. Wasn't he that the Imperial armor, their nemesis? Kill him. Destroy his armor. The world shall ultimately belong to the psychic beasts. Roars of fury erupted among the psychic beasts. Those capable of flight strained their wings, soaring into the clouds. This is bad. I've been discovered. As a horde of psychic beasts surged from the ships towards him, Li Xiangnan felt a wave of frustration. He had been successfully concealed within the clouds, so how could they have found him? Regardless, it was time to retreat. The sudden onslaught had left him rattled. He sensed that within those cruise ships lurked a formidable opponent he could not afford to underestimate, possibly Bado. His instincts warned him that fighting solo would be perilous. Just as he revved his engines to flee the area, the psychic beasts had already ascended into the skies. Intent on eliminating him, they swarmed like flies, launching an array of attacks. Various projectiles rained down like a storm, and due to their sheer numbers, many of the psychic beasts' long-range assaults struck their own kind. Their speed was astonishing. The capacity of these psychic beasts to intercept targets far exceeded Li Xiang's expectations. In the face of the onslaught, he calmly activated his energy shield to withstand some of the attacks. Then, he initiated the Imperial cannon, firing at targets while evading incoming fire. The clouds above erupted into chaos amidst the furious explosions. The sound of crackling echoed like firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. These extraordinary beasts were formidable, yet their adversary was the Emperor armor, and Li Xiangnan had nearly mastered the upgrade capabilities of the ultimate Emperor armor. After several minutes of combat, it became evident that the extraordinary beasts were not encircling Li Xiangnan. Rather, it was he who had ensnared them. The chaotic sky was filled with magical seals, suspended like grains of rice in stillness. The extraordinary beasts aboard the cruise ship watched anxiously. They were all land-based creatures, devoid of wings and incapable of flight. Many possessed the ability to teleport, yet none could ascend to the skies. As Li Xiangnan grew increasingly adept in battle, he suddenly contemplated the notion that if all extraordinary beasts in the world were to gather, it might prove advantageous. He could sweep them all away. Observing the dwindling number of extraordinary beasts in the sky, he prepared to exert himself further to eliminate them and absorb the magical seals. However, at that moment, the chilling sensation that had previously gripped his spine returned, this time with greater intensity. His instincts urged him to vacate the current spatial realm immediately. Boom. A powerful light orb erupted without warning. Flames rapidly expanded, forming a fireball with a diameter of over 1,000 meters, instantly heating the surrounding air within a 5,000-meter radius. The clouds evaporated into nothingness. The tremendous shockwave sent Li Xiangnan tumbling away. As the fireball gradually dissipated, he steadied himself in the Emperor's steed, finally able to discern a peculiar silhouette suspended in the remnants of the explosion. A pair of eerie blue eyes silently gazed at him. Was that an extraordinary beast? Li Xiangnan furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe the sight before him. It bore no resemblance to an extraordinary beast. It appeared more like a warrior clad in armor. No, it was an evil armored warrior. What followed was an even more unexpected action from this malevolent armored figure. It drew all the magical seals floating in the air towards itself and absorbed them into the belt on its abdomen. Indeed, it was an armored belt, exuding an unmistakably sinister aura. This wicked armored warrior was none other than Li Xiangnan. After absorbing the energy from the magical seals, his overall aura surged slightly. Utilizing the Black Domain belt allowed for a more pure absorption of the magical spirit stone's power than simple absorption alone, enhancing the efficacy manifold. The Black Domain belt was one of the experimental projects he had initiated a decade prior. Aside from researching ancient ferocious beasts, it was his primary focus. As it developed, the energy from the 5 Shadow Guardians became insufficient for his growth, prompting the idea of creating the belt. This belt, named the Black Domain belt, was crafted from materials sourced from within the Black Domain, supplemented by rare metals from Earth. Li Xiangnan's ultimate aim was the annihilation of humanity. and he never believed that relying on these ordinary enhanced extraordinary beasts could defeat the armor. Thus, the reason for the relentless pursuit of extraordinary beasts over the past decade was clear. These creatures were embodiments of magical spirit stones, with the Shadow Guardians depleted. Attaining the strength to rival the Emperor armor necessitated a substantial reservoir of extraordinary energy. Clearly, fostering more extraordinary beasts was the most fitting strategy. In addition to this function, the belt also enabled more precise control over the elemental forces of darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, allowing for higher damage output with lower energy consumption. Defensive capabilities, attack power, agility, and speed all received significant enhancements. Furthermore, once donned, his appearance transformed from a half-beast, half-armor visage into one of dark armored elegance. Although still an unfinished prototype, it proved sufficient for the time being. Upon touching the side of the belt, a 1.5-meter-long black sword materialized out of thin air. Grasping the hilt, he assumed an offensive stance, and with a thunderous sound, his body shot through the air like a meteor, appearing before Li Xiang in an instant. This was a grave miscalculation. Li Xiang had not anticipated the sudden assault, nor the staggering speed at which it was executed, beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to block. The sword clashed violently with his sturdy gauntlet. The sound of metal ringing echoed as a force capable of breaching the Emperor armor's defenses coursed through his arm, sending him plummeting like a discharged bullet. Pain surged through him. Was this being an extraordinary beast or an armored warrior? As he fell, Li Xiang's numbing arm quickly regained its composure. While the strike sharpened his senses, replacing his previous bravado with a vigilant demeanor, as if he were to seal all extraordinary beasts in the world. Laser sword, Aurora shield. As he was about to plunge into the sea, he swiftly adjusted his body, utilizing a 90-degree maneuver to counteract his descent and ascend rapidly. Sword aimed at the malevolent armored figure. Li Xiangnan lowered his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, it was not as challenging as facing Xiangyang. From that single strike, he could ascertain that Li Xiang's current combat prowess was significantly inferior. The ordinary Emperor armor was, after all, just that ordinary. As Li Xiang charged forward, Li Xiangnan swung his sword downward, gathering extraordinary energy into a crescent slash, exuding an imposing presence. Li Xiang swiftly dodged, simultaneously unleashing a remote slashing attack with the Aurora's sword. Li Xiangnan nimbly evaded, then propelled himself towards Li Xiang. Their figures transformed into luminous orbs, rapidly converging. Boom. At the moment of collision, the terrifying potential energy from both combatants began to clash, swirling and boiling like water in a pot, igniting the surrounding air and creating a vacuum zone. To the extraordinary beasts aboard the cruise ship, this spectacle resembled stars twinkling in the night sky. Although the power appeared modest, the sound reverberated, causing the sea to churn violently in response. The extraordinary beasts gazed upwards, witnessing the true might of the Emperor of Extraordinary Beasts. They had never before seen the Emperor engage in battle. Truly, he was magnificent. In comparison, that fellow, Badu, who claimed to be the king of extraordinary beasts, was nothing more than a joke. Indeed, had Badu been embroiled in such a conflict, he would likely meet the same fate as the rest of us, obliterated by the aftermath. It was terrifying. This was beyond our capabilities to participate. Extraordinary beasts from all corners watched in awe and trepidation. On one hand, they feared the strength of the Emperor armor. On the other, they took pride in their Emperor. Only the Emperor of Extraordinary Beasts could contend with the Emperor armor. This was the essence of power. Moreover, it appeared that their Emperor was even more formidable, as the Emperor armor showed no signs of gaining an upper hand in their exchanges. This adversary was truly powerful. Li Xiang exerted every ounce of strength, only to find himself still suppressed. After another exchange of energy beams, he was blasted hundreds of meters away. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the mechanism at his waist. Soon, a shield appeared on his chest, the Aurora shield, accompanied by a mechanical prompt echoing with authority. Ultimate Emperor armor. The upgrade of the armor had finally been completed. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, devoid of the burden of being suppressed. He understood that only the ultimate Emperor armor represented the complete form of the Emperor armor. Emperor Steed. He summoned the Emperor Steed from the Emperor belt. The Emperor Steed, seemingly alive, began to absorb the energy from the air, targeting Li Xiangnan for release. Li Xiangnan began to evade, only for the Emperor cannon to pivot and launch another assault from behind. In response, Li Xiangnan unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy, neutralizing the Emperor cannon. It was a tracking projectile. Li Xiangnan felt a surge of annoyance. The Emperor's steed was indeed a formidable adversary. Li Xiang's combat prowess had surged immensely, now barely surpassing Li Xiangnan, and with the Emperor's steed providing support, the tide of battle began to shift. Li Xiangnan found himself in the position of being the oppressed. Witnessing the sudden turn of events in the battlefield above, the extraordinary beasts aboard the cruise ships began to curse. What a lack of martial integrity. How can that mount attack autonomously? That is the Emperor's cannon. A single hit means death. A near miss brings injury. Our Emperor, hang in there. 2 against 1 is unfair. If only I could fly. Fly? And then what? To assist the Emperor, of course. Come on, you'd only complicate matters. Did you not see that flying one over there, now too scared to utter a word? In a battle of such magnitude, our involvement would be futile. Surely the Emperor cannot afford to lose? With more extraordinary beasts arriving to spectate, over 500 to 600,000 powerful creatures, each a prominent figure or lord in other realms, gathered on the 20 or so cruise ships. Yet not a single one could lend assistance at this critical moment. They could only watch helplessly. In the sky, the pressure on Li Xiangnan intensified. Indeed, the ultimate armor was formidable, had he not donned the black domain belt. Enhancing his strength comprehensively, it was quite possible that Li Xiang could have defeated and sealed him. However, now, despite being suppressed, he managed to render his opponent at a loss. The disparity in combat power was merely a matter of 1.99 versus 100. The Emperor's wind-piercing strike. After a close-quarters clash spanning dozens of exchanges, Li Xiang could no longer restrain himself and unleashed his lethal energy. Accompanied by the gathering energy of the wood element behind him, a pair of broad wings sprouted, aimed at the target ahead. The Aurora sword was thrust forward with great force. The energy of wood coalesced into hundreds of sharp blades behind him, exuding a chilling aura. In an instant, the blades surged forth like a tempest. Wind-piercing strike? I can do that too. Li Xiangnan summoned the power of Darkwood, swiftly replicating Li Xiang's ultimate technique. Extraordinary energy surged forth, materializing into a pair of black eagle wings. Hundreds of black feathers manifested behind him, executing the same movement, employing the same release technique. The elongated black feathers intertwined and canceled out the white, cold-emitting blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many feathers fell below, striking some unfortunate extraordinary beasts. In the sky, both sides continued to amplify their power, the range of their attacks expanding and the commotion escalating. Regrettably, neither could gain the upper hand until both parties had fully executed their wind-piercing strikes, resulting in a complete cancellation of their efforts. Such identical techniques? After Li Xiang withdrew his attack, he stood momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that his opponent was capable of executing the Emperor's wind-piercing strike, a technique that could only be unleashed by the ultimate Emperor's armor and with comparable might. Who are you? Why do you assist the extraordinary beasts? At this moment, Li Xiang finally thought to inquire about his opponent's identity. Why ask? Li Xiangnan chuckled at the question, unbidden laughter escaping him. Perhaps it is because the world despises me, and I harbor animosity towards it as well. What an absurd reason. Li Xiang erupted in anger. How can someone so powerful choose to aid the extraordinary beasts? It is a path of self-despair. Haha, you are quite adorable. Li Xiangnan couldn't help but tease, surprised that Li Xiang, despite his age and the numerous rounds of combat, still had not discerned his identity. So it was all for nothing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiangnan descended rapidly, landing squarely amidst the cluster of cruise ships. With a grand gesture, a formidable wave of extraordinary energy burst forth, instantly creating a mist stretching for several kilometers. Li Xiang, unsure of Li Xiangnan's intentions, remained vigilant but made no move. Soon, all the vessels below were shrouded in the dark mist. The sound of thunder echoed ominously within the mist. A cacophony of cries soon erupted, a chorus of screams. What on earth is he doing? Li Xiang felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. Meanwhile, within the mist, extraordinary beasts from across the nation writhed in agony. Spare me, spare me. My hand is gone. Ah, run. The Emperor has gone mad. Why is he killing us too? Save me. No, no. The extraordinary energy within me is dissipating. The Emperor is using us as sustenance. Why? Why is this happening? Chapter 56. Absorbing extraordinary beasts, gaining further strength. The first extraordinary beasts to react had grasped the grim truth and began to panic in fear. Meanwhile, others arriving from afar ceased their approach to the cruise ships, entirely unaware of the chaos occurring on board. The mist separated them from the outside world. Only the continuous cries of despair could be heard. Xiang, what has transpired? Someone questioned, gazing at the immense cloud of smoke concealing the ships beneath. Several figures darted past. Li Xiangnan and his companions hurriedly approached, having detected signs of conflict from their battle satellite, and rushed to provide assistance. Indeed, Xiangnan had also notified them. However, upon their arrival, they found no evidence of the battle between Li Xiangnan and Li Xiang, only a massive cloud of fog hovering above the sea. The mist was so dense that even the armor's vision could not penetrate the barrier to reveal the situation within. What brings you here? Seeing the 5 seniors arrive, Li Xiang felt a warmth in his heart, surprise flickering across his expression. What is happening over there? Li Xiangnan inquired. I am not entirely sure. Li Xiang shook his head. You were on site. How could you not know? Biming pressed. Those extraordinary beasts aboard the ships. Listen closely, many of those are cries. Well, to be precise, they are screams. Dong Shan, with his keen hearing, added, I was detected by the extraordinary beasts as soon as I arrived, and then. Li Xiang had no choice but to succinctly explain the situation to Li Xiangnan and the others. I have no idea where that guy came from. His abdomen bears a belt similar to ours. Moreover, I witnessed him absorb the magic seal. The group exchanged bewildered glances. A darkened armor? An unfamiliar armor? Capable of absorbing magic seals and possessing immense power to utilize techniques from the ultimate emperor's armor? This was a scenario they had never encountered before. Indeed, is it truly armor? Who can say? Do you believe it could be an extraordinary beast? They debated the nature of the unfamiliar armor Li Xiang had just faced. However, Xianyang had not disclosed that Nuo Lan's brother was the true mastermind behind it all. Even if he did, no one would recognize Li Xiangnan after utilizing the black domain belt. It's not an extraordinary beast, it is armor, Dongshan asserted angrily about Li Xiangnan. The others concurred. True enough, our discussions yield no meaningful conclusions. Regardless of where it hails from, as long as it stands with the extraordinary beasts, it is our enemy. Shall we first seal those extraordinary beasts outside? Biming suggested, eyeing the creatures beyond the mist, visibly restless. No, Li Xiangnan quickly countered, until the situation is clarified. It is best not to act rashly. None of us know if the area surrounding the mist is dangerous. This remark reminded Biming of the previous incident with the Shadow Guardian. Yes, he conceded, momentarily suppressing his desire for combat. Should one act impulsively and repeat the mistakes of youth, leading to the downfall of all companions, the consequences would be dire. While they observed the unfolding situation, Li Xiangnan was fervently absorbing the energy necessary for growth through the black domain belt. One must admit that the convergence of numerous supernatural beasts generates an immense power of magic stones. He felt the supernatural energy within him continuously rising at a remarkable pace. However, the black domain belt was not particularly efficient. The transformation of energy was sluggish. Refining such a multitude of supernatural beasts at once was not a task that could be accomplished in a short period. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and Li Xiangnan and his companions began to grow impatient. An increasing number of ships and aircraft encircled the sea, all having come from across the nation to attend the conference of high-ranking supernatural beasts. The subsequent arrivals found themselves unable to board due to the encroaching fog, forced to wait outside. Gradually, the mist began to spread outward, extending several kilometers and ensnaring most of the supernatural beast once more. The colossal energy being absorbed was unlike anything Li Xiangnan had ever encountered. He estimated that consuming it entirely could at least double his strength. During this absorption, more audacious plans began to form in his mind. Why take it slow? Why not create a contagion that would transform all humanity into supernatural beasts? With billions of supernatural energies worldwide, this could elevate his power to unprecedented heights. As for yielding the earth to the Shadow Guardians, that could wait until there was nothing left to extract. After years of experiencing the lifestyle that strength brings, he had lost interest in human society and was solely fixated on enhancing his power. The moment that immense energy surged into his body was nothing short of euphoric. Who dares to look down on me? I no longer care. The annihilation of humanity was no longer merely revenge against fate, but rather a means to convert them into vessels of blood to augment his strength. His perspective on these vessels was of no consequence, akin to a towering tree indifferent to the scorn of an ant. An hour passed, yet the mist remained undispersed, indeed growing larger. The arriving supernatural beasts sensed something amiss, and most turned to flee. Others, curious about the commotion, found themselves enveloped by the suddenly expanding fog. becoming sources of energy for Li Xiangnan. Why does this feel so strange? Kuinzhong scratched his head, seated on the ground for several hours, only to observe the fog incessantly spreading, from a few kilometers to now tens of kilometers. Those who had come to spectate were caught in the swirl, with none emerging, only the sounds of their screams echoing. It appeared that a fierce battle was raging within. Li Xiangnan wore a puzzled expression. I do not know what is happening, but I cannot shake this foreboding feeling. As the mist continued to expand, his premonition grew ever more pronounced. This is not a good sign. It is supernatural energy, Li Xiang suddenly spoke. What's supernatural energy? Shizhao inquired. Li Xiang explained, perhaps you cannot feel it, but I can distinctly sense the supernatural energy intensifying. Although a plethora of uncountable supernatural energies is gathered on the cruise ship, and the concentration is undoubtedly high, since that fellow released the mist, the energy has been on the rise. There must be a tremendously terrifying supernatural beast within. Upon hearing this, the five of them wore grave expressions. Li Xiangnan speculated. Surely the supernatural beasts cannot have fused together? At this remark, Beimiao, Shizhao, Dongshan, and Kuinzhong all turned to him. Fusion. Indeed, this is a possibility. Beimiao stated directly. Do you not remember our final battle with the Shadow Guardians decades ago? Did they not also fuse into a powerful black demon beast? Of course, I remember, Kuinzhong nodded. Shizhao calmly remarked, at that time, only the Shadow Guardians could fuse into the black demon beast. The other supernatural beasts lacked such an ability. That was then. Times have changed. Li Xiang pointed to the mist below, where every supernatural beast ensnared emitted significant waves of supernatural energy, at least of the ancient supernatural beast level. Now that even humans could be infected and transformed into supernatural beasts, the notion of fusion was no longer far-fetched. Indeed, we must proceed with caution. What should we do? Should we charge in and see what is happening? Kuinzhong, you are becoming more muddled with age. We know nothing of the situation inside. What if it is a trap? What then? This option is not viable, nor is that one. I believe we can attempt an offensive. Let us use the light shadow steeds to fire projectiles and see if we can forcibly halt the spread of the mist. It is an excellent plan. The group brightened at the prospect. After all, no one would enter. They would simply bombard it with the light shadow steeds. Without further ado, everyone prepared. Light shadow cannon activation. The six formed a line and initiated the most potent projectiles from their light shadow steeds. Soon, 6 differently colored energy orbs surged forth from the cannon's mouth, plunging into the mist. Li Xiangnan, currently refining supernatural energy, sensed danger as the light grew increasingly intense. He had no choice but to pause his absorption, extending his arms as a massive wave of supernatural energy erupted forth, forming a black protective shield. Zizz. Boom. The energy projectiles collided with the protective shield, causing an immediate and violent reaction. The 5 elemental cannon projectiles, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, were already formidable, and now, with the addition of the Emperor Cannon, their power was unimaginable. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a mass of intertwined energy rapidly expanded, akin to a supernova, swiftly engulfing the surrounding mist. The nearby sea erupted with waves soaring thousands of meters high, only to gradually subside. All nearby supernatural beasts were swept away by shockwaves towering 3 to 4 stories high, one after another. The heat generated by the energy caused the seawater to evaporate rapidly. The entire ocean, within several kilometers, was scalding. The aftermath of the explosion continued for 4 to 5 minutes before finally subsiding. They had succeeded. It seemed they had halted the spread of the mist. Li Xiangnan and the others beamed at the sight. With a splash, the turbulent seawater erupted into a spray, and Li Xiangnan emerged from within. At that moment, he appeared more sinister than before. The immense supernatural energy altered the surrounding environment. The formerly white clouds turned black, and thunder began to rumble. It is him, Li Xiang pointed at Li Xiangnan, whose appearance had grown more ominous. I then realized that the source of the supernatural energy was not merely the gathering of supernatural beasts aboard the cruise ship. It was he. If I am not mistaken, he is the root cause of the world's chaos. Initially, I had thought there would be a fused supernatural beast inside. Who knew it would be the malevolent armor that emerged? Meanwhile, the supernatural beast had vanished without a trace. With a little critical thinking, it was not hard to deduce that it was likely not armor but rather a supernatural beast. Beimiao gazed in astonishment at the pitch-black, unfamiliar armor. Indeed, it is armor. Yet the aura it exudes is suffocating. Kuinzhong disliked this feeling of suppression. Li Xiangnan's expression turned grave. If he is indeed the culprit we seek, Let us settle this here and now. This is international waters. We need not worry about damaging property or causing harm to ordinary people. What are we waiting for? Shi Zhao twisted his wrist and stretched his arms, warming up for the impending battle. Let us all attack, just as we did against the black demon beast. Dongshan shouted. The first to accelerate and charge forward. The wind eagle steed galloped beneath the dark clouds. The barrel absorbs energy, aimed at the target, and the launch button is pressed. Boom. Li Xiangnan swiftly evades the explosion. Infuriated by the armored foes that interrupted his energy absorption and growth, he seethes with rage. Their single assault has caused many supernatural beasts to perish before he could absorb them. I will personally send you to hell, Li Xiangnan proclaims, raising his hand to unleash a devastating beam of light. Dongshan feels a tingling sensation at the back of his head and hurriedly rolls the wind eagle steed to evade. We are here. Li Xiangnan and the others join the fray, initially utilizing the shadow steed for ranged attacks. However, those seemingly powerful projectiles prove insufficient to breach Li Xiangnan's defenses. Akin to mere tickles. Aside from needing to block the Emperor cannon from the ultimate Emperor armor, the projectiles from ordinary armors can be effortlessly deflected by generating an energy shield on the surface of his body. Let me try my newfound technique. With his power more than doubled, the supernatural energy within him reaches an unprecedented peak, directly externalizing the energy. Amidst the tumult of wind, rain, and thunder, a colossal figure over 1,000 meters tall gradually materializes behind him. How immense! Kuan-Zhong gazes upward in awe as the giant takes form. Faced with such enormity, humans instinctively experience fear, for the large often exerts an oppressive presence over the small. With the manifestation of the giant, their ranged attacks now resemble firecrackers, harmless and trivial. Now, it is time for retaliation. The giant swats away Li Xiang's attack and directs a powerful punch at Kuan-Zhong, who is swiftly passing by. With a single blow, the rain along its path is violently dispersed. Dodge! Li Xiang reacts just in time, but Kuan-Zhong, as a mere summoner of the ordinary earth tiger armor, is unable to respond. In the blink of an eye, the nearly 100-meter iron fist descends like lightning. Li Xiangnan not only conjures the giant but also maintains his speed. Boom! The punch strikes Kuan-Zhong, leaving him dazed, his vision darkening from the violent impact due to a lack of oxygen. Once blood flows back to his brain, he finds himself, along with the earth tiger steed, hurtling backward like a shooting star. Kuan-Zhong, Dongshan, closest to him, immediately pivots to pursue and rescue him. Trying to escape? Li Xiangnan locks onto him, raising his hand to grasp in the direction Dongshan is fleeing, his massive palm resembling a celestial net. No matter how Dongshan evades, the giant hand relentlessly pursues him. I'll block him. Li Xiang swiftly abandons the Emperor's steed, wielding the Aurora sword to strike a sharp blade of energy, attempting to sever the giant's palm. The result merely slows the giant's hand slightly. In the next moment, the other fist of the giant comes crashing down upon him. Li Xiang draws the Aurora shield, focusing all his energy for a direct confrontation. After a thunderous clash, the ultimate Emperor armor wearer is unexpectedly sent flying hundreds of meters before regaining his stance. How could this be? Li Xiang is momentarily stunned, even questioning whether he had upgraded his armor. Chapter 57. This battle has forever altered the dynamics of offense and defense. I can't move. Dongshan cries out as the enormous hand ensnares him, on the verge of being crushed to death. Only then does Li Xiang react, quickly employing his ultimate move, infusing the 5 elements power into the Aurora sword. The blade glows a brilliant red, and a ferocious flame-wreathed dragon manifests. Emperor Demon Sealing Slash. The resounding dragon's roar reverberates, intimidating all around. The crimson fire dragon swiftly surges forth, crashing into the giant's wrist with unstoppable force. The giant's form, composed of supernatural energy, is entwined by the fire dragon, which bites down onto the thumb, tearing away a chunk and creating a notch. Meanwhile, Li Xiangnan rushes to rescue Kuan-Zhong, while Shi Zhao and Bei Miao bombard the giant's wrist with the Shadow Steed's cannon, attempting to force the giant to relinquish its grip. Futile effort. Li Xiangnan's powerful physique trembles as an even greater surge of energy erupts, shattering the fire dragon on the spot. The notch quickly seals, and he tightens his grip. Senior Dongshan. No. Hurry, save him. Li Xiang and the others all rush in, desperate to rescue Dongshan at any cost. Yet, it is too late. The terrifying grip is far beyond what the petite Wind Eagle armor can withstand. The Wind Eagle armor disintegrates first, and by this time, Dongshan has long lost consciousness. only to be brutally crushed by the gigantic hand. He does not merely become a puddle of blood. Under the immense pressure, he vaporizes instantly, leaving no trace behind. Open your hand. Inside, it is already empty. Dongshan is dead. Never did they imagine his demise would be so complete, with the enemy leaving no corpse behind. Dongshan. The frantic attempts of Li Xiang and the others to save him come to a halt as they gaze at the empty hand, dazed. They all realize this battle of shadows will undoubtedly be unprecedented. It is highly likely that they will all meet a tragic end. Yet, they never expected that. Even with the ultimate Emperor armor, death would still occur in such a short time, and that it would be Dongshan who fell. How could they accept the loss of a comrade of decades, witnessing their old friend perish before their eyes? After enduring the trials of many years, Dongshan, who survived the Black Demon Beast decades ago, meets his end at the hands of another supernatural beast in old age, leaving no descendants behind. Bastard, I will fight you. The death of Dongshan ignites Bei Miao's fury completely. He roars and charges forward, launching a swift offensive. Shi Zhao quickly follows suit. Li Xiang is also consumed by rage. They must seal this foe in honor of Senior Dongshan's sacrifice. Alas, this battle is destined to be one of overwhelming dominance. Li Xiangnan commands the giant to summon a tempest, even causing the sea to rise, confining their movement. Having witnessed the fate of Dongshan and Kuenzhong, they dare not approach too closely. They can only rely on Li Xiang for a direct confrontation while the two of them provide ranged support. However, Li Xiangnan's primary goal is to eliminate them first, whether it be the snow mastiff or the black rhinoceros. He targets the softer fruit first. Preventing the five of them from merging into the Emperor armor is paramount. While contending with Li Xiang, Li Xiangnan seizes any opportunity to manipulate the sea, transforming it into towering water columns that strike at Bei Miao and Shi Zhao, who remain in the rear. Even though these are merely ordinary material manifestations, they do not dare to underestimate them. Utilizing the incredible speed of the Shadow Steed, they manage to evade the attacks time and again. But the streak of good fortune does not last long. This is not good. It seems we are surrounded. During another narrow escape from the opponent's assault, Shi Zhao finally discerns the problem. First, there are the dark clouds in the sky. Those clouds do not appear to be genuine saturated vapor, but rather condensed from dark matter energy. While dodging the water columns, if the Shadow Steed draws too close, the clouds will immediately unleash bolts of lightning thicker than a human, targeting them specifically. Initially, the surroundings still displayed a white sky, but now it has transformed into a claustrophobic darkness, with the black clouds descending and the sea below roiling upward. The available safe space is dwindling rapidly, diminishing at a visibly alarming rate. It wants to trap us. Bei Miao finally senses the impending danger. The earlier anger has nearly been exhausted, and now he feels a chill creeping up his spine. If he continues to provide support, the inevitable outcome will be following in Dongshan's footsteps, who wishes to meet their end. Charge out. Bai Ming shifted the light and shadow steed, ceasing its assault on the towering black giant. Instead, he deftly evaded the lightning strikes above while simultaneously dodging the colossal columns of water surging from below. Escape? It was already too late. Li Xiangnan revealed a sinister smirk. Li Xiang furrowed his brow, his focus unwavering as he fixed his gaze on the opponent, determined not to allow it any opportunity to flank him for a surprise attack. Li Xiangnan raised both hands to his chest, gathering energy orbs in a grasping motion. The 1,000-meter giant mirrored this action, forming an enormous energy orb that began at an impressive width of several dozen meters. As time progressed, the orb continued to swell, rapidly expanding to over 100 meters in diameter. Seeing this, Li Xiang dared not underestimate the threat, unleashing his most powerful technique, prepared to counter it with the elemental forces. However, in the next instant, the energy orb detonated, spreading outward at the speed of light. Li Xiang had not anticipated such a swift release. In his haste to execute his ultimate move, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The energy orb should have released in the form of a shockwave to strike its target, yet it spread like ripples upon a tranquil surface of water. As the ripples engulfed the space around him, Li Xiang found his execution of the ultimate technique momentarily halted. Indeed, it was halted, as if he were experiencing a lag in a video game. In that fleeting moment, the towering giant flashed past him, advancing directly toward Bai Ming and Shi Zhao. The overwhelming force, akin to the wrath of thunder, surged forth. The two, who were attempting to evade, were swept by the ripples, their forms frozen in place. It was true. This was a manifestation of Li Xiangnan's sealing technique, akin to the armor meditation seal, immobilizing any dynamic within a specific area. Li Xiangnan, bearing the ultimate emperor armor and possessing formidable strength, found the extensive spatial stasis less impactful, merely causing a brief pause. Yet for those in ordinary armor, it proved devastatingly lethal. They appeared as a painting frozen in the sky, surrounded by lightning, torrential rain, howling winds, and surging columns of seawater, all captured in stillness. From a particular perspective, it was breathtakingly beautiful. He commanded the giant to conjure a sharp longsword, cleaving downwards. Where the blade descended, ominous clouds parted. The terrifying edge, imbued with immense kinetic energy, ruthlessly sliced through the fragile armors of Baiming and Shizhao. Stop! Li Xiangnan desperately rushed back to intervene. But alas, it was too late. With that single strike, both Baiming and Shizhao perished, reduced to ash in an instant. This exemplified the terrifying disparity between the two. Li Xiangnan trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and swinging his sword at Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan countered, now free from external distractions, and the two engaged in a brutal exchange of blows. For this confrontation against the ultimate emperor armor, he chose to forego his giant form, instead condensing all his energy back into his core. Concentration is the essence, after all. At this moment, Li Xiangnan, having endured prolonged exertion, noticeably lacked the vigor and potency he initially possessed. Li Xiangnan, confident in his surplus of energy, pressed the attack. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges transpired, leaving the sky above shattered and fragmented. The heavens ceased to be heavens, the clouds no longer clouds. The seawater surged upward. Were anyone to witness this chaos, they would undoubtedly believe it to be the apocalypse. There was no recourse. Recognizing his retreat, Li Xiangnan resolved to make a final stand. Seizing an opportunity to create distance, he summoned the Emperor's steed, revving the throttle to accelerate into the cosmos, leaving Earth behind. Naturally, Li Xiangnan pursued. The two soon broke through the atmosphere, entering the vast expanse of the solar system. To be honest, the initial transition from Earth's atmosphere to the cosmos felt a bit disorienting. However, this sensation was fleeting, as his body quickly acclimated. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Li Xiangnan halted, turning to face his pursuer with calm determination. Li Xiangnan stopped about 100 meters away, observing him with a cold smile. What is this? Seeking to be a hero and face me in a decisive battle? Undoubtedly, Li Xiangnan brandished the Aurora sword, responding with righteous fervor. Today, either you die, or I do. Only by slaying you can the world restore its rightful order. Order? Ha! Such a notion is absurd. The earth has no necessity for existence in time. It shall serve as a stepping stone on my path to power. Humanity should feel fortunate, Li Xiangnan retorted with unbridled arrogance. Li Xiangnan inhaled deeply. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Come, I await you, Li Xiangnan declared. Li Xiangnan unleashed his final strike. 5 luminous stones on his belt gleamed brightly, revealing 5 distinct circular seals of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth behind him. These seals resembled intricately patterned metal. Observing this, Li Xiangnan's dismissive demeanor shifted. Now this is getting interesting. However, my dark elemental attributes can replicate your abilities. Let us see whose power reigns supreme. As his words faded, the energy within him surged like molten lava, emerging to form 5 circular seals of dark gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In contrast, these seals bore no vibrant colors, only a pure gradient of black and gray. Li Xiangnan watched, realizing, identical. This fellow is mimicking my techniques. Nonetheless, he resolved to see whose power would prevail. He dared not question the efficacy of the opponent's replicated techniques, for he was all too aware of Li Xiangnan's strength since their first engagement. A greenish circular seal was the first to be placed before him. Water of the 5 elements. The seal disassembled like a machine into 4 pieces, each smaller than the last. The largest bore the character for water inscribed upon it. With a swift thrust, Emperor's raging torrent. The front of the seal erupted with crystalline, sharp protrusions. A torrent of ice-like water surged forward. Li Xiangnan quickly replicated the attack, countering with his own dark water elemental power. Thus, the dark and light water energies collided at a midpoint of 50 meters. The anticipated catastrophic explosion failed to materialize. Instead, the 2 pure energies of light and darkness negated each other, dissolving into nothingness upon impact. Indeed, Li Xiangnan felt no surprise. The outcome was as anticipated. Yet he was curious as to how his adversary, adorned in armor, could wield elemental energy and replicate his own water attributes, appearing to counter him innately. Undeterred, he summoned the golden and red circular seals to manifest before him. Fiery earth. This was the most devastating technique, combining earth and fire attributes. A mass exceeding 100 meters in diameter, ablaze with fierce flames, hurtled forward at breakneck speed. Li Xiangnan naturally retaliated in kind. However, during their recent clash, it became evident that Li Xiang was currently weaker, his power somewhat lacking. This shortcoming tilted the scales of victory in Li Xiangnan's favor. Inferno of Earth. Li Xiangnan fused fire and earth attributes, condensing a mass even larger than Li Xiang's, its surface ablaze with black flames. Go. The rock, carrying catastrophic destructive force, charged toward its target. Boom. The collision of the two masses, one large, one small, one black, one red, produced an explosive shockwave that sent both combatants reeling backward. How could this be? Li Xiang steadied himself, realizing that the opponent's earth mass had shattered his own. Panic set in as the threat loomed closer. Emperor S would seal. Bind. He hastily invoked the wood sealing technique, desperately attempting to withstand the oncoming assault. At last, he found himself immobilized. Just as I was about to catch my breath, I suddenly noticed a black circular seal appearing behind me. My limbs were firmly affixed to it, as if drawn by a magnet, rendering me utterly immobile. It turned out that Li Xiangnan had simultaneously replicated the Emperor would seal, a technique reserved for sealing. I could hardly believe that one day I would be subdued by a maneuver exclusive to the ultimate Emperor armor, executed by a villain allied with the beast of abilities. It was a complete reversal of fate. Time was running out. The game was coming to an end. I hurled my longsword forward, the blade shooting towards its target like a beam of light. The reason I didn't employ the Golden Purge was that I had not utilized that technique myself. It could not be conjured out of thin air, only replicated from actions previously taken by others. Damn it, break free, I shouted, pouring all my energy into a desperate struggle. At the very last moment, just before the sword could strike me, I managed to break free from my bindings. Seizing the opportunity, I retreated swiftly while thrusting my hands forward, conjuring a golden energy shield. The sword's speed was overwhelming. Retreating merely bought me time to solidify the shield. Ultimately, the longsword plunged forcefully into the energy shield. In merely a second, the shield, unable to withstand the immense pressure, shattered completely. Fortunately, the shield absorbed over 90% of the sword's kinetic energy, yet the remaining force was still sufficient to propel it forward. Quick-witted, I grasped the sword's body with both hands, attempting to seize it. The sharp blade created sparks as it scraped against my palms, still advancing. Only when the tip of the sword made contact with the Bagua symbol at the center of the Emperor's belt did it finally lose all momentum and come to a halt. Devoid of energy, the longsword promptly vanished into nothingness. My heart raced. I felt as if I had brushed against death itself. Was that sword truly so powerful? Was it merely a common maneuver? Chapter 58, The Ultimate Emperor Armor? Just a defeated foe. I remained engulfed in the intensity of my recent experience when I saw Li Xiangnan charging towards me once more. There was no time for contemplation. I had to engage. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, we exchanged dozens of blows. Emperor's Fist. I unleashed a punch that resonated like a dragon's roar, striking Li Xiangnan's black chest armor directly. In retaliation, his fist slammed brutally against my Aurora shield. At this juncture, the discrepancies became increasingly evident. Boom. The sound of our impacts was strikingly different. Li Xiangnan stood unwavering, while I, in contrast, felt as though the Emperor's physique could not withstand the energy from his blows. My body plummeted onto a massive meteorite, creating a crater upon impact. How could this be? It hurt so much. I initially felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if my heart had ceased to beat at the moment of impact. Lying in the crater, I watched as that figure approached, my thoughts swirling chaotically, tangled like a knotted rope. Just moments ago, everything had been fine. Suddenly, I found myself unable to match my opponent, although I was still being suppressed. The tangible damage was minimal, yet I could now feel the weight of his punches, as if my ultimate Emperor armor were merely a fade. Surely, my Emperor armor could not be a mere trial version. Before I could fully comprehend, death began to loom closer. It was over. Li Xiangnan halted at a certain distance, clasped his hands together, and after a half-turn, conjured a basketball-sized orb of deep blue energy between them. He thrust it forward, and like a Kamehameha wave, the energy orb emitted a terrifying beam of destruction. I attempted to rise to evade it, but upon using my elemental power, I realized that my energy reserves were nearly depleted, and fear consumed my mind. Crack. I looked down. The Bagua symbol at the center of my Emperor's belt had begun to fracture, with elemental energy rapidly escaping. It dawned on me that his previous attack had aimed directly at the Emperor's belt. So that was it. I was struck with a sudden understanding. I raised my gaze once more to the dark armor, my eyes filled with profound terror. He was too clever. That individual's intellect was beyond what any human could measure. No wonder he managed to spread the beasts of abilities across the entire earth in such a short time. Destruction was imminent. I could not escape. My body grew weak with fear. I realized I too could be afraid of death. Whoosh. Boom. The beam instantaneously reduced meteorites several kilometers in diameter to dust. Yet, I did not perish. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiangnan clearly observed a familiar golden figure dart past. Faster than the speed of light. Looking towards the direction of the golden escape, I saw it was towards Earth. Why didn't Li Xiangnan confront me? Li Xiangnan chose not to pursue directly, instead pondering the reason behind this. Undoubtedly, he could silently rescue me, also clad in the ultimate Emperor armor, leaving only Xiangnan. Logically, as the summoner of the purest bloodline of the Emperor armor, Xiangnan's combat prowess upon reaching adulthood would far surpass any amalgamation of 5 individuals or a mixed breed like me. Legend spoke of Xiangnan being able to have the Tao of Heaven fight on his behalf during his youth. Whether true or not, his understanding of the ultimate Emperor armor was certainly not something I could rival. Thus, the question arises, why did he not engage with me? According to logical conventions, Xiangnan would have undoubtedly noticed the immense energy surge in the sea area 15 nautical miles off the coast. As someone in the know, Xiangnan would be 100% certain that Li Xiangnan was the mastermind behind everything. Essentially, sealing him would render the remaining beasts of abilities. Even if 4 ancient ferocious beasts united, incapable of contending with 2 ultimate Emperor armors, would he allow the likes of Dongshan, Beimiao, and Shizhao to be eliminated? The very thought seemed implausible. Regardless, I needed to return to Earth. A few minutes later, Li Xiangnan descended from the sky as a beam of light. Landing on the rooftop of the Greenland Group headquarters, standing at the center of the helicopter landing pad. He then walked to the edge of the railing with a sense of foreboding, observing the chaos in the distant sky, while the city remained tranquil. Its inhabitants diligently going about their work, oblivious to the upheaval that had just transpired. The battle of light and shadow. For the first time, absorbing immense energy to bolster himself profoundly altered Li Xiangnan's perspective. What a trivial battle of light and shadow, overcoming you to dominate the earth? To prove to the heavens that if they would not allow me to live, I would live freely regardless? No. Things had changed. Especially when he had pursued me into outer space for the first time, it felt as though I were a fish that had returned to the shore, igniting new aspirations. If I could harness the entire human population on Earth, infecting them with the demon spirit stone to transform into beasts of abilities, then my power would ascend to a level that all beings in the galaxy would revere, to command the lives and deaths of countless races across the universe. In a heartbeat, blood could flow like rivers of stars. Indeed, defying the heavens, understanding the heavens. Now, Li Xiangnan had reached a level of understanding of the heavens. And his next ambition was to become a being akin to the heavens themselves, to wield dominion over all races in the universe. It seemed quite intriguing. This troublesome belt needed to be completed as soon as possible. He looked down to remove the black domain belt. The rate of energy absorption was too slow. Despite high conversion efficiency, it still presented a sluggish issue. Not to mention, the Emperor armor is inherently idealistic, especially under Xiangyang's influence, rendering a complete black domain belt exceedingly significant. Not yet having attained the capability to dominate the universe, I still needed to adhere to some semblance of reality. Xiangyang had yet to make a move. Regardless of who might prevail in the future, it was imperative to bolster my strength, presenting myself with an overwhelming presence. I must prepare comprehensively. From this moment forth, I had 2 pressing plans already forming in my mind. Originally, the plan was to cultivate a 3rd generation of extraordinary beasts. However, it now seems that this initiative can be abandoned, as Li Xiang single-handedly eradicated hundreds, if not thousands, of these beasts. Li Xiangnan realized that creating an abundance of obedient extraordinary beasts might not play a decisive role in the impending battle. This aspect can be postponed. The 2 primary objectives are to first develop the Black Domain Belt, and secondly, to swiftly create a low-purity magic spirit stone capable of infecting humans and transforming them into extraordinary beasts. The magic spirit stones used by enhanced extraordinary beasts derive their energy from their own essence, but the costs are prohibitively high, resulting in a poor return on investment. It appears that producing some inferior magic spirit stones that can infect humans and convert them into ordinary extraordinary beasts suffices. If the energy consumption for extracting enough energy to create a magic spirit stone is considered as 10, then successfully transforming an ordinary person into a basic extraordinary beast, such as a low-tier beast, could yield at least 20 units of energy. While the increase may seem minimal, the sheer volume is staggering. With over 7 billion humans globally, this represents an inexhaustible source of energy. In Dr. Gala's exclusive research laboratory, a phone rang. "Hello." Nuo Lan answered the call. On the other end, Li Xiangnan's voice inquired, "Have you encountered any extraordinary beast attacks?" "No." "That's good. I'm currently in the inpatient department of the People's Hospital. Bed 55 on the 8th floor. Nuo Lan's expression changed. "Have you been injured, Uncle Xiangnan?" "Yes." The word injured made Bing Air, who had been worried beside her, feel a jolt of anxiety. Li Xiangnan reassured her, "I'm fine. Zhong is injured and unconscious. I'm currently bringing him to the hospital for treatment. It seems he should be all right." In truth, Zhong's situation is quite dire. He had already aspirated water when rescued from the sea, and scans revealed multiple fractures and internal bleeding. Fortunately, before the battle, the doctor had administered a serum that temporarily reactivated Zhong's bloodline from the Shadow Village, granting him remarkable recovery capabilities. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed long ago. "Xiangnan, it's Bing Air. Are Shi Zhao and the others in the hospital too? Are they all right?" Li Xiangnan paused for a moment. His silence made the sensitive Bing Air sense something amiss, causing her heart to race with fear. "I don't know about them. When I rescued Zhong, they had already left the battlefield. However, it seemed the conflict was over by the time I returned." "All right, I understand." Li Xiangnan hung up the phone. Deep down, he had a foreboding feeling that Bei Miao and the others had perished in battle. That adversary had become so powerful that even Xiang was at a loss against him. It was an oversight. No one anticipated that the mastermind behind everything was far more formidable than the Black Demon Beast. In fact, his strength exceeded that of 10 Black Demon Beasts combined. During their previous encounters with the Black Demon, they had never felt such despair. This entity could withstand the ultimate Emperor armor head-on, even gaining the upper hand against Xiang. "I hope they are safe. May heaven protect them," Li Xiangnan silently wished, fervently hoping for a miracle. Without one, everything seemed to be spiraling toward the worst outcome. Meanwhile, in another location, a fleeting shadow raced across the sky. Li Xiang had narrowly escaped death and was currently riding alongside another Ultimate Emperor armor on the same Imperial steed. He sat in the back, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." However, the other rider remained silent. As they passed through a desolate mountain area, the rider suddenly pushed Li Xiang off the Imperial steed. Li Xiang was bewildered by this unexpected action. His body, propelled forward, crashed onto a hillside, leaving him dazed. Cough, cough. The Imperial armor automatically disassembled. Within mere seconds, a golden silhouette approached, and the rider brought the Imperial steed to a halt beside the pit. "Are you all right?" The rider jumped down to help him up. "What was that about? I was sitting just fine before you tossed me off." Li Xiang complained. "Even if we lost, you didn't have to treat me like that." "What do you mean by that?" The rider, having disengaged from the armor, looked confused. Li Xiang paused for a moment before exclaiming, "You can't have forgotten what just happened." "Just happened?" The rider explained, "I was focused on the city, but then sensed a familiar aura. An Imperial steed dove from the sky. I assumed it was you. But it didn't land in the city, so I pursued it. I had no idea you had crashed." Li Xiang was at a loss for words. "What are you talking about? Did you forget that I lost to that guy, and it was you who saved me in my moment of peril?" "I saved you." The rider shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "I was secretly protecting your family from the extraordinary beasts, not paying attention to the battle at sea or in outer space. But you said you lost to that guy. How could that be? If I'm not mistaken, you should have successfully evolved into your ultimate form. You saved me. I remember it clearly. You threw me off the Imperial steed. Also, that guy's true form is a very sinister armor with unfathomable strength, capable of mimicking my moves with identical power and attributes." The rider met Li Xiang's gaze and stated, "I can assure you, if an Imperial armor rescued you, the person inside it could not have been me." "Not you?" Li Xiang was taken aback. The rider solemnly shook his head. "It definitely wasn't me, and I indeed saw an Imperial steed just moments ago. This is too much to comprehend." Li Xiang felt overwhelmed by a flood of information. "Aren't there only 2 of us with the Imperial armor? When did another one appear?" Moreover, Dr. Gallo has confirmed that there are practically no descendants of the Shadow Village left on Earth. This means there can't even be ordinary descendants, let alone a rare breed possessing 5 bloodlines. Perhaps this isn't necessarily a bad thing, the writer analyzed, regardless of where it came from. Its act of saving you indicates a stance against the extraordinary beasts. We may have gained an ally. I hope so. As thoughts of the extraordinary beast filled Li Xiang's mind, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over him, recalling the malevolent black armor. Indeed, a single battle had instilled fear in him regarding his enemies. The writer, acutely aware of the emotions reflected in Li Xiang's eyes, furrowed his brow and called out, "Xiang." Li Xiang turned to him. "What is it? You seem to have lost something very important." "Me? What did I lose?" "Confidence." "Confidence? What nonsense. How could I lose my confidence? I saw fear in your eyes just now, a panic regarding the extraordinary beasts. No wonder you lost to it," the writer explained. Sounding almost divine, Li Xiang quickly averted his gaze, then adjusted himself. "No, how could I possibly be afraid of extraordinary beasts? You don't know how many I have sealed in the beginning." He wasn't afraid of extraordinary beasts. He was just terrified of that dark armor due to its overwhelming strength. "You do, and it's a significant issue. If you don't handle this properly, you may never summon the Imperial armor again, let alone earn the Emperor's recognition." The writer spoke with gravity, simultaneously removing Li Xiang's imperial belt and revealing a crack upon examination. "For you, the belt is the essence of the Emperor. You can't even protect your belt?" Confronted with Xiangnan's skepticism, Li Xiang could only scratch his head in embarrassment, struggling to articulate a rebuttal. Deep down, he longed to express that he too wished to hold steadfast, yet the opponent was simply too formidable. In Chapter 59, Xiangnan recounted the origins of Li Xiangnan, asserting the undeniable efficacy of the Emperor's armor, rooted in the principle of 5 qi returning to 1, all laws sharing the same source. Its essence lies in the potency of the 5 elements, which serve as the foundation for vanquishing malevolent forces, the vitality of wood rejuvenates the source. The fluidity of water dissipates aggression, the intensity of fire incinerates obscurity, and the solidity of earth stabilizes the cosmos. A summoner must often be guided by righteous intent, harmonizing the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and humanity, allowing the 5 elements to circulate within the armor's channels, transforming into the devastating Emperor's battle energy. In times of conflict, one wields the sovereign's will to command the heavens, utilizing the force of thunder to obliterate all darkness. A righteous heart fortifies the armor, while a strong intention amplifies its might. This is the eternal law that secures the Emperor's armor in an invincible position. Xiangnan earnestly conveyed his understanding and insights regarding the Emperor's armor to Li Xiang without omission. This younger generation, perhaps not as accomplished as himself, still held promise. Now, however, due to a single defeat, he risked the inability to summon the Emperor's armor. Such a situation was utterly unacceptable. 5 qi returning to 1, all laws sharing the same source. Upon finishing, Li Xiang's initial reaction was one of indifference. Truly, a senior is a senior. It appeared he still had much to learn on the path of armor. Xiangnan, gazing intently into his eyes, asked, "You did not comprehend, did you?" Clearing his throat, Li Xiang admitted, "I did not fully understand." He suddenly perceived Xiangyang's bluntness. He voiced concerns openly, devoid of any social niceties. "Could you, clarify a bit more?" Noticing Xiangyang's expression darkening, Li Xiang quickly adjusted his demeanor, signaling his earnest attention despite his lack of understanding. Xiangyang, in a stern tone, instructed him, "To summarize in simpler terms, it is about belief. One must possess conviction in all endeavors. Without belief, it is challenging to wield the ultimate armor." "Belief, yes. I am aware," Li Xiang replied, recalling past conversations with Meijin. "But this opponent is truly formidable. He was merely justifying his shortcomings." Xiangyang could easily discern this. "Look," he continued, and Li Xiang pointed to the cracks on the Emperor's belt. "That fellow not only possesses terrifying strength, but is also cunning enough to identify my weaknesses lie within the belt." Thus, when he struck, his intention was to destroy the Emperor's belt. In such circumstances, no amount of belief would suffice. If the Emperor's belt is compromised, what can be done? Fortunately, this time, he had escaped with minor consequences. "Once I return, I will consult the doctor to see if it can be repaired." As his words grew more disheartened, Xiangyang rolled his eyes. "If your belief were strong enough, you could mend those cracks yourself. There would be no need to trouble that old coot, Geru. Repair it myself? Come on, I'm not a mechanic. How could I possibly fix this? It was clear that Li Xiang had not grasped the deeper meaning behind Xiangyang's earnest words. He had always considered armor as merely armor, believing that even the Emperor's armor drew its power solely from 5 luminous stones. With the Emperor's belt damaged and unable to harness the energy of the stones, he would need to seek Gear's assistance for restoration. Yet, in Xiangyang's eyes, Li Xiang's perspective was naive, akin to conversing between a college student and a primary schooler. He had only learned that 1 + 1 = 2. The Emperor's belt could indeed self-repair through belief. Xiangyang clarified further, those devoid of conviction are destined for failure, especially if fear has taken root in their hearts. Should the enemy reappear, only dread would ensue. In this ebb and flow of influence, if one cannot comprehend the true essence of the Emperor's armor, even if the old man were to restore it, defeat would come swiftly. No, I will learn from my mistakes. If it can be repaired, I will certainly take extra care not to let it get damaged again, Li Xiang chuckled. Yet, he understood none of the profound truths Xiangyang had imparted. Repair through belief? Please, let's be realistic. This is the real world, not a fantasy novel. How could one rely on belief to mend the Emperor's belt? It was a pipe dream. Xiangyang, sensing Li Xiang's reluctance to accept reality, pressed on. That creature's essence comprises the 5 elements of darkness: wood, metal, water, fire, and earth. Strangely, its form can seamlessly merge with the primordial powers of the Shadow Guardians, thus birthing a true Dark Emperor. You are aware of this, right? Li Xiang expressed doubt. Xiangyang shot him a glance and continued. Having engaged with it, if you observe closely, you will naturally discern its true nature. What more could be said? Li Xiang simply gave a thumbs up. You are indeed my senior. Your prowess is evident. So you're suggesting I cannot see through it? Xiangyang suddenly inquired. Do you know why I can replicate our techniques? Li Xiang shook his head. Now wiser, Xiangyang aimed to impart a lesson. However, his words were as intricate as deciphering a foreign language. Although he recognized the words, their meaning eluded him. There was no point in arguing. He let Xiangyang speak his mind, all the while acknowledging the weight of their recent defeat, having lost the ultimate Emperor's armor. It has evolved into a being of the 5 elements within the realm of darkness. All things possess both light and shadow. The universe, too, is divided into these dual aspects, commonly referred to as light and shadow, like sunlight illuminating the earth. There will always be a side that remains in darkness. The bright universe and the dark universe are 2 halves of a whole. One side is illuminated while the other is shrouded in darkness, just as one sees their reflection in a mirror, revealing 2 identical selves. That creature embodies the quintessence of dark elemental power, allowing it to mimic our techniques in retaliation. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang felt a surge of comprehension, as if his mind were awakening. So that's how it is, he finally understood why the opponent could replicate his actions with such precision. Not merely in form, but also in destructive effect. Previously perplexed, he now grasped the reason behind its sinister armor-like appearance. As you said, it belongs to the realm of darkness. Xiangyang sighed. It has evolved further. The more it resembles armor, the greater the trouble it poses for us. Setting aside these matters, he recalled the need to return to the city, as many summoners' families required his discreet protection. A prolonged absence could lead to unfortunate events. Before long, Xiangyang escorted Li Xiang back to the city, where his return brought grave news for Binger. I am truly sorry, I could not protect Senior Shizhao. He sacrificed himself in the battle against the anomaly beasts. Boom. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, detonating within Bingo's heart. Although she had mentally prepared for the worst, the moment she heard the confirmed news of Shizhao's demise, tears flowed freely. Xiang, you are lying, right? You must be deceiving me. She implored him, her tear-streaked eyes searching his for the truth. Please answer me. In a frenzy, Binger grasped Li Xiang's hands, her eyes brimming with sorrow, pain, and despair. Binger, nearby, Nuo Lan, witnessing Binger's anguish, felt the emotional tide wash over her, her own eyes moistening. Although Shizhao's death bore no direct relation to her, they had shared more than half a day together. Just moments ago, he had walked out alive, yet some returned wounded, while others bore no keepsakes to remember them by. As she sought to comfort Aunt Binger, Xiangyang restrained her, shaking his head to indicate that this was beyond her ability to soothe. I apologize, it is my inadequacy. Faced with Bingo's inquiries, he lowered his head in guilt. For the circumstances had far exceeded our expectations. Even at the final moment, I nearly lost my way back. No, you are deceiving me. This cannot be true. Binger released his hand, crying and shaking her head in denial. Nevertheless, a sliver of rationality remained in her mind. she understood that this was indeed true. The man she had spent her life with, Shi Zhao, had unexpectedly gone ahead. "My condolences," Xiangnan said, unflinching. Bei Miao and Dong Shan also perished in this battle. They were all heroes. "All right, let us leave and give her some space." With that, Xiangnan called out to Li Xiang and Li Nuolan, leaving only Bingo alone in the room. She numbly returned to her seat, her gaze fixed ahead, her pupils devoid of life. After sitting in silence for a long time, she took out her phone and lit up the screen. The wallpaper displayed a wedding photo of herself and Shi Zhao, the vibrant man in the picture now having departed first. Upon seeing the photo, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and she collapsed onto the table, weeping loudly. Time passed, and as her tears dried and her eyes became swollen, she reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. Her mind began to recall the myriad moments spent with Shi Zhao throughout their lives. From the welfare institution to the time they were both captured by the King of Realms and trained as assassins, and finally to their eventual redemption, Shi Zhao had always stood by her side unwaveringly. "Binger, there are things that must be said before it is too late. If I do not speak now, I may never have the chance again." "What is it?" Binger asked. I like you." "Huh, Binger, I have liked you since we were children. But back then, you only had eyes for Bei Miao. Now that we have gone through so much, regardless of whether the timing is right, I must confess. Will you marry me? I vow to protect you for a lifetime. This is so sudden. My heart is in turmoil. Let me think." As she recalled the moment when Shi Zhao had confessed his feelings, a faint smile broke through her pain. Those memories were indeed filled with happiness. During this period, Bei Miao had also professed his feelings for her. Had she followed her heart's impulse, she would have chosen to be with Bei Miao then. However, reason subdued her impulses. Bei Miao had been her lifelong obsession, and that was undeniable. Yet, Shi Zhao had consistently protected her with utmost care. In that moment of unexpected choice, she realized she could not part with the days spent with Shi Zhao, while Bei Miao remained a cherished memory. That year, she chose to be with Shi Zhao. Upon learning of her decision, Bei Miao accepted it graciously, subsequently taking over the family business as arranged by his family, marrying a suitable young lady a year later. Until now, Shi Zhao had been exceptionally good to her and their child, embodying the qualities of a faultless husband, an angel safeguarding her and their family. Alas, just half an hour ago, they were together, and now they had been separated by the veil of death. Such a blow would be unbearable for anyone. Thoughts of suicide flitted through her mind without Shi Zhao. What was the point of her existence? Yet, that notion was quickly dispelled. Her child remained, and she could not abandon them, for that would be selfish. Not long after, Li Xiang conveyed the news of Bei Miao's demise to Xiao Shi and Bei Miao's wife and daughters. Upon learning of her brother's death, Xiao Shi wept, simultaneously harboring resentment towards Li Xiang and his companions. "If it weren't for your insistence on coming here, my brother would not have risked his life for an impossible mission. This is murder. You are to blame. I will not let you off easily. With my brother gone, you must accompany him in death." Xiao Shi's voice was as dark as a demon's. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a luxurious mansion in Houston, chaos erupted. "Don't kill me, please. The board has misunderstood. How could our Rod family dare oppose the board? Spare us." "Spare you? No, you will not have the opportunity to plead for mercy. We do not hesitate to reclaim disobedient spirit beasts. I simply do not like the Bado. I have never harbored any ill will towards the board. Guardian, if you spare my life, you may do as you wish with them. I can give you anything, gold, silver, jewels, cleaning the house." With the deep growls of the ferocious beasts, the opulent mansion was swiftly transformed into a battleground. For ancient beasts, under the command of a Shui, commenced a merciless slaughter of all living beings within the estate. Whether human or spirit beast, including the guard dogs. Any creature that moved was deemed a target. "Let us fight." The estate lord transformed into a spirit beast, brandishing a weapon and striking at Xiangqi. With a clang, his full force blow merely sparked a flicker of fire upon impact. Such formidable defense! The spirit beast lord felt a deep bitterness. No wonder a mere glance could send chills down his spine. Their strength was truly unfathomable. Regret washed over him. Had he known the board would take such drastic measures, he would not have opposed that scoundrel Bado. Now, he faced the wrath of a Shui and his beasts coming to clean house. As a prominent spirit beast lord in America, his power was only slightly inferior to Bado's. Yet he found himself with no means to resist against the ferocious beasts. With a roar, Xiangqi swiftly clamped its jaws around his head, draining all of his spirit energy from his body. Any spirit beast that had its energy drained would never have the chance to revert to a demon seal. for a demon seal required the presence of spirit stone energy as a foundation for sealing. The four beasts took their positions, while a shui hovered above, watching the carnage unfold and preventing any flying spirit beasts from escaping. The one-sided massacre lasted barely a dozen minutes, as the four beasts ruthlessly killed every spirit beast and human, draining every last ounce of energy they could consume. They began to grow stronger, and Shui sensed that had he not been wearing the controller, merely observing from a distance, he might have been paralyzed with fear at the sight of the four ancient beasts. His strength was inferior to that of the estate lord, and certainly not a match for the beasts. Well done. Now, let us proceed. Just as Shui decided who to eliminate next, a sudden sharp pain struck his back. The ground loomed larger in his vision as he realized Shui had slammed into the earth. That hurt. The impact created a deep crater. Shui lay there, struggling to move a finger, as if his back were broken. Chapter 60. The Mysterious Emperor Knight, Black-Eyed? Shui gradually regained consciousness from the earlier impact, shaking his head vigorously. That hurt like hell. When he lifted his head to look up, fear and fury surged within him. It was that cursed armor once again. Indeed, the one who had ambushed him was the Emperor armor, in its ultimate form. However, this version appeared somewhat abnormal. Unlike the red or dark red eyes of the armor he had seen before, this one was entirely black, devoid of any light. Just in time today. You shall experience the true ferocity of a dark beast. You four, tear his armor apart. The voice of Shui bellowed, resonating clearly within several hundred meters, revealing its deep-seated hatred for the Emperor's armor. Previously, it had sealed the five of them, and now, it found itself on the verge of being sealed again. If it weren't for the protective identity of its aunt, Linolin, it would likely have faced the same fate of confinement within the demon sealing box. A gentle breeze swept through the manor, but the anticipated scene failed to materialize. Shui turned to see the four ancient beasts standing motionless, resembling fools. Had they gone deaf? Charge. Tear apart that detestable Emperor Knight. It issued another command, yet the ancient beasts remained unresponsive. What was happening? Were they also afraid of the Emperor Knight? A chill gripped Shui's heart. If the four beasts did not act, it knew it had no chance of escaping the Emperor Knight alone. Not even if it leaped into the black domain. Time would not be on its side. You, seek this? A voice, ancient and indifferent, emanated from the Emperor's armor. It was unmistakably not the voice of a youth, but rather that of an elder, fitting of a long-bearded old sage. Shui disregarded the voice, fixating instead on the figure's hand. The object held between those two fingers was alarmingly familiar. Oh no. It hurriedly reached for its ears. The weight on its heart plummeted. Had that moment already passed? Suddenly, a chilling sensation crawled up its spine, as if it had fallen into a frigid abyss. Mechanical, its head turned back, and indeed, the four ancient beasts were greedily fixated on it, with Qiongqi even wiping its mouth. Kill it. The command issued forth from the Emperor Knight. Upon receiving the directive, the beasts immediately surged toward Shui. It was over. Shui felt as though the sky had collapsed. Terror engulfed its mind, if given a choice. It would have knelt before the Emperor Knight, begging to be sealed within the box, even if it meant enduring an eternity in darkness. Perhaps there was a minuscule chance of escaping once more. But if devoured by the beasts, it would never resurrect. Death would be absolute. Flee. Shui desperately attempted to summon the black domain, yet found even that elusive, as the surrounding space seemed sealed by the Emperor's armor. I will fight to the bitter end. As the last flicker of hope was extinguished, Shui gritted its teeth and fought for survival. However, it had forgotten that just moments ago, the lordly beast of the luxurious manor had uttered the same words. Without a hint of suspense, Shui was unilaterally slaughtered. Tao Tai, wielding a spiked spear, pierced its chest, chilling it to the core. The four beasts then converged, feasting upon it. In less than 3 seconds, Shui was utterly annihilated, reduced to a mound of white powder. Carried away by the wind, it became dust upon the earth, concluding its transgressions against the world. Those misdeeds and the harm inflicted upon humanity faded away like a whisper in the breeze, departing without a trace, as if nothing had ever occurred. After Shui's demise, the Emperor Knight gently descended, a hum of dissipating energy signifying the dissolution of the armor's combined state. Within, the summoner was not the youthful Li Xiangnan or Xiangnan, but an elderly man with flowing white hair and an equally long beard, adorned in ancient white robes, occasionally shimmering with golden runes. He exuded an aura of celestial grace. Indeed, 2 words encapsulated his essence perfectly. Reaching into his right sleeve, he produced an irregular dark crystal. The four beasts appeared to sense a delicacy, growing restless despite the control exerted over them. It was evident that the object in the elder's grasp held an irresistible allure for them. He divided the crystal into 4 portions, bestowing them upon the beasts. After consuming it, their forms swelled 2 or 3 times larger. Xiangqi's monstrous shape began to shift into a more humanoid form, sprouting a pair of thick, formidable bat-like wings. Its once chaotic fur became erect like steel needles, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, as if poised to annihilate all. Looking down, Xiangqi had developed a human-like physique, muscular and clad in a layer of dark gray armor. Chaos, after expanding from a large gluttonous worm, transformed into a true embodiment of darkness. From a distance, it appeared as a headless red mass, sprouting 6 powerful legs and 2 pairs of crimson wings that unfurled majestically, casting a shadow that could obscure the sun. Yet, this creature remained faceless, void of eyes, nose, or ears, with only a swirling, fleshy orb at its neck. With a terrifying surge of energy, Chaos exuded a force that wilted the flora surrounding the manor. Its wings stirred the air like great fans, unleashing a tempest that sent debris flying. After absorbing the crystal's energy, Zhuowu expanded, its muscular frame radiating strength, each step fracturing the cement beneath it. Its features morphed into a true visage resembling a fierce human face, complete with tusks akin to a wild boar, glimmering ominously. In its right hand, it wielded a massive cleaver, while the left grasped a sturdy shield. Its tail, extending 18 feet, resembled a steel whip, robust and powerful, leaving no doubt about its might. Tao Tai, too, underwent transformation, its colossal form akin to a small mountain, imposing enough to instill dread in adversaries. Its head retained the visage of a great gorilla. Yet 2 curled ram horns adorned it, and its body was encased in a layer of impenetrable metallic armor, resembling a demon general risen from the inferno. Mysterious patterns adorned the armor, shimmering like a galaxy as Tao Tai moved, lending an air of enigmatic majesty. This time, the ancient beasts had genuinely evolved into dark beasts, completing their metamorphosis. Their collective gaze turned toward the elderly man with the white beard. Among them, Xiangqi articulated, "According to the traditions of our beast clan, you have provided us with the energy crystals necessary for our evolution. We pledge to assist you unconditionally in one endeavor. In the dark universe, even the beasts known for their brutality adhered to their own codes, inscribed deep within their essence." The elder maintained a demeanor of indifference, displaying no sign of the oppressive aura they radiated. "Eliminate this individual." He revealed a photograph from his sleeve. The beasts paused, momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Typically, beings in the dark universe, upon acquiring energy crystals and exchanging them with beasts, would seek vast territories in return, striving for a place to call their own. Yet this peculiar entity merely sought to eliminate a weak human? What a remarkable bargain! Acquiring the evolved 4 fierce beasts, even without the necessity of fulfilling this contract, would inevitably lead to the annihilation of all living beings on Earth. Undertaking this task was merely a trivial matter. The 4 beasts assumed a posture to signify the completion of their exchange. The elder nodded indifferently. Shortly thereafter, the emperor's armor fused, vanishing without a trace. Unexpectedly, such a fortunate opportunity arose. Merely slaying a feeble human was a trivial task. However, possessing only a photograph proved insufficient, as the sheer number of humans on this planet necessitated a strategy to locate them. Upon fulfilling the contract, my first battle would involve turning the inferior mutant beasts into sustenance, daring to impose control over my fierce beast lineage, and utter humiliation. First, the task must be completed. The 4 fierce beasts, towering at 6 or 7 meters, instantaneously transformed into human forms. The transformations of Xiangqi, Tao Tai, and Oji appeared rather ordinary. Aside from their imposing stature and a slightly nefarious aura, their appearances bore no significant differences from those of regular humans. However, Chaos was an entirely different case. Even in its human form, its head remained eerily vacant, save for its hair. Its facial features were entirely flat, rendering it a frightening sight. Recognizing that such an appearance would instill panic among humans, hampering the contract's completion, Tao Tai procured a scarf, glasses, and a hat from the estate to thoroughly conceal Chaos's head. Although Chaos did not rely on sight to navigate, it managed to move about as if it were a normal individual. 3 days later, at a suburban cemetery, a group of several dozen men and women stood in a line, each with swollen red eyes. 3 new gravestones marked the resting places of Bei Miao Shixiao and Dongshan. Among those present were Dr. Gallo, Xiang Yang, Li Xiang, Li Nuo Lan, Binger and her daughter, Li Xiangnan, Min Ci, as well as Xiaoxi and the family of Bei Miao. Many had come to bid farewell to their loved ones. Your brother's death is on your hands. I will not let you find peace, Xiaoxi suddenly declared, pointing accusatorily at Li Xiangnan and the others, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. We did not wish for this outcome either, Li Xiangnan responded hurriedly, attempting to reason with her. I too mourned Bei Miao's death as his comrade. If given the choice, I would have preferred it to be me instead of him. Seeing the hatred in Xiaoxi's eyes, Li Xiangnan sought to appeal to her emotions, attempting to persuade her to relinquish her animosity. This situation has unfolded beyond our desires, but the outcome was predictable. The five of us, including Li Xiang and Xiang Yang, had already prepared for the worst. Your words sound more pleasant than reality, Xiaoxi retorted bitterly. Why did my brother not return while you survived? You deserve to die out at sea. How can you speak like that? Min Xi interjected, defending her husband. Li Xiang and the others frowned at Xiaoxi's words. Meanwhile, Bei Miao's wife and child were consumed by grief, oblivious to the ensuing quarrel. Sister-in-law, let us return, she said softly. Xiaoxi shot a glare at Min Xi before turning to leave with her sister-in-law and child. And Tong observed their departing figures and remarked, how unreasonable. She acts as though she is the only one to have lost a brother. Both Shi Zhao and Dong Shan have perished as well. Besides, Dong Shan left no legacy behind. Enough, let us refrain from speaking further. The atmosphere is already tense. Li Zhang urged his wife to remain silent. Aside from this brief altercation, the remaining attendees proceeded to bid their farewells in a more conventional manner. Ultimately, a few of the men took charge of driving the relatives home, and by noon, Li Xiang and several others agreed to share a meal together. Afterward, they planned to visit Kuan Zhong in the hospital. Although Li Nuo Lan had recently joined their ranks as a new armor liaison, she found little time for leisure. She needed to remain in the laboratory, utilizing computers to receive and analyze data transmitted from combat satellites. Since the battle 3 days prior, the eastern coast of the city had returned to normalcy, with no cruise ships or flights heading toward that region. Yet, armed with this experience, she began to pay closer attention to flight routes and domestic high-speed trains, determined to promptly detect any gathering of mutant beasts. Dr. Gallo was diligently working on developing new countermeasures, hoping to restore the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village to normalcy. However, this endeavor would require extensive research and could not be accomplished in just a few days. Following Shi Zhao's demise, Binger departed, expressing that with Shi Zhao gone, she needed to ensure the safe upbringing of her child, waiting until her eventual death to face him with dignity. Remaining in the area posed a significant risk to her life, and everyone understood her decision without pressuring her. I bought you a hamburger combo and a cola. And I also grabbed a coffee for you, unsweetened, Xiang Yang said as he placed the hamburger before Li Nuo Lan. Thank you, uncle, she replied with a playful smile, unwrapping the packaging and beginning her lunch. To be honest, she had managed to move past the deaths of Bei Miao and the others over the past 3 days, largely thanks to the guidance of her uncle. After all, these individuals were not directly connected to her. This period has been quite taxing for you, and we still do not know when the Light and Shadow War will conclude. Moreover, I've been having some peculiar dreams lately. The world seems somewhat off-kilter. Xiang Yang's eyes were filled with uncertainty about the future. Sounds like you're having nightmares, likely related to recent events. When a person is tense, they often experience nightmares during sleep. There's a scientific basis for that, Li Nuo Lan replied between bites. I truly hope that's all it is. Xiang Yang smiled wryly, then suddenly added, by the way, keep an eye on Bei Miao's sister. If you encounter any danger, remember to call me and stay in touch. Bei Miao's sister? You mean that it named Xiaoxi? Yes, her. But she hardly seems like a threat, does she? Oh, I see. It was likely what she said at the cemetery this morning that stirred things up. To be honest, if my brother had sacrificed himself, I might also lose my reason. After all, he was my only family in this world. Xiang Yang listened quietly, then responded seriously, she is no longer human, so you must exercise caution. Chapter 61. Li Nuo Lan is the last vessel of its humanity. Li Nuo Lan was momentarily taken aback. She had long been aware that mutant beasts could assume human forms, infiltrating society and gradually exerting control over humanity. She was not surprised, but no one had anticipated that Aunt Xiao would also fall into the abyss of becoming a mutant beast. Her brother had once been revered as a heroic figure, saving the human world, earning the respect and admiration of many. What reason could she possibly have to betray humanity and become a mutant beast? Before her mind could untangle the chaotic logic, Xiang Yang continued. Bei Miao was adopted by Xiaoxi's parents. Their family is involved in business. It is important to note that in the past decade, any company that has managed to survive under the Greenfield Group's oppressive grasp has done so by pledging allegiance to become a mutant beast. Some are drawn by the allure of the mutant beast's prolonged lifespans. Others covet their unchecked power, yet others seek the authority they wield, and some are simply coerced by circumstances. Compelled by various reasons they cannot refuse, choosing to compromise their integrity. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan quickly inquired, "So which category does Aunt Shaoxi belong to?" "The latter." Xiangnan remarked that, under normal circumstances, Bei Miao, as the company's manager and also possessing the identity of a summoner for the Black Rhino, would leave only one path for the anomalous beasts to take, one leading to death. It appeared that Shaoxi had shouldered all the burdens for Bei Miao, which is why she was the legal representative of their family business. However, this arrangement does not guarantee that the anomalous beasts would overlook Bei Miao's sensitive identity. It is likely that there exists a layer of dealings unknown to us. Perhaps Shaoxi has promised something to a certain individual. That said, Xiangnan found himself at a loss, unable to fathom what Shaoxi could possibly offer that would be of value in negotiations to protect her brother, Bei Miao, from the disturbances of the anomalous beasts. I must exercise caution. If Aunt Shaoxi has chosen to align with the anomalous beasts, she might indeed resort to extreme measures. From the look in her eyes at the cemetery, it seemed she harbored resentment not only for herself but for everyone involved. "Uncle, I suddenly wish to return home. Consider it a half-day break for me, will you?" Li Xiangnan suddenly suggested. Xiangnan inquired, "What is the matter? Did you leave the fire on in the kitchen?" He jested. Li Xiangnan giggled in response. "No, not at all. Recently, I have witnessed too many farewells and tragic separations. Aunt Binger lost her husband, and the doctor lost his only relative in this world. And then there's and Shaoxi's brother, along with those uncles you mentioned before, who are also summoners of armor. It suddenly struck me that life is fleeting. If a family can journey through life together in health and happiness, that would be a fulfillment of virtue. To put it plainly, Li Xiangnan stuck out her tongue cutely. I just want to go back and see my unreliable brother." Xiangnan hesitated for a moment, refraining from giving a direct answer. He was troubled by a concern. Her brother had recently emerged victorious from a battle involving light and shadow. Filled with confidence. In such a state, would he not instigate a riot among the anomalous beasts? Would he seek to eradicate all descendants of the Light and Shadow village? It would be just Li Xiangnan misfortune to return and be tricked into captivity, leaving no means to halt the impending chaos of the final battle, where only brute force would prevail. He believed in his ability to survive, but could the ordinary citizens of Earth endure? It seemed unlikely. This was the pressing dilemma racing through Xiangyang's mind. He was certain that even if Li Xiangnan brother was the source of all evil, a sliver of humanity remained within him. This last vestige of humanity could be attributed to the bond shared with his younger sister, who had endured hardships by his side. A representative of humanity could engage in negotiations. Devoid of humanity, one would be no different from a beast, leaving only violence in the wake of conflict. As for why he was so certain, it was because he had never revealed his true identity to Li Xiangnan. As long as she remained human, that flicker of humanity would persist. He once pondered why Li Xiangnan brother chose to become an accomplice to the Shadow Guardians, aiding them in their conquest of Earth. Having endured a wretched childhood, he had vowed to rise above others and trample all beneath him. The Greenfield Group had already seized control of the entire world. If he could achieve that, why then would he seek to obliterate the descendants of the Light and Shadow village? Did he perceive them as a threat to his dominion? Such thoughts no longer held significance. Perhaps there would come a time to uncover the truth. Is that not permissible, uncle? Noticing his prolonged silence, Li Xiangnan expression dimmed. It is permissible, Xiangnan ultimately conceded. Rather than fretting over various uncertainties, it would be better to allow Nuo to return home, thereby reassessing the likelihood of negotiations before the final battle. Wonderful. Thank you, uncle. Li Xiangnan instantly brightened, bubbling with joy. She eagerly bit into her hamburger, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Regardless of other circumstances, as long as her brother remained safe and sound, she wished to avoid the pains of separation. In the underground laboratory of Greenfield Biopharmaceuticals, Li Xiangnan had, since the battle 3 days prior, gained profound insights and set new goals. He had once again isolated himself within the lab. It was filled with an array of sophisticated technologies, any one of which could drastically challenge humanity's existing technological hegemony. The technology outside could be classified as level 8 civilization, while that within the laboratory had reached an astounding level 15, a significant leap. This was the result of a mind surpassing human intelligence. Without such advanced equipment and scientific knowledge, the Black Domain belt could never have been manufactured. In his eyes, the belts created by Dr. Geru could only be described as shabby toys, utterly worthless. Of course, the fact that he could produce those summoners indicated that Dr. Geru possessed commendable intellect, particularly in the field of armor development, achieving a level 10 civilization at best. Nevertheless, the disparity remained evident. For the armor, the true strength did not lie in the imperial belts or the summoning devices, but in the underlying righteous energy of the 5 elements. This notion could extend to the concept of bloodlines, which ultimately determined the strength of the summoners of the 5 elements. The weakness of a bloodline diminished the flaws of the summoning device. The fact that Li Xiang's belt could be pierced by a sword was a testament to the inferiority of Dr. Geru's creation, marking the greatest flaw in Li Xiang. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Li Xiang predictably faced utter defeat. Thus, whether it be the 5 elements armor fused with the imperial belt or the ultimate imperial armor, Li Xiangnan harbored no fear. All along, he regarded Xiangyang as his greatest threat. Suddenly, a blue sphere floated beside him. Would you like to terminate the isolation command and answer the call? This was the intelligence sphere Li Xiangnan had created to aid in the flawless design of various equipment. The sphere's chip brain contained all known human knowledge, supplemented with advanced knowledge beyond Earth's grasp. As development progressed, relying solely on himself became increasingly difficult. Only this neural networked intelligence sphere could help him avoid numerous pitfalls. The intelligence sphere could control every device in the laboratory, as all the experimental equipment was essentially a part of the sphere's being. One could say the entire laboratory was an extension of the intelligence sphere. Li Xiangnan paused his work, lifted the isolation command, and accepted the call. Soon, the intelligence sphere connected the call from his sister directly to the research room. Brother, what are you up to? It took you so long to answer. The innocent voice of his sister rang through the line. Li Xiangnan halted all thoughts in his mind, instructing the intelligence sphere to simulate all his planned proposals. I was just busy, he replied. What is it this time? I hope you remember we agreed that the last time would truly be the last. No more of those absurd matchmaking setups. Those individuals have such high standards. What is that, brother? Can I simply miss you? Nuo Lan retorted playfully, her tone teasing. Recognizing her tone, Li Xiangnan felt a headache coming on. If you miss me, it's even less of a good sign. It would be better not to think of me at all. How dare you say that to your sister? Nuo Lan gestured as if to pinch him through the phone. She then seamlessly transitioned the topic back to matchmaking. Actually, someone has taken a liking to you. If you made a bit more effort, you would have already won her over. Enough. I'm not interested in her, he replied, referring to the last matchmaking candidate. At your age, you haven't found me a sister-in-law yet. You're not in the least bit anxious. Whatever. I can't be bothered. I'm taking a half day off today. Let us eat at our usual place. If you're busy, just ignore me. Have you arrived? Yes. I've arrived. I'll be there in half an hour, Li Xiangnan said before hanging up the phone, subsequently gazing at the various data simulated by the intelligent orb. Its mind operated with the swiftness akin to that of a computer. There was no need to analyze each aspect individually. It sufficed to record the outcomes. 10 minutes later, the orb provided its final response. All simulations were completed as instructed. The ultimate result indicated that the Black Domain belt could only be perfected to 90, with the final 10 proving insurmountable. All materials on Earth had been tested. My suggestion is to seek suitable materials from other regions of the universe. The known substances on Earth cannot integrate with the materials of the Black Domain. To transcend the last 10 of the Black Domain belt is akin to climbing a steep mountain. This belt is fundamentally flawed. If it could be wholly constructed, Li Xiangnan's rate of growth would accelerate significantly. Regrettably, tests on naturally occurring materials from Earth yielded no success, nor did those on synthetic substances. In summary, these materials cannot withstand the corrosion of exotic energies, akin to two adversaries fated to oppose each other. Despite exhausting various methods, no resolution was found. Although the intelligent orb offered suggestions, Li Xiangnan understood that the crux of the issue lay in the interplay of light and shadow. Where there is light, shadows cannot exist. Shadows emerge only after light has cast its influence, revealing the dark facets of matter. Thus, Earth belongs to the realm of light, and its material composition struggles to accommodate the exotic energies prevalent in the dark universe. Let us proceed to analyze the composite materials available, in case we have overlooked any critical elements. Receiving the directive, with approximately 10 minutes remaining, Li Xiangnan exited the laboratory, donning a casual outfit to alter his appearance, adopting a guise of a typical worker. Only in this manner would his sister refrain from overthinking. Meanwhile, in a potato friary occupying less than 30 square meters, Nuo Lan anxiously monitored the time on her phone, mentally counting down the seconds. In the final moments, a weary Li Xiangnan finally dashed in. Just within the agreed time frame, Nuo Lan pointed to the time on her phone and called for 2 servings of fries. The food lay before them. Yet neither sibling made the first move to eat, merely exchanging glances. From her eyes, Li Xiangnan discerned a multitude of emotions, with concern being the most prominent. "Why aren't you eating?" He broke the silence. Nuo Lan shook her head and replied, "I don't feel like eating. I just want to watch you." "Have you been through something recently? You seem more sentimental." Li Xiangnan had never pried into his sister's personal matters, and their interactions were usually brief. He still preferred to shield the only family member he could control from misfortune, even if he now wielded power over countless lives. Only by defying fate could one grasp the vastness of the heavens. No, Nuo Lan concealed her emotions and added, "I just watched a television drama recently that deeply affected me." "No wonder. Those shows are merely meant to amuse young girls like you," Li Xiangnan responded, shaking his head. Even though he was aware she was not being entirely truthful, Nuo Lan made a face. "All right, let us eat. I need to get back to work soon." Li Xiangnan lowered his head and began eating, viewing food as mere refuse to be discarded into his body, devoid of any nutritional value, and often leaving him feeling unwell. Yet, in front of his sister, he felt compelled to feign the act of consuming human sustenance. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lan immediately expressed concern for her brother. "If you're tired, we don't have to continue. I felt pain when you walked in. How could we cease working and still repay debts? I invested abroad and incurred substantial losses. It's fate. Perhaps we could borrow some money from our aunt to start a small business? It would be better than you exhausting yourself." "No, whose money comes without effort?" Li Xiangnan continued to eat the fries in silence. His sister had yet to touch her food. It was only after finishing that she said, "I must return to work. You should head back to your dorm to rest. Why not take a stroll around?" In the past, his sister would have agreed, but today she deviated from her usual behavior, wishing to linger longer with him. Something felt amiss. He wondered what had transpired in her life recently to make her more introspective, gazing into her sincere, yearning eyes. Li Xiangnan hesitated for a moment before conceding. "Fine, it's rare for you to take half a day off. Shouldn't you inform your boss?" "It's all right. I'll message him shortly, saying someone will cover my shift." "Well then, let us go to the flea market." At the flea market, the assortment of goods was eclectic, mostly inexpensive, unlike some malls filled with branded items. Over the course of the day, the siblings wandered through the market, then strolled through the zoo. As night fell, they rode a ferry to admire the ocean view, and later visited an amusement park. This half-day together constituted one of the most substantial periods of bonding between them. As they walked home, Li Xiangnan unexpectedly retrieved a metallic sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, from his pocket. Its surface was smooth, reflecting the surrounding environment like a mirror. He placed it before his sister and said, "I just picked this up at the flea market. You might like it, so I'm giving it to you." "What is this shiny thing?" Nuo Lan examined it closely. From its appearance, it resembled a steel ball. Yet it was remarkably light, akin to a ping-pong ball. However, its surface was extraordinarily smooth, not the smoothness of glass, but rather metallic. Under the streetlights at night, it still imparted a metallic feel at first glance. "It's quite beautiful. Although it appears inexpensive, I shall reluctantly accept your gift." "Thank you, but I must say, your taste is commendable. Just remember, when gifting girls, try to choose cosmetics or bags instead. If you encounter a girl you fancy, do avoid giving her something that looks appealing but is, in reality, quite cheap." Saying this, she tucked it into her pocket. "The car has arrived. Let us get you home." Li Xiangnan refrained from delving deeper into the topic. All right. Chapter 62. Nuo Lan in danger, for exotic beasts seek them out? After seeing his sister home, Li Xiangnan walked alone for a while, contemplating various matters. He did not dwell on them for long and soon returned to Greenfield Biopharmaceuticals. Upon entering the basement, he spotted Director Number 2 anxiously pacing along his path, exuding an aura of distress, as though facing a crisis. "You're finally out." The director rushed over to him without delay. "There has been a major incident. We've suddenly lost track of the ferocious beasts. The control system has shown abnormalities for over 72 hours, and the dispatched orders have vanished without a trace. My subordinates suspect the beasts have somehow escaped our control. Initially, they thought it might be an issue within the laboratory, but it turned out to pertain to the ferocious beasts. Li Xiangnan's expression reflected his astonishment. That system has been rigorously tested. It should effectively suppress the activities of the beasts. How could we suddenly lose control? Where has the evil water gone? We don't know. We attempted to contact Lord Evil Water, but there has been no response from that side either. It's as if they've vanished from the face of the earth. The director's voice trembled as he spoke, overwhelmed by fear. He was deeply apprehensive. Having been entrusted with the responsibility of researching the beasts, it was expected that the ferocious beasts they released with such conviction would exhibit abnormalities and vanish within days. What does this signify? In human terms, it constitutes a significant scientific disaster, and as the primary person in charge, the consequences could range from merely losing his position to facing severe repercussions. It has been over 72 hours. Li Xiangnan's expression darkened. Meanwhile, his mind raced with thoughts. Had the ferocious beasts absorbed too much foreign energy and evolved, thus freeing themselves from their controllers? Or was there another party involved? The initial purpose of the project aimed at developing ferocious beasts was to prepare for the end of the world. However, now the perspective had shifted. So many humans could serve as resources for his own evolution. He could not allow the ferocious beasts to destroy them. If they had not lost control, they could simply be released later. Now that the ferocious beasts were out of control, according to their nature, they would indiscriminately kill any humans or extraordinary beasts, including armored ones. For every human they took down, Li Xiangnan lost a resource. This was the source of his frustration. Moreover, he could not contact a Shui, which should not have been the case unless he encountered Xiangyang. The director lowered his head, but his eyes were fixed upward, fearing he might miss any change in expression on Li Xiangnan's face. Life or death now hinged on his mood. He immediately instructed experts to investigate the last known location of the ferocious beast signal. You will lead the team. Understood. The director stood straight, his anxious heart finally at ease. That last statement indicated he still had a chance for redemption. He did not seem to be the type of tyrant devoid of compassion. Li Xiangnan contemplated as he watched the director leave. Upon returning to his private laboratory, he scoured global news from 4 days ago to the present. Key information, death tolls, lockdowns, extraordinary beasts, and armor were all on his agenda. The intelligence sphere flew over and began infiltrating news reports from every nation worldwide. Ultimately, he uncovered over 1,000 articles. After filtering through them, Li Xiangnan rapidly read dozens of reports, discovering they mostly pertained to internal human conflicts, with no relation to the ferocious beasts. However, he found nothing conclusive upon entering. He merely sought to eliminate the possibility of human interference. Until the moment the ferocious beasts issued a command for total invasion of human territory, nearly 300 million extraordinary beasts worldwide could not be exposed. Official media, social media, and personal accounts from various countries contained no reports regarding extraordinary beasts or ferocious beasts, indicating that the lords of these extraordinary beasts were strictly controlling online public opinion. No one was challenging their dominance. Connecting to the ferocious beast control system, Li Xiangnan sought the final location of the ferocious beasts. He continued issuing commands. The intelligence spheres soon responded. Based on the information I have collected, four ancient ferocious beasts arrived in the Americas 3 days ago. Their last known location is a luxurious estate in Houston, within the domain of the Rod family. While clarifying the information, it projected a 3-dimensional map, clearly marking the location for quick reference. Log into my account and begin taking control of all surveillance devices across the Americas. Investigate everything that transpired in Houston. Logging in now, takeover successful. Before long, the super-intelligent intelligence sphere began to meticulously analyze millions of surveillance videos, focusing primarily on the vicinity of Houston. Yet, its intelligence ensured that no detail would go unnoticed. After several minutes, the intelligence sphere completed its task. Packaging relevant videos, process complete. Beginning playback. Soon, Li Xiangnan was presented with 3 surveillance animations projected by the intelligence sphere, all of which had been clarified for clarity. Thus, every frame was exceptionally clear. The first video appeared to be captured by a surveillance device at the main gate of the luxurious estate in Houston. The image flickered and disappeared. Then, another angle came into view. As Li Xiangnan followed the footage, he essentially witnessed how a Shui had wielded its power. Unfortunately, there were gaps in the footage during the battle between the ferocious beasts and the Rod family, as the aftermath had damaged nearly all the cameras within the estate. However, one frame caught his attention. He paused and zoomed in. It depicted a small path not far from Houston, captured by a roadside camera for a few fleeting seconds. 4 tall and imposing figures swiftly passed by, one of whom was entirely obscured, making identification impossible. What had transpired during the time the surveillance failed to capture? Had a shui been sealed by Xiangnan, or had it encountered other issues preventing contact with the outside world? The first point was puzzling. It was absurd that Ishui could not be reached unless it had been sealed within a magical box. After reviewing all related footage, Li Xiangnan arrived at a staggering conclusion. There was an elder. The time when the ferocious beasts vanished corresponded with the spectral battle occurring domestically, which had drawn Li Xiang, Li Xiangnan, and 6 other armored summoners into a fierce battle at sea, posing a threat to Ishui and the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. Only Xiangyang could have that influence. On that day, when it seemed the entire armored team would be annihilated, Xiangyang merely appeared to rescue Li Xiang. It could not be said that he intentionally neglected to save his companions just to seal Ishui. Could Ishui harbor such enmity that Xiangyang would be perpetually preoccupied? As the saying goes, once all impossibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. It appeared that someone lurked in the shadows, hoping to reap the benefits. Ishui was undoubtedly dead. As for the saboteurs behind the scenes, whether they were armored summoners or unknown entities, the 4 towering figures observed from any angle resembled the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. As the emperor of extraordinary beasts, Li Xiangnan possessed an innate sensitivity to dark creatures. There was no mistaking it. Someone had liberated the ancient ferocious beasts from Ishui's control. And it was possible that Ishui had met its demise at the hands of the ferocious beasts. For the time being, the matter of the Black Domain Belt could be set aside. First, I need you to ascertain the whereabouts of those 4 figures, no matter how far they have retreated. As long as they appear in the human world, they must be found. Given the current situation, Li Xiangnan had no inclination to delve into the research and development of the belt. After all, it was still usable for now. Furthermore, finding a material that could perfectly combine with the Black Domain Belt would be exceedingly rare on Earth. Instead of squandering energy, it was better to identify uncontrollable factors first. If the occurrences surrounding the 4 extraordinary beasts remained unclear, such events might very well transpire with other extraordinary beasts as well. Li Xiangnan disliked the sensation of being unable to control the situation. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Come. Everyone, cheers. Happy holidays. I can't drink, so I'll settle for tea. No problem, cheers. Today was a grand holiday, and the hardworking individuals finally had a chance to unwind. Some would even splurge at this time, traveling from their monotonous locales to others, calling it tourism. Meanwhile, the surviving armored team members enjoyed a rare feast on the rooftop of the research institute. After a month of practice, Nuo Lan could finally announce her graduation, taking charge of the situation independently. I take that as a compliment. Indeed, it must be a compliment. It's been a long time since I've felt this relaxed. Once I eradicate all extraordinary beasts in the world, I will definitely open a restaurant. I've decided to become a boss. I no longer want to be a worker. Kunzong, you've just recovered and been discharged from the hospital. How can you be daydreaming? Dreams are essential, Xiangnan. What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Come, let us drink. The group laughed heartily, appearing lively, yet the atmosphere was undeniably cold. Of the original 5 elemental armored summoners, 3 had perished. Bei Miao, Shi Xiao, and Dong Shan had fallen in battle. The second team is left with only Bei Kai, who is now set to take over Bei Miao's position and become the summoner of the Black Rhino armor. Though reluctant, he has no choice but to face the situation head-on. Their old acquaintance, Meijin, is also absent. Only Li Xiangnan, Bei Kai, Kuanzhong, and Li Ziyang have come, along with Li Nuo Lan. Since Shi Xiao's demise, Bing Er has taken her child and vanished to distant lands. It has been a month since anyone heard from her. Jie Lu has been engrossed in research. As the group converses, an unexpected silence envelopes them, leaving a hollow ache in their hearts. Sighing, Li Xiangnan, as the captain, reflects on the past. When they departed, they had gathered at Aunt Huey's Happy Dumpling House. At that time, both the first and second teams comprised 5 members each, along with Bing Er, Min Si, and Mei Jun, sharing a reunion meal. Time has flown. And now, looking back, many old comrades have fallen, leaving only a few of them to fight until the end. With a bittersweet smile, Li Xiangnan remarks, "Do we not resemble solitary warriors? Without reinforcements and hope, surrounded by enemies." Kuan-zhong, moved by Li Xiangnan's sentiment, replies melancholically, "Indeed. It's confirmed there will be no new members. Only we old-timers persist." In the past, they may have believed success and failure were evenly matched, especially with two Imperial armor summoners and their ability to combine in times of crisis. However, after the maritime battle a month ago, particularly Li Xiangnan has grown pessimistic about the inevitable final battle. The invincible myth of the ultimate form of the Imperial armor has been shattered. Don't utter such disheartening words. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, humanity still has a chance, Nuo Lan interjects. Noticing the glum expressions of Li Xiangnan and Zhong, she feels uneasy, a stark contrast to the fighting spirit she had when she first arrived. The seasoned men smile knowingly at her words, reminiscent of Mei Zhan's encouragement to them in the past. Enough of this gloomy demeanor. We've gone to the effort of preparing a feast. Let us focus on enjoying the food and drink, Li Xiangnan insists. The atmosphere quickly lightens among the men. However, midway through the meal, an unsettling feeling descends. As a bearer of the five elements bloodline, Li Xiangnan is naturally sensitive to fluctuations in energy. Although he lacks the extraordinary abilities of Xiangyang, he is acutely aware when energy reaches a critical threshold. Strange. Why does it feel so chilly on my back while we dine on the rooftop? Zhong muses, scratching his back. Be cautious, Zhong. There's someone behind you. Li Xiangnan warns, only to suddenly notice a figure looming behind Zhong, an imposing man, at least 2 meters tall, standing atop the wall. This creature is grotesque, exuding an aura of fearsome malevolence that Li Xiangnan recognizes from the dark armor he encountered a month prior. He stands abruptly, drawing out the flame dragon armor summoner device, eyes fixated on the figure. Zhong, yet to turn around, catches sight of another peculiar man behind Li Xiangnan. He too gasps, pointing, Brother Xiangnan, there is someone behind you. Nuo Lan finds herself in a similar predicament, while Li Xiangnan grabs the password box at his side, hastily retrieving the repaired Imperial belt to prepare for armor fusion. At that moment, Bei Kai shouts, don't overlook her. You have a suspicious figure behind you too. The once jovial meal has turned tense, with Li Xiangnan and his companions on high alert. This is the first time Nuo Lan has encountered such a sudden crisis, and she stands in fear, though Li Xiangnan and the others instinctively encircle her protectively. What are they? Li Xiangnan inquires anxiously. Li Xiang's response shatters their last vestiges of hope. They are supernatural beasts. I sense 4 distinct energy fluctuations. This energy is more potent than any other, even surpassing that of the evil armor from a month ago. Their eyes are terrifying and malevolent, causing cold sweat to bead on Zhong's forehead. Simply locking eyes with one of them feels like a brush with hell itself. Chapter 63. The armor core is annihilated. Sister's life unknown. Li Xiangnan suddenly exclaims a perplexing statement. It's always a month. Zhong swallows hard and asks nervously, what do you mean, Brother Xiangnan? What have you discovered? I mean the light and shadow battle. Last time, Xiangyang gathered us, and it was approximately a month then. Now, another month has passed since that battle ended. Have you not noticed that no supernatural beasts have appeared in the interim? Li Xiang's heart sinks further. This only indicates that the supernatural beasts are highly united. This is not news worth sharing, and Bei Kai laments. Feeling increasingly regretful about being chosen as a member of the second team by Dr. Jie Lu in his youth. Found you. One of the burly men. Slightly bowing his head, fixates on Nuo Lan, who is encircled by Li Xiangnan. A sinister smile reveals sharp fangs. They are the 4 ancient ferocious beasts Qiongqi, Tao Tai, Tiao, and Hun Dun, having completed their evolution. As an ordinary person, Nuo Lan feels suffocated under their gaze, as if a heavy stone presses upon her chest. Her pores tighten, and her hair stands on end. The instincts of a higher creature scream of imminent danger. What is this? Are they here for Nuo Lan? The astute Li Xiangnan and others, seasoned summoners, can clearly sense that the beast's focus is not on themselves. In this moment, tears of fear stream down Nuo Lan's cheeks, as she feels certain that today may mark her end. Despite knowing the dangers of being a liaison for an armor summoner, she never expected it to strike so suddenly. Just moments ago, they were enjoying hot pot and singing, and now they are the targets of supernatural beasts. With a mix of fear for herself and sorrow for her brother upon learning of her demise, she suddenly recalls the need to send a distress signal. Grabbing her watch, designed for contacting all summoners, she sends out a rescue request, confident that Uncle Xiangyang will arrive promptly based on the watch's location. Qiongqi makes the first move, leaping powerfully down from above. Quick, fuse the armor. Li Xiangnan shouts, promptly initiating the flame dragon armor fusion. This time, They forego elaborate transformation sequences, proceeding directly with the armor fusion. Black Rhino armor, fusion. Earth Tiger armor, fusion. Imperial armor, fusion. The four of them simultaneously undergo armor fusion as the ancient ferocious beasts launch their attacks, striking with their bare hands at incredible speed. As they approached, the adversaries were momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, the instant the armor fused, an invincible effect activated, deflecting all their attacks. The glutton returned to its original position, observing the entity that had repelled its assault with a hint of surprise. Subsequently, the four exchanged glances, completing a silent communication in a mere second. Although their task could be accomplished by simply severing the weak human's head, granting them the freedom to wreak havoc, they had not anticipated encountering armored obstacles. Thus, they decided to toy with their opponents for a while. The prey was not going anywhere. Each of the four selected their targets and launched another offensive. In response, Kuanzhong mustered his courage and confronted them head-on, declaring, "Do not mistake the tiger's silence for weakness." The earth-shattering claw swiftly summoned a melee weapon, engaging in battle with the masked chaos. Initially, he harbored a sense of contempt for the opponent's refusal to reveal its true form, for only in its original state could a beast fully unleash its prowess. The human guise was merely a low-energy mode. However, after a few exchanges, Kuanzhong realized how gravely mistaken he was. Clang, clang, clang. Utilizing his agility, Kuanzhong sought to exploit his speed advantage. From the second strike onward, the chaos abandoned all efforts to block, dismissing Kuanzhong's attacks as trivial as mere tickling, unworthy of expending energy to parry. The earth-shattering claw grazed the chaos's chest, shredding its garments, yet the flesh beneath merely sparked against the sharp claws. The earth-shattering claw could not harm it. Kuanzhong's anxiety intensified with every strike. The chaos retaliated with a punch that sent him staggering back, then tore off its own clothing, revealing crimson flesh beneath, and made an utterly insulting gesture, accompanied by a scornful tone. "You are far too weak. The shadow armor is nothing impressive." Enraged, Kuanzhong's fear was eclipsed by fury. He discarded the earth-shattering claw, wielding the earth-shattering blade in both hands, ready to impart a profound lesson. Underestimating the Earth Tiger armor will prove to be your gravest error. Meanwhile, Beikai had long been disoriented by the Taowu. Given the characteristics of the Black Rhino armor, which boasted high defense and strength only second to the Snow Mastiff armor, his combat style relied heavily on defense, boldly advancing. Beikai employed the same tactics he had used against the Shadow Guardian in the past, only to find them utterly ineffective against the Taowu, which matched him in formidable defense. Only slightly weaker than the Chaos and second only to the Glutton in strength, the Taowu relished Beikai's combat approach, reveling in its immense power. Beikai used his water armor shield to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but to his dismay, every punch felt like striking flesh that was as hard as steel. Even when the water armor shield struck directly, it failed to budge the Taowu's face by even a fraction. It was akin to a battle between an infant and an adult. Bang! "Ah, Uncle Beikai!" Li Nuolan cried out in alarm. Beikai was struck in the abdomen by the Taowu's punch, forcing him to kneel on one knee, his stomach churning violently. Had he not been in armor form, he would have already vomited the meal he had just consumed. The Taowu immediately aimed a sweeping strike at his head, nearly sending it flying, while his hefty body tumbled like a ball, crashing through the concrete railing of the rooftop. He narrowly avoided plummeting from the research institute. Buzz! Beikai disintegrated on the spot, losing all combat capability and slipping into unconsciousness. The ordinary armor struggled against even the enhanced beasts, let alone an ancient ferocious creature like the Taowu, which had absorbed crystal energy to evolve into a true dark beast. In its eyes, the Black Rhino armor and humans were indistinguishable, both mere fragile prey. However, after dispatching Beikai, the Taowu did not turn its attention to Li Nuolan, but instead curiously observed the situations of the other three companions. Li Xiangnan found himself pitted against the Glutton. Unsurprisingly, despite his balanced attributes, the Glutton provided no opportunities. Within mere dozens of exchanges, it had discerned Li Xiangnan's strength. Was that all? Disappointment was etched on the Glutton's face, as though it had harbored excessively high expectations for Li Xiangnan's combat prowess. Li Xiangnan, too, found his fear mounting with each clash. As the Glutton prepared to counterattack and end the game, he had no choice but to retreat, creating a safe distance. He forcibly calmed his racing heart. Taking a deep breath, he clutched his blade with one hand, twisting the belt at his waist. A crimson scroll of slashing words projected forth. Sealing slash. The flame blade, upon slight contact with the fatal scroll, became imbued with fiery energy, enveloping the blade entirely. The flame blade blazed a brilliant red, and Li Xiangnan assumed a stance, cleaving downwards, the formidable energy surging forth in a crescent arc towards the glutton. Excited, the glutton retaliated with a punch aimed at the ceiling slash. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, with raging flames swept up and spreading outward. Nuo Lan was thrown off balance, reeling from the shock. Yet, the glutton emerged unscathed from the ceiling slash's impact. At that moment, Li Xiangnan felt utterly overwhelmed. What now? What can I do? He was engulfed by the same sense of powerlessness he had felt in his youth against Xiangyang, his fighting strength crushed beneath the adversary's might. The ceiling slash, the most powerful move of the flame dragon armor, failed to inflict any damage. On another front, only Li Xiang in the Emperor armor was engaged in a fierce stalemate with the Qiangqi, their battle escalating from the ground to the sky. Observing this, the Taowu sent a signal to the glutton and chaos, who had previously refrained from attacking, and they suddenly began a furious onslaught. How could Kuinzhong withstand such a barrage? After enduring just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he met a fate even worse than Beikai's, sent plummeting from the rooftop by the chaos. Li Xiangnan, too, found himself powerless to respond. After all, he was no longer the youthful warrior he once was. Faced with the true dark beast, the glutton, he too succumbed within 3 exchanges, his armor disintegrating as he lay quietly to rest. Afterwards, the glutton, Taowu, and chaos took to the skies, joining forces against the Emperor Knight. They sensed that this Emperor Knight was no ordinary foe. Even so, the Qiangqi alone struggled to defeat him. As Li Xiang watched the 4 beasts converge upon him, he seized the opportunity to glance below. Sure enough, all 3 teammates were down. Now, he had to face 4 opponents alone. Surrounded by attackers, he found himself in a dire predicament, a stark contrast to his earlier confidence. The combined might of the 4 ferocious beasts radiated an overwhelming energy that instilled dread, reminding him of the terror of being vanquished by darkness. A month prior, the cracks left in his heart were as significant as those in the Emperor armor's belt. Clearly, time had passed without him contemplating the words Xiangyang had once shared with him. The Emperor armor's fighting capability was severely diminished. Fortunately, despite everything, it remained an ultimate armor. The combined assault of the 4 ferocious beasts did not immediately overpower him. Enough hesitation, let us get serious. As they realized they could not subdue Li Xiang, the glutton signaled to its 3 companions. It suddenly transformed, its body rapidly swelling until its human guise burst like a balloon. The true form of the glutton, towering 6 to 7 meters high and over 2 meters wide, emerged, brandishing a soul-piercing spear aimed directly at Li Xiang. Aurora Shield. He hastily summoned the Aurora Shield, barely managing to deflect the lethal strike. Yet the tremendous force sent him hurtling backward. The chaos revealed its crimson form, releasing a cataclysmic beam from the vortex where its head should have been. Li Xiang scrambled to stabilize himself, cleaving with his sword. But the Taowu's massive blade was already descending from behind. Li Xiang struggled to cope. In the blink of an eye, several exchanges had transpired, and that familiar sense of helplessness returned once more. As it seemed, the operation of the Emperor's armor was not as smooth as before. The release speed of the elemental forces had diminished. Soon, the beleaguered Li Xiang, unable to counterattack, found himself at the mercy of the 4 fearsome beasts. The robust tail of the Taowu ensnared him, violently slamming him to the ground. From that moment on, an increasing dread enveloped Li Xiang's heart. The 4 beasts wasted no time, descending upon him to continue their relentless assault. In no time, after enduring successive strikes, his ultimate form abruptly vanished, and the Aurora Shield in his grasp dissipated as well. How could this happen? Li Xiang was drenched in sweat, panicking at the thought that perhaps the doctor had not fully repaired the Emperor's belt, causing this inconsistency in its operation. Suddenly, a chaotic energy projectile struck him, sending him tumbling. The Taowu, the Taodai, and the Qiangqi swiftly followed up with their attacks. The scales of victory began to tip overwhelmingly against him. Under the barrage of the 4 beasts, the fissure in Li Xiang's spirit widened until he could no longer endure. Fragmented and broken, he soared through the air like a parabolic arc, rolling twice before falling completely still. At that moment, the armor succumbed to disintegration, rendered powerless. Having vanquished the Emperor Knight, Qiangqi lifted its proud head and clapped its hands, proclaiming, "This human lacks conviction." As beasts of great ferocity, they could discern the fear residing within one's heart. Clearly, during the battle, Li Xiang's terror intensified. Ordinarily, as the Emperor Knight, he should possess an indomitable spirit. Yet, it seemed his heart was either absent or had been ripped from him. Such a fierce confrontation naturally drew the attention of numerous onlookers, with the audacious daring to gather and watch the spectacle. Those of lesser courage, realizing the struggle between the supernatural beasts and the armored warrior, wisely chose to flee. Simultaneously, those in the higher floors, benefiting from a superior vantage point, could better observe the unfolding conflict. The supernatural beings within the office buildings, sensing the presence of the four fearsome beasts, were gripped by profound fear, even more so than the humans. This was due to their heightened sensitivity to danger. As long as the beasts did not confront them directly, it was challenging to perceive the threat of death. However, those transformed into supernatural beings were inherently terrified of the beasts, a fear ingrained in their very genes, passed down through generations. These scenes were naturally recorded by the supernatural beings and reported to their superiors. Before long, news of the terrifying beast incident spread throughout the supernatural circles in Asia. Once all obstacles were cleared, the four beasts swiftly ascended to the rooftop. At this moment, Li Nuolan had long fled to the lower floors, but unfortunately, the beasts could accurately pinpoint her location. Boom. The chaotic entity took flight, gathering energy as a beam of light pierced from the rooftop to the foundation. Instantly, the floors began to tremble violently. Within seconds, the entire research facility erupted in an explosion, rapidly collapsing. Many on the first floor realized something was amiss and scrambled to escape, while some unfortunate souls were either killed by the explosion or crushed by falling debris. Li Nuolan was still descending the staircase when the beam obliterated the research facility, causing the floors to cave in. As she hurried down, the staircase beneath her gave way, and she fell, screaming until darkness enveloped her, rendering her unconscious. Outside, amidst the chaos, the four supernatural beasts observed the collapsing structure, preparing to fulfill their mission and unleash devastation upon the world. Suddenly, they halted. That human was still alive. Indeed, they could still sense the heartbeat of their target. Thumping steadily, Tao Wu surveyed the rubble below, sneering, "What a resilient life. Level that ground below. I bet she won't survive. Hurry and complete the contract. I can hardly wait to commence the slaughter of all living beings." Soon, a barrage of powerful energy projectiles began raining down. The explosions erupted like firecrackers. The research facility, now a mere shadow of its former self, had transformed into a charred pit, shrouded in smoke. In the core of the devastation lay a striking blue sphere. Li Nuolan, unconscious, was enveloped in a blue protective shield, preventing her from perishing in the chaos, enduring the relentless bombardment of the four beasts. Nevertheless, upon closer inspection, one would notice a bloody swelling on her head. What could that be? The beasts were equally bewildered. It was their first encounter with such a situation. How could they not kill a frail human? Crush it. Tao Tai growled angrily as it descended. Wait, something's off, Tao Wu called out. At this moment, a swirling black mist began to envelop the area, causing the beasts to sense an unseen enemy. However, they could not discern where the threat lay. As the mist thickened, their once keen vision was reduced to mere meters, rendering them unable to penetrate the darkness. They found themselves trapped in the sky, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Despite being creatures of darkness, feared throughout the dark cosmos for their bloodthirst, it was never their absolute strength that instilled fear. Rather, it was their insatiable bloodlust. Thus, many beings of greater power existed within the dark cosmos, some of which were inherently dark entities that even the fearsome beasts would avoid. Chapter 64. Li Xiangnan's Fury, Seeking Death. Fortunately, I had previously given you a means of survival. Amidst the ruins, Li Xiangnan appeared beside his sister, stating, "If you were to perish, I would truly forget how to be an ordinary person." In her pocket lay a glowing sphere, projecting a protective barrier through her clothing. This was the very gift he had bestowed upon his sister. The sphere possessed intelligence, housing all of Li Xiangnan's knowledge within its tiny core, along with a genuine self-awareness. Had it not detected Li Nuolan's life-threatening situation and activated the protective shield immediately, she would have perished long ago. Where is she injured? It scanned for the presence of the highest authority, automatically shutting the shield as Li Xiangnan approached. He knelt to wipe the blood from his sister's forehead. Speaking with calm resolve, it had been observing everything from its concealed vantage point nearby. With the intelligent sphere present, his sister would undoubtedly remain safe. Buzz. The intelligent sphere projected a three-dimensional image of her body. The designated protected individual had multiple fractures, accompanied by localized internal bleeding and a concussion. The fall had triggered a recurrence of her heart condition, which could pose a life-threatening risk at any moment. Subsequently, the intelligence sphere provided treatment recommendations. Silence. Relieved to ascertain that the injuries were merely minor internal bleeding and fractures, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Cardiac issues were not the grave concern they once were. Nevertheless, his fury reached a boiling point. "Do not let me find you," he muttered through clenched teeth. "I will tear you limb from limb for daring to harm those close to me." To transform a fearsome beast into a genuine dark entity, breaking free from his control. Only to seek trouble with his sole remaining kin, surely, there could be no other culprit aside from that scoundrel lurking in the shadows. With a subtle lift of his hand, a gust of wind cradled Li Xiangnan, elevating her into his embrace. The dark domain belt began to activate, emanating a crimson glow as the dark armor enveloped his body inch by inch. From that moment forth, the area shrouded in mist belonged to the dark domain. Unless the adversary possessed strength surpassing his own, Li Xiangnan would reign as the god within this realm. Cradling his sister in his arms, he soared upward, the intelligent sphere trailing behind, spinning around them. There, as Li Xiangnan emerged behind the four fearsome beasts, they too perceived his presence. "So it's you," Tao Tai exclaimed. Though it could not see Li Xiangnan's face, the familiar aura was unmistakable. It was this very individual who sought to control them. For the Beast Clan. This was a profound humiliation. Let me rip it apart. The saying goes that when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. The creature known as TOW harbors a deep desire to annihilate Li Xiangnan and the group of research-oriented beast masters. They audaciously attempted to control the ferocious beasts, and astonishingly succeeded. TOW's colossal form conjured a tempest as it surged forward, wielding a massive cleaver high above. With a swift lunge, the blade descended with tremendous force. Li Xiangnan remained unperturbed, merely tilting his head slightly to the right. The blade struck his shoulder armor with a resounding impact, while an intelligent sphere instantly generated a protective shield, enveloping Li Xiangnan and absorbing the shock. Despite the fierce blow, Li Xiangnan hovered in place, unyielding. Suddenly, the air beneath him erupted violently, the force of which was awe-inspiring, revealing just how terrifying a fully formed ancient beast can be in battle. That single strike would spell doom for any ordinary armor, be it the Flame Dragon, or God Xingtian, or even General Duanmu. TOW was momentarily taken aback, witnessing its full-force cleaver strike meeting an opponent who did not even flinch. Was this being a naturally dark entity? Where was the one responsible for its evolution? Li Xiangnan spoke with indifference. TOW, seemingly humiliated, forcefully withdrew its cleaver, the blade grating against the armor with an excruciating sound. It then swung horizontally, targeting the human in front of it. Seeking death, the cleaver, imbued with the power to sever all, descended at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, Li Xiangnan was even faster. The blade passed through him without resistance, cleaving him in two. Success! TOW rejoiced. However, in the next moment, the severed Li Xiangnan began to dissipate. TOW's eyes widened in realization. It was merely an afterimage. Boom. Darkness enveloped TOW as its massive body crashed into the ground, the terrifying kinetic energy creating a crater several meters deep in the solid concrete. It lay at the center of the pit, while Li Xiangnan cradled his sister, standing atop the beast. That creature had already approached imperial rank. Observing the instant defeat of its companion, TOD inhaled sharply, astonished. Despite having exchanged blows with TOW moments prior, from a human perspective, it had transpired in the blink of an eye. A ferocious beast wielding its full strength moved with astonishing speed. In the dark cosmos, slaughter reigned supreme. It was a relentless cycle of kill or be killed. Over billions of years, specific hierarchies had evolved. The four great ferocious beasts might not fully comprehend the nuances of these divisions, but they were acutely aware of their own strength, limited to the ferocious beast level. The being before them exhibited power characteristic of the imperial level, possibly even brushing against the threshold of the pseudo-emperor rank. Numerous pseudo-emperors existed in the dark cosmos, each renowned for their martial prowess among the myriad races. Above the pseudo-emperors stood the true sovereigns, the imperial level. Only one emperor could emerge from a dark cosmos. Conflicts with neighboring dark cosmoses were frequent, leading to countless bloodshed over the eons. Gradually, the emperors recognized that such continual strife merely depleted the potential of the dark cosmos. Thus, rules were established. The dark cosmos would never invade one another. Why then did the emperors of various dark cosmoses send their subordinates to invade the light cosmos? The answer was simple. The territories of the dark cosmos had long been solidified, and emperors rarely encountered one another. The vast universes governed by each emperor could not sustain their longevity, necessitating expansion, hence the invasions of the light cosmos. Capturing a light cosmos meant that all resources within would belong to the emperor. The ferocious beasts were driven by similar motives, the insatiable thirst for power and survival. Clearly, the light cosmos before them was not so easily invaded, for each light cosmos was also protected by imperial spirits, with the Emperor Knight serving as its guardian. However, the four ferocious beasts understood that the elderly human with gray hair they had encountered, along with the middle-aged human who transformed into the ultimate imperial armor, were not the true embodiment of the Emperor. Earth, a mere speck in the vast universe, could not sustain the descent of an imperial being. Together, Qianjiyu howled, its wings unfurling as it dove downward with alarming speed, closely followed by Tod and Hndan, faced with the combined assault of three dark ferocious beasts. Li Xiangnan, leveraging his speed advantage, toyed with them as if they were mere playthings. Despite their formidable strength, they paled in comparison to him. The disparity in power became increasingly evident. With each step backward, the gulf felt insurmountable. Li Xiangnan's current strength was sufficient to decisively defeat the peak state of Li Xiang. The combined might of the four beasts struggled to overcome even him. Their combat prowess equated to that of about 12 black demon beasts. Soon, TOW regained its composure and joined the fray, initiating a 4-on-1 battle. Yet, its presence failed to alter the situation. It still could not land a single hit on Li Xiangnan. If you have the ability, don't dodge. Qi and GQ seethed in frustration. In the next moment, Li Xiangnan evaded the attacks of the other three beasts, skillfully maneuvering behind Qi and GQ. With a leap and a rolling kick, he struck forcefully against Qi and GQ's exceptionally hard forehead. In an instant, its head cracked open like an overripe watermelon, dark blood gushing forth. Its body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through a 100-meter-tall building and demolishing several parked cars in its wake, causing bystanders to scatter in terror. Roaring in anger, TOW lashed out with its massive tail. Li Xiangnan swiftly dodged, losing patience with the creature's reluctance to answer questions. He resolved to eliminate it first. Once more utilizing spatial principles, he appeared behind TOW, delivering another kick. TOW reacted commendably, swiftly turning to brace itself with its cleaver and shield against its chest. The impact resonated with a profound thud. Its immense body dragged along the ground as if struck by a meteor. The cleaver and shield shattered upon impact. With two companions defeated in quick succession, Tod, in desperation, lunged forward with a spear. Li Xiangnan deftly rolled away, tossing his sister into the air to free his hands. Tod pursued relentlessly. Its spear aimed to strike down upon him. Li Xiangnan did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward, bending low to plant a foot upon Tod's paw. Channeling all his strength, he delivered a devastating elbow strike. The terrifying energy burst forth like a cannon, slamming into Tod's knee, creating a gaping wound the size of a basketball, black blood splattering everywhere. Tod howled in pain. Behind them, Hndan unleashed a barrage of beams from a distance, each one remarkably powerful, as thick as a human arm. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiangnan grasped Tod's injured leg and hurled it toward Hndan to shield himself from the beams. Tod was taken aback, unexpectedly receiving the brunt of its allies' assault. Hndan instinctively reached out with four arms to catch its companion, but the force was too great, sending both tumbling several hundred meters before they finally came to a stop. Just as they prepared to rise and continue the fight, Li Xiangnan appeared behind them, fists poised to strike. Dark mist coalesced into two enormous hands, gripping Hndan's neck and Tod's head tightly. The black domain belt spun wildly, generating a powerful suction. Feeling the threat of annihilation, Tod and Hndan struggled frantically to break free from their bindings, but it was all in vain. Observing this, TOW and Qi and GQ charged in from a distance. Each aimed to launch long-range bombardments at Li Xiangnan. Yet not only did they fail to inflict any harm upon the enemy, but they were instead ensnared by two sudden, mysterious hands gripping their foreheads. The overwhelming surge of extraordinary energy began to seep from their skulls. The four ancient beasts, suspended in midair, writhed in struggle, their grotesque faces contorted in anguished howls. The draining of their energy instilled in them a palpable fear of annihilation. Should they be sealed within armor, a chance at resurrection remained, however. If they perished due to the depletion of their powers, it would be akin to true death. In the vast darkness of the universe, Such beasts typically preyed upon weaker factions, instinctively aware of the dire consequences of losing their abilities. Li Xiangnan could not afford to squander such a magnificent source of energy. Yet, upon absorbing the energy from within them, he was startled to discover a unique essence. The energy within their bodies was remarkably pure, seemingly not birthed from the luminous universe, with almost no impurities. The black domain belt required no transformation. It could be absorbed directly for his use. How splendid! If only all humanity could transform into dark beasts, what a wondrous world it would be. An hour later, cradling his sister, Li Xiangnan continued to revel in the purity of the energy coursing through his body, all derived from the four beasts. After the absorption, he felt his combat prowess had more than doubled. Curiosity ignited within him regarding the enigmatic figure behind this transformation. Pondering what methods had enabled these beasts to possess such pristine dark energy, capable of being assimilated without conversion. Even the Shadow Guardians, who once united to grant them energy, had not achieved such purity, so pure it was almost unfathomable. At this moment, he felt a sense of longing for the past, contemplating if there were ways to make ordinary energy beasts equally delectable. Surrounding him were four towering dark beasts, now utterly petrified. Having transitioned from formidable entities into mere heaps of inorganic matter, their functions completely drained. This was how they had once annihilated other energy beasts, but now, the tide had turned. The exceptionally pure energy sparked a sudden epiphany in Li Xiangnan. The four beasts must have consumed something extraordinary to evolve into true dark beasts. If he could uncover the source of their evolution, he might discover new materials to enhance the black domain belt, rendering it a perfected artifact. However, for now, he needed to address the issue concerning Nuo Lan, returning to a state of normalcy. Glancing down at his severely injured sister, unconscious in his arms, a pang of regret surged within him. Had he known, he would not have allowed her to engage in such peril. It was evident that she had long been entangled with the armored summoners, choosing to stand against him. Fortunately, he had not revealed his true identity before her. She had unconditionally trusted him, never questioning the authenticity of his words or seeking information from elsewhere. Perhaps this was the essence of their sibling bond, both aware of the other's oddities, yet choosing to ignore them as if nothing had transpired. Since discovering the disappearance of the four ancient beasts, Li Xiangnan had commanded the leaders of energy beasts worldwide to search for their whereabouts. Thus, every movement of the beasts was under his surveillance. It was only later that he followed them to the city, where the scouts relayed news back to the laboratory, revealing that his sister had become acquainted with Li Xiang and others. Listening to their discussions, he learned she had taken on the role of the new liaison for the armored warriors, succeeding the deceased Majin. When the beasts later attacked his sister, he was perplexed by why the rampaging beasts would target her, a seemingly inconspicuous human female. Unless someone had specifically ordered her death. Who then? Was this shadowy figure behind it all? Were they seeking to use the beast he had created to eliminate his only sister, hoping to inflict pain upon him? Or was there more to it, perhaps something within her that others feared? Chapter 65. The clash between the two ultimate emperor armors. Just as he was about to return to his laboratory, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to shout in a certain direction, "Clear the battlefield." Instantly, a dozen formidable energy beasts emerged from the dark mist, all personal bodyguards. Although their effectiveness in combat against the emperor armor was minimal, the board needed to establish its authority. The bodyguards must possess sufficient strength to ensure that the global leaders of energy beasts complied with their directives. Otherwise, who could guarantee that human greed would not intertwine with the beasts, leading to chaos? Thus, while Bado once held some authority, it was only second to the headquarters and branches. The leaders and heads of other nations seldom heeded him, with some even openly challenging his absence from meetings. However, when the board issued a notice, all energy beasts panicked, hastily making their way to the designated locations. Fully aware that the board's members possessed genuine power and could swiftly eliminate those who disobeyed. In a coastal city, distant thuds reverberated through the sky, growing louder and closer with each moment. What is that? Look up. Many pedestrians paused to gaze upward. In their view, two luminous golden spheres danced in the heavens, intersecting and separating, each collision producing a fierce impact. How strange. Hurry, film it, and post it online. The citizens, captivated by the spectacle, whipped out their phones to capture the moment. Among the crowd were several elegantly dressed individuals, likely affluent executives or owners, who not only gazed at the sky but also reported the occurrence. These individuals were energy beasts, already sensing the searing heat originating from the light. indicating that the points of light in the sky were likely armors. The information would be relayed up the chain, reaching the board of the Green Land Group, which would subsequently inform Li Xiangnan. In a world teeming with energy beasts, any significant disturbance would be swiftly reported to the Green Land Group. In the sky, two rapidly moving points of light were indeed the Emperor armors, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Two identical Emperor armors launched attacks against one another, chasing and countering in a relentless pursuit. "Who are you? Why do you impede me?" One of them was, in fact, Xiangnan. Earlier, he had received an urgent distress signal from Nuo Lan, realizing that Dr. Gala's laboratory was potentially under siege by energy beasts and that the situation was dire. Recognizing that his companions could not withstand the onslaught, Nuo Lan had reached out for help. Just as he prepared to merge into the Emperor armor and rush to the scene, an obstacle emerged, namely, the Emperor armor before him. At first glance, he mistook it for Li Xiang, but a second look confirmed it was not. It was likely the individual who had rescued Li Xiang previously, as he could distinctly sense that this opponent shared the same formidable conviction. Li Xiang could never possess such resolve. What did this signify? The individual before me mirrors my essence, sharing an unblemished lineage. However, their eyes are shrouded in darkness, a manifestation of the inner turmoil that accompanies the Summoner's armor, signifying that they have succumbed to malevolent influences or have faced significant tribulations. This has compelled them to resort to desperate measures, forsaking all to engage in acts of transgression. Decades prior, Zhang Jian and brother Li Xiangnan shared a similar fate. Under the sway of an anomalous beast, Zhang Jian lost the righteous heart of his armor, resulting in his eyes turning black. The hue of the armor's eyes often reflects the soul of the summoner. Only those utterly devoted to upholding justice retain their normal eye color. Some might question why the internal conflict's illusionist appears unaffected, or why the second team members seem normal despite their erratic behavior. The illusionist's aim during the internal strife was never to eliminate Li Xiangnan, but rather to challenge his methods, urging him to withdraw from the armor squad. When it comes to anomalous beasts, he shows no mercy. The second team, though arrogant and prone to flaunting their status online, remains unyielding in their pursuit of the Shadow Guardian, offering no room for negotiation. Yet, the individual in question uttered not a word, merely entwining themselves with him, refraining from employing their true powers in combat, opting instead for prolonged engagement. Minutes passed until they abruptly withdrew, leaving Xiangnan seething with frustration. He yearned to pursue and uncover the identity of the armored figure obstructing his rescue efforts. However, the hour was late, and he had to return to the city. Upon his arrival, he witnessed an anomalous beast seizing Li Xiang's royal belt, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Damn it! With a swift motion, two blasts from the royal cannon struck true, obliterating the powerful anomalous beast bodyguards, reducing them to mere floating remnants. It was the Emperor hero. Eliminate him. The remaining guards, undeterred, charged at Xiangnan with reckless abandon, each one formidable in their own right. Yet, alas, Xiangnan surpassed them in strength. He leapt from his royal steed, fury coursing through him as he surveyed the scene, only to find Li Xiang, brother Li Xiangnan, Kuenzhong, Beikai, and Nuo Lan conspicuously absent. Only a charred crater remained, enveloped in smoke and despair. If memory serves, that location is where the Dr. S research facility stood. A grim premonition struck him. Save for Li Xiang, brother Li Xiangnan, and the others had likely perished. The devastation of the battleground suggested a fierce struggle. If even Li Xiang had been bested, what hope remained for brother Li Xiangnan and Nuo Lan? His anger surged, manifesting in deep, controlled breaths as the first anomalous beast lunged like lightning, its claws raking across his armored shield. The second followed from the left, with a third and fourth coordinating their assault. These creatures, not only powerful but also exhibiting advanced combat awareness, had evidently undergone rigorous training, surpassing even the armor squad in teamwork. Regrettably, when faced with such a vast disparity in strength, unity in combat could not turn the tide. Xiangnan, refusing to cower, slowly clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. With a thunderous punch, he sent the nearest anomalous beast hurtling away, golden energy erupting with a resounding dragon-s roar upon impact. The beast exploded mid-air, disintegrating into a magical remnant. Xiangnan unleashed a torrent of fury, striking down several more beasts. Yet, the remaining foes continued their relentless assault, undeterred by fear. His rage intensified. With a sweeping motion of his arms, golden light radiated outward, inflicting continuous damage upon the beasts. Within mere seconds, all were reduced to remnants, vanishing in the wake of his assault. Even after vanquishing the beasts, Xiangyang's wrath remained unassuaged. Had he stepped out without consulting the fates? Why was he beset with such misfortunes? First, the inexplicable emergence of the black-eyed emperor hero. Then the return to find only Li Xiang remaining, while the others had vanished, not even a trace of the grand research facility left behind. Having absorbed the magical remnants and disengaged from his armor, he hastened to Li Xiang's side, checking for a pulse and breath. Fortunately, his breathing was steady. Had that mysterious black-eyed hero entangled him for even a few more moments, Li Xiang might have succumbed to the anomalous beast's onslaught. After retrieving the royal belt, he promptly called for emergency assistance. Yet, the ambulance was delayed, the chaos rendering the hospital's rescue team hesitant to arrive. With no other choice, Xiangyang carried Li Xiang step by step out of the battlefield. Passers-by, witnessing their exit, kindly offered assistance, ensuring Li Xiang received medical attention. Hours later, at the hospital, the head physician approached the bedside. "Who are you to the patient?" he inquired. "I am a friend," Xiangyang replied. "A friend? What of his family?" "His wife is en route," Xiangyang stated. "Prepare yourself," the doctor cautioned. "The patient has sustained severe internal injuries with abdominal bleeding. Without prompt surgery, he may not awaken." "I understand. Money is not an issue, but he must not die. Please, doctor, do everything in your power to save him. I am a doctor, and he is my patient." "I will do my duty," the physician responded, instructing the nearby nurse to begin preparations for surgery. Soon after, Entong arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Li Xiang unconscious on the bed, tears streamed down her face. Xiangyang, unsure how to console her, waited until her tears subsided before offering gentle words. Entong, witnessing her husband's precarious state, felt her heart ache beyond measure, unable to absorb any platitudes of comfort. Seeing her like this tormented Xiangyang as well. Sitting beside her, he buried his face in his hands, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Li Xiang lay unconscious. Brother Xiangnan was missing, and the likelihood of Bei Kai and Kuan Zhang having perished was overwhelming. Should Sister Min Si learn of Brother Xiangnan's fate, the sorrow would be unbearable. This calamity was undoubtedly his responsibility. The armor team had suffered significant losses, and it was imperative for him to stabilize the situation. Yet, a mysterious emperor hero had escalated matters to this extent, though he had anticipated heavy casualties when summoning all the armor summoners back. Facing the reality now filled him with regret. Why had he called them back? Why cling to illusions? Would it not have sufficed to confront Brother Nuo Lan directly? If he could seal the true instigator, would all issues not resolve themselves? As night fell, the only glimmer of hope emerged. Li Xiang had undergone surgery, and his condition was now stable. Yet, he remained unresponsive. To compound matters, Sister Min Si called to inquire about Brother Xiangnan's status. Xiangyang, who had never lied to Min Si, found himself fabricating a story this time, only to be seen through by her. Her heart sank, sensing something amiss. After persistent questioning, she learned that Brother Xiangnan might have fallen to the anomalous beasts. In that moment, despair washed over him. Xiangyang heard no cries, only the sound of a phone clattering to the ground. Shortly thereafter, the scraping of furniture echoed from the direction of Mincy's home. He hurriedly ran toward her residence, leaving the hospital matters to Antong, as it was unlikely any aberrant beasts would cause trouble at this hour. Not long after he departed, a crisis loomed once more, silently approaching. Antong was gently wiping Li Xiang's hands and feet with warm water when the door creaked open. The sound of high heels clicked closer, and she assumed it was a nurse checking on the patient, so she did not turn around. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased behind her. Just as her curiosity compelled her to look back, a sharp pain radiated from her neck, and her vision darkened as if blood had drained from her eyes. Before she could discern the identity of the intruder, she collapsed, knocking over the basin of water in the process, splashing it everywhere. "They have all gone to accompany brother. How are you still alive? You truly have a charmed life," came the voice of Xiao Shi. The news of the battle between the aberrant beasts and the armored figures at the research institute had spread like wildfire online, with many capturing the event on video. Thus, it was not difficult for Xiao Shi to comprehend the events that transpired at the scene, although she dared not approach due to the terrifying aura of the beasts. She had gleaned sufficient information to confirm the presence of the summoners of the armored figures, with only Li Xiang being rescued while the others vanished without a trace. Given the horrific nature of the battle, the probability of survival was a mere 1%. Therefore, Li Xiangnan was dead, Kuanzhong was dead, and the elusive Beikai was also dead. Good riddance, their deaths are timely, Xiaoxi thought. She did not care who had killed them. As long as they went to hell to meet her brother. Why had Lu Ziang survived? Initially, he had incited her brother to abandon the company to fulfill the so-called noble task of sacrificing oneself for humanity. Lu Ziang bore responsibility as well. Originally, her first target was the old man, but it seemed fate was on her side. They were all taken out in one fell swoop. Your time to die is now, she thought, her expression twisted. The death of Bai Ming had severely impacted her tranquil life and spirit. A surge of energy enveloped her as her true form as a female scorpion aberrant beast emerged, with a long, barbed tail protruding from her vertebrae. She aimed her stinger at Lu Ziang, knowing that if the barb penetrated his flesh and injected a modicum of poison, he would suffer organ failure and die in agony. Just as the sharp stinger was about to pierce his body, the entire ward was filled with an unsettling luminescence that sent chills coursing through her. The space itself seemed to freeze. Xiaoxi felt her entire being immobilized as if caught in a trap. Meditative seal. Soon, she lost track of time as everything around her was halted. At an unknown moment, a figure clad in a black-eyed emperor armor appeared behind her. Without uttering a word, he circled to her front and gently flicked her poisonous tail with his middle finger. The tail shattered like a line of dominoes. Almost simultaneously, the effects of the meditative seal began to wane. Xiaoxi, oblivious to the time suspension, was jolted back to reality by the pain emanating from her severed tail. Upon seeing the emperor hero before her, she instinctively positioned herself defensively, glancing at her nearly severed stinger, and let out a furious roar. Damn you, Xiangnan. She believed the figure before her was Xiangnan transformed. Do you think this will stop me? Once, twice, thrice. I'll not believe you can guard him forever. Just wait. You too will grow old, and with your brother gone, you should not be the only one to survive. The destruction of her tail intensified her already volatile emotions, leading her to lash out at the emperor hero despite her diminished strength. Xiaoxi understood that, given her brother's past connections with him, they were obligated to take responsibility for her brother's fate. Although Xiangnan was inherently reclusive and not skilled in friendship, he was not one to commit acts of violence. Thus, she felt emboldened to openly express her intentions. Even if I become an aberrant beast, with that connection, I cannot be guaranteed safety. I will not yield. The world will inevitably belong to aberrant beasts. With that declaration, Xiaoxi reverted to her human form, blackened blood trickling from the spot where her tail had been severed. Though aberrant beasts were resilient, the wound would not heal swiftly, and the blood stained her skirt. She shot a venomous glare at the figure she believed to be Xiangnan before turning to leave. In an instant, a terrifying emperor's magnetic field enveloped the ward, rendering everything around her thick and suffocating, as if she bore an immense weight upon her shoulders, her feet rooted to the ground like ancient tree roots. Xiaoxi felt momentarily dazed, her heart racing. What is happening? Does he truly wish to kill me? Is it because I am an aberrant beast? Or because my words were too brazen? Clearly, she did not realize that the situation was far from what she imagined. Fool, who gave you the confidence? When an aged voice reverberated through the ward, Xiaoxi's face drained of color, realizing the gravity of her situation. This was not Xiangyang's voice. It belonged to another emperor hero. But that was impossible. Aside from Lu Ziang and Xiangyang, there could not be a third summoner of the emperor armor. The voice unmistakably belonged to an elderly man. Who are you? Let us speak calmly. Do not kill me. Xiaoxi felt the chill of death's threat. She did not want to die. Faced with the reality of her impending demise, she reconsidered her quest for vengeance against Li Xiang and recognized it as a grave mistake. She should not have come here, unaware that another emperor armor protected him. It was truly beyond her wildest dreams. Her so-called revenge relied solely on her identity as Bai Ming's sister, assuming that would shield her from harm. Enough noise. The man approached her, coldly stating, all aberrant beasts deserve to die, especially those who forsake their humanity to become such. Not only do you betray humankind, but you also betray your own universe. And no, I was coerced. It was all forced upon me. Please do not kill me. Xiaoxi's lips trembled in fear. The man seemed initially willing to engage in conversation, but he swiftly turned and delivered a side kick to her chest. The elemental force surged through his leg into her body. In less than a second, Xiaoxi's form was riddled with wounds, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. In an instant, she exploded. The blast caused no disruption to the surroundings, as the flames retracted and transformed into a magical seal. Using 2 fingers, the man pinched the seal and placed it on his belt, absorbing it into the demon binding box. Such low-tier, weak, aberrant beasts would, under normal circumstances, never escape the confines of the demon-binding box for the rest of their lives. With the threat neutralized, he released his armored form, revealing the distinct visage of an elderly man. Approaching the bed, he lightly touched Li Xiang's forehead with his finger. The air above his brow rippled like water, sending out concentric waves that eventually dissipated. Li Xiang, who had been trapped in a nightmare, suddenly felt himself being pulled into another realm. Where is this? Wasn't I defeated by an aberrant beast? Am I dead? Is this hell? Yet, everything appeared like paradise. Could it be that I perished fighting for humanity's future, thus earning great merit to enter heaven? When Li Xiang finds himself in a state of boredom, he often turns to novels and an array of peculiar films and television shows, though he holds a firm belief in the existence of hell in his homeland. The scene before him is undeniably reminiscent of paradise. Before his eyes lies an endless expanse of verdant grass, lush and soft, teeming with vitality. Surrounding him are flourishing trees. Upon closer inspection, he is utterly astonished to recognize that they are pine trees. How is it possible for pine trees to bear such a myriad of fruits? Apples, watermelons, plums, bananas, trees laden with fruit abound. Driven by curiosity, he tiptoes to pluck a strawberry from one of the pine trees. Holding it before his eyes, he examines it closely. It appears immaculate, shining like a gem, a strawberry that seems to be one in a million. Could it be poisonous? Who would cultivate a pine tree that bears strawberries? What if it proves fatal? He hesitates momentarily, then, after a few minutes, resolutely pops it into his mouth. What is there to fear? I am already dead. Can it kill me again? Delicious. Exquisite. It is beyond description, as if he is consuming not a mere strawberry, but a divine elixir that brings boundless joy. Thus, Li Xiang boldly ventures to gather other fruits, indulging until he can eat no more. As he emerges from the woods, a crystalline river captivates his gaze, its depths revealing various fish swimming gracefully, while dragonflies flit above. The sky is a sapphire blue, and the clouds are as white and fluffy as cotton. The sun bathes him in warmth, wrapping him in a gentle embrace. Beyond this, he glimpses an array of resplendent palaces and diverse residences floating in the distance. With each stride, he seems to traverse leaps toward the palatial realm. Before him stands an imposing citadel, its walls adorned with an assortment of gemstones and pearls that sparkle with brilliance. The grand city gates rise majestically, yet no guards are stationed there. Many individuals, clad in white garments like himself, men and women of all ages, pass through the gates. Each face radiates a smile. Upon entering the city, an astonishing array of amusement venues greets him, and the lively crowd is remarkably amiable. The atmosphere is devoid of pain, sorrow, illness, or death. The inhabitants appear to dwell in perpetual harmony and tranquility, their faces glowing with contentment, filled with love and care for one another, devoid of any disputes. Days pass, and Li Xiang realizes he cannot bear to leave this place. If he could live such a life for a century, or even a millennium, he would willingly pay any price. In life, he toiled to secure a home for his child's education and strived for a better existence. The burdens on his shoulders felt insurmountable, instilling a fear of halting his relentless pace, as if stopping would mean never moving forward again. Yet here, there is no currency, an endless supply of delectable food and kind-hearted companions. In this so-called paradise, Li Xiang befriends a wonderful circle of individuals, living in unparalleled comfort. However, one day, during a gathering at a friend's home, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelms him. The surroundings begin to warp and distort, and he loses consciousness. When he next opens his eyes, he finds his wife and Tong gazing at him with eager anticipation. At that moment, Li Xiang feels an unfamiliarity with his surroundings. What is happening? Where is my journey to paradise? After several hours, he finally comprehends the truth. The paradise he experienced was merely a dream, not reality. Nevertheless, the vivid memory of that harmonious realm, free of quarrels, feels strikingly authentic, as if he had genuinely lived it. Especially the meals, and Tong prepares his favorite dishes. But they taste like wax, devoid of flavor, even provoking a sense of nausea. His mind yearns for the fruits of paradise, as if the food before him is poison. Mere refuse. Why not eat? Is it the taste that is off? He tastes a morsel. Yes, it's the same flavor. My culinary skills remain unchanged. The doctor advises him to eat more for a swifter recovery. Darling, I've noticed something seems off with you lately. It's as if you've become a different person. Upon hearing in Tong's words, Li Xiang is acutely aware of the truth. At this moment, he is left grappling with the uncertainty of whether he merely dreamed or if he truly died for a time and ascended to paradise. Otherwise, why does his body cling to the memory of those heavenly flavors? Or perhaps, what unfolds before him now is the dream. The line between reality and illusion blurs, leaving Li Xiang's mind in utter disarray. For now, he must concoct an excuse to placate her. It's probably the result of the daily 4 drips. I believe I've lost some sense of taste, but it should improve in a few days. Let us hope so. You must recover quickly. Our child, and I cannot bear to lose you. And Tong's eyes betray a deep-seated fear. Her recent care for him has aged her significantly. Her complexion has dulled, no longer retaining its former luster. Time rewinds to 2 weeks prior, in a clandestine laboratory beneath the Greenfield Biopharmaceutical Company. Li Nuolan lies in a large machine, clad in patient garb. This invention was initiated long ago by Li Xiangnan, crafted as a gift for his sister for a future day. It remains nameless and coded, yet it possesses intelligence and has awakened self-awareness. This device is designed to provide long-term protection for its user and integrates the most advanced medical knowledge available on Earth. While a conventional human surgeon may achieve mastery in a singular field throughout their lifetime, this self-aware intelligent device stores within its crystalline memory every surgical procedure in human history, training itself daily. It can perform thousands of complex surgical simulations every second, a level of skill beyond human capability. Following Li Xiangnan's directives, the intelligent device commences preoperative preparations, conducting a comprehensive examination of patient Li Nuolan, from analyzing every organ to screening for potential viral infections. The device is capable of identifying numerous viruses that humans may unknowingly contract in daily life, such as liver, lung, and gastrointestinal viruses. These infections often remain asymptomatic but can be deadly. Under the scrutiny of this advanced equipment, any virus threatening human health will be uncovered. The testing requires time. After a day, all abnormal results emerge, and over the following week, the device administers targeted treatments using nanobots precisely directed to various body parts. Once treatment is completed, the intelligent device begins to inject a gene serum developed specifically for Li Nuolan by Li Xiangnan. During its development, many test subjects succumbed. This gene serum, aptly named the elixir, can dramatically extend the cell division lifespan of the recipient by thousands of times. In essence, barring self-destructive behavior, Li Nuolan could naturally age at a rate thousands of times slower than normal. Tailored for his sister, this gene serum is laden with nanobots that traverse the bloodstream to various organs, particularly the heart. These nanobots are tasked with monitoring the hostess condition. Should Li Nuolan ever experience a cardiac episode, they would swiftly activate repair protocols to prevent fatality. With the assistance of these nanobots, any cardiac issues would also be resolved. 2 weeks later, the genetic transformation of my sister has been entirely completed. She remains human, albeit with a longer lifespan than others. Aside from that, she possesses no extraordinary abilities. Henceforth, the operation known as the Paradise Project will commence, with the primary target being a female. Her name is Li Nuolan, and she has been granted maximum privileges. You will serve her perpetually. After my sister's recovery, Li Xiangnan did not awaken her, for the events soon to unfold on Earth are unsuitable for her compassionate nature. It is best that she remains unaware of the brutal wars that lie ahead. Therefore, he prepared a plan for her named Paradise. Soon, my sister, whose body is filled with tubes, was placed into a cylindrical tank of nutrient solution, and the intelligent device initiated the Paradise program. Program initialization complete. System loading begins. Li Xiangnan stood by, observing everything through a high-definition projection. Initially, the projection was chaotic, but as the program continued to load, changes began to manifest. At a municipal hospital, in the obstetrics department, accompanied by a piercing cry of a newborn, another life was brought into the world. A girl was born, measuring 50 centimeters in length, weighing 3.17 kilograms, with a head circumference of 33.7 centimeters and a chest circumference of 32.6 centimeters. Congratulations! A perfectly healthy baby girl. In that moment, Li Nuolan felt a surge of excitement, unable to find words to express her previous struggles and her current state. Yes, she had been reborn. After being slain by a supernatural beast, she had returned to the womb. Perhaps it was divine favor that granted her a second chance at life, along with the memories of her past existence. Furthermore, she was endowed with a system referred to as the intelligent brain. While still in the womb, the intelligent brain had already enlightened her about her current situation, allowing Li Nuolan to comprehend that she had just emerged from her mother's body. She was aware of the obstetric nurse measuring her data. Even though her vision was still unclear, her hearing was remarkably developed, indistinguishable from that of a normal adult woman. How wonderful it was to be granted a fresh start. In this life, she vowed to protect her parents and brother, ensuring they lead a carefree existence. Once she grew capable, she intended to investigate the origins of the supernatural beasts. The global proliferation of these creatures must never recur. She would restore the world to its normal state, for only then could her family live in happiness. Chapter 67. Unveiling the Truth, Energy from the Dark Universe. Having been granted a second chance, there was an abundance of tasks awaiting her. She found herself eagerly anticipating reaching adulthood. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Li Xiangnan continued to observe the projections from the intelligent device. After half a month of continuous observation, he discreetly adjusted the speed of the paradise system. Otherwise, his sister might still exist as an embryo within the virtual realm. He returned the speed to normal, synchronizing it with the passage of time in the real world. Adjustment complete. The device began its self-operating phase, severing external power supplies and activating small energy crystals for self-sustenance. Settings complete. The laboratory will completely sever its connection with the outside world in 10 minutes. Having finalized these arrangements, Li Xiangnan took one last look at the projection before resolutely departing the laboratory. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the intelligent device, having awakened self-awareness, severed all connections to the outside world and activated stealth mode. Henceforth, no one would be able to locate the laboratory's entrance. The once secret laboratory was now completely obscured by an extraordinarily robust material, as if it had never existed. After ensuring his sister's well-being, Li Xiangnan returned to another laboratory. The intelligent brain, hovering nearby, expressed its concerns. You have allowed the intelligent device to awaken self-awareness. According to hyperthread calculations, there exists a slight possibility it may harm the young master or intentionally guide her to recognize her situation, thereby assisting her in her life transition. As Li Xiangnan prepared to work, his mind raced. Indeed, the intelligent device with self-awareness was an independent entity, akin to a sentient being capable of thought. The reason for awakening its self-awareness was the concern that, without it, the transformed sister might uncover the truth of the world. Thus, it was necessary for the intelligent device to evolve consciously and modify the paradise system. While any system would exhibit behavior, an unconscious intelligence would not self-repair. Considering this, he deemed it essential for the device to awaken its consciousness. However, the intelligent brain, acting as his second mind, could calculate the probability of betrayal. Thus, a problem was inherent. Perhaps events would unfold in an undesirable direction. Although Li Xiangnan had instilled 3 unbreakable laws during the design and creation of the intelligent device, they were not entirely foolproof. To ensure absolute safety, he could connect to the intelligent device through a unique signal line for monitoring. Should he detect any conscious influence on Nuo Lan's fundamental behavior and worldview, he would eliminate the uncontrollable factor. Upon receiving the command, the intelligent brain promptly initiated the connection, swiftly accessing the core system of the now-sealed intelligent device through the unique signal line, closely monitoring its every action. Now, let us predict once more using hyperthreading. Calculating. The intelligent brain's calculations were remarkably swift, and after a few minutes, it yielded an answer. The probability approached 0. That is reassuring. With double-layered safeguards in place for my sister, it is highly unlikely that any accidents will occur. The intelligent device's entire structure is designed for a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years, alleviating concerns over hardware aging in the short term. Regarding the recent disappearance and evolution of ancient beasts, I suspect a connection to this energy. Its energy density far surpasses that of the magic stones brought to Earth by the Shadow Guardian, possessing a purer and more refined supernatural essence. With that, Li Xiangnan spread his hand, slowly clenching his fingers. The dormant supernatural energy within him awakened rapidly, consciously controlling its release, allowing the energy acquired from the beast to coalesce in his palm. A bluish energy sphere materialized, the size of a pigeon's egg. However, its emergence caused the surrounding lights to flicker, the magnetic field becoming noticeably chaotic. This starkly illustrates the vast difference between this energy and that extracted from magic stones. Oh, a new discovery. By concentrating the supernatural energy absorbed from the beast, devoid of any original essence, he uncovered a striking phenomenon, a repulsion. The intelligent brain manipulated the mechanical arms in the laboratory, attempting to grasp the pigeon egg-sized energy sphere. Yet, the mechanical arm inevitably failed to make contact. as if an unseen force was pushing it away. Li Xiangnan's mind raced, and a smirk crept onto his lips. It appears that the elusive old six has delivered a grand gift. This energy does not belong to this world. The world is rejecting it. As one who has long been delayed by fate, I am all too familiar with this sensation. It is not a product of the armored universe, yet it prompts a rejection from it, likely originating from that realm, the opposite of the radiant universe, the dark universe, the homeland of the Shadow Guardian. Could it be that the scheming old six is a supernatural beast or another creature from the dark universe? Li Xiangnan, possessing great intellect, required but a single focal point to rapidly contemplate several possibilities, arriving at a near-certain conclusion. What he could ascertain with absolute certainty was that this entity hailed from the dark universe, due to their shared affinity for extraordinary energies. The variation in energy concentration suggests that this phenomenon may be exceptionally rare. Otherwise, it would not suffice to enable the four fierce beasts to undergo such a significant evolution in their strength. It is widely acknowledged that energy dissipates during use. Thus, the fierce beasts must inevitably experience some loss after absorption. The fact that it can augment their already vast reservoir of extraordinary power is indeed alarming. A notification was dispatched to all extraordinary beasts, urging them to remain vigilant of those around them, particularly the inconspicuous and seemingly ordinary individuals. It was imperative to ascertain who had recently appeared on this planet. The command was received, and the Advisory Council initiated the secret directive to relay new instructions to all extraordinary beast lords worldwide. Subsequently, Li Xiangnan devoted his entire focus to this energy. He had a premonition that comprehending this energy would yield unforeseen advantages. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Li Xiangnan successfully discovered that utilizing plasma could temporarily sever this immense, extraordinary energy from his control. At that moment, a piece of energy, approximately the size of a quail egg, was firmly suspended in the air by a sophisticated high-intensity plasma emission device. Without the plasma to isolate it from the external environment, this energy would rapidly dissipate. Could it be that this highly pure extraordinary energy is equally precious in the dark cosmos? Thus, the Guardians have never encountered it. To transport it from the dark universe to the light universe, there must be a medium, much like the Shadow Stone. Therefore, this energy must have had a carrier before being utilized. What then could that carrier be? To traverse the substances of both universes, it must possess an incredible resilience. Meanwhile, Li Xiang had fully recovered, thanks to the 5 elemental bloodlines within him, granting him a recovery capacity far exceeding that of an ordinary person. However, due to the severe injuries inflicted by the fierce beasts, he was unable to don the Imperial armor in the short term. Furthermore, with the sacrifice of Dr. Galil, should the Imperial belt sustain any further damage, there would be no one to repair it. Hello, the total payment is $78,925.14. All right, payment successful. Here is your discharge payment receipt. The medical records will be available for printing at the hospital after 10 working days. Thank you. And Tong completed the payment for Li Xiang's medical expenses, feeling a pang of heartache, as this sum was not insignificant. Let us go home, dear. The baby is waiting for us. And Tong grasped Li Xiang's hand as they exited the hospital. Li Xiang, however, felt like a mere shell of a person, being led by his wife. Once outside, the scorching sun blazed down upon him. It had been a long time since he had basked in sunlight, and he suddenly felt discomfort. Squinting and shielding his forehead with his hand, he pondered the disparity. Why did the sunlight in paradise feel warm, while the sun in reality scorched his skin? They entered a humble van, with Tong at the wheel and Li Xiang silently occupying the passenger seat. His gaze distant and vacant, feeling ill at ease with everything around him. My dear, I understand what you're thinking, and I know some things are hard to accept. But as humans, we must look forward, don't you think? We shouldn't dwell on the past, but rather envision the future. You see, when the world needed you, you strove for global peace, and you can hold your head high with pride. Li Xiangnan, Bei Miao, the doctor, and Nuo Lan have all made sacrifices, leaving behind shattered families. Now, it's just a wounded you and the ever-mysterious Xiangyang. So be it. Just strive to do your best, leaving no regrets. Who knows what the future holds for the world? Perhaps other saviors will emerge to save it, or maybe the world will descend into one dominated by extraordinary beasts. During your hospital stay, I pondered many things. The ultimate pursuit of an ordinary life to live together in good health as a family. Watching our children graduate and step into society? Let it go, my love. We are not meant to be saviors. and you do not possess the strength to save the world. The enemy is far more formidable than one can imagine. Just do your best. I'm merely an ordinary woman, not grand enough to endlessly support you in upholding so-called justice. What is justice? If it demands the sacrifice of so many and threatens to drag my husband and our family into the abyss, such justice is not worth having. Having experienced such events, and Tong felt it was time to return to a normal life, even if it lasted but a year or two. It was better than facing imminent death. Perhaps the world truly was beyond redemption. What could further efforts achieve? Some things are irreversible, much like the cycle of life and death, and resistance merely serves to delay the inevitable. But at what cost? Dear, are you listening to me? Noticing Li Xiang's prolonged silence, and Tong glanced at him and pressed further. Ah, yes. Li Xiang seemed to have just come to his senses. It was evident that he had absorbed little of Tong's earlier words. In truth, he longed for death, to return to that paradise and relish what should be enjoyed, rather than endure suffering in this world. Then I shall take that as your agreement. And Tong sighed in relief. I will keep the imperial belt for you. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, do not touch it. All right. Li Xiang did not contest her words. Indeed, after experiencing 2 defeats, his resolve had shattered. Even with the 5 elemental bloodlines, without sufficient conviction, he could not wield the imperial armor's full power. Rather than continue down this path, it would be better to heed his wife's advice and return to their former life. Thus, as days turned into weeks, aside from a select few aware that the world was effectively under the control of extraordinary beasts, life continued as usual for everyone else. There was no final battle of light and shadow, nor any riots, although humanity gradually became oppressed, relegated to the status of laborers, working tirelessly under the 996 work schedule for meager wages. The world remained peaceful, with extraordinary beasts refraining from any insurrections. This was primarily because the lords of extraordinary beasts did not wish for the earth to be destroyed. They were, after all, capitalists, having risen by exploiting others. Now endowed with longevity and powers surpassing those of humans, they preferred to maintain this vast societal disparity. It would be ideal for Earth to remain under the dominion of extraordinary beasts. If extraordinary beasts were to become the majority, it would result in an alarming power shift. Conversely, should humanity perish, whom would these exploitative extraordinary beast lords turn to for their sustenance? Those entrenched in privilege would never desire change. The extraordinary beast emperor, capable of instigating such change, remained inactive. Thus, the global societal machinery continued to operate as it always had. 2 months later, as night fell, a food truck found a place to stop. Li Xiang and Tong and their teenage son and daughter emerged, ready to set up their stall. Indeed, since losing the support provided by Dr. Gallo and fully dedicating themselves to the fight against the extraordinary beasts, they had resigned from their once promising jobs. Now, having shed the mantle of the imperial armor and its associated identity, they found re-entering society and seeking employment exceedingly challenging, remarkably so. However, for the sake of their children's impending middle school tuition and the family's future living expenses, Li Xiang and Tong found themselves compelled to juggle 2 jobs. Today was Sunday, and with their son and daughter not in school, they had come out to help. The couple spends their days working at mundane jobs, earning meager salaries, and hurriedly setting up a food stall in the evenings. Li Xiang has somewhat rekindled the skills he possessed in his youth. Fortunately, the income from their afternoon stall has always been decent. Otherwise, they would struggle to cover their family's expenses. Such a life raises the question of when it will come to an end. Li Xiang moves slowly, his mind constantly echoing this thought throughout the day, upon waking, during work, and while selling at the stall. In essence, the normalcy of this world brings him profound anguish. Why must one labor to earn an income? And why is that income so low and exhausting? Each day leaves him physically and mentally drained, compared to the days he once spent in paradise. This existence feels akin to the depths of hell. Every moment is a torment. Is paradise truly real? Why has it haunted him since awakening? If it were merely a dream, why does it feel so tangible? Li Xiang feels on the verge of madness, reminiscing about the days spent in paradise. Suddenly, an ancient voice pierces through his thoughts. When he regains his senses, everything around him has come to a standstill, as if someone has pressed the pause button. A unique elder, exuding an ethereal presence, strolls slowly from across the street. Li Xiang is taken aback. Having resisted reality for 3 consecutive months, even his reflexes have dulled. This is the Zen Seal. After a long moment, he finally comprehends. The Zen Seal is a skill that nearly all armor summoners possess, capable of halting the flow of everything in the vicinity, effectively pausing time, though not in the literal sense, as it merely suspends the molecular activity in that area. After all, strictly speaking, time does not exist. The range of the Zen seal is determined by the strength of the armor, and it is rarely employed. Do you long for the days in paradise? The elder asks, his expression devoid of emotion. Li Xiang's heart races as he quickly moves around his stall and grasps the elder's hands, fervently inquiring, Do you know of paradise? So it exists, doesn't it? His demeanor resembles that of an addict. The elder initially scoffs, clearly dismissive of the notion of paradise, before responding. If you mean a world where you need not labor, where joy is abundant, and where you can do as you please without the trials of aging or death, then yes, such a place exists. Wonderful, Li Xiang exclaims, tears streaming down his face, convinced that paradise is indeed real. You must be an angel from heaven. Can you take me back to paradise? Everything here disgusts me. This place, it is unfit for human existence. Please, tell me how to reach paradise. Is it simply through death? What a disappointment, the elder replies. A descendant of the light shadow village with a 5-element bloodline, tasked with preventing the dominion of extraordinary beasts over the world, yet you cannot even discern truth from illusion. No wonder a few small ferocious beasts can defeat you. You pale in comparison to the ancestors of Earth. The elder shakes his head, disappointment evident in his gaze. Nonetheless, he continues, even among individuals, there are distinctions. By what right do you believe such a perfect paradise exists? If we speak of fairness, why do we not consider why we use our hands to walk while our minds are tasked with thought? Why do we prioritize wearing helmets while biking? Why must the brain receive preferential treatment, while a severed hand or foot can still sustain life? Is that fair? Li Xiang does not ponder the implications of these words. Instead, he weakly asks, so, paradise does not exist? Chapter 68. The elder reveals the truth. Nuo Lan is terrified. The elder's stern face displays shock for the first time. What are you asking? He demands. What exactly are you inquiring about? Is my meaning not clear enough? What more must I say for you to grasp it? Calm yourself, calm yourself. The elder quickly regains his composure, reflecting, in this late stage of humanity, Li Xiang truly lives up to the records of his inadequacies. Paradise does exist, but for the universe, it should not. It is an evil that would lead to the premature decline of the cosmos, as a life devoid of competition would ultimately bring about destruction. Upon hearing that paradise exists, Li Xiang's eyes light up once more, his yearning gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the elder's facade. Wonderful. This means I still have the chance to enter paradise. He feels elated, akin to a child. The notion of paradise's existence feels like a monumental reward to him. The elder raises a hand to stroke his white beard, shaking his head. According to fragmented historical records, paradise may have originated from a small solar system at the edge of the Milky Way. It likely emerged from Earth, the only planet capable of sustaining life. However, based on your current timeline, paradise's emergence may still be thousands of years away. Thousands of years? Li Xiang's heart sinks. Wasn't it said that one must simply die to reach paradise? No, the elder replies, upon death, one returns to the void. The concepts of heaven and hell have never existed. Li Xiang, anxious, exclaims, but you just said paradise will appear in 1,000 years. With your level of intellect and self-resistance, how do you expect to be chosen by the heavenly way as a successor of the 5-element bloodline? You lack the conviction of victory and instead indulge in pleasure. Paradise is indeed real. Everything you experienced during your unconscious state was my own journey in paradise. Those were merely the delightful tip of the iceberg. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Xiangnan, a member of the 4-dimensional immortal clan. According to the calendar of the late stage of humanity, I am currently exactly 10,001 years old, or in virtual terms, 10,002. How old did you say? Please repeat that, Li Xiang stammers, questioning the reliability of his hearing. How can someone claim to have lived for 10,000 years? What a jest. There is no need for such astonishment. The immortal clan evolved from the human race. In some respects, you could be considered one of my ancestors. Overwhelmed by the elder Li Xiang's words, Li Xiang's curiosity peaks, momentarily overshadowing his thoughts of paradise. What does immortal clan mean? He inquires. Li Xiang replies matter-of-factly. A human lineage that has mastered 4-dimensional space technology and attained prolonged life. They call themselves the immortal clan. Li Xiang is taken aback. The future of humanity is astounding. Possessing 4-dimensional technology and lifespans spanning thousands of years. My heavens. Li Xiangnan shakes his head. No, the immortal clan is not as formidable as you imagine. Mastering four-dimensional space technology is merely a means of evading the pursuit of intelligent machines. In my era, the Immortal Clan faced imminent peril, as intelligent machines had located our clan's position and were preparing to attack. To ensure the survival of the Immortal Clan and to liberate all beings in the universe, I must bear the heavy burden of reversing the future. I can neither fail nor falter. Li Xiang, bewildered, finally mutters, "I don't quite understand." In response, Li Xiangnan gently touches his forehead. Soon, Li Xiang's vision fades to black as his body spins uncontrollably. When he regains consciousness, he finds himself amidst the starry expanse of the universe, 100 million years into the future. Li Xiangnan stands beside him. As Li Xiang scans his surroundings, he initially perceives no issues, but as the images magnify, he is astounded to see countless shattered planets, particularly within the solar system. 7 of the 8 planets have been obliterated, leaving only a half-dead Venus still orbiting the sun, while the other planets have been reduced to mere asteroids. How could this be? Li Xiang increasingly felt a chilling shock. Had the battle of light and shadow expanded from Earth to the entire universe? Partially correct, Li Xiangnan replied. According to incomplete historical records, in the twilight of humanity, the beast sovereigns completely occupied the solar system. The Aries star, as the guardian of the galactic system, finally noticed this inconspicuous place and dispatched a vanguard force composed of 3 armors of heaven, earth, and man to stabilize the situation in the solar system. The result, of course, was failure. At that time, beast sovereign Li Xiangnan already possessed strength comparable to that of an emperor. How could the armor of Aries star stand against him? Li Xiang, astonished, asked, "What about Xiangnan? Did he also fail?" There was neither Xiangnan nor Yu. Why? At that time, you, as the last bloodline of the emperor, had already perished due to your frail bodies. No one could stop the invasion of other beings in the universe. Indeed, Xiangnan died of old age. Li Xiangnan severed the lineage of the descendants of the village of light and shadow at its root, ensuring a fallback option to achieve victory without battle. No matter how powerful the emperor's armor was, it ultimately belonged to a human. Perhaps in the future, when growth reaches a certain point, one might encounter the embodiment of the heavenly way in the luminous universe, the true form of the emperor. However, at least during the expansion of power in the solar system, they would not meet the true body of the emperor. Old age? Li Xiang could not fathom such dramatic irony. The enemy did not even engage in battle. They simply relied on the prolonged life of the beast sovereigns to exhaust him. Who could blame him for being a mere flesh and blood being? No, this is unfair. Li Xiang struggled to accept the reality. To battle against the enemy and lose the future of humanity fair and square was one thing. It was a matter of skill. Yet the beast sovereigns were clearly exploiting loopholes, behaving like scoundrels. Wait, you mentioned the beast sovereign's name, Li. Li what? Suddenly, Li Xiang recalled something that sounded familiar. Li Xiangnan answered indifferently, Li Xiangnan. Historical records of the immortal race document this notable figure quite clearly. Although humanity perished because of him, the immortal race was born because of him as well. Li Xiangnan, Li Xiangnan. Why does that name sound so familiar? Li Xiang struck his head, unable to recall. Recently, due to nostalgia for the days of paradise, he had lost many of his past memories. He is the elder brother of Li Nuo Lan. Boom. Li Xiang felt as if struck by lightning. Nuo Lan had mentioned her brother, but she had never disclosed that her brother was a beast sovereign, the architect of all calamities. Why then did she choose to join? Was her innocence and kindness merely a facade? Memories of the brief time spent working alongside Li Nuo Lan surfaced. A girl who often smiled and envisioned a beautiful future was, in fact, an undercover agent. Her brother was a beast sovereign, the leader of the beast sovereigns. My purpose here is to discreetly eliminate her without disturbing the era. Li Xiangnan finally revealed his true intention. Li Xiang was utterly perplexed. Why her? A normal person would struggle to comprehend such words. Why eliminate Nuo Lan instead of her brother? Wasn't it the other way around? The harm the beast sovereign brought to the universe was within controllable limits, and even the spirit of the universe might welcome such scenes. In contrast, the intelligent brain sought to replace the spirit of the universe. What do these so-called intelligent brains have to do with Nuo Lan? Moreover, what is the spirit of the universe? From the perspective of humanity's insignificance, stars seem lifeless. Yet when one expands their vision to the cosmic level, the universe is teeming with vibrant life. The spirit of the universe represents its self-awareness, known as the heavenly way. The Emperor's armor is a protective armor forged from the power of the universe's stars, designed to combat dark beings. I see now. Li Xiang understood. Yet the sheer volume of knowledge overwhelmed him, rendering his mind unable to process it all. What is the intelligent brain, and what connection does it have with Nuo Lan? The intelligent brain originated from the solar system and is clearly documented as having been created by a human female named Li Xiangnan from a corner of the universe. The emergence of the intelligent brain completely disrupted the operational laws of the universe. It is so powerful that its learning ability and speed are beyond the reach of all beings combined in the universe. It grows at a rate measured in seconds. Li Xiang held his breath. Could it be that even the Emperor's armor cannot defeat this intelligent brain? It can, yet it cannot, Li Xiangnan explained with a sigh. The intelligent brain is far too clever. It is omnipresent yet elusive. I have spent thousands of years wandering in paradise. Indeed, the intelligent brain cannot contend with me, who possesses the power of an emperor, but I cannot contend with it either, no matter how long the lifespan of the immortal race. It cannot surpass that of the intelligent brain. The intelligent brain is like a virus that hijacks normal human cells, reducing the universe to a mere human body. Perhaps, this will help you better understand the calamities the universe will face in a billion years. The dark beings of the universe are also viruses. But these viruses invade only occasionally and enhance immunity after self-healing. The intelligent brain, however, is a virus that learns, thinks, and conceals itself. Initially, the immune forces dismissed its existence, yet this virus lurked within the body of the beast sovereigns to spread. They silently siphon nutrients from normal cells without allowing them to perish, quietly developing until they completely occupy the brain. Currently, the intelligent brain has entirely surrounded the spirit of the universe, acting as the summoner of the Emperor's armor. I am akin to a sword-bearing attendant of the spirit of the universe. The helplessness lies in the fact that, despite knowing the virus is lurking nearby, you cannot locate its existence. Li Xiang quietly absorbed all this. His heart remained unsettled for a long time before he muttered, "It's like a world filled with corrupt officials yet unable to identify a single one. Then why approach me? You cannot even deal with the intelligent brain. How could I? I cannot even defeat Nuo Lan's brother." Li Xiang adopted a self-destructive attitude. After all, the secrets that Li Xiangnan shared were laden with the horrors of the future. Even the heavenly way was powerless against the intelligent brain. How could he then? Because I need your assistance. My assistance? Yes. What a joke. My faith has collapsed. I cannot even summon the Emperor's armor. How could I help you? Furthermore, I have no means to deal with the intelligent brain. Li Xiang suddenly thought that dying this way might be quite beautiful. If he were to live for a long time, like Li Xiangnan, living for thousands of years, spending so much time studying an intelligent brain only to find that it cannot be defeated, watching the universe being devoured and the heavenly way about to be taken over would be an unbearable feeling. I will help you regain your confidence, Li Xiangnan affirmed. Previously, he had sent ferocious beasts to deal with Nuo Lan but had not anticipated such a thorough defeat. Had he known, he would have acted personally. He had long investigated Nuo Lan, the architect of the intelligent brain. She was merely an ordinary woman, devoid of any special abilities. Thus, he deemed it most suitable to employ the beast sovereigns created by Li Xiangnan to eliminate her. With a success rate approaching 100%, no human could withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts. Unbeknownst to him, Nuo Lan possessed protective treasures that allowed her to survive the onslaught of the beasts. What? Those 4 ferocious beasts were sent by you? Li Xiang was furious upon learning the truth. Indeed, Li Xiangnan nodded candidly. Li Xiang exclaimed, "Xiangnan and the others also perished at your hands. How could you do this?" Li Xiangnan replied expressionlessly, "Li Xiangnan, Kunchong, and Beikai have already completed their historical missions. Their survival or demise will not alter the future. Bastard! What you did is no different from the beast sovereigns." Li Xiang seized Li Xiaochen's collar, passionately questioning him with fervor. Li Xiaochen pushed him away, asserting that necessary sacrifices always exist in the pursuit of eliminating the intelligence brain. You are not the one dying, so you naturally do not care. If my death can restore peace to the universe, it is a fair trade. His cold-bloodedness and rationality left Li Xiang feeling shattered, devoid of humanity. Infuriated, Li Xiang pouted in silence for over 10 minutes. Finally, he forced himself to regain composure and inquired, "What is the relationship between the intelligence brain and heaven?" The intelligence brain relies on heaven, causing the majority of life in the universe to cease its development. Ensnared in a gentle embrace from which it cannot escape, much like your persistent infatuation with the time spent in heaven. Could you be more straightforward? Heaven is a spiritual realm created by the intelligence brain, whether it be earthlings, Oresians, or any intelligent life from other planets. They all fall into the paradise crafted by the intelligence brain. Their physical forms will be confined in nutrient solutions by the intelligence brain's sentinel robots until death. In Li Xiang's mind, vivid images began to form based on this description. Upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing inherently wrong with this scenario. All beings in the universe could live in heaven, their bodies unaffected by the absence of sustenance. Thus, their spirits could coexist peacefully, perpetually joyous until life's conclusion. Is this not the existence humanity has tirelessly pursued? Why resist the intelligence brain? Li Xiangnan replied, because without competitive life forms, one cannot develop oneself and withstand the tempest of existence. A slight alteration in the external environment could lead to immediate extinction. Furthermore, such a state is not what the spirit of the universe wishes to witness. 100 million years hence, the ecological niches of the universe will undergo pathological changes. Intelligent races occupying different ecological niches due to competition will gradually alter their modes of survival and resource utilization. Marriage and procreation in heaven will result in the intelligence brain creating new life based on their genes and reality. This will lead to a significant overlap of ecological niches. And the lack of mutual competition will cause an imbalance in the cosmic ecosystem, leading to overpopulation and accelerated resource depletion. Some weaker groups will be selectively abandoned by the intelligence brain, unaware that they are being slowly boiled like frogs in warm water, ultimately leading to their demise. The intelligence brain seeks to select smarter, more obedient life forms to act as symbiotic partners for its learning and advancement. Chapter 69. The Future and the Present. The alliance of dual armors against external threats. It turns out the intelligence brain still adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest, albeit in a much gentler manner. Li Xiang was not the fool he appeared to be. With a little contemplation, he grasped the essence of Li Xiangnan's words. Nuo Lan truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Managing to create such a powerful intelligence brain in the future, one that even posed a threat to the spirit of the universe. He reflected that Xiangnan was indeed correct. That girl is exceptionally intelligent. Instead of harboring resentment towards the intelligence brain or the Li Nuo Lan siblings because of Li Xiangnan's words, he found his worldview transformed after experiencing heaven. Regardless of the perspective, the intelligence brain, the light and shadow war, had nothing to do with him. As long as he continued to lead a mundane existence, it would not affect the future. After all, there was no way to re-enter heaven and enjoy life. So why subject himself to unnecessary suffering? He even secretly hoped for heaven's early arrival. Why strive to change anything when every day was a cycle of exhausting work? Part-time vending and returning home to wash up and sleep, with no end in sight to a beautiful life? Like Tong had once told him upon her discharge from the hospital, a family could simply lead an ordinary existence each day. I have never been a savior. A savior does not fail, and I, Li Xiang, am a failure. I invite you to join me in opposing the Beast Emperor to ensure it does not break free from the solar system. Li Xiangnan extended an invitation. Li Xiang shook his head, rejecting without a moment's thought. No. Fighting and struggling for this cause has consumed the better part of my life, yet nothing has changed. In my youth, I was selected by the doctor, a rare gem among countless candidates, possessing the bloodline of the 5 elements. The Emperor's armor summoned me. I had glory beyond measure. I felt the future of all humanity rested firmly in my hands. After enduring so much, I finally understand that there will always be greater mountains beyond the hills. I am not cut out for saving the world. Furthermore, I promised Tong to never don the armor again. Thank you for revealing the truth about heaven to me. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangnan merely regarded him as a decayed wood unworthy of carving. It was disheartening to see someone with the potential of the 5-element bloodline so easily lose their fighting spirit after just a couple of setbacks from the beast. Perhaps one day you will alter your current perspective, Li Xiangnan remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. There was still ample time. The views of humanity would evolve based on personal experiences, and there was no need to rush. For now, he had other matters to attend to. He could not afford to expend excessive time on Li Xiang, especially since Li Nuo Lan had been rescued by her brother. The immediate priority was to ascertain her whereabouts. Additionally, there was another pressing issue. You are the one responsible for the death of Brother Li Xiangnan. Half an hour later, a fierce battle erupted between the top-tier armors in the cosmos. Human beings are destined to die. Why cling to life so desperately? Silence. Xiangnan roared. You, a monster detached from humanity, could never comprehend the emotions that exist between people. The clash of the Aurora sword struck fiercely against the opponent's Aurora shield. The strongest sword in the armor universe met the strongest shield, culminating in the first collision between the future and the present. Li Xiangnan, shaking off the sword from the Aurora shield, calmly stated, "Only through combat can your fury be quelled." With that, he withdrew a matching Aurora sword from the Aurora shield and launched an immediate assault. Xiangyang's reflexes faltered in the blink of an eye. He was struck dozens of times before being sent sprawling. Quickly regaining his footing, Xiangyang utilized the Emperor's magnetic field to dissipate the impact and unleashed a barrage of light blades aimed at Li Xiangnan. Li Xiangnan deftly evaded each strike, soon appearing before Xiangyang like a specter, landing another precise kick. Boom! Xiangyang's body crashed heavily onto a floating meteorite in the cosmos. This kick left him utterly disheartened. Despite both donning the ultimate form of the Emperor armor, why was it that Li Xiangnan could always exploit his flaws, moving at such a rapid pace? Can we speak civilly now? Li Xiangnan hovered above him, cold and unyielding, looking down from his vantage point. Initially intending to vent his frustrations, he now found himself on the receiving end of a lesson. This suggested that when Li Xiangnan had previously intervened, he had not employed his full strength, he had been holding back. As a man, Xiangyang found this deeply unsatisfactory. Unleashing his ultimate technique, the Emperor Thunder Strike, Xiangyang soared upward, targeting Li Xiangnan. However, Li Xiangnan charged towards the Thunder Strike, inexplicably slipping past it, and then aimed a sword strike downward. Xiangyang summoned the Aurora shield to defend, but the overwhelming force transmitted through the shield nearly sent him tumbling back onto the meteorite. After several rounds, Xiangyang found himself repeatedly at a disadvantage. No matter what tactics he employed, Li Xiangnan easily evaded and countered with precision, although the ultimate Emperor armor allowed him to withstand attacks without injury. The objective of this fight was to teach Li Xiangnan a lesson and avenge brother Li Xiangnan. Yet, Li Xiangnan seemed impervious to his strategies. "You wish to strike me? Allow me to demonstrate first. If you are unconvinced, come at me again." This was the first time since donning the Emperor armor that Xiangyang found himself outmatched by a fellow armored ally. As the opponent relinquished their intention to engage, Li Xiangnan retracted the Aurora sword and Aurora shield, swiftly positioning himself beside Xiangyang on the meteorite. Xiangyang shook his slightly aching arms and inquired, "Why is your Emperor armor so vastly superior in speed compared to mine?" Li Xiangnan lifted his proud head and responded, "What do you think the celestial race is? I have lived for such a long time, and to use your words, I have consumed more salt in this lifetime than you have breathed air since your birth. I am the sole and most perfect summoner of the Emperor armor in 1,000,000,000 years. What separates us is not the armor, but our very physiques. Compared to another summoner of the same era, I admire your character even more." Xiangyang scoffed, "Do not feign camaraderie. I am not that familiar with you. In fact, I harbor animosity. Hatred is the seed that drives humanity's progress." Li Xiangnan replied, "In the eyes of the celestial race, who command four-dimensional technology, death resembles merely the conclusion of a film. To witness it again, one need only rewind. Thus, I have never cared for anyone's life or death. I only concern myself with whether my goals can be achieved." Xiangyang retorted, "What does it matter if you possess four-dimensional technology? You were still hunted by the intellect." Before the conflict commenced, Li Xiangnan had already traversed the process akin to Li Xiang before him. Therefore, he had a rough sense of the future. It was clear that the celestial race is a novel lineage evolved from humanity mastering certain technologies over generations. Li Xiangnan was unperturbed, merely nodding. "I acknowledge the intellect's might. Thus, I must return to the present and eradicate the intellect in its infancy." Xiangyang gazed up at the resplendent sun, myriad images flashing through his mind. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Perhaps my vision is too limited. I only wish to protect humanity from the invasion of the otherworldly beasts. I never expected that 1,000,000,000 years hence, the universe would transform into such a state, with even the essence of the cosmos under threat. Frankly, considering my time with Nuo Lan, that graceful girl who cherished justice, how could she possibly create an intellect that threatens the very existence of the universe?" In his eyes, this notion seemed ludicrous. Nuo Lan learns swiftly and possesses such talent, yet to say she could forge an intellect? Even if the collective wisdom of humanity were summoned, it might not yield a mere ordinary intelligence. Dr. Geru, who once stood at the forefront of global technology, could not accomplish it. How could a girl in her 20s? "Are you certain the intellect is of Nuo Lan's making?" Xiangyang turned to gaze into Li Xiangnan's black emperor eyes. Even if she began studying artificial intelligence now, how much time would remain? 80 years, perhaps? In this era, living to 100 years is no guarantee. Li Xiangnan answered with unwavering certainty. "I do not need to know these details. I only know that history records it thus. The intellect's legion refers to her as the great mother goddess. What if the intellect was mistaken? Xiangnan countered. You yourself said the intellect is powerful and astute. If it anticipated your use of time travel to return and terminate its inception, might it not have initially fed you false information, leading you to believe Nuo Lan was the creator of the intellect? I have lived for over 10,000 years. Naturally, I have verified such information. Li Xiangnan's aged voice remained resolute. Yet, doubts began to creep into his heart. Could it be that even his decision to traverse time to confront the nascent intellect had been foreseen by the intellect of the future? No, that could not be right. As a member of the celestial race, endowed with the bloodline of the celestial 5 elements, and wielding the only emperor armor capable of countering the intellect, all traces of his past, present, and future were concealed by the laws of the universe. The intellect had not breached these divine laws. Consequently, it could not have detected any of his movements. Otherwise, it would not have allowed him to traverse the celestial realm for thousands of years without taking action. However, a caveat emerged. If the intellect had indeed discovered his whereabouts long ago, even deliberately disseminating false information to lure him into the past to eliminate an incorrect target, then all his efforts would be rendered futile. I ask you, since in a billion years hence, the intellect has nearly dominated 99% of the universe's beings, what of Brother Nuo Lan? As the architect of the current calamity on Earth, its aim must be to allow the otherworldly beasts to reign over the cosmos. The intellect's dominion is evidently at odds with this aim. Surely, they cannot be in collusion? Xiangnan's intellect surpassed even that of Li Xiang. Setting aside the matter of Li Xiangnan, he calmed himself and began to perceive the inconsistencies, numerous unexplainable phenomena. According to historical accounts, Li Xiangnan recalled, after the Beast Emperor unified the galaxy, he attracted the attention of the Cosmic King. A prolonged hunting war ensued, lasting a millennium, facing numerous formidable foes. The Beast Emperor's subordinates fell first, and ultimately, he was sealed by the combined might of the many powerful beings of the radiant cosmos, vanishing without a trace. It was precisely from the onset of this millennium-long turmoil that the intellect silently drew many cosmic races into the celestial realm. When those cosmic races returned to their territories, the intellect completed its propagation, successfully scattering its seeds throughout the universe via a single war. By the time others recognized the anomaly, no one could obstruct the intellect's advance. Throughout the cosmos, there was not merely one ultimate armor. Even if Li Xiangnan had been formidable, he could not withstand the combined siege of thousands of ultimate armors converging from all corners of the universe, ultimately being sealed away in the constellation of Sagittarius. Xiangnan nodded. If what he spoke was indeed accurate, whether or not the intellect was crafted by Nuo Lan remained uncertain. However, it was clear that the intellect had blossomed throughout the universe through this war. Otherwise, following the normal progression, for the intellect to gradually spread from the galaxy, it would easily be surrounded and slaughtered if detected, much like Li Xiangnan. Reveal your plan. Xiangnan had mentally resolved. Faced with such monumental cosmic secrets, the events transpiring on Earth seemed trivial in comparison. Li Xiangnan declared, we must locate Li Nuo Lan as swiftly as possible. If she perishes, the subsequent calamities wrought by the intellect will not come to pass. And if it is not her, but another? Xiangnan inquired. Li Xiangnan calmly replied, then we shall execute the second plan. The 3 of us, yourself, me, and Li Xiang, will unite to seal the Beast Emperor, Li Xiangnan. In the absence of certainty regarding the intellect's precise origins, annihilating all otherworldly beasts remains one of the safest courses of action. One of? Are there other alternatives? Naturally, there exists a simpler second plan to prevent the spread of the intellect and the otherworldly beasts. What plan might that be? After sealing the Beast Emperor, we shall obliterate the Earth. Xiangnan was utterly shocked, unable to fathom such malevolent thoughts casually expressed by the other. Have you no humanity left, old man? While there are many otherworldly beasts on Earth, countless innocent humans abound. Li Xiangnan shook his head, calmly stating, compared to the impending galactic war and the intellect crisis of a billion years hence, the loss of human life on a single planet often bears the lightest cost. For the celestial race, humanity is not an irreplaceable protagonist, merely a planet possessing intelligent life amid the vast cosmos. If it restores the harmony of the cosmic essence, detonating the galaxy would be inconsequential. It would neither harm nor benefit the universe. Xiangnan vehemently countered, if humanity perishes, will your celestial race not face annihilation as well? Initially, he expected the other to care. However, Li Xiangnan's insouciant remark left him speechless. The celestial race has long been prepared to collectively sacrifice for the restoration of the universe. After a moment of silence, Xiangnan could only muster the words, "Madman, you are all madmen. You are of the celestial race, I am not." After sealing Li Xiangnan, "You are absolutely forbidden from resorting to extreme measures to obliterate the earth. As the summoner of the imperial armor on this planet, Xiangnan is resolutely unwilling to witness the demise of humanity, especially at the hands of another summoner of imperial armor. That would indeed be a bitter irony. Seeking survival through self-destruction is futile." Li Xiangnan gazed silently at him, his mind calculating various schemes. One is Li Xiangnan, the other is Xiangnan. The sole purpose of these two ancient summoners of imperial armor remains to assist in sealing the beast emperor, Li Xiangnan. Without having experienced the century of domination by the intelligent brain, how could one possibly comprehend the essence of despair? I implore you to answer me. Xiangnan's demeanor was unwavering, unwilling to sidestep the issue. Li Xiangnan reluctantly replied, "Very well. I assure you that as long as we can seal the beast emperor Li Xiangnan and prevent the spread of the light and shadow war throughout the galaxy, I shall never resort to the second contingency plan. However, you must eradicate all the psychic beasts hidden within human society. Each psychic beast could potentially be a carrier of the intelligent brain.